Okay, so magnetic fields don't have an inertial plane?
What is an inertial plane?
Yeah, it's the area split through the middle of a magnetic field where there's effectively no action, inertia, the inertial plane. You can literally use filters over magnets to prove they're there, Brenda. It's objective.
I mean, the thing that you're supposed to be explaining? If you're appealing to the thing you're explaining, that's called begging the question.
I just said no action, no action, no action, no action, no action. So that's not me begging the question. So we can prove that magnets have an inertial plane. Can you explain it on a globe?
There's no such thing. You don't know what you're talking about.
So what's the plane of energy, or the where it levels off and there's no action or movement through the middle of a magnetic field? What's that called then?
This is just gibberish. There's no such thing. You don't know anything.
So you're just saying vague, stupid ad homs, but you were just crying about ad homs. It's very ironic. Your worldview must be sucking whenever you have so much ironic, self-contradictory, self-projection going on constantly. It must be really brutal for you.
You're just saying words that you don't understand. They don't mean anything.
Is there a plane through the middle of a magnetic field? Yes or no?
No.
So when I show you that you can put a filter over a magnetic field and it shows the plane, you'll admit you're wrong?
That you can show a filter? What are you talking
about? Yes. So you don't know anything, but yet you talk so much about it. It's so weird.
You never heard of magnetic viewing film? Come on.
Talking about a filter.
Yeah, it's a sheet. It's a sheet.
Yeah, that's not the magnetic field.
Oh my god.
It visualizes it for you through an impression.
Oh, you can show it. I'll show it. And then when you see it, you'll act like somehow it's not real or something.
Yeah, it's just putting iron filings on a piece of paper is something I did in
No, that's not what he's talking about.
That's not what it is. That's not what it is. You don't even know what you're talking about. Yet again, just tap out of conversations when you don't know what you're talking about.
You put metal filings on a sheet of paper.
Oh my gosh.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, we already said no.
So then what are you talking about?
We're not going to say it's completely dissimilar, but that's definitely not what we're talking about specifically.
So what are
I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you, and everyone can see it, and then you'll just lie about it, and then somehow that'll make me dumb, I guess.
How is it going to explain magnetic fields?
I'm not going to be. Now you're changing it. Now I'm saying, I acknowledge. I think you're actually interrupting, but it's okay. I acknowledge the objective way that magnetic fields exist. They have a plane through the middle of them. You said, no, you're stupid. That was your argument. That's why I asked you to put your helmet on before you come into a conversation that you don't understand. Oh, let me guess. You're going to cry about ad homs after you just ad hom me 7 times.
I didn't ad hom you.
Yeah, you did. You just say, I don't understand things. I'm dumb. I don't get it. I can't understand basic things. Yeah. Those are ad homs. Those are ad homs. Your arguments are just big ad homs. And honestly, Brenda, I happen to know you get off on this. You get off on me interacting with you. So you just do whatever you can to try to get me to interact with you. But I don't want to. I literally don't want to. So for anyone else that wants to learn, I'll drop the picture in here and a source to the video where you can watch. You can do it at your house by yourself. It's objective. Magnetic fields have a plane through the middle of them. It's called the inertial plane. And we would therefore reside within the inertial plane, which is the only place that could sustain life. We have a magnetic field on the Earth. So it's very easy to explain the mechanism of the magnetic field on a topographical plane that's stationary. You cannot explain it on the globe, and Harvard agrees, which is why you can't answer the closed-ended question of, can the globe explain the magnetic field? And of course, the answer is no. So thank you for playing.
Witzik, can you drop that link in the main chat? I actually want to check that out.
Yeah, I'm about to go get it, so I won't be talking for a few minutes. Brenda, talk to someone else.
Hi, Brenda. What's been on your mind lately?
Nothing. I've been shopping.
You learn anything new recently?
Nothing.
Yeah, you just go shopping, right? That's all.
See any cool videos?
Huh?
So Brenda, I'm gonna post a meme. Do you think all of these things are a coincidence? I'm just gonna post a meme for you, and then you can tell me if you think it's all coincidence or not.
I don't know.
Does the meme have something to do with shopping?
Simply. There, are you gonna explain that, Brenda? You shopping?
Yeah, that's just a meme.
That's just a meme.
Yeah, it's just your paranoia.
Okay, so you're not gonna actually address it. You're just gonna.
Boy.
See,
They aren't
just add on.
Oh
boy, Noah.
So here are the pictures. There's the neodymium boron iron magnet before you place the magnetic film over it, and then this is afterwards. Of course, there's a plane, and then I'll get the video in a second. Game over. The Earth is right there in that plane. Thanks for playing.
it's not that response. Look at Jim Baroni responded with. It's not that. Like,
what is this supposed to show, Winslet?
Apparently, you have an inability to hear things, or you're just dishonest. I'm leaning towards the latter, though, so that's why I'm disengaging.
There's no
the inertial
video.
plane that you said was word salad that didn't exist, that Witsit was making up. The inertial plane, remember?
The made-up words.
I see somebody putting a piece of plastic on top of a magnet. Is that what I'm supposed to be seeing?
You're just speaking words. Those are just words, Brenda.
Yeah, it's word salad.
Hey, I have a question.
What is it I'm supposed to be seeing? A piece of plastic on top of a magnet. What is that supposed to show me?
Brenda, I don't even know what you're saying. That was word salad.
There you go. There's a 12-minute video. Maybe you can learn something, Brenda.
It's showing the inertial plane. The thing you said didn't exist 5 minutes ago when you said Witsit was saying word salad. When he said the inertial plane.
How does
remember?
Bro, someone released a DMOC on this motherfucker. That's what I want to see.
I have a question about the thing.
Fucking DMOC on this guy, dude.
You want to be demonetized? Yeah.
Someone released DMOC on this Brenda guy.
First of all, we're not monetized. Why would you say that, though?
How does putting a piece of plastic on a magnet?
Why did you just say if we want to be demonetized? Why did you say that?
Somebody will.
It's an ad hom. It's an ad hom. He's just trying to piss us off. He's not actually trying to debate anything. Someone released the DMOC.
I think he's trying to pose a threat.
I don't know who muted Democ. I'll tell you right now. I don't know if I should unmute him or not.
So I just hear any answer to why putting a piece of plastic on top of a magnet proves anything.
It's showing you the inertial plane.
So
do you see the inertial plane?
There is no such thing.
So Brenda, it's obviously a very special,
it's right there.
It's obviously a very special piece of plastic. You know, like the different shapes and qualities of plastic, you know, that we create have a specific name. So, what do you think the specific name of this piece of plastic is?
This is supposed to explain magnetic fields. So
what is this? The third grade?
This is crazy, bro. So anyway, it's a magnetic field viewing film. You can Google it. So here, I'll Google it for you. So magnetic field viewing film is used to show stationary or less often slowly changing magnetic fields. It shows their location and direction. It's a translucent, thin, flexible sheet coated with microcapsules containing nickel flakes suspended in oil.
Yes, like I said, putting iron filings on a piece of paper in kindergarten.
Well, there's no iron in any of this, buddy. Try again.
We just told you, and you're too dumb to realize it.
Yeah, someone released the DMOC on this guy.
I'm so you do nothing but ad hom. It's because you self-project your own intellectual insecurity when it's objective. I'm nowhere close to dumb. Why don't you try to respond to the actual argument for once in your life, or go on mute, pretend like you're doing something in your own mind?
Maybe if you guys are talking about something that makes sense, then you know they could cue in on something important.
Is the argument? What is the argument? Witsit?
That magnetic fields have inertial planes. That's like the 20th time.
How does that explain magnetic fields?
So now you're admitting they do have one.
No, how?
Are you acknowledging the existence of an inertial plane in a magnetic field?
They don't have such a thing, but if they did, how would it explain them?
We're sitting there looking at it. We're sitting there looking at it. Everyone in this room can go test it for themselves. You're wrong. Shut up.
Wait, didn't he just admit it a second ago and just went back on his own? Like, I don't know. Was that not double speak? I feel like I just heard double speak.
It's
yeah, of course.
If these inertial planes exist, how do they explain magnetic fields?
Okay, I didn't say that they explain magnetic fields. What I said was every magnetic field has an inertial plane. You said that that was word salad, that was not true, and that they don't exist. I proved you wrong. Now you're running away from it because you don't even have the intellectual, not even an ounce of intellectual honesty within you to admit that you were wrong and concede that they do exist. You're trying to say, so if they do exist, what's it matter? Because you can't say, oh, I didn't know that. I've never heard of this magnetic field that doesn't use iron, it uses nickel. And I actually was wrong. You can look at a magnetic field and see the inertial plane in it. Literally, you can see it. You can do it yourself. So instead of conceding it, you want to change the subject. I never said it explains the magnetic field. That's stupid. What I said was that it's very easy to understand how we'd have a magnetic field on a plane Earth because there's an inertial plane and a magnetic field.
Yo, there seems to be a napalm seems to have if you don't know what we're talking about, Brenda, there seems to be something that napalm put down, and it kind of directly points to what the inertial plane is right there. Like it's kind of right there in the chat. If you want me to tag you in it.
So how does this, even if it exists, how does it explain magnetic fields?
I feel like you're a robot or something. This is why I don't like talking to you. But so, because has nothing to do with how I think you're a crazy zealot or anything like that. It's just you're so dishonest. So admit you were wrong and that it does have an inertial plane, and then we'll move forward. If not, then no one's going to continue to engage with you because you're just being dishonest.
Are you curious about measuring magnetic fields and planes? Because that's kind of what I got from your question. How does
basically there's like in a magnetic field there's different parts of it, right? They're debating if there is an inertial plane or not, and then Brenda just admitted that there's an inertial plane, and then he just went back on his own word. Like he basically said there's no inertial plane, then later he admitted there was, and then he went back and said no, now there isn't again. And yeah, it's pretty bad.
You just have listening problems. I never said, I said even if such a thing exists, how does it explain magnetic fields?
You're lying. You did say
but to measure and put it on the scale is a different conversation.
We don't have to put it on the scale. So the reason the conversation started because I said, you guys, the globe earthers love to tout how they have this model that works. And I said, you literally don't. You can't even explain the magnetic field on the globe earth. And Harvard agrees with that. But it's very easy to explain it on a flat stationary plane because it would be within the inertial plane that we know exists in magnetic fields. And we know the earth has a gigantic magnetic field. So it's very easily explained on a plane earth. And it still cannot be explained on globe earth after 500 years with all the highest levels of academia and all the world's governments and billions of dollars of funding. It still can't be explained in 2022, which means only one side has any viable postulation as to a magnetic field. But this, of course, refutes and destroys the entire idea that somehow you guys have a working model, globe earthers have a working model, and we don't. So it has to be drowned in sophistry and ad homs. And that's where we're at right now. A circular, vicious cycle of ad homs and sophistry.
Yeah, but you said you can explain it then, and we can't. And this was your supposed explanation, which is simply a piece of plastic with metal on it that shows you the field.
Why would we listen to you talk about magnetic fields when you said they don't have inertial planes and you can't even admit you were wrong?
They don't. You haven't proved that.
You have a mental illness.
No, I don't. You haven't shown that an inertial plane exists.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you ask more questions?
You can literally go test it yourself. So
yeah, bro, this debate is fucking playing out. What's the fucking next thing we're gonna debate? Because this guy just won't fucking. It's not going anywhere. Talking to Brenda about anything. We should talk about something.
I agree.
So please use the correct pronouns.
Oh
I don't give a flying fuck about your pronouns.
I'm just saying, please.
I don't give a flying fuck what anyone thinks anyone is. I don't give a flying fuck.
Well, obviously you do, or you would just use the correct pronouns, please.
Okay, well, Brenda, it's really rich for you to expect some type of respect, as you've called me like dumb 5 times for intellectually eviscerating you in front of everyone.
I didn't say you were dumb once. I never said that.
You literally did. You just said I was dumb. You just said it. And when I play the playback of the live stream, you'll just act like it didn't happen.
I said there's no such thing as an inertial plane.
You said I'm too dumb to understand it. You just said that.
Yeah, you are too dumb to understand it.
Oh, but you didn't call me dumb.
Oh my god.
What a psychopath, bro. And yeah, that's right. I called you psychopath. You called me dumb, but you got intellectually eviscerated.
Yeah, so you want to stop with this shit? Or what?
Yeah, let's
enough.
Am I the only one sitting here? So Brenda gets to call everyone names, but then act like the victim because her pronoun wasn't used. And then she can call everyone stupid and dumb and make all these insults, but as soon as someone calls her out, then, oh, she's the victim. No. And this is why you come here, because in the real world, no one would ever capitulate to that nonsense. And then on Discord, you get some people that capitulate to it. So you get your rocks off coming here, and you try to get men that actually have masculinity in them, and you get off on trying to engage in conversations with them, even if it requires all kinds of sophistry and dishonesty. A lot of us have been fed up with it for quite a while now, and you still do it. And then you have the audacity to play the victim. It's very exhausting and lame.
I really don't give a shit what you think.
That's not true.
All right, pronoun victim. Witsit, let's move on, man. This is played out, to be honest. Pronoun victim has had the time.
So let's just actually talk about something that's cool, which is the reason that this is cool is because the inertial plane is there, and that's where the Earth is. And like with the okay, you can calm down over there. Okay.
Yeah, calm down, pronoun victim. Calm down, pronoun victim. We're trying to listen to Witsit.
So we have a magnetic field.
Just call her Brenda, guys.
Okay, well. Tell Brenda to stop calling people stupid when she's the one that's clearly getting intellectually eviscerated. You don't get to cry about name calling. You don't get to cry about name calling as you constantly call names. I didn't call Brenda a name one time. She called me dumb 5 times. Shut up, Brenda. Everyone was sitting here. Everyone was sitting here.
Oh, let's all just relax.
Okay, so here's the point, though. So the inertial plane, like the globe Earth, can explain how our magnetic field looks like a permanent magnetic field. So they say, well, it actually changes over billions of years, and we just can't tell in the small portion of recorded history that we have. So it looks like a permanent magnetic field, but it's actually not. It's because it cannot be on a globe. Of course, it can be on a stationary Earth that doesn't ever move, and that's what it is, and that's why it looks like that. We're within the inertial plane, so we see the top half of the toroid, which is what we perceive as the sky, and we see that vortex movement in the sky that gives us the cycle of the stars. That's moving within the top half of that magnetic field. So if you look at what Napalm posted, that's a magnetic field. We're cut right through the middle of that. That's where we live. When we look up, we see the top half of the toroid, which is why we have the cycle of the sky that we do, which is why we can detect the vortex movement with the Michelson-Morley and even the Sagnac effect within the field, because it moves over top of that inertial plane that we live on, which is the only place that can sustain life. So that's where you actually live. If you actually want to learn about where you actually live, that's it.
All of that is pseudoscience that you got from Theoria. That's all pseudoscience, gibberish. There's no such thing as an inertial plane for magnets.
Hey, Witsit. I actually got the pleasure to talk to Ken on his last interview on the Syncretism Society channel, and I got him to say something that I haven't heard him say ever. He says he used to mention this specifically in some of his like really old videos, but I see it here in the picture Napalm posted, the colored picture above that says dielectric inertial planes. And one important thing I think to remember is that there's actually 4 vortices to a magnetic field. Four vortices happening simultaneously, all nested within each other, which I think is really interesting. How there's nothing physical that really behaves this way. You know, it takes the ether to perform these actions, because you couldn't replicate this with water or anything physical that spirals, or
no such thing as the ether. There's no such thing as the ether. There's no such thing as an inertial plane for magnetic fields.
Four vortices, all
This
involved.
Is pseudoscience, word salad invented by Ken Keeler. It has no correlation to reality.
See, one of the ways I think it's able to pull this off is because it isn't limited in the same ways matter is. And one of my best examples I've thought up is how the air or the water inside of a water bottle can't leave at the same time the air enters into the bottle to replace it. They have to take turns, or at least not take up the entire exit nozzle of the bottle. And if you try to, you know, tip the bottle too steeply, then you get the glug glug glug, you know, effect that we've all probably experienced. But the interesting thing about like these more energetic or etherical things that aren't made of material is that they can actually phase through each other, like two ghosts could just walk through each other, while two people would, you know, obviously bump into each other and fall backwards.
Yeah, that literally can't happen.
Okay, so you're just saying no a lot, and you're really annoying to everyone in here, and you're intellectually stagnant. So you're getting on everyone's nerves. Hey, Brenda, is there a plane?
She literally does that shit every time.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. So there's a reason.
Brenda, is there a plane in the magnetic field? Yes or no?
There's nothing.
What I was trying to say is that Brenda has the same stick every time, and you guys fall for it every time. She's definitely not interested in information. She's looking for conflict.
Yeah, for sure. But it's funny just exposing Brenda, though. But it's not. It's only funny for like 5 minutes, and then it's exhausting, though. So like this is the point, Brenda. This is the last opportunity you get to get off on having a conversation with me. If you don't answer the closing questions, then you've been exposed. Is there a plane throughout the middle of the magnetic field? Yes or no?
There's no such thing as an inertial plane for magnetic.
That wasn't the question. You're dishonest. Is there a plane in the magnetic field? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so what's that straight line plane right there that we see through the middle of the magnetic field then?
That is a drawing. That is something somebody made up.
No, that's a picture of a magnetic field with the ferrocell, and that's also a magnetic film looking at the plane. Try again.
Dude, it was not a drawing. They literally put the fucking thing up next to it. That was not a drawing. It's seen in real time.
Yeah, I actually have to get out of here, but here's the thing, right? So inertia means unchanging. So does nothing is unchanging, okay? Well, that's what I'm talking, Brenda. Shut up.
You're wrong.
No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. You've been wrong 57 times in this conversation and everyone heard it. So anyway, the truth is, the reason it's an inertial plane or a plane of inertia is because inertia means unchanging. Plane means obviously straight, level, horizontal. It's a plane, okay? Now you can prove that magnetic fields have a plane through the middle of it. And it's unchanging, meaning it's inertial. So it's an inertial plane. That's just an objective recollection. Now, if you want to say that's not the case because you can't find it on Google, well, magnetism isn't even understood by mainstream academia, admittedly. You could go to the world's biggest magnetic producers or manufacturers, and you go to their frequently asked questions, and it says, what is magnetism? If you go to the frequently asked questions of like the world's biggest manufacturer on their website, and it says, under frequently asked questions, what is magnetism? Well, honestly, no one knows. And the current theory is that it's the exchange of virtual photons, okay? So, of course, you're not going to find Harvard talking about the inertial plane because highest levels of academia don't even claim they understand magnetism at all. But you can actually look at them, observe them, demonstrate with them, and show that there's a plane through the middle of it. The reason it's inertia is because it's inertial because it's unchanging, okay? So we have an inertial plane. That's the only place that can sustain life because it's consistent. It's somewhere that can be, inhabited. It's sustainable.
That's not what the word inertia means in physics. That's not what it means.
It doesn't mean unchanging. It doesn't mean remaining unchanged.
Inertia does not mean unchanging. You don't know what you're talking about.
So what does it mean then?
It means the resistance to acceleration.
Inertia means not changing.
No, it means a resistance to acceleration.
No, it means that it continues at rest. It stays at rest, a state of rest or uniform motion, unchanging in a straight line. That's what it means.
There's nothing moving in the magnetic flux.
Wait. Hold up. Both you two are, I think, using the same definition of inertia and talking past each other.
Yeah, well, inertia is just what I'm saying. Just objective. It's unchanging. It's so if there's an existing state that's not in motion or at rest, that's inertia. If it's unchanging, it's inertia. So it has to have an external force to remove it from the state of inertia, right? Inertia means unchanging.
Objects with mass have inertia, which means they resist acceleration. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'm just objectively right. I'm sorry about it.
Objects with mass have inertia, which means they resist acceleration. The magnetic field doesn't have mass.
Dude, inertia does not require "quote unquote" mass, which is a conceptual reification, which is a conceptual reification and quantification of matter that's not agreed upon. There's like 7 different definitions of mass. It's just a concept. No one cares about your concepts or your inability to even understand your own worldview. I'm going to get out of here. Here's the conclusion for everyone, because I'm actually going to go eat with my wife because I have a life that I love and enjoy, Brenda. I know you don't understand that, but here's the point, so stop interrupting me. We live on a plane, a topographical plane, provably, measurably, practically used as such, okay? Now we have an inertial plane throughout the magnetic field. We perceive the top half of the toroid, which is what gives us the cycle and the movement and the drift and the Michelson-Morley and the Sagnac effect that we use for ring laser gyros. The Sagnac effect, which was discovered by Sagnac. Of course, Sagnac said it was a vortex movement within the ether, okay? So we experience the top half of a toroid within the inertial plane, which is why we have a sustained permanent magnetic field on the Earth. The inertial plane is unchanging. Of course, the Earth is stationary. That is the only place that could sustain life. If you want to really know where you live, there you go. One of the huge walls that the globe runs into is trying to explain a magnetic field on the globe that's spinning, tilted, gyrating on the side, like wobbling on the side, tilted over and spinning and revolving, because it can't be a permanent magnetic field, so they cannot explain it. And there's about 10 different problems why they can't explain it. Harvard will tell you that. You can easily look up the dynamo threshold problem, harvard.edu. You can read it yourself, okay? So they can't explain it. We can't explain it. That's one of many reasons. When you claim you have, this all started by saying when the Globe Earth claims they have a verifiable, proven model that works legitimately, it's 100% false. They do not even know how to explain the biggest phenomena that we know to exist, which is the magnetic field. Okay, thank you for your time.
It's like a fire hose.
Not to mention they can't explain gravity either.
We can explain a lot of things. We can explain a magnetism, electromagnetism.
Not gravity or magnetism, no.
Yeah, you can. The phenomenon we call gravity is caused by the bending of space-time. Electromagnetism is caused by the exchange.
Can you prove space-time for us, please?
Excuse me, I'm talking.
You just said space-time. Could you please prove that, please?
Excuse me. Electromagnetism.
Please prove space-time.
Stop interrupting me.
Then explain what needs to be explained instead of going off into the weeds about whatever the fuck you're talking about in Narnia land.
My sentence. Stop it. So electromagnetism is explained by the exchange of virtual photons. That's the carrier for the electromagnetic force. Space-time, right, is the physical fabric of the universe.
Yeah, so you didn't prove any of those things. You just used word salad.
No, we proved space-time.
You didn't prove anything, word salad.
By demonstrating, right, that the theory is correct, by showing that time slows down and speeds up closer and farther away from a gravitational field.
Oh, when did you do that?
In the 1950s.
You were alive in the 1950s? You must be pretty old.
I didn't do it.
Oh, so you don't know what you're talking about. You're just regurgitating word salad.
No, I don't have to do every experiment in physics.
Have you done any experiment ever?
Yeah, so I don't have to do all the experiments.
Have you done any experiment ever?
how science works. That's
so you have not done any experiment ever. You don't know anything about science.
Me. Stop it.
So, the reason inertia was chosen as the word, for describing this aspect of physics is because it's already based on a word. It wasn't made up on the spot for this particular case. It's it already means inactivity, which of course the root word is inert and inertia, right? Which means inactive.
Yeah.
So unchanging is pretty fair. Activity would be change. Inactive would be not changing. I'm pretty satisfied with Witset's meaning behind that.
This is pseudoscience. This is Ken Wheeler's pseudoscience. It is not physics. It's pseudoscience and made up.
I'm sure there were lots of times throughout history where people said the exact same thing you're saying right now, and then 50 years later it became the accepted idea of understanding on lots of topics.
That doesn't mean that your pseudoscience is true.
Doesn't mean it's wrong.
This is just a fucking pronoun victim saying things are pseudoscience with no backing for the things he's saying. He's just here to claim the opposite and never support it with anything. I mean, this guy has never even done an experiment in his life. What the fuck does he know about science?
Experiments and it's genetic fallacy, and it doesn't matter if I haven't done every physics experiment in the universe. I don't have to.
You haven't done one, bro.
Yes, I have.
When I asked you, you couldn't answer, so I don't know. Now you're changing your opinion?
Fuck off.
You're changing your opinion now. Double speak.
Go fuck yourself.
Yes, double speaker.
Yeah, so this is just a pseudoscience. Inertia doesn't mean...
Another claim with no backing.
Well, no, I don't have to prove your pseudoscience. You do.
That's what we did, and now you come in here and just claim the negative, basically. We claim something, you claim the negative, and then you think that you proved your point by just sitting here and claiming the negative and not doing anything.
So you have to provide the evidence.
What if
it's your evidence?
What if we called it the plane of inactivity? Would that make you happier?
Yeah, but why do we have to change our names to make him happy? Like,
because it's all about the pronouns, Noah. Come on.
There's nothing in the magnetic flux that's moving.
You don't think?
Bro, why don't we just release the demon?
Definitely something has to be moving with the magnets. Something there has to be moving.
No, there doesn't have to be anything moving. That's not how magnetism works. You don't know because you listen to a pseudoscience con artist. Go read some real books on electromagnetism.
What do you mean real? What do you mean real books? Who are the people that get to make these real books?
Yeah, I know. It's just ridiculous begging the question over here. He's just basically saying like, oh, your theory is bullshit because I haven't even disproven it or looked into it at all. I just know it's bullshit, and you're just gonna take my word for it because I have the real books. Like, this is a fucking some Catholic shit. Like, oh yeah, come listen, we got the real Pope over here.
So, hey Brenda, do you know what the word dielectricity is?
Excuse me. Physics textbooks are based on experiments and data.
Something you've never done or read.
Pulling shit out of his ass.
But don't you think at a certain point, somebody that came up with physics and all these rules, don't you think at a certain point they pulled something out of their ass?
No, he doesn't. He's a believer. That's why he thinks that they're right, and he has the true books. He has the real He has the real King James version over here. He has the real true books of science, not us.
What makes something scientific is if it's based on experimental data. And Ken Wheeler's nonsense is just word salad that he just spins out of his ass.
Okay. So what you're saying is that Ken Wheeler, that you're saying that there's no legitimacy to what he's saying, that he's just some random guy that he just decides to talk about electricity and he just has like a whole bunch of magnet and equipment. You're saying that he has all that equipment, he has all those years of doing this exact same thing, and what you're stating here is that he has no knowledge whatsoever. Is that what you're claiming?
I'm saying
he's also claiming that there's no experiments that have been done. I'm pretty sure like this guy does the experiments on camera. I don't know. I mean, I don't really follow the guy too much, but like this guy is just denying shit he doesn't even know about before he knows about it.
Ken Wheeler is clearly a genius, right? The guy is clearly a genius. He's clearly out there and dedicated to whatever the fuck he's doing, right? Whatever field he's in, whatever he's clearly he's a genius, right? The guy knows his shit. And Brenda over here, Mrs. I'm fucking confused as fuck. She comes out over here and says, Ken Wheeler doesn't know nothing. You guys are all stupid. When clearly the guy is way more smarter than her or him or whatever what the fuck you want to call yourself.
Okay, Ken Wheeler is a con artist. The stuff that he spews is word salad. His words literally don't have any meaning. It's total nonsense and bullshit.
I think this is
where we reach like a collide with the
Brenda, your mic's not coming through good, Brenda.
This is where we've reached like a collide with the Globers because we can never pass on any information that isn't stamped by the authority, right? By whoever's in charge, by whoever authority is, whoever comes out in the news. If the information isn't stamped by them, these people will not accept it at all. So it has nothing to do with truth. It has nothing to do with talking shit. It has everything to do with sucking authority's dick, which I hear you like to do a lot, Brent.
Yeah, that's about it. And everything that Brenda's been saying has been like a classic projection. Like, he never does experiments. All he does is claim things. Listen, you're the one who doesn't do experiments. It just claims things. You're projecting, dude.
I have in school. So shut up. Let me respond to the Matrix fucker.
Nobody fucking cares.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Matrix, please.
Matrix, the difference is that science is based on experimental evidence.
Wait a minute. But you're the one who doesn't do experiments. Ken Wheeler does way more experiments than you. Way more. You do none. He does like every week.
I don't have to repeat experiments that were done 200 years ago.
Which experiments exactly are we talking about? Just pinpoint one and let's talk about it in depth.
Experiments that were done by people like Faraday and others 200 years ago about electromagnetism. They established the phenomenon and how it works, the mathematical descriptions of how it works.
Did they come up with magnetism? Did they invent it, or they just simply discovered something that's already in nature?
What do you think? Do you think that they?
I asked you a question. Don't ask me what I think. I asked you a question.
Dude, I would just like to say that I haven't heard Brenda answer one question like ever. Once in this conversation, I've never heard one question answered directly one time ever, and I've been here for like 2 hours with this motherfucker.
She only answers questions about biology. That's it. That's the only thing she knows.
Matrix, electromagnetism is a natural phenomenon.
But what I'm asking you is, all right, okay, it's a natural phenomenon. So that means that he noticed some sort of pattern, created some sort of system to be able to identify that pattern and relate it to the rest of the world. Am I correct?
Many scientists did experiments to investigate magnetism and electricity, right? And
then why what is the investigations of any experiment? What are the investigations based on? What are they experimenting?
They're experimenting with the natural phenomenon known as electricity and magnetism, which in the late 19th century was combined into electromagnetism.
And who did that? Who swung the magic wand that said we're here, therefore declare that these two things are combined? Who did that?
There's no magic, and that was Maxwell and his field equations.
Maxwell, another guy that came up with equations, but not that he made up equations. He simply just noticed nature, right, and interpreted the pattern and put them in some sort of numerical form, some sort of system, so we're able to use it. But not these people did not invent anything, right? Just like these Maxwell and all these people that you mentioned, Ken Wheeler could be doing the exact same thing. He could simply be interpreting nature his own way, using his own language, just like Maxwell did, just like Einstein did, just like any fucking body that's ever invented anything ever before anybody else could invent it, right? You have to come up with a name to name whatever you're inventing because it hasn't been invented yet.
Yeah, basically from what I'm hearing is that if it was back in the day and we were with Maxwell, Brenda would be like, Maxwell doesn't know anything. He disagrees with the mainstream science of the time. That's basically what I'm hearing.
100%. 100. Listen, if all of these globers were alive back then when Einstein was doing it, they will call him stupid. They will call him idiot because these people are unable to process information that isn't ordained to them. If it isn't authority given it to them, they are unable to process it.
It's wrong because they'll think.
Matrix, you're right. They can't deal without authority.
Shut up when other people are talking. Learn some fucking manners.
You shut up. You shut up and learn some manners.
Stop talking when other people are talking.
Were you talking or are you barfing out your mouth? Shut up. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth.
So the point is that I would accept Maxwell's because his claims are based in evidence and not pulled out of his ass like Ken Wheeler.
So you're declaring, you're declaring over here. Let me finish with her. I'm about to finish with her right now. Hold on, Jeremy.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, go ahead. Take over the conversation.
I'm not gonna. You can go right after me. No, I need you to change your name, dude. Stop. We're not doing like personal attacks and shit. Change your fucking name, please. Go ahead, Major.
So you guys heard it here first. Well, she's declaring that Ken Wheeler, right? The guy that obviously knows what the fuck he's talking about, right? He obviously knows what he's talking about. Or at least his interpretation of whatever that information is, right? And it isn't like Ken Wheeler's inventing magnetism. He's simply trying to redefine it in a different way, just like everybody else has done over the decades, over the years, right? They've redefined whatever nature has to offer. And now here comes Brenda, saying that he doesn't fucking know anything, but I'm pretty sure she is not ballsy enough to have a conversation with him, to go on a debate with him, right? But she comes on here and say that he doesn't fucking know anything. And anybody that presents any alternative information, you're just gonna get met with the same bullshit. Oh, they don't know anything. Nobody knows anything other than authority. It's just that simple. It is that simple.
So the point is, Matrix, is that his ideas are not based in reality. They're not based in experiments and scientific proof. They're based in his delusional beliefs.
Okay, wait, Brenda. Wait a minute, Brenda. Which one of Ken Wheeler's experiments have you repeated and disproven?
I haven't repeated any of them.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's all I need to do.
So all I need to do is show that he is in conflict with standard accepted scientific knowledge.
Conflict doesn't make him wrong.
Mean anything.
I closed my case, dude. I closed my case. He said this thing doesn't follow any experiments. I asked him, okay, which experiments did you do of his that don't comport to anything? He said, I haven't done any experiments. I don't know of any. And okay, why is he incorrect then? Because he doesn't agree with mainstream science, bro. That's a case closed. He literally just said it out of his mouth. He literally just said out of his mouth. It's not right because he doesn't agree with mainstream.
So
That's literally
standard
the whole
accepted
thing.
scientific knowledge. Standard accepted scientific knowledge a long time ago used to think that there was a thing in all elements called phlogiston, which is what made them burn. That's what you go with when you go with standard accepted scientific knowledge.
Because that's just another word for authority. Hold on, that's just another standard, because who the fuck standardizes anything? It's authority. That's just a fancy way of saying authority.
No.
Right, I mean, that whole thing, him saying that because it's not standard accepted science is also like the four humors. He's basically saying, oh, if we were living in medieval times, we know there's four humors because authority standardized it and accepts it.
Let me explain. What is the authority is reality. Reality determines what is true in science.
Oh shit, that is fresh coming from you.
Yeah, I have to go, dude. I'm just gonna be quiet from now on. That's rich.
But what's true in science is reality itself. Ken Wheeler's theories are not based in reality. They're based in lies and deceptions.
We get it, Brenda. Everything that is in authority is a lie and a deception. Do you have any other points?
That's not what I said.
So why do you feel that way about what Ken Wheeler says?
Because if something isn't based in reality, it isn't science.
Oh, you just repeated yourself. Why do you feel that way about him? Why do you feel what he says isn't based in reality?
Because it conflicts with what we already know to be the facts.
No, you're just repeating yourself. Why do you feel that way?
Did Einstein conflict with Newton?
No, and even Einstein said so.
So if it didn't conflict with Newton, why is it that they had to change it to the Einsteinian model when he came?
Einstein himself said nothing in his theory conflicted with Newton.
But what was the reason of using? But what was the reason of using Newtonian and then using Einsteinian? Why not just keep on using Newtonian?
Why don't you just point out what the conflicts are, and you can skip this whole mess that's about to happen for the next 5 minutes. Do you know what the conflicts are?
There is a conflict in the predictions made by Newton for the orbit of Mercury, which Einstein was able to explain and Newton could not.
And that's it? That's all you think that the conflicts were?
That's one.
So there's definitely conflicts then.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
you literally just said there was no conflicts, and now here we are naming the conflicts off. That's weird.
My overall point was that Newton came along, right? If this character even existed, Newton came along. He created something brilliant, right? But then later somebody else came along and maybe perfected his work, right? Ken Wheeler could be doing the same thing for all we know. For all we know, all these people that she's talking about, yeah, they could have come up with a fantastic system, but Ken Wheeler simply improving upon it, right? That doesn't call for her to say, oh, Ken Wheeler is a quack. I mean, it just seems in like inflammatory language. It seems like she's deliberately trying to make it seem like the guy is a nutcase when he's clearly not.
I don't think he's a nutcase. I think he's a con artist. I don't think he's stupid. I think he's intelligent. He's a liar.
Can we keep listing off the conflicts that between Euclidean and Newtonian that you said didn't exist? Can you keep naming them, Brenda?
We'll just repeat that Einstein said that his theory does not supersede Newton.
Right, but you said there was no conflicts 2 minutes ago, but then 1 minute ago you named one conflict and said there's more. Can you name some more conflicts that you said don't exist?
So relativity is a fuller, more complete theory. Newton didn't even have a theory of gravity.
Can you name the conflicts? You said there was more.
Newton did not have a theory of gravity.
Can someone release DMOC, bro? Like, we need someone who's as unreasonable as this person.
What I said is a fact. Newton did not have a theory of gravity. He had laws of motion, and laws are theories. They're different.
Yeah. So can you name the conflicts off? You said you named one conflict between Einstein and Newtonian. You said there was more. After saying there were no conflicts, which is weird, but can you name some more conflicts for us?
It's not actually a conflict. Newton's laws of gravity and motion were incomplete and could not explain the orbit of Mercury.
So I can name a conflict if you can't think of any. You want me to do that? How about Einsteinian gravity happens at the max speed of light, and Newtonian gravity happens instantaneously? That seems like a big conflict right there.
Newton rejected that. He said he had no theory of gravity.
That was in the Newtonian model of gravity. It happened instantaneously. Do I got to get a citation for this, or?
Newton literally said not to attribute any theory of gravity to him. He literally said that. What are you talking about?
Einstein say the same thing, though?
So do I got to get a citation for this about the speed of light and the instantaneous?
Newton.
Do you not understand that that's what happened?
Newton said not to attribute any theory of gravity to him. He said he leaves that to later generations.
So you don't understand that the Newtonian model of gravity had it happening at an instantaneous speed?
There is no Newtonian general theory of gravity. There is no such thing.
I never said there was.
Yeah.
Here, let me pull up a citation for you. I don't know why you don't know this. I mean, I'll find a citation. There we go. Newton's original conception of gravitation doesn't hold up, as gravity isn't an instantaneous force after all. Instead, the results agree with Einstein. Gravitation propagates at a finite speed. I mean, how do you not know this? Hello.
Give her a few minutes. She has to go Google or get information from her informant friends.
I mean, Newton had gravity moving at an instantaneous speed. Einstein's is capped at the speed of light. There's clearly a conflict there. Definitely doesn't match. Not the same thing. Totally incompatible with each other.
So Brenda left. Oh, you see how she just leaves? She comes and stirs shit up all the time and just leaves every time she gets confronted with information.
She knew I was about to body her with this light thing.
I'm just so glad she's gone, or he's gone, or whatever.
Dude, it's like
guys, can we just not do that with Brenda with the gender thing, please? Because she's really sensitive to it.
All right. But do you see how aggressive she comes every time and how she comes to stir shit up every time? It's the same. She does the same thing every time. And we, the quote unquote flat earthers, we fall for it every time we hone in on her, start asking her questions. And I think that's exactly what she wants.
Yeah, so maybe just don't talk to her then. Like, if you don't like engaging with somebody in here, you don't have to. You can just not engage with them. Some people might want to. Some people might not want to.
Right. So the whole gender thing, right? She's very thing on quoting science and talking about if it doesn't conform with reality. And the thing is, she lives in a different reality that some other people lives. So is it fair to say that? Is it fair for her to say that other people don't live in reality? Do you think that's like a fair thing for her to say? You don't think like it's a little insulting?
I don't think we need to
Bro, I
go
don't
there.
know, dude. She wants to be called a she. Just call her a she. I mean, please.
Nah.
We
This
can
isn't
Just
all.
for our
this
sake.
isn't about calling her a she or not. And I don't have to call her anything that I don't feel comfortable with. I don't care what the fuck she wants. Fuck her feelings.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not
Straight
the
up.
best way to go about living your life and interacting with people. But of course, when it comes to mutual respect, it's a two-way street. And so it is what it is. But definitely not giving a fuck about other people isn't the right way to go about living your life.
Yeah, but Fundy, you just said it. It's a 2-way street. If
Of
it's only
course, yes.
going, it shouldn't just only be going one way. It's fucking ridiculous to expect
Right.
that of it.
Yeah, and
And
we can all
also,
recognize that, and we can all recognize that and call it out. But then it can be over fixated upon, which I feel like we're reaching that membrane right around now because we're all on the same page, you know. And
we know Brenda's the type that and this is just obvious. She's the type that will try to get the channel shut down for some kind of discrimination policy or whatever. So it's
Wait,
not
but
worth
yeah,
it.
if that's the type of person, wait,
that's the thing.
shouldn't you be vetting people though? You shouldn't be letting people into a fucking server that would then try to shut it down. I mean, that's just a bad practice.
Well, then she'll claim discrimination that they're not letting her in because of that very fact.
This
No,
is
dude,
specific
the
personality,
same thing.
actually.
The same thing happened with Don Gio at the asylum, bro. His whole fucking thing got taken over by people because he wouldn't vet people to come in or not, and they destroyed his server.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, no one's gonna deny that.
Like they destroyed Don's server, bro, and that's
Dude, Brenda is vetted. We all know who Brenda is. Brenda's not this new person that we don't know about where we need to look into her to see what she's about. We know who Brenda is. She's vetted. We know who she is.
But it's not
besides, she
worth
makes
it.
our side look really good.
We also know what she's capable of. We know what she's capable of, and we know what she's
I
admitted to
know.
doing.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's foolish. If you, I don't know this person very well, but if there's any fucking idea in someone's mind that this person is going to do something to the server, if they're offended in some way, like I don't know, that just seems foolish. That's like leaving the cup on the edge of the table. There's no need for it.
Well, Jeremy called her out. She did say something about demonetizing, like that's even a thing, but he and she will not. She's so hard to stop talking, and she'll just like she becomes the focus. And it becomes about her and what she
Let me
thinks.
ask Gio something real quick. Let me ask
boring.
Gio.
Well, she has a history in these communities, as we know. She's been around, so she's a. But yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Hey man, I've been through. Oh my God, literally probably about 1,500 hours accumulating. I should have got that shit. Listen, I should have got the shit to begin with before I started digging up conversations with her about it, but I didn't, and I just went to get the 375, and it was down, and I turned on YouTube, and I heard y'all talking about it, and I was like, is there any way for me to get a clip of that without you having to post it on YouTube so I can finish that video?
How many times?
Yeah. Hold on. You mean the one that we had to take down because she did that?
Yeah, that's how I figured you had to take it down.
Yeah.
Shit, I should have fucking got that first, man. But I thought you were gonna clip the that end.
Gio's got it.
Yeah, I've got it. I was gonna. All I need to do is clip out the last like 20 seconds, and then I'll post it. So I just haven't done it yet.
But, okay, no rush. Because I'm trying to.
Brian, how many conversations did you find her engaging with where people said the swirling or whatever?
A few so far, but I've only got her in 2 episodes, but I got her on the subject in 3 so far. But I think I'll get but I just got to where she joined. I listened to so many hours where she wasn't even on the server, but I got where she joined back in. I think back to about 150 something or something where she first started rejoined, and I've got her in like 2 or 2.5, maybe 3 episodes so far, and so far a few. But the best are coming, man. The best are coming, but already it's piling up.
By the way, Brian, if you're going through some of the old recordings, like I did create a TikTok channel, and I know the algorithms on TikTok are pretty lenient, so we just don't have any videos on the channel because we would need some like short clips, 20-second, 30-second clips, Okay. So if there's any of all the old streams, like if there's any good clips. I'm not really that interested in the exposing stuff. I mean, if you really want to do that for your channel, I hear you. I'm more interested in just like information and the truth and like what, actual information rather than exposing people. So I don't really want like exposing clips, but if there's any like good clips in there that, are good little cuts or good information, like I could add them to the TikTok channel. Cause then those might start to get, shared. And then we could start to get, I think we need to get we need like 1,000 followers in order to stream on there. So we could stream on there eventually.
Yeah, okay, I can do that. There's a lot of good stuff, man. You wouldn't believe how much good stuff there is. But what I did do is it was too, because the clips are so long. So what I just did is I wrote down the episode and wrote down who all's in them, so I could go back and in case something else came up. But I didn't. There's so many topics for every stream, so I just wrote down the people that were in each one. But I'm a little ways through. But man, it's work actually going through so many hours of. But there's some great stuff, yeah. I'll do that.
Bro, if you want to add a clips, bro, if you can revisit Jose JG Gonzalez his old videos, bro, you're gonna find all the Globers changing their stories to what the story is now. Bro, what they're saying
got that on my channel, mate.
I got what they used to say before, bro. They completely changed up the rhetoric.
I'll post a few of them for you, but all his old clips are gone. Somebody stole his channel, but I made a few videos just like what you're talking about. I'll post a couple short ones where they go back on what they say. But yeah, that's a little hobby of mine. But Gio, that is a great idea. Matrix, you're actually in a couple of the streams that I've been through so far. You popped in a couple times. There is some real good stuff, but I just want to I'm gonna finish going through this stuff, and then I'll make that my next little project for sure. But I'll post a couple videos of where the ballers kind of double speak. I mean, they make the videos on us. Shit, why don't we make them back on them?
Well, it'd be sweet. There's a lot of options for like shorter TikTok videos like that. But it'd be sweet to have like, I don't know exactly what their time limit is, but let's say like 40 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever it is, where maybe like you'd have to cut 2 parts. Like one part would be, like somebody stating something or a particular topic, and then another cut that would be a quick response. Or there's so many options like that. But yeah, it'd be cool to kind of package them up into like short things, especially a lot of people out there that have never even heard about a lot of this stuff. They're either brand new and maybe they're not ready to get into some super complicated thing about Coriolis or something. But if it's something that is like a what do they call it? Like a bite-sized kind of thing that they can listen and maybe be intrigued.
I'll pull up some good little, like a 10 or 15-second rant and some Globe concessions where like they, kind of halfway agree with us on shit, and see if you like any of them.
Yeah, good shit, Brian. Let's get this TikTok shit going.
I'm all for it. All for it, for sure, man.
Did you know that Brenda has a one-eared pet elephant?
I didn't hear that. What'd you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. What'd you say, though?
I said, did you know that Brenda has a one-eared pet?
Bro, you're cutting in and out. I don't know. I can't hear you. A one-eared what? I don't. This is some kind of insult or something. Just save it.
All right. When can I share?
Bro, we can't. I don't know if anyone else can hear you, but you're clipping hard for me. I know we've been going hard at these people for years, but let's just set that shit aside and wipe the slate clean and try to be respectful and don't insult or attack people personally and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit'll go a lot smoother like that.
I just posted one from Old Jose's where Ranty was on there, and how Ranty and Jose both agree right there. First, you have Rumpus saying that there's no way that something underneath the line of sight can block something in the distance, and Jose and Ranty, and it's on screen showing the example of how they're exactly wrong. And but yeah, I've managed to get Jose let me make videos out of his old stuff, man. He's courteous when it came to that, and but yeah, as far as Brittany, I just want her to humble herself, man. I mean, she's entertaining to say the least, man. I like having conversations with her. She brings good debate sometimes, but when she just gets in that mode, like if somebody shows me doing that, I'm gonna fucking apologize and admit I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? If I was wrong, I was wrong, dude. Nobody's perfect, man. And I just want to see her humble herself before. It wasn't easy, but she did it, and no point in having an enemy. She's been around a long time. I just want her to humble herself, man, before I continue conversation. So if I point it out and show her point blank that, hey, you're remembering wrong. Here's all the times where. So okay, I'm not going to assume that you're lying, because I don't think you'd lie on purpose.
Bro, you could go back to you could go back to Brandon's to catch clips of her talking about the swirling ether, and if Jem saved his shit, you could go back there because I know she's heard it on there before, but Jem don't save that shit.
Yeah,
To
be honest, man, I went way back in Earth Awakenings, and I just got so interested in that, I almost forgot about the Brenda shit. I was just listening to old shit. It's just really good stuff, man.
Old videos? Are Ranty's old videos, are they still up?
Yeah.
I think they're on Brandon's channel.
The one I just made, Matrix, if you go into Discord, it's a little short. It's a good video, man. It's a short one with Ranty and Jose and Rumpus, all Brandon's and Ranty's old shit's up, man. There's a lot of the stuff. If you check out the rest of the videos around that one that I posted on my channel, Flat Earth Test, you'll see some other stuff. Old Ranty claims. I didn't want to go overboard with it, but he made some pretty stiff claims that are kind of hard to. And then the new claims, him saying this could never happen, and me showing him exactly how he had it happening and demonstrate it and everything, So I had to fire on Ranty a little bit, I don't hate the man or nothing like that, but as far as some of his claims and all that, I had to remind him of all the demonstrations he showed us, and the ways he debunks his own claims that he's making now. He's already he pre-debunked them.
Yeah, find us some good 30-second clips, Brian. Cut them out or something and send them to Geo. That way we can put them on TikTok.
Will do, for sure. Dude, they're bad about that shit too. It's like they forget they're being recorded, man. Like on Jose's and shit. The other day, I had them arguing that that the scientific method, not just science or experiments or anything like that, but the scientific method doesn't involve experiment. I'm like, dude, I've heard them argue, and I asked them too. Everybody's on here. I said, does everybody agree with that? Is there one person in here that doesn't agree with that? Now I'm like, we're not talking about the definition of science and all that. You know, I've never actually heard them say that the scientific method itself doesn't involve experiment. Has anybody ever heard them say that? I've heard them talk about the definition of science and where it involved or in pseudoscience, how it doesn't involve the scientific method. You know, no experiment. And I just never, it just caught me off guard hearing them. But I don't know, man. It's a treasure trove of people who want to show them double talking, man. It's like they forget they're being recorded.
Bro, they be wilding on Jose's, dude. I couldn't even go on there anymore. They don't even stick to the script. Like I think the last time I was on there, they were arguing with me that if they had 3 line of sight points and you drew a straight line to each of the points that wasn't bending in any axis, you'd get more than 180 degrees. Like they were literally arguing that shit.
They have
for like
to.
Half an hour. No, they don't. That's not even, no, that's not. They don't have to. That's not even correct.
They think they have to. That's when I first brought that up on Brandon's, man, when they were talking about that shit. It was, hey, how you doing?
Can you hear me now? Am I clipping and breaking up?
Now we can hear
you. Sound good now.
I was trying to say, have you ever kissed a one-eared elephant?
You clipped, bro. You clipped at the crucial point. Did you say a one-eared elephant?
Yeah.
Did you say a one-eared elephant?
Yeah. You never heard of a one-eared elephant?
No, never heard of it.
All right. So pull your pants pocket inside out, just one of them, and then unzip your fly and pull your trunk out. That's a one-eared elephant. Now, have you ever seen a one-eared elephant in a miniskirt?
Never seen it.
Yeah, it sucks I couldn't hang out for most of the conversation today, dude. The second the shit got interesting, dude, I had to fucking dip out.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time. What up? I'm back here.
I don't know. It sounded like a couple people were interested in the ether today, like a couple new people that might not have ever heard about.
D-Mark, if you're gonna, is it D-Mark or Dice? If you're gonna go into the whole ether rant, please try to limit your words to 2 syllables or 3.
Oh, get out of here with that shit.
I'm fucking with you, bro. You just, when you go on these fucking rants, or them fucking words, bro, you be using the words be too big, bro.
You know, it's the same shit that the Globers tried to pull, dude. They have some like higher education type words and shit that the layman can't really fucking combat with unless they're, understood upon it. And they feel real smart fucking shoving that shit down your throat. So when I flip the script on them, dude, and I start giving them words that they can't fucking handle, all of a sudden everything's fucking word salad and just bullshit. They turn into fucking, flat earthers real quick.
I know that you do it to fuck with them. I know that, but to us, to the regular people, just keep it in because it's interesting. But when you start using big word, because it's not just one big word, a few small words. You throw big word after big word, and I lose you, bro.
Well, part of the problem why Ken and a lot of these ether field theorists, I think, do that is to kind of sum things up to be as like most hyper concise as possible without going on for an hour. Because it's like if you don't do that, like if you don't sum things up in a brief paragraph, then it's like you're talking a book of fucking information to try to digest.
Dude, I'm like
I get it though.
I'm like a visual, like I gotta if you were to break it down, or give us the longer version, I'll probably be able to visualize it in my head. So I'll definitely enjoy it whenever you have time.
Well, that's why I like having guys like Fundy and Napalm in the room, people that actually have looked into some of the words being used, because they have like deduced it down to a simpler form to help explain things.
Well, the thing is, Dice Slow, you definitely don't gotta feel bad about the way you present things or change yourself for me, because I've put in that work watching Ken Wheeler for the past 7 years, and when you speak, I mean, you couldn't be more clear and concise to me, But it is obvious though that I have an ability to understand what you're saying, and it's going to be real difficult to digest for a lot of people. But I mean, the solution, you could work on maybe like figuring out a different ways of putting it, but I feel like a solution readily available to everyone else is just watch those Ken Wheeler videos. Just watch 10 per night. Search Ken Wheeler magnetism or Ken Wheeler electricity or Ken Wheeler field theory or something, and just get it done. Just
put in the work,
check
man.
them out, guys.
Look at his list of definitions. Like, look at all that stuff, dude. Like, actually try. Yeah, I agree 100%.
I've watched a few of them. For example, the one that he was showing like the field of magnetism, where he had like a big round magnet and he was putting like this fluorescent paper, whatever, like this see-through kind of paper, and and it will show like the fields of the magnet. But I haven't watched all his shit because it's a lot of shit to watch, bro.
That's the problem right there, man. You got to watch at least a few hundred of them.
Yeah, it took me a long time, bro, to like really just make sense of what the fuck that guy was saying. And it's like you almost have to have a dictionary sitting by very closely, or at least Google, and like really pause the video, try to understand what's being said by looking up the terminology. And he does simplify it. He's got some simplified versions, but I completely understand, dude. It's a hard thing to tackle, but it's something that's important, dude.
Well, this is
like go
ahead.
If you want to understand or be able to deny it or make your considerations or conclusions, you know what I'm saying, without just being biased, you know what I'm saying? Like if you actually want to dismiss it or account for it, then you have to be able to take the time to figure out what's being said in the argument.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, this is just possible constructive criticism, Dyslo, if it's helpful. But like if it's an audience of people that are maybe new to a lot of the ideas or aren't familiar with it, you could probably understand why, if there's a lot of those words that are linked together, they might just kind of tone out because they don't know what, they can't follow it at that point. So I don't know if it's possible, like if you could like define, some of that as you're going, maybe. In a way that
I would be there a very long time, and I'm sure people would start getting frustrated because I'd be hogging up the mic. I don't have a problem in doing that, going over it, repeating it, word for word. Like, I don't have a problem with doing any of that with you guys. But again, you know what I'm saying? When the room's hot and there's 20 people, everyone wants to say something. So, but yeah, at any point, you know what I'm saying? If there was a word used that should be gone over, then feel free, man, to, you know, mention it and I'll go back to it. Or if you even got a word off the top of your head right now that should be, you know, looked at, that's fine too.
Yeah, and if you guys ever want to, I'm gonna be in here, you know, on the regular. So if you ever want to turn to me and say, "What the fuck did Dyslow just say?" I'll say, "Oh, I got you. I understood what he said. Let me put it from my perspective, just to give you it from a new outlook. You know, I'm a Dyslow translator, professional."
Yeah, well, I think it's cool the way it works that way. It works that way in music too. You know, like a certain guitar player will kind of pick up certain things from another guitar player, and then they'll, you know, put their, you know, creative twist on it. And so, yeah, I mean, I think we all like learn from each other. And so, yeah, I love that. And just different ways of seeing it, and, you know, different people, like, because some people might pick up something from from one person, you know, either like more than someone else or vice versa. So, yeah, I think it's awesome to kind of have like multiple different kind of extensions and potentials to, you know, understand some of these things and to progress it further as well. Well, I know it's like that, like with a lot of the communities in terms of like astrology, you know, looking at astrology and the kind of alignments of these luminaries and all of that. And people are really into it. It's almost like another language, you know, talking about these conjunctions and trines and all of these different, you know, whereas if you understand what it is, it's like you totally can understand the language. But if you just heard, you know, so like some of the groups and people like talking about it, you might just be like, oh my gosh, we're talking about another language entirely. And for someone to learn it, yeah, they would have to almost, you know, start from the bottom and you know, figure out what all those terms mean.
That's a perfect example, Gio. Really, that's like the closest thing anyone could ever mention. It sort of works the same way. Yeah. The funny thing is about it is that most of the analogies we're ever given, we rely on some sort of physical process, you know, with clear set rules of, you know, two things can't be in the same place. You know, things have a definite size and shape. And when we're talking about fields, it's a whole different lingo that starts getting involved, and it doesn't follow the same rules and doesn't easily have any sort of one for one analogy with something relatable. It's its own whole field of study and lingo, like you said, similar to the astrology systems. Totally.
Well, a lot of this stuff coming from like the ether, I feel, is being heavily suppressed from academia. You know, like I've said repeated times before, there's only ever been two answers as to how this whole reality started, and you know, one's the heliocentric Big Bang relativistic, you know, quantum materialistic atomistic belief system that everybody's been indoctrinated with, and that's kind of the premise that everybody's under, is thinking that that's the only answer. But there is one other answer, and it is the ether. And whether it's been dismissed in your mind or not, it's the only other one that's been given in the history of science. So I mean, that should tell you something, that there's been this other prominent thought in a lot of like major players' minds as to what is going on here. And most people couldn't tell you fuck all about it. They just literally discarded it and threw it out the window.
And it's
and,
very similar to the flat globe debate in a sense, with these two opposing ideas, right?
Yes, exactly. I feel they're very intertwined in the same sense as, being considered disinformation rather than something to consider.
By the way, Matrix, if there was anything like Daiso was talking about earlier in particular on your mind that tripped you up, I mean, you got us both here. If anything in particular you want to ask? Maybe a particular word you've heard Daiso use over and over again that's just, one of those three syllable words or whatever?
Who are you referring to?
Matrix was telling you to calm down with your speech. Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, Matrix has heard me for a while now. So.
Yeah, it's all good. If you haven't looked into Ken's videos or what Ken is referencing, the original vocabulary involved, man. By the way, Dice, I got a question for you, man. What's the book or article or interview or whatever that Ken mentions where I think it was Steinmetz who said, "Oh man, these people in the universities and everyone, they're already messing up the definitions of these words like dielectricity and electricity." Do you know where to find that quote where he's like complaining about the misuse of these terms, even in his day? You know the one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I mean it's not right off the top of my head, but it's definitely jogging my memory.
It's all good. I'll hop in a
Oliver
live stream with Ken or something.
Oliver Heavyside used to refer to things like the big old mass generators at Niagara Falls as doing a really good job at churning up the ether.
Nice.
So, I mean, he's talked about that a lot. But as far as like what you're asking for, I can't recall.
Oh, that's all good, man. I'll hop in a Ken live stream and see if I can get a response from him. I did want to ask Gio. I've heard him bring up astrology for like the past 3 days straight, and it definitely seems like something he's been looking into lately. Is that right?
You said Gio's been looking into? Oh,
well,
he's been looking into
it seems that way.
Yeah, no, I've been studying and working with astrology for over 20 years. The graduate school that I went to, one of the core focuses was archetypal astrology. So, but yeah, I'm actually about to run out the door right now. I'll be listening. I'll be like on my phone driving, so I can't like talk too much right now because I'm about to run out the door. But yeah, no, it's been a deep study and interest of mine for many years, and yeah, it's a beautiful system of synchronicities and synchronicity, I should say, in terms of the correlations with the wandering stars, and in a lot of ways, I see it sort of as like the blueprint for the functioning dynamics within the ether field.
That's beautiful, man, and I really vibe with that. And whenever we connect next, maybe later tonight, maybe tomorrow, whatever, I definitely want to strike up a conversation about the houses and get into that a little bit with you. I got some questions maybe you could help me with.
Yeah, no, I'm always up to talk about it. I think for some people, like if they're not familiar with like, kind of the language and but yeah, I've thought about doing like a show on it as well, like a presentation, because yeah, I'd like to do that. And, that way it's not really like taking it into a topic that people are not familiar with. Because sometimes if it's just an open panel, it's like you might have some that are interested, some that are not. So I'm always a little tentative just to, go too deep into it just because, it might not be a topic that everyone
sign me up for that, man. Let's go all the way. Let's give the best presentation on astrology ever given before.
Yeah, man. No, that'd be awesome. Because I'd love to do, offer some of the information that I've got as well, but then, have like also open panel discussion, because there's so much that we can learn from each other with it as well. It's like a multifaceted system, and there's so many different ways of viewing it and different angles, and there's so much insight that can be gleaned from it. And I also think that like individual people can bring their own unique insights to it as well. So it's really awesome when there's like synergy, that can come together to even get a further understanding. So yeah, I'm definitely up for it. It's awesome that you're interested in it, because yes, some people they're kind of new to it, but yeah, man, I'd love to do that.
It really is beautiful in the way that people can bring their own style on into it and integrate that. And the thing that interests me the most about astrology, because first of all, just getting to know the sky above you is sort of, I don't know, I feel like a duty, at least for one person in the village, like this shaman or whoever, but just like the astronomy side of it, just naming them, tracking them, understanding their movements and cycles, that's great and all. But then there's the whole astrology side of it, and I'm less interested in it as a divination system, which I keep on the table and all that. But the part that really interests me the most out of any aspect of it is the thought processes, or the sort of riddles and the reasoning behind the systems in place. Like how people decided the first house is in reference to this aspect of your life, and how the second house is in reference to material possessions, and how the third house, because I think it was probably going to sync up a lot with like the hero's journey and all these other cycles that we see, seasons, the day, the year, the life, and how all of these things aren't, when it comes to these things that seem like woo, probably have a very good reasoning behind the decisions and the traditions that have been put into this system. Because one thing I noticed that really interests me is things that come in specific sets of numbers, like the platonic solids. There's only 5. That's very special. Or the first polygon has 3 sides. You can't have any less sides than 3 when we're talking about polygons. Things that come in very set, like geometric patterns, or things that come in very specific sets of numbers interest me a lot. And I think the ancient astrologers gave us this system to inherit with a lot of wisdom contained within it, that we have to reflect on why they set it up in the way they did. And I don't think it's just some arbitrary decisions behind it. I think there's probably some very strong reasoning and poetry underlying it all. And then understanding it, I think, might sort of help you declutter your thoughts, or give you a framework to approach certain like philosophical inquiries, and just give you this very valuable toolkit in analyzing the things that we're always talking about, and personal and universal situations. There's definitely a lot of wisdom there. Yeah, I think Geo said he's got to head out. So, what are we up to now, guys? Anyone here an astrologer? Anyone do a little tarot card reading, palm reading, anything like that?
Nah, bro, I don't think that's hard, but that shit definitely sounds interesting, bro.
The first of that was cut out. I heard you say it sounds interesting.
Yeah, the whole astrology shit, bro. I mean, it seems to be some validity to it, but it also seems to be like highly subjective as well.
Oh, for sure. See, I'm not interested in it as a divination technique. You know what that is? Oh, sorry, your mic, I think, is malfunctioning a little bit. You gotta, like, start speaking for, like, 2 seconds before it really comes through clearly.
Nah, bro, I don't know what that means.
Oh, okay, so divination is basically fortune telling, or prophecy telling, or something like that, like a technique you can use in order to, like, gain, like, magical insight, right? Where it can tell you things. What's that? Oh, 4C?
Yeah, like 4C.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. There's all sorts of divination techniques, and they all have their own specialties. So, a few of the major divination techniques are, of course, astrology and tarot card reading, palm reading, and dowsing rods, and all of these are gonna be like a magical tool, if you want to put it that way. You don't have to at all. You don't even need to invoke the word magic, but I will for now, for brevity. So they're all basically magical tools that that you can use, and they'll give you some sort of profound insight into something that normally would be left to fate. That would just be completely unknown. Like, who knows what'll happen tomorrow, or who knows when I'm gonna die, or who knows like what kind of person is the person I'm gonna be married to, or something. And these sort of things will provide like prophecies or insights, or foreseeing or fortune telling, something like that. I'm less interested in that side of all of these divination techniques, and what interests me the most is the system, the systems included within the divination, whichever one it may be, because it's definitely a sort of, well, it's systematic. I keep on using the word system, but all of these things are very systematic and go according to very well thought out rules. And I think there's a lot of wisdom and understanding and comprehension of sort of archetypes and generalities and ways to really categorize. Like, life is a very complicated thing, and I think a lot of these divination techniques have systems involved that help you sort of put all of these different aspects of your life into very neat file cabinets in alphabetical order, in a metaphorical sense.
Hey, what's up, Fundy?
Hey, what up, Egypt? How you doing?
How you doing, bro? I'm alright, not too bad. Did you did you have any experiences like with any as you put it, like a divining technique, like a like water dowsing, whatever it may be? Like, did you have any did you rub shoulders with any of these techniques? Like, did you experience any? Like, do you have something to share?
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, totally. So, I do. However, I never sought it out. Right. So I've never gone to a mystic or a fortune teller or a crystal ball lady, or had my palm read or anything. The one thing that everyone knows is their sun sign, right? Their zodiac sun sign. Tropical system is usually what people know. And like I said before, you might have just popped in, you might not have heard me say, I'm not interested in any divination techniques for their ability to divine. I don't care about that. I don't need prophecy or fortune telling or anything like that in my life. I'm happy going through life blind. I feel that's natural. But what I am interested in is the reasoning behind the organized systems, and the algorithm inside all of them, how they're used, and how.
Yeah. I get
it. But I have had some experiences where like someone said, "Oh, Virgos are like this," and they've been very personal. And I'm definitely a skeptical person who doesn't hear Sagittarius people have hair. I have hair. Oh my God, how do they know? Well, we all have hair, so
yeah,
right.
So honestly, like even as a skeptic, you have to question some things about your star sign, right? Like as a personal thing, like with me, yeah, I completely reject the notion and
yeah, me too, man.
Like the premonitions and things like that, and predicting your like your daily horoscope and things like that. But I do appreciate like the commonalities, people born in the same time, and like that star sign, right? Would have some sort of commonality. It's
Would
inescapable.
I mean,
maybe like maybe we just see it. Like I mean, maybe it's just a personal thing that you experience and like read into, or just to have a feeling about.
Here's one of the things, man.
That you reject any of that? Have you ever
As fact, just I can't logically make an argument for it to say it's true, but emotionally and my personal experience would lean towards some of it being somewhat true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not completely dismissing it in essence, but logically speaking.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, like reaffirming my position. Like logically, I can't make an argument for it, but I appreciate it's, as you put it, Fundy, the magical essence behind it. Like there's magic behind it. I don't know.
That's what I believe is. I don't believe in magic. I just believe in shit that we don't understand. I believe that we can rationalize and explain even that which we call magic.
Well, sure, man. There's definitely questions beyond human discovery, and especially beyond the scientific approach, such as the question, what is it that makes it so that there are 3 spatial dimensions? You know, you can't approach that question in any way. There's no test. There's no thought about it. You just say, it is what it is. Here it is. I can recognize it, but I don't know why it's here for me to recognize in my experience. But I did want to go through 3 things that have just, like, I didn't search them out. They were just said to me involuntarily. That kind of called me out in a way that's like, oh shit, well, there might be something to this, even though I reject, astrology's ability to, divinate or any divination technique. I'm not sold on any of them whatsoever at all. Oh, I got a wrinkle in my palm, that means I'm gonna die in my 50s or whatever. Fuck that. I'm not about that. However, being a Virgo in the tropical system, which I do think is the most worthwhile system to learn about, is sort of the backbone of it all. Being a Virgo in that system, I've been told one thing that might be like, oh, I want to believe it, where it said, oh, Virgos among all other signs are the people who will have the best questions to ask. They're the ones who will really lead people forward, not as a leader, but as the questioner. And I've always felt that I ask the questions that a lot of people never thought to ask themselves or ask others. And so I kind of connect with that. And I know that's subjective, and maybe I want to believe that about myself because it's a compliment. However, there was another one where it said Virgos among all other signs will usually have patches of pigment, either lacking or excessive in darkness on their body in just random places. And I'm not talking about like moles or anything, but it turns out, my body, this guy just said it. I was just listening to a YouTube video who just said, oh yeah, Virgos, oh yeah, they just got like patches of pigment missing or spotted like a Dalmatian. And then I was like, oh shit. I mean, when you hear that and you look at yourself and you're like, oh fuck, that's kind of true. You say, I don't want to accept its ability to divinate, but it does line up very well in this very specific sense being called out.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm calling like the phenomenon. It's your personal experience and kind of. I mean, I'm sure there are other star signs that hold the same. Like someone can have spots on their bodies, right? It's just your personal kind of attachment to that statement, and when you realize that the commonality, you want to be part of something bigger.
I understand the appeal. Yeah, and that's why I reject believing wholeheartedly in any sort of divination technique. I'm gonna need a lot more proof before I entertain in my beliefs, any validity to any of these divination techniques. Right?
Well,
For me,
what
would you consider proof to be? I mean, isn't the very notion that we're talking about it proof in itself of at least something, right?
It's proof that it's a very appealing system that people, I think, naturally want to believe there's something that can give them the upper hand in understanding this mysterious world. Because the one thing we all have to admit is that if reincarnation is a thing, or if there was a soul that had any sort of wisdom before it entered your body, as soon as it entered the body, we all experienced a mind wipe where our slate is erased, and we come into this not knowing very much at all. And so anything that comes to us and says, "Hey, I have some wisdom. I have this to offer you. Just believe in me." It's very appealing when someone approaches you and says, "This is a source of understanding." Everyone wants to understand. Everyone wants to be more wise. Everyone wants to have an upper hand.
That's hypothetically, right? The hypothetical reincarnation situation, right?
Of
That's
course,
probably
yeah.
why they wiped our minds clean, because we were because that's the thing, right? That's why we can't live forever, because eventually we'll start to figure out some shit. Because after you done did everything in the world, you don't fucked every bitch, every man, everybody, every monster. You don't see technology at its peak, at its lowest. You done this already through eternity, right? Eventually, you're gonna ask questions, right? You're gonna be like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on?"
I have a really good comparison for that, Matrix, especially in the way it relates to the human situation. So, you watch a really good movie, right? And it's a really good movie and all, and you love it. It may be your favorite movie you've ever seen, and you may watch it a second time in a row. Not usually, but you watch a movie, and then you give it some time, right? Because eventually you're gonna kind of forget the details, and you're gonna forget really how the plot laid out in the movie. And once you've forgotten one of these movies you've enjoyed so much earlier, once you've forgotten enough, you'll be able to rewatch it and experience joy from it again and derive pleasure from experiencing it all over again. And you kind of have to forget the previous experience in order to enjoy the next one, if it's any repetitive in nature, So the mind wipe might be the only thing keeping us all from just committing suicide if reincarnation was real,
That was actually the conclusion of where I was getting, right? Because eventually you will, all right? Because why would you go have all your memories, right? All your knowledge. You will also have all the memories of all these feelings, right? And it will probably hinder whatever it is that we're supposed to do. I truly think that we're supposed to just experience, because that's the only thing that truly is to do here. Just experience. That's it.
If it were a guaranteed deal that I could have my mind wiped, but be guaranteed to reunite with my partner, the love of my life, my soulmate, if it were a guaranteed deal that I could forget everything and fall in love all over again, that's a very tempting offer, to go through that experience all over again and, get to know each other one more time, right? Not to say it wouldn't be shitty to forget all of our previous experiences, hopefully, but if it comes to eternity, after knowing someone for 1,000,000 years, eternal beings or something, if you could be guaranteed to reunite with them, it would almost be worth it to start over again just for the fun of it.
What's up?
What's up? What's up, man?
You remember what Adele said, man? Count your blessings.
Oh, I do every day.
What's it called? Shallows or something? She says sometimes it lasts in love, bro.
That's what I got going on. I count my blessings for it, man. Sometimes it lasts in love, and sometimes it hurts instead, I believe.
Badly.
Did you guys hear about those children that supposedly started remembering their past lives?
Yeah, I've seen a few videos on that. Again, I'm a skeptical motherfucker who thinks about the parents trying to pull a publicity stunt, getting their kids to rehearse a routine. But it's very hard to doubt it completely because it's a very sexy idea, very tempting to believe that reincarnation has been proven with all these kids having these past memories. And yeah, I've seen all this stuff, know about the details of those experiences. What do you think? You think that's pretty? Are you convinced? Would you say that's pretty good proof of reincarnation right there?
I mean, not convinced, but yeah, it's good evidence. It's good. It's definitely good evidence to consider. I mean, of course, it
I
could
think
be
we're.
a joke, right? It could just been an act, but if it wasn't, just put it in your consideration file, right? Don't go full blown into it. Is what I'm saying.
Hell yeah.
Fundy, when you say reincarnate, like, are you simply saying like an afterlife, like because reincarnation is
not at all.
Yeah, so how?
I think it's a trick, bro. I think there only is. I think we end up right back here, in somebody else's stomach, bro.
You think it's recycled memory sticks?
Yeah, factory default reset, huh?
No, but I mean, like, what points you to that idea? What is it that about the idea that you can correlate with the evidence that you see around you?
Oh, I didn't say around me. I was talking about the examples Matrix was referencing about the kids who are born, and as soon as they're able to talk, they say, I want to go back to my hometown. And the parents are like, what? And they're like, oh, and the kid's like, oh, 357 West Albany Street in this town of Egypt. And then they go and their parents drive them to this house that they say they lived in their previous life. And they say, this is where the tire swing was. And this is where my mom made pancakes. And they give them a tour of this house that they claim that they lived in a previous life. Matrix was bringing up stories like that where kids are aware for the first few years of their life, of their past life. And that would be like the reincarnation thing. But like I said, I'm aware of those, but I was telling him that I'm not convinced at all of it, but that is the only thing that makes me even, entertain it at all. But I mean, there are other ideas that correlate to like the way schools work, right? Like if you fail the first grade and you get held back, you start it over from the beginning. And in that sense, you do get to pick up from the beginning and restart with all of your previous experiences, right? So it's definitely going to be easier the second time around, which doesn't seem to be the case for human experience. Although
maybe you get those intuitions, those little extra birdies in the ear.
Right, but the thing, it wouldn't. I see what you're saying, man. But it wouldn't be like frontal cortex, information. It would be like back. It'd be like back of the mind, intuitive stuff, like you just said, right?
How about the near-death experiences and the out-of-body ones, right? Which actually they've been recorded, like these people who have these near-death, like where they actually maybe like died on some operating table or whatever, or in some situation where they can actually explain what was going on through their quote unquote death or near death experience, right? When they're completely like flatlined, but they have a memory of what was like the surgeon around them, the team, what they were doing, all that.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are some stories like that, and but there is one thing I wanted to share with you real quick, just because it's on this topic. People have thrown out this crazy idea, right? And like I said, I'm a skeptical motherfucker. Whenever I bring anything up to you guys, don't take it as like something I'm promoting or that I even believe in a little bit. It's something just
that's fine.
right?
Yeah, we're just
And
shooting
so
the shit. And,
yeah,
we're talking
exactly.
about
I'm just
experience.
exactly, man. I'm just shooting the
Yep.
shit. And so just to share some information with you guys, there's this, belief out there. I don't hold it, but there's this belief out there for people who think reincarnation is real, that birthmarks might have something to do with a past life death experience if it were some sort of fleshly wound. And I personally can connect with that in the idea of the theory, not in the belief at all, because I have a birthmark that covers my entire left pec, my pectoral chest muscle. I have a birthmark that covers my entire it actually goes up my left arm and covers my entire left pec. And then the funny thing is that I have a second birthmark that's directly through my chest on my back in the same shape. So I have a birthmark on my back and my chest in the same location on my body, just like,
Wow.
and I don't know how to explain like why that's there, or
That's definitely an arrow. You got shot, bro.
But honestly, I've never looked once into like where birthmarks come from. I know there's like certain kinds that are like scars from like a painful birth process or whatever, but mine's just like I said about Virgos having those like patches of pigment. I just have like dark patches on my pec and my back in the same spot on the other side of my body.
Well, I'm from Egypt, so like as a tradition, we have this thing, right, about birthmarks and pregnant women. In our tradition, it's this Egyptian thing. I don't know if like it exists in other Arab regions, but they usually say it's how pregnant women get cravings, right? Like let's say a pregnant woman has cravings for mango.
Absolutely.
So they usually say like when someone's born and has a birthmark, it correlates with that craving. It's just a tradition. I just
hey, that's
just
fun.
to bring it up. I mean, this is one way of like one type of people are looking at it. You know what I mean? Someone has to give it meaning.
Like what I was saying,
right?
Just shooting the shit, telling us traditions. I like that, man. It's kind of fun.
Yeah,
I've seen this one particular birthmark that seems to be like on a large amount of people that I come across in the public eye, and it's always directly in the back of the head, like right at the base of the head, like where it meets the neck, in the center. I don't know if any of you guys have ever witnessed that, but I see it a lot.
Are you talking about like a actual like a birthmark or like?
Yeah, looks like a red spot right at the base of the skull, at the back of the back of the head.
The neck where there's no hair, so you can see it, obviously.
Right, and it's kind of like right there in between the hairline, but yeah, typically you could see it going from both. But yeah.
I could think of it. I mean, that sounds like a kind of like a rash, or like a place where you get a collection of blood due to some. I mean, is it really a birthmark? Like,
I've actually, yeah, it's birthmarks, dude. Like, I mean, maybe there are instances where people have something else, but I mean, you can generally distinguish if the skin's raised or not, and if it's. I mean, if you see that person on a regular basis and it's always there, it's pretty, fair to assume.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, the best way to tell, like that person will tell you they've had it. It's that like a birthmark is something you've been born with, and you've kept it
right.
your whole life.
But not everybody looks at the back of their head all the time. You know what I'm saying? And that might not be something.
Definitely. No one's seen the back of their head.
I actually
Usually.
have a birthmark right there in that same spot that I'm speaking of, and oftentimes I forget
No
about
way.
it. And sometimes it's brought to my attention, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got a birthmark there. Like I always forget about it.
Does it have like a distinct shape or anything? Like, is it round? Is it?
Yeah,
the
it's
shape
kind
of
of
a
like
heart.
like an oval shape.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Hey, if Bread Rising ever comes on here, or unmutes his mic, he might be listening right now. But Bread Rising here actually has a heart on his knuckle. It's distinct, man. Like he's got like a legitimate little tiny heart on his knuckle. It's weird.
I guess that's what you call a love tap if he hits.
That reminds me. You ever heard everyone talk about calling moles love spots or beauty marks?
Beauty marks.
Well,
Yep.
it would have to be in a particular spot for it to be a beauty mark, I think.
Right.
It's like the same.
It's usually in the face,
Marilyn
right? Beauty marks.
Yeah, Marilyn Monroe. She's got the beauty mark.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting that people, or ladies, I'm sure guys too, but it is kind of interesting that like it's kind of a thing, right? That Marilyn Monroe beauty mark mole right there in that particular spot. I feel like
mole.
Some women actually paint it on.
Right. Yeah.
That was a big thing back in the day. It was a pretty popular thing to do.
And a lot of two of my brothers have it.
Two of your brothers have it, huh? Yeah, like I said, like it's kind of a reoccurring thing in a particular placement. I don't know if there's anything else like that.
Yeah, of course there is, man. Depends what culture you're talking about, But some cultures do some pretty weird shit in the name of beauty.
Where do you think they get like these weird ideas from? Like who do like, bro? Because it's weird when you start thinking about like how culture starts, how people get traditions. Like it's weird to envision the start of any fucking tradition. Because where would they start from?
It's easy. I mean, we're actually talking about it, right? It's these commonalities. Like, let's say some tribe in some jungle, right? They're all born like there's at a certain time. So people are born with some mark, and people have this like inclination of giving meaning to things, right? This mark,
or maybe it made that person a little bit more attractive. Like maybe they chipped a tooth, and that became some sort of an attractive statement to the rest of the group. So they all had to do it. And in fact, there's actually a tribe somewhere in Southeast Asia that, or it might even be South America, but they file their teeth down into like fang-shaped teeth, and they say it's like, it's a tradition that all women do it, and it's a beauty thing.
That's some vampire shit,
bro. It's scary looking as hell, bro. But yeah, it's like a big thing within like the Polynesian culture.
I'm more of like a naturalist when it comes to like human beauty. Although I can really appreciate people, like styling themselves up. The first thing that comes to mind, of course, is like hairstyles and tattoos and piercings, right? And I don't have any of those particularly myself. Like I've never even dyed my hair before, but I definitely am not opposed to the idea of people expressing themselves in that way. The only problem I've ever had with doing any of those things, because I'm not against them, I just would hope it would mean something to me. And for a specific example,
that's softcore shit, bro. Like, there's far more taboo things that cultures are doing.
Oh
like,
boy,
stretching their fucking necks out, bro, with like rings and shit, stacking the rings and shit. You guys seen that?
I hear you. and I'm not angry at that, you know, Dyslo. I'm not going to tell them that's stupid because I feel it, you know what I mean? Like I can kind of get behind that practice. I don't think it's like idiotic or anything. I hope people, you know, play around with themselves a little bit and, you know, have fun expressing themselves. When it comes to like torturing yourself for something that you're not even into, like that's kind of stupid, I think. But as far as self-expression goes, you know, if you're not hurting anyone else and you want to have a little fun with yourself, you know, help, you know, tattoo, pierce, whatever. I mean, I'm all about it. The only problem, like I said, personally, I have. The only problem I personally have with like a tattoo is that I hope someday there's a single symbol or a name or something, you know, just something out there that I would actually want permanently on my body. I'm looking for it, man. I don't know what it'll be, but I'm looking for it.
I don't have tattoos either, bro. And the same reason, I haven't found something significant enough to put in my body forever, bro.
Yeah,
It's definitely got to be. It's definitely got to be like something I really care about, and I guess I don't care about that much, or to anything that much. I guess I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why you guys don't have tattoos, right? I mean, for someone who like gets tattoos on the regular, for example, it doesn't necessarily have to. Of course, it has meaning. I mean, people tattoo to express meaning and like express some sort of event, whatever it may be. I mean, they express some. It's an art. It's a form of art for people who
Well,
get
it's
tattoos.
definitely
Right?
not trying to be unique when the whole tribe's doing it though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's one thing to be unique. It's another though to like do something
Rite of
culturally,
passage.
even though you're right, a passage, like any of that stuff, even though it's not necessarily something you want to do. Like there's women in Africa that have, you know, certain parts cut off because it's just tradition. And
Yeah,
believe
I
me,
mean,
dude, that's not anything they want to go through. It's forced upon them. And it's like, at what point does culture become something different?
right, man. Yeah.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
the word. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that key word, Dyslo, culture. That's a very stuff to the brim word to unpack there, because it's something unavoidable for, you know, pretty much everyone who's ever lived, and it is you, but it's a part of you that you kind of had no say in, and a lot of parts of it you want to reject, and it's a funny situation where, you know, like so much of you is your nurture, not your nature, right? And culture is pure nurture. And you know, you can disagree with the way you were raised or the environment you were brought up in, you know, and it's kind of weird how you can reject the culture that you grew up in. You know what I mean?
It's funny that you say that. I mean, like, I would think such a practice, if we're calling it culture, I would, like me personally, just throw it under nature rather than nurture. In essence, I mean, that's the environment you're going up in, right? So it's kind of like you said, you don't have a. Am I coming in?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah. Yep, we hear you.
All right. Yeah. So it's something you don't have a choice over, right? So it's kind of nature. Like your environment is whether it be social, like like a cultural thing. It's still the environment around you.
You reversed it. You reversed it in the way I was using it. When I said nature, I meant like your internal blueprint or your internal.
Exactly. I'm just pointing out like a different point of view where you can look at it also as being nature, since it is the environment that is dictating it, and you don't really have a choice in it, depending on basically who
Yeah,
you
but
are.
I don't think like
Okay.
like mutilation is necessarily nature. Like when you're having to cut parts of your body off, as per culture suggests, and it might not even be your own decision there to make the request. It's just something that was that either happened, like circumcision or Or like I was telling you about the some of these tribes in Africa where the women get their clitoris cut off with a sharp stone in a
the
bush.
female equivalent
I mean,
of circumcision, or even worse, it's mutilation.
Well, check it out, guys.
yeah,
Check
dude.
it out.
So
check it out.
Wait, let Nightslow just finish his point.
yeah,
Okay, sorry.
I was just saying, like, I mean, at a certain point, it's not like an adaptive or beneficial process or even anything by choice. It's literally forced upon you in the name of culture, or I don't even know how it's being disguised nowadays, but it's unnatural to the fullest degree. And I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I get, I was just kind of challenging the word natural, I guess. But no, in essence, as you put it, and as Fundy put it, yeah, I agree completely. It's in that sense, it's not natural, in any way.
So we can all definitely agree on some like clear-cut basic understandings. With the neck stretching example, nowhere is it in your natural behavior or your nature as a person to stretch your neck. That is something that has been nurtured upon you and told to you to do. But Egypt's point about how there's a blurry line when it comes to traditions of where nature and nurture blur in this way, where it is in your nature to reproduce, and if the tradition around you is that the guy with the longest neck gets the choosing the pick of the litter, right? Then it gets sort of like pseudo integrated. The nurture kind of like weasels its way in to involving itself in the nature, where it becomes a necessity of your life, just because of the environment you're in.
Exactly. Yeah.
And really, it is a sort of arbitrary distinction between you and your environment, especially in a syncretistic way. Now, in a practical way, no doubt. I don't want to sound crazy, guys. There's me, and then there's the brick wall next to me right now, right? I'm not the brick wall. The brick wall is not me. But then, like the blurry line goes, that you just talking about, it can be argued that everything is connected. And you can forego practicality and discuss, I don't know, universality in a sense.
Yep.
Or syncretism.
Yep. But the only thing I would say, I mean, in essence, it has to be grounded somewhere. Like.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. This like, if everyone's being subjective about like everything, then there is no real truth, objective truth, right? If everything is just subjective and how people see it and so on and so forth, it's just how you formulate and what you're like. That's what I was challenging, the idea. What do you mean by something being natural versus whatever, like unnatural, or something that's pushed on by society? Like, where do you draw the line, and how do you define these things? Is better to understand when we're having these conversations.
Yeah, man. Here's a real
question, bro. That's a very good question.
It is, man, because we talk about man-made creations being, artificial versus natural, right? Like a tree or something. But then, a lot of people have never thought about this dilemma. How about a beaver dam? Is a beaver dam natural, but a man-made dam isn't, right?
Yep.
Dude, yeah. I see it from this point, right? I figured, right, since we've been lied to about pretty much everything, right? It seems that the lie starts from the beginning, so we don't really know what is nature, right? Like, is the wind, is rain, is that nature? Is that a process? Is that a process of some sort of organic, or is something that's being induced by someone, right? Like somebody's flipping a switch and boom, y'all motherfuckers get rain, or y'all get fucking, like bro, is this like, how will we be able to tell even if it is?
If I could redefine the word nature for you guys, I'd take it away from the idea of it being in and of itself noun, like nature. Oh, this is nature and this isn't nature. Or this is artificial or synthetic, whatever. Fuck the noun sense of it. And I think it's most appropriately used as an adjective, where you sort of say everything in life comes and goes, right? Like, there are certain things, like metaphysical things, that are permanent, but as far as our everyday practical experience, things are born, things die, things grow, things fade away, right? It applies to so many things, almost everything, in a sense.
Everything.
Right. Except for the universe as a whole itself, unless you think that the universe began some time ago and will eventually end. I'm not about that, but I could even say, I can understand that perspective. And so there's definitely going to be positions and mile markers along the process of growing and decaying, like everything does. And every individual thing or life form or creation or item or anything or event will have like that beginning, growth, decay, and end. And any stage along that process of that ebb and flow, you could say that's in its nature, like it's behaving in its nature. That's the process it goes through in its birth and death and life process. And I think that's a very universal way of talking about nature that doesn't fall into the same pitfalls.
Is it purely physical though? Like
no, like I said, events. Like I said,
right?
Yeah. Like I said, like it can apply to things like events, right? Like it's in a concert's nature for people to arrive, and then for the musicians to play, and then for the people to leave after the playing is done. Like that's the nature of a concert. It isn't the nature of a concert for the people, or for the show to happen, the people to arrive and then leave. It's like out of order. It's not in the nature of a concert to operate that way.
Yeah, well, what I appreciate is context. I mean, if you're going to use a word, I appreciate the fact that it can be used so many different ways in different contexts. As long as you're defining the context of your the word you're using and defining it properly, then it makes sense to me, and I really can't challenge it. That's your definition, and I'll have to agree with it. I might have a different definition, but in a different context, and yeah.
Well, what do you think? Is there really a difference between the word nature and universe in that usual, perspective?
Well, I mean, in the arena of the flat Earth and the whole debate thing, the thing that's been brought up is in the context of science, right? When trying to define what science is and what it does, and so on and so forth, right? What is natural versus synthetic? And again, this is a context. If people in a certain debate are making clear definitions, right? I have no problem with agreeing with them. I mean, they're explaining their position and defining their terms. I have a problem with people who really like make a claim and say, "Oh, it's not natural," but are not really able to articulate a clear definition where you can separate synthetic or natural in that example. For example, I mean, get what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. See, there's this idea that I come across about there being a trajectory the universe is on, and you can, and it's sort of the same way that, like, in astrology or the sky, there's something called the primary motion, right? And that's everything circling Polaris. That's the primary motion, and all the fixed stars subscribe to the primary motion. Then there's this other layer called the secondary motion, which is the the speeding up and slowing down of the wandering stars, right? They aren't fixed. They have a secondary motion that they involve themselves in. And I think it relates to that concept heavily, where you might imagine there is a sort of flow, like a universal flow, or the will of God, right? That's sort of heading towards an ultimate end. Maybe it's a transcendental end, like a mountain that gets taller as you climb it, or whatever. But there's sort of a trajectory the universe is on towards some sort of ultimate good, and you can either.
I mean, is that how you see it? I would think you'd see it in a much more like knowing you. Just this is me just shooting the shit. I would think it's more cyclical in essence than having some sort of trajectory. Like,
that's what. That's why I said
that's not what I would say, but my understanding of your philosophy about things. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just.
No. See, I totally understand what you're saying, and that's why I said a transcendental end. So, like I said about the mountain that gets taller the more you climb it, there is a tip. There absolutely is a tip top of the mountain, but in your experience, it's impossible to reach. There is an end. There is that transcendental peak of the mountain, and you're climbing towards it, but it grows at the pace you climb, and so it's not achievable, yet it is a thing. And so it is it's cyclical in the same way a cat chases its own tail. There is a tip to the tail, but you can never actually grab it. It will continue away from you as you get closer. You know what I mean?
Well, actually, I would say like physical reality is like maybe not all. I mean, maybe you're right in a sense, but in the reference to like a mountain peak, right? We've been on all, like, even if you can't reach it, someone else has reached that peak.
I don't think so. I think only fairy tale characters ever reach the top. It's a story we can tell about, there was one man who never did anything wrong who made it to the top of the mountain, as a sort of explanation, a sort of theorization or hypothesis,
Oh, are you talking in a metaphorical sense? I was speaking more of a physical, like Mount Everest climbers and shit like that. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's a physical mountain with physical people. I'm talking about a physical person on a transcendental mountain.
Yeah.
But you're right to bring that up, because you have gotten to know me, and I do see where what I said sort of went against like some of the main points I usually espouse. But yeah, here's the thing, man. I always try to entertain the paradox, and so like if there's an end to something and there's nothing holding you back, then you should be able to get to that end. But I think that there is a transcendental end beyond the horizon, but the horizon, you know what I mean? Like, you can't ever walk to the horizon. It's there, the horizon exists, but you can't ever walk to it because it moves at the same pace you approach. We're going crazy nuts here on the metaphysics. what do you say we ground this in something more conversatable?
The thing is, bro, it's all metaphysical. Like it's all philosophy. It could only be philosophy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's both. It's physical. It's metaphysical. To kind of ground it in one or the other is just is foolish, I would say. I mean, you have to appreciate that life is all of it. It's not just one thing. It's not just physical, nor is it just metaphysical, right? We're experiencing both.
Should it get all quiet or what?
Oh my god, I've been talking to myself on mute for the past 5 minutes.
Huh.
Oh man, that sucks. Well, goddamn. I don't know what the last thing I said was that was heard, but the last thing I said was how matter and energy occupy the same space, unlike how matter and other matter could occupy the same space. You can't have two corporeal bodies in the same location, but what you do have is like you got all this electricity flowing through your nervous system. You got your like the heat energy, you got the light energy, in the same place as your physical body is occupying. And if there was some magical way to just all of a sudden remove everything physical about you, but leave the energy confined in that same location, you'd understand that you are a material and an energetic body occupying the same space at the same time, synchronized perfectly. And a lot of people don't recognize that sort of energetic body that they have, within themselves, going along the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. I mean, things like thoughts, emotions, and things like that. I mean, they're outside of the physical world. And people have always tried to explain them, maybe in a physical sense sometimes, but in essence, you can't really know. Like when you're having a thought, you don't know where it's taking place, where it's originating from, like things like consciousness and things like that. We've attempted to kind of understand them, but in essence, we really don't know what they are, right?
Yeah. Hey, Egypt. Why don't you? So I know the Bible and the Quran is full of lots of like practical advice and parables of like mundane earthly interactions and stuff. But why don't you drop on us some like metaphysics, from the Quran? Like what's some really good Islam like metaphysical lessons?
Well, I would say in the most simplest form, Islam is about identifying God, understanding who God is, and basically his attributes. In the Islamic understanding, there are actually 99 names / attributes to God, right? I mean, God is good, God is just, God is also
Did you say
merciful.
99?
99, yes.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know actually why it is, but
Okay, it's a mystery.
in reference to the text, right, the Quran, it explains God using these 99 names, right?
Very interesting.
It's not one dimensional. I mean, God can be just and also merciful, and God could have a wrath. He could be wrathful, but also forgive you, like forgiving. So many attributes, but and all knowing, the basic. I mean, the basic ideas of a God, right? All knowing, all powerful, all that, right?
Yeah.
These are all parts of the attributes according to the text. And to me, this is one of the interesting. It's telling you. I mean, the claim is this is the word of God, right? And God is telling you who He is, what His attributes are, and what He expects from you in this life. It's in its most simplest form. This is what the text is telling.
So would you say that the Quran gives you some idea to sort of like a toolkit to then try to figure out your duty, like a personal duty that you have? Like, do you think people like come away with that sort of understanding, like they feel like they understand a sort of like duty that they have? to a higher goal.
Exactly, and that's the thing. It tells you what in essence your highest goal should be in your existence. It's basically understanding that you have a creator, and
those are very related words right there. Purpose, goals, and duties. Right? It's very similar.
Yep. Yes. I mean, in essence, you have to. Would you like give them chronological order of importance? Would you?
No, I don't think time. I don't think time plays a role in the distinction between the two. I think it probably really distinguishes between them in sense of like perspective of your placement in sort of a hierarchy with like an authority, like a purpose would be something. Well, I guess chronological might be where I guess you might involve that. Like a purpose seems like something like inserted from the beginning, right? A purpose is something you're born with. A duty is something you act out and fulfill, and a goal is a destination that's reached. Right? So maybe you're right saying it's chronological, but they all have a very similar theme running throughout them. Purpose, goal, and duty. It's sort of like the past, present, future trinity. I don't know, man. I definitely feel like people have purpose and a duty, but I also feel like it's extremely flexible at the same time, and that it's not set in stone or like decided beforehand. I feel like it's at this really like flexible thing where like all you got to do is try your best to try your best, and what happens is the fulfillment of these sort of like absolute terms that aren't real, but they're sort of made real through the attempt, like a self-fulfilling prophecy, sort of. Which is, I mean, all the best prophecies are self-fulfilling prophecies, of course. It's kind of gay when prophecies are like made beforehand and someone just ends up like doing it. It takes away free will and like these cons, and it just like really like just sets things in stone in this really like insulting way to freedom. You know what I mean? There's no balance in that sense of traditional prophecy. It's like, did I do this or did I have to do? I guess I had to do this. I guess I'm not free if I had to do it. If it had to happen this way. Self-fulfilling prophecies are much more satisfying, I think.
Yeah, Fundy. Sorry, like I didn't listen to half of it. I have to go for a bit. I'll be back. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good, man.
Yeah.
I'll catch you next time, man. No hard feelings.
No, I'll be back in a bit. If you're still here, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, probably will be. You still there, Matrix? Well, going once for anyone who wants to strike something up. Going twice. What you got for us? Going thrice. Don't make me go ranting, because I'll rant. I'll unpack some shit on you guys. Don't make me. Alright, well hopefully someone will listen to my rant. I have an interjection. That would definitely make it more fun, but hey, I'll start things off. So, you got all these words in the dictionary, and they're all ordered in alphabetical order. Same goes for a thesaurus. Probably, whole thing is just arranged alphabetically. But, what other ways could you arrange all the words in a dictionary? Is alphabetical the only way you could ever understand how to put these in some sort of systematic arrangement? Would it become too messy for you to try to arrange it any other way? Would you run into problems? Say, all right, well, what if I put all the I could say, let's put all the nouns here. Let's put all the adjectives here. So let's put all the pronouns here. Let's put all the verbs over here. Let's put all the adverbs here, right? You could do it that way. That's kind of cool. How many different types of words are there? I don't think anyone knows off the top of their head. How many types of words are there? What do you call that system of types of words? Verbs, adverbs, adjectives, nouns, pronouns. Is that it? 5? Is it the Platonic solids? Did we uncover that just now? Do the types of words line up with the Platonic solids? Who knows? Well, that's about as satisfying as alphabetical. There's not a lot of metaphysical insight in that, is there? I think the most important way to order a dictionary into the most useful order is in an ontological sense, in a taxonomical sense, where you see the relationships between all words in an ontological sense. It's taxonomically arranged in order to reveal ontological relationships. And what is an ontological relationship? These would be the relationships of the essence of something's being or conception. And one way I can explain this to you guys is that I can name 4 things about every physical thing. And every physical thing is subject to being able to be described underneath these 4 categories. And there's no way around it. They are antecedents, they are precursors to this thing's existence. So name anything. Hey, I'll take a break. I'll take a quick break right here. I got a questionnaire. Name any physical object, anybody. Any solid, liquid, gas, whatever. Name a solid object, someone. Anything, a car, a bottle, a cigarette, a fence, what you want, anybody. Is there really not a single other person in the room willing to turn their mic on? It's a very simple request.
I don't know, bro. A rock. How about a rock?
Hey, all right, man. That's perfect. I appreciate that, Jeremy, by the way. So you could have named anything. You picked the simple one, of course, and it makes it easier for me. But there are 4 things I can say about any physical object. So this rock, you could have named anything, but these 4 categories of ontological description that I've taxonomically laid out, they'll hold true to anything you could ever name. So everything, like a rock, will have a shape. Does every rock have a shape, Jeremy?
Yeah, they all got shapes, yep.
Yeah. Does every rock have a size?
Yeah, got a size, yeah. Shape, size, whatever.
Does every rock have a placement or a location?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm nailing it. Lastly, because I don't feel like going into the fifth and final one is too much to explain, but as far as the very reasonable ones to explain, is every rock undergoing change?
I don't know.
Some sort of, oh, come on, man. You're better than that.
Maybe not.
No,
Well, I mean, if you just have a
no.
rock sitting in your room, if you just have a rock sitting in your room in a glass case or in a bottle or something, what kind of change is going on with it?
It's changing temperature throughout the whole day. It's it's flaking off its parts. It's it's changing its location. I mean, everything, like, that's one of the scientific laws and one of the hermetic principles. Everything is in a state of vibration. Nothing is at rest.
Yeah.
There's no pause button for anything in reality. Everything is continuously changing. Everything's vibrating. All right, let me put it this way, Jeremy. Anything with temperature is emitting infrared light.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's changing temperature.
All right. I'll give you that.
Now that's in the very, that's the best you could ever hope for, being minimized down to just one type of change, put in a glass bottle or whatever. Everything is radiating and also absorbing radiation. You could try to put it in a dark room or whatever, but of course the what you think of a dark room isn't actually dark. It's just beyond the visible light spectrum. There's still light going all over the place in there, infrared light, because everything has temperature, constantly emitting that infrared light, emitting its its heat energy. So the world is one big churning pot. It never ceases. It's torrent of twisting and turning and churning. And so these are the four things you can apply to all items, all corporeal entities: shape, size, location, and undergoing and changing. There's no break. There's no breaking these rules here. There's an incorporeal aspect to it, having a relationship with the incorporeal, but I won't go into that. But let me ask you this, Jeremy. You ever seen something that you would call alive? You ever seen it? You ever seen something you would call alive that didn't have a body? So it doesn't physically exist, right? It doesn't physically exist, but it's alive. Never happened, right? Never seen it. Oh, that's alive, but it has no body. It's not a trick question. You thinking it over?
Dude, you talking about a ghost or something?
Well, I wouldn't call a ghost alive. It doesn't quite fit into what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like, is a ghost alive? I wouldn't quite call it alive. It's something else. Like, it's the undead, right? That's why we have that term. Undead.
That's a misconception. We don't really know what ghosts are.
Hey, fair enough, man. Fair enough. But as far as the normal person,
there could be remnants of some other reality, like just other characters that are just as freaked out as us, because for some reason our universe has decided to collide.
Hey man, your mic's a little muffled. I don't know if you got like a blanket over your mic or something. But I heard you. And so the thing that that's appearance. But at the end of the day, you got to imagine if there is something like a ghost. It's made out of something. You know what I mean? And it doesn't quite fulfill my definition as far as what I've experienced. The idea of being alive. I think that's why we have the term the undead. You know, it's not alive, but it's not dead. It's the undead.
What exactly did you mean by alive without a body? Are you talking about something electrical?
Well, I meant it as an impossibility, because have you ever heard of ontology?
Did you do the walk around here?
What's that? What did you say,
I was
Jeremy?
hot micing. I was hot micing.
No big deal. So what were you saying, Matrix? What do I mean by alive without a body? I brought that up.
Ontology.
Yeah, ontology. Thank you. So, ontology is always best described or explained as like a chart, like a chart, like a chart, not in like a bar graph or a pie graph chart or anything. In the chart of like check this out, Matrix. I got the best example for you right here. Ontology charts are like a family tree, right? So you got the grandparents, and then their two lines connect or like branch out into the three children they had, right? And then those three children, you know, then have three children. So there's like the first node, the grandparents, it's like a node, right? It's like a circle, and then three lines shoot out of it and connect to their children. And then three lines shoot out of all their children on the chart, on the family tree, that connect to their three children, right? And then their children have children, and there's like three lines branching out. It's like a tree graph, right? And that explains to you the existence of certain things and the relationships they have to other things that exist. And so a family tree is a really relatable example of an ontology chart. And the way it's drawn, you would call it like a taxonomy chart, but that's just all taxonomy means is like a system of categorization in that way of like showing relationships between things. The ontology part comes into the study of things like being or existence. And so you can combine taxonomy of like systematically categorizing things with the study of existence and show a graph that explains the relationships between things that exist, like a family tree. That would be a taxonomical chart of the ontology of a family tree, of a family. It would show who exists and what their relationships to each other are. And one of the things I've been working on is doing that for all of existence. And it took a while, but I'm pretty satisfied with what I got so far. And it's offered me a lot of insights into describing and like approaching certain things, trying to understand them, certain philosophical inquiries that I'm sure everyone struggles with, but I kind of made a cheat sheet for myself. I think I've really developed a way to really understand the relationships pretty much anything has with anything else. I kind of broke it down, honestly. And there's been one person who's done something very similar. Aristotle. If you search like Aristotle ontology of being, he kind of did a very simplistic version of it. It's probably a pretty famous chart, but I discovered it after I kind of did my own, and I was like, I don't know. After I made my own, I was like looking like, has anyone done this before? And eventually I found out like someone had done this before, and it was extremely similar to mine, but it like kind of verified my thought processes that like led me to making my own, because it ended up being so similar to like one of the the great minds of history or whatever. I was like, oh, look at that, me and him, we're kind of on the same page without ever even knowing it. Because I didn't base mine on his. I wasn't even aware of his until after I already finished mine. And the thing is, I think he kind of limited himself in order for like brevity and simplicity. I kind of fulfilled it to like, I feel like its ultimate end, kind of completed the chart. It doesn't actually have an ultimate end entirely. It could go on forever because there's like infinite details to reality. But the thing about there being infinite details to reality is that there are broad archetypes and categories that the infinite details can be grouped into. And that's kind of the ultimate aim for like the beginning of the project. Like, I found 11, honestly. There's like an honorary 12th member, but it turned out being 11. I kind of found the 11 most general categories all things can be placed into. And that's sort of thinking inside the box instead of outside the box. But kind of took thinking outside the box to realize how to put things inside of boxes. What's the family tree of existence, That was just like the top half of it that that was the top half that I was explaining earlier. Right in the middle, right around the middle is corporeal, or things with bodies, and then everything I listed about things with body, the antecedents to it are the parents of something with a body, that resulted in this child, location, change, size, shape, or as I like to call it, change, location, arithmetic, and geometry, but more in essence rather than the study, the ology or whatever, more like quantities and amounts and their relationships with each other, shapes, patterns, sizes, geometry, and the relationships they have to each other, location, manifest, unmanifest, demanifest, change, travel. They're deep concepts inherently because of what I'm using them as a stand-in for. There might be some like ancient Greek words that better capture in a more general sense what I'm after. I actually took some notes the other day of words, of ancient words that might better capture the general concept instead of the specific ones I was after. I think I might be able to find them actually. Can't find them in my notes. I swear I wrote it down.
One of the 4 agreements is be impeccable with your words. So it's very wise to seek out better words to convey, communicate what you're trying to communicate.
Right? Yeah, like I can't find my notes.
Have you guys ever thought of who created words? Right, like who owned words? Like who has them? Who has words copywritten somewhere? Who created language?
Yep, that's what we spend most of our days thinking about.
Yeah,
at least I do.
All right, so I can't find my notes that I actually wrote down for this stuff. But one of the words, so I was thinking about replacing the word arithmetic with like a more general word, some Latin. So instead of arithmetic, I thought about replacing it with quanta, right? Quanta, a nice Latin word that kind of means of or relating to amounts, right? And then I was thinking about how much, what size, like what number. It sort of encapsulates all those meanings with one word, quanta. And then the opposite of quanta would be qualia or qualia. You know what I mean? Or qualita. I'm not sure which one would be most proper in Latin, but something like that.
Yep, the quality and quantity. A big problem I have is when we're taught about math and numbers, they only teach them in the context of quantity, but they never teach us the quality of numbers and letters, etc. The vibration, the frequency, the numerical value of letters and numbers. And yeah, they teach us the quantity, but not the quality. And that's kind of what gematria and all the other things that we're into touch on. And I wish they taught that in school, the quality of numbers and letters. But they don't want us to know that.
Yeah, man, because that shit unlocks your mind right there. You're so right, man. That's
we might figure
as hell.
If they do that, we might figure some shit out.
I
think that shit is just pattern recognition, like gematria. Like I think those are people that are reading like the code that this place is spitting out.
Right, well, but it's more than pattern recognition, because you got to understand, pattern recognition is a technique, and it's actually one of humanity's most valuable techniques that it can apply. Right, like pattern recognition. I mean, that's like that's like the cornerstone of wisdom in a practical sense. Now you gotta also entertain the relationship between the reasonable, the pattern recognition, and the unreasonable. So pattern recognition are things you can understand through reasoning by paying attention, right? But then there's the other side that you're capable of drawing from, which is the unreasonable, and that would be the intuition, right? So you can reason and you can intuit, and a proper philosopher, a true human being, I think, draws from both, and then you got to marry them together and perform a miracle, and you're gonna take humanity to the next. You're gonna level up.
I think that one. Hold on. I think that one.
How does one reason something you have yet to experience?
Pattern recognition, like you said, that's the technique.
But you have ceased to experience these patterns, so how
Right. Well, you follow the. You pay attention to the blinking neon arrow. So all you can see is the blinking neon arrow, but it's pointing somewhere. So you look in the direction the blinking arrow is pointing towards. Right? That's pattern recognition right there. Everything you see is a big blinking arrow pointing you towards the next destination, and all you gotta do is say, okay, I see you, I see what you're trying to tell me, I recognize your pattern, let's go that way. And then you explore it. You go on an adventure, man. You go on a mental or physical adventure. The way you learn new things is by going there physically or going there mentally. Those are the two ways you can experience something new and learn.
I think that one of the ways that you can describe one of my favorite topics of synchronicity, I think it's fair to one of the ways you could describe synchronicity as pattern recognition. What we often think of as coincidence or meaningful coincidence is actually just synchronicity, and synchronicity is pointing to all things being connected, and pattern recognition is recognizing the pattern or the connection between things. And that it seems chaotic and random, but if you zoom out far enough, like a fractal, you can actually see the pattern. And recognizing synchronicities is kind of like pattern recognition and acknowledging that things are connected, and it's not as there are patterns, and it's not as random and chaotic as we think it is or are led to believe it is.
Organized chaos.
Yeah, there's that paradox.
Yeah.
It's only chaotic to us because we don't understand it. But I'm pretty sure to those that understand it is very organized.
Well, there's a saying, you can't see the forest.
Recognition.
Yeah, there's a saying you can't see the forest through the trees, and that basically means like you're too close, you're too it's too personal or something. But if you zoom out and can see the bigger picture, then you can see the pattern. And so yeah, if you can't see the pattern, that means you're too close, you're too zoomed in. You need to zoom out and see the overarching picture. And if once you do that, then things start to make sense.
Yeah,
but if
man.
you're zoomed
So
in, they don't make sense.
exactly, and
How does one
that's
do
what.
that metaphorically?
So that's why two of my primary fundamental terms are location and measure. These are the most general words in a sense you could ever use in speech. But then they provide offspring when they come together, and when location and measuring come together and birth their offspring, it's called perspective. The location from which you measure is your perspective, and that's what you're talking about. And then another one of the fundamentals is change. And when you change your perspective, it's a perspective shift. That's exactly what we're talking about. This is a very fundamental thing, that I've uncovered. Like, you got to utilize this understanding of like the fundamental things and harness them. You got to get down to your roots and understand the foundation. You got to be a basic, jack of all trades, and appreciate all the tools at your disposal. And one of these ways to dive deeper, explore more efficiently, is a change of perspective. You wouldn't believe all the stories people tell when they like travel to a different country, right? A simple change of perspective can result in 100 insights and epiphanies.
There's a phrase that relates to that. Sorry, there's a phrase that relates to that. It goes, if you don't like the way things look, change the way you look at things.
Exactly, man. Yeah.
Basically, look at things from a different perspective. Or like you said, traveling, change your location.
Yeah, a change of location from which you measure is a perspective shift, and this is something that needs to be continuously done. And there's no problem with like reciprocal change where you like go there and then come back. I mean, there's always value in going back home to where you came from. Always value on taking a second look at things after you've taken a little bit of a break. Like they tell artists, right? Or like people with writer's block, step away from your desk, go for a jog,
Yep, then come back to it and look at it with fresh eyes.
Exactly. Refreshed, right? Refreshed eyes. Hey, Bumpy Adams, pressed on. You gotta come hang out in the think tank sometime soon. We've been missing you over there.
I'll be looking for y'all, man.
I know, man.
I told the story last night. I told one that happened. I couldn't believe it, man. My buddy, it was just crazy, bro. It was crazy.
Hey, I actually went on a spontaneous wild road trip and visited illegal here over the past weekend, and it did not disappoint whatsoever. It was beyond expectations. I mean, first of all, it was just like hanging out with him on Discord. I mean, this dude's consistent as hell. Like, the way he is on here is the way he is in person. We get along here. We got along like peanut butter and jelly, chilling at his place. We had a fucking awesome weekend. And you wouldn't believe. I mean, it was nice and all that we got along, had a great weekend together. But you wouldn't believe the fucking synchronicities that happened. Probably about 20 unbelievable events happened during the past weekend we spent together. And I mean, I won't even go into them, but it sounds like you had something similar. Why don't you tell me about that?
it was like I ran into a dude, and then at the last minute we were checking out, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna grab one of these," and I was like, "Oh my god, that's completely the only thing that was on my list that I got distracted from, and I didn't even was gonna grab, and I never mentioned." And it was like, it was just like, how did he randomly just, dude? It's just crazy, dude, bro.
He's a guardian angel right there, huh?
Hey, with me today. My mom asked me about the whole 6ix9ine thing and wanted me to elaborate on why, wanted me to explain why I like that, because remember I told you like I loved that meme, and she's like, I sent you 6 memes and the only one you liked was that one, why? So basically I explained to her why. And then after that, she shared something with me, and she's like, I don't know if this is a synchronicity, but she's having issues with her computer, which makes sense. I'm having a lot of electrical issues right now. Mercury retrograde is still popping off. But anyways,
your fucking air conditioning.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay. Anyways, so I was about to diverge like a motherfucker, but
I
I'm
know
gonna stay on.
you caught yourself. I saw you. Go ahead. Yeah.
So she's having issues with her computer. So she was like on the phone to like, I don't know, Best Buy or something, like the Nerd Squad or whatever, and getting like asking questions about how to fix her computer or whatever. And so then after she did all that, he asked a question like, is there anything else that I can help you with? And so my mom randomly, I guess, being who she is, came up with something random. Was like, well, I am having problems with my bicycle. I would like to ride my bike more, but I need to like replace the inner tubes. Is there anything? Can you help me with that? And so she just randomly asked him a random ass question that had nothing to do with computers, nothing to do with Best Buy, nothing to do with, anything Geek Squad, anything like that. And said, can you help me with my bicycle? And the dude that she's asked happens to be like a bicycle enthusiast, like rider, builds bikes, fixes bikes, and basically was like, yeah, and gave her a bunch of advice. And he wasn't local, like he wasn't in the city that she's in. So he just gave her advice on what she needed to do, all those kind of things. And he was like, if I lived in the same city that you did, I would come over to your house right now and do it for you. But I don't live in the same city, so I can just give you advice. And my mom was like, I randomly asked this dude this question, and he just happens to be an expert on bicycles. and wow. I told her, I said, yes, Mom, that definitely qualifies as a synchronicity.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. Yeah, that's really interesting that she's the type of gal to talk to you on that subject. I guess you and your mom got a good dialogue going between you guys, huh?
Yeah, that's one of the more, I don't know if you want to call synchronicity fringe, but for lack of a better term, it's one of the more like fringier topics that we can actually talk about and that she gets. And so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting how, one person can think, a particular topic of study or conversation or research can just be so interesting and gripping and profound, and how, more often than not, it doesn't end up being a very potent interest of the people around you, until you come to the internet, of course, and find your group or whatever. But the way it works out in person, I think for the most of us, is usually a sort of black sheep situation of like, oh, there's that guy over there. And I think probably everyone feels that way, but I think it's more prominent in some people than others,
I found out recently that a lot of people are open to the idea of or the concept of synchronicity, just because I guess they understand like coincidences, and then when you explain synchronicity, then it kind of crosses over and they understand, and it's kind of like one of those topics that a lot of people, they don't, it doesn't trigger
I think
anybody.
I can explain that. Yeah, I think I can explain the psychology behind that. You know, because I mean, from my perspective, right? It might sound a little arrogant, but from my perspective, as much as you can chalk up and put in a box synchronicity, the word, into like a hobby or a philosophy, right? Like, oh, well, that's just your opinion. That's like a viewpoint or a mindset you have, right? Or a hobby you're into. I mean, you can chalk it off, you know, like that, put it in a box. But the sort of universal appeal, like you're saying, that a lot of people are open to, I think it's actually because, in my opinion, guys, there's nothing but synchronicity. Like, that's all there is. Like, it's literally the whole, like, everything is synchronicity.
Yeah,
Like,
your whole life.
Your whole life is one big syncretic process. Your whole relationship with the people close to you, with the rest of the people in the world, with the animals and the trees, is one big harmonious and disharmonious synchronicity. I mean, I think it's so appealing to people, even right off the gate, because, in my opinion, it's all there. That's all that's going on. Like, it's the universal fucking Tao. You know, it's the yin yang. It's the interplay. It's the multi-discipline. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm definitely, but in my recent experience, I'm definitely like rubbing off on all like my good friends and my coworkers and stuff, and and like the people that I work with are already cool, and then the fact that I can actually talk to them about what's going on in my mind and share synchronicities or bring up the topic, and they're like down with it. Yeah, they make fun of me a little bit. They like, poke fun or whatever and throw little jabs or whatever, but it's all in good fun because we all make fun of each other in general. And so that's one of the things they kind of like, poke me about or whatever. Pause. But they get it, and it's nice that I can talk to my coworkers, which I spend a large amount of my time, at work, and that the people that and that they're cool, and I can have conversations with them and actually talk about things that I like to talk about, synchronicity being one of them. And it's just so nice to have a job that's great for all the other reasons, but then also that I can talk about synchronicity and they get it or whatever. And then they even like now they're noticing, like I said, I'm rubbing off on them. So now they're noticing synchronicities everywhere and telling me about synchronicities. Same thing with my mom. So it's a beautiful thing.
Legal. I got a question for you, and I'm gonna not rant. I want to rant on it and tell you all the thoughts I have on this.
No.
But I'm just gonna. But I know. But I'm just gonna ask it as a simple question, and you stop me if I do any more than ask a simple question. So, my question to you is: out of all the aspects of life that you could ever mention or talk about, or that other people might be out there somewhere in the world talking about or interested in, what doesn't fall under the umbrella of synchronicity? What's like the opposite, or something that is outside of that umbrella?
Well, that's a deep question, and I like to be impeccable with my words, so I'm gonna have to ponder on that for a minute. So I don't know if the rest of the room is going to be patient enough for me to come up with an answer on that.
Let me say two words to you then, just two. Specialization and fixation. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of an antonym.
I guess I'll just go with the easy answer, since you already said that our whole lives from the is synchronicity, whether people know it or not. And so I guess without even thinking about it, the answer to your question is it's safe to say or assume without thinking about it for a few days to say that yes, nothing falls outside the umbrella of synchronicity. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. From men and women, from relationships, to your job, to your career, to your everyday habits and rituals and activities, what you experience, what you perceive, what you watch, the shows you watch, the music you listen to, the pets you own, the names of your pets. I could go on and on. All of those things. There's nothing that falls outside of synchronicity. It's all connected, and you know.
I think you hit the nail on the head with the first word you used. You know, like your first intuition of the word you brought up in that long list of words was you switched from what is to what isn't, and what you said, what is synchronicity, was spot on. You know, I don't know how deep you take this concept, but to me, you touched upon, as far as like my fundamentals chart, right? You touched upon one of the highest like archetypical words there are that like connect all things, and what you said is relationships, right? I don't think there's more of a synonym for like syncing than relating, right? Relationships. That's the whole idea behind synchronicity, that everything has a relationship with everything else.
I also like how that word ends in ships, as in a boat or vessel.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Citizenship, relationship. Yes. That's an
because it has
one.
to do with your vessel and your body, your human experience, and everything is in relation to one another or connected to one another. Your vessel, your ship, is navigating the stream down the stream of consciousness. So, how do
you feel? Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I was going to say, how do you feel about looking up the etymology of ship? Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume that neither one of us have a single clue whatsoever what the word ship might be related to. Like, what a strange word, right? What a strange, independent word, ship. That doesn't remind me of any other word.
What I think of ship is like you ship a package or like commerce, but ship means like to send from one place to another place. So to go from here to there or to experience linear time is.
So check this out. I got the Etymon Online results pulled up here, and wow, I don't like. Just off the bat, I don't think we're going to be satisfied with their answer. You know how sometimes you look up the etymology of a word and the etymology website says, I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? I feel like this is going to be one of those words. So it says, we say ship as a noun today, you know, and we all know what ship means. But it says one rendition earlier in Old English, it was skip, S-C-I-P, and skip meant the exact same thing as we use it. It meant boat or ship or whatever, right? So we say ship, they said skip, but it meant the same exact thing. And then it says that came from a root word from some Norse shit, where they said skippa, and also some other places said skip or skib or skep and or skiff. All sorts of options, replacing the P with an F and a B, which shows the interchangeability between P, F, and B. And then it goes further to say it says here. Oh, go ahead, man. I'll carry on later.
The verb from the 1300s. You could it says transferred to other means of conveyance, or to send or transport, which is basically what I was saying, to go to send something from here to there, to experience something. It's basically linear time to for something to go from here to there. It has to be shipped through a vessel, through a boat, through your body. So for you to go from birth to death, or through your life, you have to go from here to there, or to ship it, or transferred, or transport.
Yeah, bro.
Transfer to other means of conveyance. To ship.
And what I said earlier really relates to that. When you think about it, where the word skip, right? Ship and skip. Like I said before, there wasn't a single word that came to mind when I said ship that it might be related to. But now that we've looked at the etymology, now we know, you and I and whoever else is listening. I don't know who else is listening really, but you and I now know that skip, as in like hopscotch skip or whatever, that has to do with transportation, right? You skip your way along the path, right? You transport yourself, you travel, right?
Well, I think the better thing of skip is, when you were a kid, or when I was with my dad and we go down to the creek or the river, you would skip a stone across the water. So it's funny that the word ship, the word is ship, is you ship on a ship. So you ship something, you send something from here to there on a ship. And so
hey, who said that?
You ship a ship. You ship on a ship.
Hey, what's up? I said, "Aye, skipper."
That's what aye, skipper. Ooh, good one. Mr. Skipper. Grimm. We call a captain of the boat the skipper.
Wow, and now we know, thanks to Mr. Grimm, now we know that whatever novel or movie or television show or book that came from, they understood the etymological connection between ship and skip, because they call the person on the boat the skipper, don't they? Yeah, that's totally right.
3-hour tour.
I think that's Gilligan's Island. So the skipper is the shipper.
That's true. That's absolutely true, man. Wow, etymology is so fun when you find these old names, like you just said, like the boat guy on the old. What's that?
I said, I love that shit. I love etymology.
It's so much fun, man. You see connections.
I always got to look everything up again, but it's still fun.
Hey, we need to take note of the connection between possibly K's and H's with skip and ship. So we need to just jot that down and say K and H. There might be a relationship.
With bad handwriting, that could have been interchangeable easily.
Well, check it out. Yeah, bad handwriting.
I'm kidding. Even alone, alone bad handwriting could have been it. But of course, it's there. I think there is a K and an H thing.
Well,
one second, legal. One second, legal. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but Mr. Grimm has showed an interest and proficiency and insights on this matter, and you're definitely not a part of my server yet, so this is what we focus on over on me and Illegal server. Also, it's Bread Rising server as well, but this is what we spend most of our time discussing connections like this. And so I'm gonna send you
little ideas and thoughts.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna send you an invite, because what you just said is exactly what I want some more of over there. So welcome to the think tank if you are willing to accept the invite.
Man, thanks. Absolutely.
Hey, I can't picture it in my head, but instinctually I feel like I can't remember what the K. If you write a K in cursive, does it look kind of like an H? I can't remember, because I have to actually I can write a K in cursive if I do it, but in my mind I can't see it.
It's pretty much just as similarly designed as like a regular non-cursive K and HR. I mean, they're similar, of course, but I do have a way of breaking it down further for you. So just like P, B, F, V, and T and D are all front of the mouth sounds, right? G, C, K, and H are all back of the mouth sounds. So you can go
right.
you can go g, k, and h, and all three of those g, k, and h are all like back, like guttural tonsil sort of sounds that you make with your mouth. And so more like Mr. Grimm was saying, more than just sloppy handwriting, they also have a connection in the physicality of like the constrictions of your throat and tongue and stuff, and which just proves that skipper and shipper and ship and skip and all that, skipping stones on water, it's all there, man, and it's all related. We decoded that shit live.
Boom.
Boom. That's good shit, man. I mean, I didn't know that until tonight, and now I know it, and I'll never forget it.
Shape up or ship out.
Oh,
You better shape up.
Yeah, Mr. Grimm, there. Yeah, there it is. I just needed to make sure I
join.
Yep.
Shape up or ship out.
Yeah.
Mr. Grimm, do you have any previous recollection of you and I conversating? Because I feel like I've
Yeah.
seen you. I feel like I've seen you, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
we've really had many conversations together.
Well, I'm ancient around here. I mean,
oh, are you?
Yeah.
He's been around a while. He does not come to Nathan Oakley's server though very often.
Okay, well, that's really where I've spent most of my time. That's probably why. Well, nice to reacquaint with you, if not
man.
acquaint.
Yeah.
So I feel like there might be a little riddle contained in the Mr. Grimm name. Is there a story behind that?
Oh, it's just an old gamer tag that stuck with me.
Well, why was that
my
your
last
gamer
name.
tag?
It's actually my name, dude. It's so it was my gamer tag as well. But
oh, sorry to make you dox yourself there.
I'm not. It's not a big deal.
Oh, okay.
So, were you on Discord initially for gaming, or was it the Flat Earth?
No, never gamed much on Discord. Maybe some Wizard 101 with one of the kids.
Mr. Grimm, man, I'm not sure when you popped in during me and Aliko's conversation that we've been having for the past like 20 minutes probably, but did you end up hearing our conversation about synchronicity and pattern recognition?
Some of it. I mean, but this is a good conversation. I mean, if you want to ask me my opinion on any particular things on it, I'd be glad to give it.
Sure, man. So I mean, I could probably click on your name and learn a few things about yourself. So,
yeah, you would have known that I was an anti-vaxxer and conspiratard and all the fucking things that you would get to learn about somebody. But Discord took my server down because I posted actual data from the CDC and from PubMed, and so they took my server down. I don't know why.
dang.
It just didn't fit the narrative, I guess. But it was their own data, so I don't even know. It was just what the fuck ever, you know. But again, and they called it misinformation, and I was like, well, I mean, that's what I was saying. You're right. It is misinformation. Look at that. Right.
Yep.
Well, I guess I'd like to ask, since there really isn't many details on your roles and your tags on the server. I'll assume
I'm an
since
alternative cosmologist. I'm an
You're what?
alternative cosmologist, right?
Okay. That's
I
a
lean
nice way of
towards
putting it.
electric universe, and plasma cosmology, and I don't believe in the Big Bang or black holes or neutron stars or a lot of the distances that they try to give us because of their redshift. I think plasma, and it's proven in a laboratory, plasma redshifts depending on its its state, its energy state, and that redshift it happens from they're not filtering that out because they didn't even realize that. It's something that they never even formulated into the program that, as a variable, that this plasma would be redshifting as a state of its own electrical. They're treating those plasmas as if they were, not electrical. And a plasma is an ionized gas. Immediately it's electrical. This first movement it ever does is going to pass a current and a magnetic field, which is that's the damn definition of electricity.
If it has
Grim thinks Earth's a globe now. Everyone attack him.
Hey, what do you think about that, Grim?
What's that?
You said you're an alternative cosmologist, but are you still latching on to a sort of round surface you stand upon, or is it stationary and round? Or
yeah, but I find myself more useful, attacking people who believe in the standard narrative with this arrogance that they're completely right and all the science is settled and you guys can go suck an egg. Those kind of guys irk me. So, I like to come in here, and even though I might not be a flat earther per se, I'm still an alternative cosmologist, and I still don't believe in a lot of the shit that these guys are trying to tell you is absolutely fact. So a lot of people think I'm useful. Sometimes they come in and they slap them around about the light changing speeds in a vacuum stuff, and all kinds of fun
highly
stuff.
useful. Grim's an asset. Grim's an asset.
I mean, in essence, that's what a flat earther is someone who's questioning the mainstream narrative.
Yeah, but he's probably like a lot of us. He's probably like a lot of us that we don't like to label ourselves flat earthers. We rather say a globe skeptic or heliocentric skeptic or
alternative
no, I'm super honest with you guys. I really believe it's a globe, but the reason I leave the conversation alone and don't try to is because I'm not interested in proving myself right or proving you wrong. I'm interested in.
But if
you
you
seem
don't,
to be my favorite type of people. The people
if you see all these
problems, narrative. So
hold on, illegal. I want to hear what he's really interested. Yeah, what are you?
Yeah, you guys are my favorite kind of people because you challenge the narratives. You don't fucking follow consensus. You're just. I feel the same way. So it's like you're kin to me, right? And the other guys, they have to have the consensus argument. Which, by the way, if you go up with a consensus argument, you're generally going to be the last one to know anything, because you have to be. It takes everybody else to know it first, and then you get to know it, and you're not going to be the kind of person who's figuring anything out. And I don't want to be surrounded with those kind of people.
Well, that's fine. I mean, there are these kinds of people. I wouldn't label them as less than someone who actually thinks about their existence, for exple. I mean, it's just different for
every. They're annoying. They're annoying because everything's settled. You know what I mean? And it's all figured out, and you're an idiot if you think or challenge the view of, you know what I mean? And I thought that was what science was all about, was encouraging the challenge.
Yeah, but I mean, life is about so much more than that. That is just an aspect, and some people will take it in different ways, right? I'm the kind of person like you. I question everything, and I think about existence and so on and so forth. That's the way I am. That's the way I was.
Yeah.
I'm just really.
Don't lose that.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm really curious if you have, or you're very skeptical of certain aspects of the heliocentric model, and and it's all in one thing, the heliocentric model, and you have skeptical of those things. What is it about it being still spherical that makes you hold on to that part of it and not just question it's better to say I don't know what it is, or it could be I question it, but I'm not a flat earther, but I question whether or not it is a sphere. But you're kind of holding on to the sphere thing.
That's where he's at. That's where he's
Yeah,
at.
but don't focus on that because I mean that's that's I'm not trying to.
Well, I thought he
anything with
said that. I thought he still thought it was. He's like, I still think the
Yeah, but I'm
sphere.
saying don't focus on that because I mean I've got my own arguments, but I don't like to. I've been around a long time, and I know what this does. When I start that, then I'm no longer all the other good juicy information that I have and that we all have momentum and agree on a lot of the stuff. We lose all of that together because now
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
wouldn't waste your time
opponent.
arguing with Grim.
Yeah,
I
now
won't
I'm a
waste your
fucking
time
opponent.
arguing with Grim over if it's a sphere or not. Because
No, I'm not trying. I totally understand.
I was joking when I said attack him.
Yeah, no, I'm not attacking. I totally understand. I'm just saying that if you are skeptical, but I swear I heard you say that you still think that it's a sphere, and I'm just saying why say that or make that claim and just say I don't know. I
I was in
don't
the
know
sake
what
of
we're on.
honesty to I thought maybe it was like if you were thinking I was on the fence, I wasn't going to be dishonest to gain your, friendship and be a little liar and go, yeah, I'm on the fence, man.
So you're not on
I'm
the
just
fence.
telling you, I'm not on the fence, but I'm also an alternative cosmologist, and I think,
To me, that seems kind of paradoxical to be. You say you're on the fence, but you also believe.
that's a dichotomy, right? It's not necessary to do that. Because there are a thousand other topics that we probably do agree on that I could be very helpful for with anybody who's has alternative views to standard narratives on almost every topic.
I'm just saying the positive claim of I believe we're still on a sphere. Like, just why even say that? Just say I don't know what we're on.
Well, I told you the reason I said it because I do, in my opinion, know what we're on, right? So that's why I don't want to go into the argument because then that's a lot of wasted time.
Oh, so you do it as a defensive thing. Say I'm skeptical, but I think we're living on a ball, so that people won't come at you because you're not trying to have that discussion.
Not only that, but it was more like I wanted to tell you the truth so that you didn't think I was luring you in with this "I'm on the fence" bullshit. You know how people do that shit. Yeah,
You don't want to mislead. Yeah,
I'm being honest, dude. Yeah,
I got.
Can be. Yeah, he's being honest.
So I got a couple of things to say. So first thing is, goddamn, I have good taste because everything I've heard you say, Mr. Grimm, is just reinforcing my feelings from earlier that you're exactly the person I want. In my server with a very hand-selected group of people. Not trying to make a big server, just trying to make just trying to gather the right people to gather every once in a while and really share some really down to brass tacks. Learn from each
There's some
other.
good folks in here, dude. I mean, I'm sure you probably know a lot of them.
Yeah. There's a lot of good folks in here. I've recruited all the ones that I appreciate and I think can behave themselves, of course. But goddamn, I have good taste.
I'll definitely have to be moderated every once in a while. I'm just being honest.
We all do, man. But the cool thing about my server, man, is that there's sort of an understanding with the selection of people that no one's ever really gonna get muted on my server because it's just the right people surrounding yourself with the right people, ends up in creating an environment that there really moderation isn't required. That does sacrifice the amount of participation, amount of members, of course, but it's still a valuable asset. And the interesting thing about it is that, my server isn't some place for us to gather every single day at, right? Because, there's the difference between inviting someone back to your house and then going out to the town square, and mingling and seeing what's out there and exposing yourself to new ideas, right? And you might go out to the bar.
Oh, absolutely. The after party is a smaller unit. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, my place is like the after party. Not my place. It's co-owned, me legal, bread, and that's the after party. After we go out to the bar, meet some cool people, and then invite them back to the after party at our place. And so that's all that's for. It's not something we're hanging out at every day or anything, but whenever there's certain conversations that get sparked up in certain servers where a lot of us are there, we're like, all right, we're kind of hogging the conversation, putting it on some topics that we're all interested, and then we should get out of the way so people can fixate on certain arguments that they're bickering over here at the bar, and we'll go chill over here.
Sometimes I don't
and
have
talk
that
about.
Sometimes I don't have that self awareness, man. I get to like in the morning, I'll be
Oh,
jacked up on coffee, and I'm just
oh
like,
no,
bah, bah,
yeah,
bah, 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 bah. Oh my
that's all
god,
of
I
us,
don't
man.
realize.
That's why you don't want to live at the bar. You know,
Exactly.
you don't want to live at the bar, and you also don't want to drink home alone all the time. You know, it's all about
The
going to the
balance.
right place
Yeah.
for the right reasons. But yeah, man, I'm excited to have you over there. We get down to some real fun stuff over there. But as far as long as we're over here, we might as well keep it rolling and welcome and
Yeah,
open to
absolutely.
everyone else who wants to hop in. So what do we want to talk about now? Oh, I got a question for you though.
Cleo's been a good contributor to the conversations.
Who's
And
Cleo?
actually, Pleomorph down there under Jeremy. Yeah, talking about some of the terrain and germ theory stuff, and so
All right. Well, I got some questions
and
for you.
That is interesting, actually. Germ
Yeah.
theory versus terrain theory. I like that shit.
Yeah.
What's the difference between that?
Well, I mean, to sum it up, it's basically saying that the cells, depending on the health of the and pH of the medium around them, will decay and morph into from species to species, like from like an exosome of the blood cell to a fungus or a yeast fungus. You know what I mean? And anyway, so it's not so much that a germ from outside comes and invades and gets you sick, so much as it is that your cells morphed into those what they're calling viruses, and the health of the person really depends on the medium that the environment of the cells themselves.
It's like foreign invader versus toxic environment. And
Yeah,
you
kind of.
improve your environment to
I
fix
did
the
not
problem.
sum it up, did I? I was like, let me say
Not
fewer words.
not perfectly, but I think I understand where you're coming from. Where you say germ theory, which is the alien invasion, versus the terrain theory, where people want to take out their trash. If they're treating
Right.
themselves like shit, and they're bringing all sorts of things into themselves, eventually it's like drinking too much milk, right? Like if you drink too much milk, everyone is lactose intolerant, just at different degrees, right? It's all about the sensitivity, and at a certain point, everyone ingesting enough of lactose will reach their threshold of lactose intolerance and end up having that vomiting expulsion of where they excrete things that they're trying to get rid of.
It depends which milk you're drinking. Really. Are you drinking raw milk or processed milk?
That's a little bit too literal, but I mean, I don't drink milk, but I see what you're getting at. Yeah, there's different kinds.
Also, as in,
within germ theory, the idea of drinking raw milk has been dispelled in the mainstream. Like, they give you this idea that milk needs to be pasteurized and processed and so on and so forth because it's healthier, less pathogens that can get into your body, right? But there's no proof in their theory that these so-called pathogens are the cause of these diseases that we experience. That's the problem, right? That's my problem with germ theory.
Should I be drinking cow milk?
I would say yes, but
they just
only if
pasteurize
you.
You really do all right without it. I mean, I guilty drink too much of it, but I mean, I know people who are, just they don't drink any milk at all.
They just pasteurize it so that it won't spoil as fast. But when they pasteurize it or like boil it, they're killing all the good stuff with the bad stuff. Bad stuff being the things that make it spoil faster. But when they boil it, pasteurize it, then they're killing the good stuff. And so you can drink raw milk, but the reason why we're not sold raw milk is because it doesn't have like that long shelf life to make money off of it. So, but if you have a cow and you're getting it straight from the cow, then you only take what you need and milk it every day and drink the raw milk. And so that milk is probably good for you. There might be some negative health aspects to even drinking raw milk, but it's the best version of it. We'll just say.
As opposed to the pasteurized processed milk that's been sold to you as being the better option, right?
Yeah, I've heard vegans say that no other mammal drinks milk from a cow, and then I've seen the National Geographic where the monkeys were literally drinking milk from the cow.
Well,
Interesting.
well, no. The thing is,
no other besides the monkey too, or
no. The thing is that only baby cows drink cow's milk, and then they stop drinking milk and become adult cows and don't drink milk anymore. But we drink milk our whole lives. But milk from a cow is designed for only baby cows, and then when they get older, they don't drink it anymore. But then
you know what I tell them though? I say, well, cows don't drive cars either. So I mean, there goes your argument. Cows don't
I'll tell you what.
computers or throw frisbees. There's a lot of shit cows don't do that we do. I don't know what to say to you.
We're going to milk this cow the best way we know how.
Yeah.
Park Hill Project, Chicka-blow. You guys don't remember that?
Milk. Yeah. That's milk so good.
That's Capadonna. You're talking to a Wu-Tang head. I of course know where that line came from. That's Capadonna, right? Milk this cow the best way we know how.
Park Hill Project, Chicka-blow. Yeah.
Yep. Park Hill, son. Park Hill, son. The Pillage.
That was a dope ass CD.
There's a really interesting word. Tell me if any of you guys know this word. It's called neoteny. You ever heard of neoteny?
Why have I actually? I have heard it said before and don't know what it means.
So neoteny is a concept, and it's the concept of a being retaining youthful properties, like youthful, like it could be like mental or physical, and so it sort of relates to the way that like animals mature at different rates, where like a dog is a puppy, but it kind of grows into its like full like size very quickly, and so it kind of transcends and goes beyond its like neoteny. It gives it up, where humans. So it's all about the maturing process from like youthful to mature, right? And
it's the 1 to 7 ratio. So like they say dog years. So 1 dog year is 7 years.
Sure. So humans are 7 times more neotenous than dogs, you could say, in that sense of years. But so there's lots of like youthful qualities, such as like blonde hair and like size, right? You're obviously like more youthful as you're smaller, then you're more mature as you're a larger being, and so things mature at different rates, and the word neoteny relates to this. And one of the really interesting things about humans is that humans have a longer neotenous phase than other animals. And so what that implies, or what that is referring to, is that our developing phase from like a baby to an adult takes like a fucking long time, like 20 some years, right? While we're like developing into our like fully formed mature state. And you're cutting out, but I just wanted to finish it off with this, is that it's a double-edged sword where it comes to the benefits and the the negative side of an extended neotenous phase, where a human goes through a very long developing phase, and we all know we're like more of a information sponge when we're younger and our brains are developing. We're able to soak up more information, but it comes at the cost of having less like physically developed bodies. So, horses can walk a few hours after they're born, but a human can't walk for like 2 years after they're born. But that means like the horse's brain, sort of like a
1 year.
sort of like a you can't teach old dogs new tricks, right? And so the longer you extend your like mental developing process, the more of a like opportunity you extend into a larger time frame of a time where you can like really soak in more information most like efficiently and
I
easily.
think that's true. Yeah. I mean, you see how the dolphins are. They baby their dolphin, for a long time.
Do they also take a long time to develop and mature?
Yeah.
Right. So like probably the smarter the animal, the longer it takes for them to become their full mature version. Because, babies learn faster than adults. The whole can't teach old dogs new tricks sort of thing set in their ways. And
Right.
it's very interesting. And it's like you've seen how people who are born blonde end up like turning into brunettes, right? Some people
Yeah.
retain that blonde youthful thing, but blondness really is like a neotenous attribute, and some people can hang on to that more than others. I'm sure that comes down to like breeding and
I had weird. Yeah, my mom said my hair was like black. I had black hair all over me, and then it all fell out within days, and then blonde hair came out. It sounds weird.
Oh,
but
that's strange.
Yeah,
I
I was
know.
gonna say I've heard of
Like
people
a
going from
werewolf.
brunette to blonde, dude, like later on midlife.
Yeah, and then
Wow.
blonde hair, and then I had like this platinum blonde hair almost for not platinum, but I mean very golden bright blonde hair because I got like pictures of me when they sitting on Santa's lap and shit with this. I'm like, is that even me with that shiny, bright, white looking hair? It's just crazy, man. Because I have
Well,
brown.
it's like a give and take thing in the sense of humans, where like it's due to the fact that we're so like useless and undeveloped physically that allows us to become these like very wise beings, because we kind of stay in school, we stay in that learning developing phase for such a longer time than other creatures, that we just have more of an opportunity to really soak in information and learn lessons. But that comes at the downside of like not being as physically capable as other animals are as soon as they are. Like I said, horses can walk the day after they're born, or a few hours after they're born. But it's a worthwhile trade-off. But it really does give you a whole perspective on like how fucking delicate and like like just defenseless human babies are. You know what I mean? We're born so weak and fragile, but it's all for the sake of wisdom, in a sense. And it also extends our life, of course. The longer you can stay a baby, the longer you'll live. You know what I mean? You see how that connects?
Yeah, I mean, by default, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
The more you can like postpone the aging and maturing process, the longer you live. So it's a good trade-off. But I don't really know how that relates to turtles, because there's some animals they just live for like 200 years, and that's really incredible.
How
And
old the
I mean,
lobsters get?
oh, lobsters are actually one of the only animals that show no signs of aging after the first 10 years. So like a lobster will mature over a course of like 10 years, or maybe even shorter, into its full mature size. And then it's crazy. We've actually never witnessed a lobster dying of old age. It's a very special animal. I don't know why you brought that up specifically, but you really hit the nail on the head there.
That's why I brought it up specifically. I'm full of all kinds of fun little things that aren't really known very well.
It's pretty crazy. The two immortal animals that we're aware of are a specific type of jellyfish that under like a threat of survival will regress into like a baby state and just like turn into a child again if like under threat of disease or something. And then so a specific type of jellyfish is immortal in that sense. And then lobsters are the other animal that like we've never seen die of old age. They just stay the same.
The jellyfish thing just reminds me of a scaled up version of when they take a streptococcus, change the medium that it's in, and it morphs into a completely different species. And then they can change the medium again and they can just morph back into a streptococcus. So I thought that was interesting because it's not like it's dying. It's that same energy is being converted into the new species. It's fucking amazing.
And one of the weirdest parts about this whole thing is that like if you buy into the whole like atom idea of like the fundamental unit of matter, you know, the thing that animals are made out of, these atoms, don't age, right? So like the constituent parts that you're made of are immortal, eternal, you know, items, right? And so the things you're made of don't age, yet the things that they like are like collectively, you know, formed into do age, which kind of opens up the idea of like, why do we have to age? Is there a way to just like be like a lobster? Be like, fuck that, you know? I'll just maintain a single state. Why not, right? I mean, why's it gotta be that way? Why we gotta fuck?
There probably is, and it might even be simpler than the telling, right? I mean, I'm not a big believer in trust being established.
There is in the Kabbalion or some sort of hermetic text, like just like simple instructions on how to achieve immortality.
There's a particular electric state that is ideal to the cell, and the cell does not decay under that particular electric state. As long as it's nutrient fed properly, it will not decay in the sense of you know, us losing telomeres.
Yeah, the telomeres, right? That's this whole you know, hourglass thing. You know, they tell us the telomeres are like an hourglass that slowly drip away, and once they're fucking dissolved away, then you know there's no chance, there's no returning after that. You're just gonna decay at that
Have you looked
point.
into colloidal ionic silver and the extension of telomeres?
I've never heard of extending or repairing telomeres, but the whole colloidal silver thing I know is like the whole like I was born with a silver spoon, and you know the health benefits and the antibacterial aspects of silver and how it's like good for you to ingest, you know, small amounts of it in the right form.
See, the ancients knew that the blood-borne pathogens, and the stories got turned into vampires and all this other shit, but they knew that the blood-borne pathogens, and it turned into bloodsuckers. You know, they died with it in the presence of silver. That's where the you know all the ancient stories came from, and it got turned around into some you know straight bullshit. But you know, I think that ancient like something happens cyclically, and we all get wiped off the fucking planet basically, and then these secret societies who existed through several cycles of this shit already get to play God and start over with other people.
It can't be too simple though, because there's people aware of colloidal silver, and obviously they aren't living forever. You know, they all die. Anyone who is aware of this medicine. So.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, you're still subjected to the altered electric field of Earth. Now, it's not the same as when we, I guess, started off. Maybe you know.
You pulling that out of your ass right there?
Well, no, Velikovsky in Worlds in Collision, that we came from Saturn,
there's a theory that
you pulling that out of someone else's ass then?
Well, I
A
like some of
time
it.
in ancient
I like
history
some of
where
it.
the sky looked different and the Saturn was the sun or something. I mean,
Yeah.
what's really the details on that, man? Is that something like you entertain like strongly, or is it just like a fun idea?
Well, I mean, if you don't ridicule me, I don't do that to things I don't really believe in. But the whole point about it is that the rings of Saturn, the deuterium levels are the same as Earth's oceans. That means they're at the same age, and they can't be in their standard model. So it could be that we actually did come from Saturn, and that Saturn was trapped by the electric field of the sun, and we were ripped away from Saturn during the what they called the thunderbolts of the gods, or the when Mars was a warrior and lit up in the sky, and comets were and they were talking about all that kind of shit. That there could have been a stabilization or finding an equilibrium of these electric discharges among the planets. They were planetary thunderbolts, like ripping that big star into Mars and all that type of shit, and
So you're talking
pelting the
about like
moon with electric craters.
You're talking about like several or maybe some major like happenings in the past, right? And these transitions and changes that occurred,
Yeah,
and
like from the purple dawn of man, when there was no sunrise and sunset, the sky was just purple. That could have been us in the plasma sheath of Saturn.
yeah, I just gotta ask you, man. Like, I'm just very vaguely aware of some of these concepts and stuff. I really, obviously, you know a lot more than me about Electric Universe and like the history that comes along with some of those ideas.
So much fun stuff, yeah.
And I no doubt it's fun, but I mean, I can kind of feel your vibe in the way you're like presenting this stuff, and I gotta ask you, man, like, what is it that you've seen that gives you any sort of idea that you should think that you've learned about some sort of ancient historical event? Because to me, history is the one thing that is like the hardest to like make claims about. It's like history.
Yeah,
I don't know what
evidence.
happened back then.
I like the archetypal evidence because it'll be like cave drawings of the same 52 or 51 spoked wheel in the sky over some very real deer or whatever's around their area, the bear or the and all the stuff they're writing is drawing there is not abstract. But then all of a sudden there's these 51 spoked wheels, which is a plasma formation, by the way. It makes 51 spokes naturally on its own. You don't have to do anything to it.
Come on, you can't just say it so
Hold on a second.
casually.
And they're on different well, because I'm very versed in it. I remember it for 10,
but
12
you're
years now.
presenting it very casually, like I should know that plasma makes a 50-spoked wheel. Like what did you just say? Honestly, plasma is a 50-spoked wheel. I have no
Plasma
idea what you just mentioned.
Some plasma formations, right? Depending on the current, the load of the current between the points. The plasma will make formations like toroids and plasmoids and all different kinds of shapes. And one of those formations is a 51 spoked wheel. Right. Okay. So that's what I'm talking about. And it's really interesting that over several different continents, where in a time where they was said that these people could not travel upon, across these continents this way.
Wait. Someone recreated this in a lab or something? A 50-spoked wheel made of plasma?
Anthony Peratt, of course. Anthony Peratt. He's a plasma, in the Los Alamos Plasma Laboratory, world famous
How big
plasma
was it?
laboratory.
How big did he make it?
Well,
like
it's
basketball
scalable.
size?
It's scalable, right? That
I know,
means
but what did he make?
They can, I don't know.
What size 50
size of your
wheel
hand.
of plasma did he make?
I don't know, like maybe the size of your hand or something. I'm not really sure, but it's scalable 10 to the 39th power, right? So what you can make, that's anywhere from the size of a friggin' atom to the size of larger than galaxy clusters. So we're talking about you can, this is something you can make. It can be as big as this electric field allows it to be, however big the electric field is in between the 2 points.
But someone made it. Okay, I mean that's all I needed to hear. Someone made
His name
it.
is Anthony Peratt, and he, he's made multiple of them. Like even Winston Bostic in the 1800s, right, was making.
And this happened naturally, perhaps in the past, right? In the sky,
right, in the sky, yeah, and that's what they're saying, that this could be something that was a phenomenon that these different cultures from all over the northern hemisphere. Now there were no southern hemisphere drawings of this, right? So that's what they're, that this must have happened in the freaking sky, just like a lot of the the religions and stuff that are northern hemisphere based, because they're talking about the 12 zodiac and stuff like that, and the different location. Like Jesus was a man of 30 when he entered his ministry.
Are you talking about cave paintings or
Yeah.
what's cave paintings? Okay.
Yeah, and there were very similar cave paintings.
Do you have a picture?
Can I do a synchronicity check? Synchronicity check.
What's up?
Yeah, hello.
Lemon cookies.
What?
Anyone?
No, just you. What's up?
No, I'm down. Lemon cookies.
What are you talking about, guys?
A strain.
Give me lemon cookies.
He's talking about a strain.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Lemon cookies 19.
What?
No, I'm just
You're
kidding.
going way over my head.
It doesn't make sense. That's why it's good that you don't get it, because no one should get it.
All right. Well, honest, Mr. Grimm, like you gotta you're invited. I gotta give you permissions to post images, but I'm gonna do that. But I mean, sometime
you wanted to see something.
Sometime in the near future, man, I gotta see these 50 spoked wheels that you're talking about in caves.
I'll get something for you right now.
I'll go ahead and give you permission to post in general. All right, there you go. But I mean, you can post it in this server, in Geo server too, of course. Lemon cookies. It's a strain. Sounds good. Look, strawberry shortcake. Man, okay, so since you're one of the electric guys, you probably are aware of the sort of like man with his arms pointing up and his legs pointing down with the two balls around his waist sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a plasma formation too.
Oh, it's a plasma. Oh man, you're so casual about this electric universe sky plasma phenomena.
You're hitting right there on the head. Those are definitely that's definitely because they make that in the laboratory. That's part of the Thunderbolts projects. That's its symbol, and its symbol is a laboratory experiment of that it's a plasmoid because it's a magnetic entity in a plasma.
I want to learn. I want to learn as much as I can from the right person about their ideas,
you know, I want someone to really like distill the Thunderbolts project information down to like the most potent parts and deliver it to me as clearly and concisely as possible. What matters, what's just fun, what's speculation, what's proven, what's recreated, you know, like the fundamentals of it all, right? But as far as I've seen, there's way too casual of an approach towards like these connections of historical events. It's like, all right, so there's a symbol on a cave, there's a shape we can make in a laboratory that resembles it. Therefore, this shape is referencing in a plasma event in the sky, and it couldn't be referencing any sort of mundane earthly thing or anything like that. It's such a far leap for me, but maybe there's more of a backing of it than I'm aware of because I haven't put too much time into it.
There really is. It's not like you know, like you're imagining it. There's like tons and tons of compelling you know, archetypal evidence. It's from the, you know, very well known religions and everything. It's in all of that shit. And they'll show it to you. And there's I think a video called Symbols of an Alien Sky. And it's you know, they made it like 9 years ago. It's got like 2 million views. But
So if I watch this documentary called Symbols of an Alien Sky, and I watch that whole thing, I can come to you. And how many absolute like fucking leg pulling, chain yanking, like stupid ass claims do you think I'm gonna find in it that I will like just rant on and on about to you about how fucking con artists these guys are? Or is this documentary that you're gonna send to me later gonna be like, oh yeah, that's good stuff? Or am I gonna be pissed off as hell?
These guys that you're talking about, right? They're like you know, professors, retired you know, professors of engineering, and you know,
Doesn't matter.
No, what I'm saying is they have they've tried to dispute things like certain, you know, there's some of them have, because there's a group of them, and they don't go with the standard narrative. They don't believe a lot of the stuff that's, you know.
Well, neither does Brian Forrester, but I don't believe that, you know, they were cutting the stones of the Great Pyramids with laser beams, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah. Me neither.
I'm just saying that like I've looked into so many things, and 99.99% of everything I've ever looked into in life is just a presentation from a con artist trying to trick me. And like I'm jaded to the sense that this Electric Universe presentation that I may watch, like Signs of an Alien Sky, like I'm assuming that I'm gonna have the biggest critique of it ever, and they're gonna piss me the fuck off, because literally most presentations dealing with serious subjects piss me the fuck off with these sensationalists. There's one type of person I hate in this world more than anyone else.
Like that.
And
you're overdoing it with these guys. Yeah, they're not like that. They're not trying to.
I'm jaded, man. I'm jaded as fuck. Like literally every person who's ever taught me anything gives me like 1% good information and 99% con artistry. And I've just been around the block enough times to like gather up some good information.
Yes, so have I, right? Because I'm almost 50 years old, you know, and I'm you know, not the kind of guy who just runs around believing shit, right? This is based by experimental physics, not theoretical physics. That's the whole issue behind why I have more faith in this than the theoretical models, because these
I'm gonna watch
I've
it.
actually been. They use
I'm gonna watch it, man.
What they claim the environment is out there. These guys are using that environment and adding the electric fields that they're proposing are out there, which these guys call magnetic ropes. The standard narrative guys call them magnetic ropes in a plasma, and that disconnects your understanding. You can't have a rope of magnetic. You can't have, they're between planets. They're all over our own planet as well. These what they call magnetic portals. And there's no such thing. It's a electric current with a magnetic field wrapped around it, and they're called Birkeland currents. So these are highly evolved electric circuitry all over the, you know, Earth's lower atmosphere, going from there to the moon, and from Earth to the sun and back, and into our poles.
and there's all this electric current going on, that they're claiming gravity's doing all this heavy lifting, but the electric force is 1,000 billion times stronger than gravity. And if it's present at all, then gravity's not doing any of the heavy lifting. And so this is one of the points that these guys are trying to make, that this is,
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, that's one of the first understandings you gain when looking at Thunderbolt's project. I've watched enough of their videos, not a lot, maybe like 30 total, throughout the past like 5 years or whatever.
Yeah, I like their space news videos the most.
So
I mean, this this Thunderbolts,
what I've gathered,
this is just a hypothesis that it isn't required to be true for the electric universe hypothesis to be true. This video is just an alternate explanation for some of these religious things that we've seen throughout history that could be talking about electrical events. It's not one way or another. It's the actual scientific data that they use from the same sources that the other story's coming from, and they go, well, interesting thing is they're not mentioning the certain particular things about the electric fields, or they'll marginalize, the standard narrative will marginalize findings or incorporate them into their own theories. Like it was a theory, it was a hypothesis of the electric universe that black holes would have electric circuitry going in and out of them, right? And that because that's what fuels them, because they're not black holes, they're fucking giant plasmoids. And so when the standard astrophysicists found that there's the electric currents going in and out of the black hole AGN.
You did not just say that. You did. Oh my God. You did
right?
not just say that we understand black holes and we've like found one, photographed it, measured it, understand what it's doing.
Of course I didn't.
As far as I'm concerned, black holes are fairy tales still at this point.
You're not listening to me. Me too, dude. All right?
I'm trying to. I mean,
they're
I'm doing my
plasmoids.
best.
They're not near infinite anythings. They're plasmoids that can be recreated in a laboratory, and they do. So they're just intense electric fields with high magnetic fields in the center. But they're not, near infinite density objects. They're not anything like that. A plasmoid is a magnetic entity in a plasma. Yeah, and it holds rigid structure. It does all kinds of fun stuff. It has its own internal pressure.
You gotta understand,
and
though,
you can make them in a laboratory. That's the important part.
You gotta understand, astronomy is a purely visual study, right?
Yeah, sort of. Except for some of it. The probes and stuff that they have, that like in the when they were sitting in situ in the moon of Enceladus, and they were only detecting 5% of the 200 million electron volts that were present with their magnometer.
I'll have to remember that you think that there's actually like drones and probes being sent out these distances. Like, you're about that, right? Like sending out probes and like sending back data over millions of miles back to Earth or something, right? Like, is that how you feel we like understand some of these things that we're looking at, that we've actually like sent out probes and stuff?
Yeah, man. I know you don't believe that, so that's not part of the. You're asking me why I believe a thing I believe, right?
Right. I just didn't know that.
Believe in satellites
I just didn't know that you're relying on NASA's probes. If you want to have faith in NASA's,
they're not NASA's probes so much. Not everything is NASA's, right? Like,
I mean, it's JASA or NASA or CHASA. I mean, what do you want? China, Israel, India, or America, or Russia? I mean, which one do you want to pick out of those 5? No one else is doing spaceship besides Russia, India, Japan, and Israel and America, right? We're
that's
the only
a European agency, though. The ESA also. But
sure, make a 6, sure, Europe or whoever that's run by. But I mean, one of these institutions is sending out probes, and that's what you're kind of like relying on for this information, trusting in their.
A lot of it, yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. And not trusting in their, let's say, interpretation of the data, right? Obviously, because we have a completely different interpretation of the same data. And a lot of the times that they say they have particular data, they don't. And we point that out too, that they don't have the data that they're saying that they had that requires the proof, that would be sufficient for us to believe their bullshit story. So a lot of times they'll say like things like, they got for isotropy maps, they got monopole data from the Lagrange 2 and 3s, these secondary points, and they didn't. They only used the monopole data from the first or low Earth satellite and overlapped it while they were writing their papers on the 2 and 3 points, and people inferred and it was implied that way that data came from those fucking points as well, and it didn't. And there is no fucking cosmic microwave background radiation. It's emissions from Earth's oceans because higher energetic cosmic rays are absorbed into Earth's oceans and then re-emitted as lower microwaves, transformed into microwaves and re-emitted, and that's what causes that monopole, magnetic monopole. And that's what the fuck. That's why you see on the isotropy maps Earth's fucking continents. That shouldn't be there. You can see Africa and North America. It's like weird, and people are just starting to realize that, and they're still not really questioning it so much. But see, Pierre Marie Robitaille, who's like a Nobel Prize winner for saying that Kirchhoff's law, this is what he did. He said there was a problem with Kirchhoff's law of thermal emissivity, and that altering what he believed was more correct, he was able to build the Tesla 8 MRI machine and improve the resolution by double, and saved fucking millions of lives within the first year, I guess, whatever. I'm virtue signaling on that, but I mean that's a pretty big deal. Like making a damn
all good.
MRI machine twice as good as it was before, because you don't believe in one of the standard rules of science, and you somehow the guy who showed practical use of Kirchhoff's law not being correct, and he won a Nobel Prize for it. But then he turned around and he tried to apply that same spectroscopy and the same, noise to signal filtering that he did with the other shit. They said no, he's a crank. There's
When
of
you
course there's
say
a microwave background.
when you say you, like you just said, are you referring to me or like you and like you people
In general,
out there?
probably.
Okay.
Yeah, no, in
Well,
general. Like,
well, the thing about me is I keep everything on the table, and and I'm continuously involved in my own research while keeping everything on the table. And when something comes along, especially something that can be like generalized and explained in a general sense to me, and that really like goes against what I've kind of like come to think for now, there's only one thing to say. Oh shit, my phone's dying. Show me.
is that what you said? I'm just kidding. There's another thing to say too. Oh, the spaghetti's ready. I'll be back.
Well, so much for that combo.
There's no there's no women here today.
Hi.
Who is that? Is that a fake feminine voice?
Did you just assume my gender, bro?
No, you sound like a guy.
How you doing, big boy?
You don't want to? All right, fine.
Yeah, most girls don't care about flat Earth or globe Earth. I don't know. I don't know why guys are only interested in it. It seems like.
Probably in a general generic sense, we're logical, reasonable. We want to know the whys. We want to know the answers to questions, and they're more concerned with how they feel about things, and they don't feel any type of way about that. It doesn't affect their feelings. We like to know the truth. Their feelings are their truth. And that's subjective. We like objective and getting down to the bottom of things. So that probably has something to do with it.
Well, that's why girls don't like going into the field of like science, things like that. They're more into other things like nursing or caretaking.
Yep.
Dripping.
They do what's better suited for them, and it's probably best that way. That we don't have a bunch of Karens popping in and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But it's going to take the help of everybody to spread the truth. All of us. So
yeah, men are more into absolute truth or empirical truth, and women, generally speaking, are more into subjective truth.
well, look, they don't have the same intellectual curiosity. Like you don't see women inventors so much, like just building things and trying and experiment. It's just not in their nature so much to discover things.
Yep.
And then I'm just curious like that. I'm like, what? I want to see how things work. Even since I was little, I took everything I had apart. I would take the screws out and see what's inside. Like, oh, how does this work? I wanted to see the workings of things, and I wanted to see how the world actually worked. I'm like, okay, we revolve around the sun, and I took the official model. I'm like, wow, this sounds really fucking complex, and it keeps getting more complex. I'm like, wow, how did anyone ever figure that out? That's fucking crazy. And the more you dig into it, the more your head starts to hurt. Like all these gigantic numbers and all these different motions. I'm like, wow, that's fucking insane. How did they figure that out? And then you find out, no, it's all complete nonsense. They make this giant complicated spider web so you can't wrap your head around it. And you say, well, someone else has that shit figured out. That's too complex. I'm going to move on to something else. They've already got that figured out. I'll assume it's true. And assuming makes an ass out of you. So don't assume anything, especially coming from the government.
Yep.
And most of us had an ass made out of ourselves. Like, and that's why some people are too prideful to come out and admit that they've been fooled. Like my older brother, he's too prideful and he just can't come out and admit, yeah, the fool, that admit that his younger brother figured something out that he didn't. It's like that's just something to do with the pride or ego. I'm not sure. It's like, no, I want you to know this. I want everyone to know this. It does no good for me to keep it to myself. If I keep it to myself, guess what? We keep living in this false reality. I don't want to live in a false reality. I'm tired of living in two different worlds. You know what I mean? Like, I want the rest of the world to come to the fucking reality, man. They're living in a fucking insane, you know what I mean? They're not living in reality and they don't know it because everything around them is gaslighting them. All their media propaganda, their Mockingbird media, it's straight up gaslighting them.
Did you say your brother told you to keep quiet when you told him about what you discovered?
No, not at all. His girlfriend actually did. Like he's my older brother, and he had a party. He's got a pool at his house, so he was having a pool party, and his girlfriend was having her kids over. Her kids are like in their 20s, whatever. They're older, and she's like, dude, she wrote a note and taped it on the screen door. Do not talk about flat Earth, because she knows me and my other brother, my younger brother. We're both flat earthers. My brother's friend Kevin, he's a flat earther, and they didn't want us chit chatting. And I don't know if it embarrassed her because she got angry. She got like triggered or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't know her. Maybe she's softened on her stance, and because it's been some time. It's been a few years, so maybe it's had some time to soak in, and more people that she knows have probably come out as flat earthers. So it's a gradual process. Some people get offended, and some other people just laugh at it. I prefer the people to just laugh at it at first, because I laughed at it at first. I'm like, dude, that is the stupidest shit I ever heard. Like, it's too stupid to even be funny. Usually a joke has to have truth to be funny, right? It has to have some little bit of truth. For if you're a comedian, if you don't have some truth in your joke, then it's not funny. But I'm like, it has to have at least a little nugget of truth to be funny. That's not even funny. It's just dumb. And
Just
that's how
don't bring
fake.
it up with alcohol.
Yeah, that might help. Alcohol is a good truth serum.
No, don't. I find that if you raise it when someone's drunk and they actually have a bit of cog dis, it's a
Yeah.
bad combination. Yeah,
Well,
they go on
you
the
got to
attack
play.
mode.
It might be by different. Just got to play it by ear and just see how they feel. Everyone's going to react a little different. Some might laugh about it. Maybe they'll laugh hysterically or think it's hilarious. But it might let their guard down a little bit. It just depends on the person. If they're a violent person that gets angry, like my brother's girlfriend, she got all pissed off and angry, then you might not want to talk to her when she's drunk about that.
And she probably knows her own thing, hence she left that note for you. Please
She
don't
did.
get me going.
Yeah, she's a Karen, dude. She's a fucking Karen. And I would have threw her ass in the pool. Shut up, bitch! And fucking, who are you to tell me what to do at my brother's house? Blood is thicker than water. So the thing is, they're both normies, right? So they both believe all of the bullshit, like all of the other bullshit that they would call conspiracies. And if you look, conspiracy theory is just another word for truth. That's all it is. Someone pulling out conspiracy theory, that's because it's true. And that's their universal smear word. You're a conspiracy theorist. Probably everyone here has someone like that in their family. Someone who's gonna be like get offended or whatever. I don't want to talk about it. It doesn't affect me. That's after they've already asked 100 questions. They'll ask 100 questions back to back to back, and not take the time to listen to the answer. They're already moving on. When they find out you've got an answer, they don't want to hear it. They're already asking another question, speaking over you. That is annoying as fuck. Because it took me a long time to accumulate all these the answers to those questions to put it all together. So it's like, look, do you want the benefit of all the work that I've done so you don't have to do it? I can explain it to you in 5 minutes what took me 5 years to figure out.
I'm glad you brought that up because they were talking about something before and I didn't have a chance to say something. I think it was Dicelo that was trying to get his message across. And another guy came up and he said, well, if you watch 100 videos from Ken Wheeler, you might just start to get. And I'm like, what? Did I just hear that?
Ken Wheeler is like a big word faggot. Instead of just he even says, if you don't know your subject well enough, you can't explain it in simple terms. Well, guess what? Does he explain it in simple terms? No.
Yeah, no, I'm not knocking the Ken Wheeler. Don't get me wrong, but the point I want to make is that the person, I don't know who he was, and I'm not downing him, but the book Sun Tzu, right, the Art of War, he says it the best. He says, if a general doesn't like, if how did he say it? If a soldier doesn't understand what the order is, it's not the soldier's fault. It's the general's fault.
Or someone said, if your enemy is killing himself, don't stop them. You know what I mean? Like,
that's something else. But the point I'm trying to make is that if you have something and you can't explain it, well, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? That's on you.
Yeah. And the thing is,
are we talking about Ken Wheeler here?
Yeah.
No, we've moved on. I was just glossing over Ken Wheeler, but I'm saying, if you can explain something.
And, I don't know who the other guy was that was saying that he knows, like he knows it, and if anything you need to explain, ask him. I forgot who he was.
Oh yeah, that's me, man. Fundamental.
That's you, bro?
Yeah,
he just has a way of simplifying things. I wouldn't say that he knows everything Ken knows or everything I'm gonna, everything I've ever said are gonna define my words. I mean, don't get me wrong, bro. I'm just saying the guy, actually has the respect enough to listen to me when I talk and actually try to understand. And we've had plenty of enough conversation on these topics to where he has a fairly decent idea of what's being expressed in, the ether.
No, I've listened to Ken Wheeler, and he has some fantastic and amazing, theories. He's very smart and all, but
he doesn't want you to know.
He's got some crazy ideas, man. Like, let me give you an example. He made a playing card, and he says he explained everything from the universe in one card. I'm sure you guys must know about that since you're fans.
Yeah, it was called.
I got the card.
Yeah, I got the card too, man. Got it downloaded.
So what'd you think of that, man? He's got it all figured out?
Yeah, it's pretty darn
basically
good.
what he discusses is like the different types of archetypes of motion, essentially, and energy, and how things are expressed in these conjugate geometries. I mean, there's a lot that he covers in a small card that can fit pretty much every phenomena.
It's more about principles than literally naming every animal, every color, every everything that there is to ever name that has a name. I mean, that's not what's going on there. He's talking about the underlying principles and the connected substrate behind all things.
So let me ask you a
How does
simple
he
question.
know? Hold on. How the hell does he know what the underlying substrate of all things are?
In
How
the
hell
same
does
way
he know?
in the same way that you could think about it and come to realize.
How? I just think hard. What? I don't get it.
He uses a method called retroductive logic,
man.
where he
with your human faculties, you got to give yourself some credit.
Is he using logic if he still thinks the Earth is a globe? If he knows all these things and he knows we live on an inertial
He doesn't say the Earth's a globe.
Yes, he does. He said these flat earthers. He said, I'm not a flat earther. So whatever. He's shit on.
I guess you haven't seen his recent video. I don't know.
Yeah, you must not have seen his interview with Bob Nodell.
I was in there with the Globebusters thing. He came on his own show and then he shit on all the flat earthers, and then he deleted the stream afterwards.
Nah, I've seen everything he's ever done, even his live streams. He never shit on anyone. The only thing he's ever done in a mocking tone is say, "Hey, to all your flat earthers, why don't you send me a picture of the edge of the Earth?" That's the most mocking he's ever done of flat Earth.
If he knows what he does know, what he claims to know, he knows it can't be a globe. He must know that. He's there being a deceiver and collecting super chats.
All right. Well, if you saw the Bob Nodell Globebusters interview with him,
I did.
All right, then you should remember the part where he admitted there's not a single thing he's ever been presented with in front of his own two eyes that's ever given him any indication that the Earth actually has curvature. He admitted that.
two-faced is, and then when he goes in his stream, he goes, "It wasn't an interview. I couldn't get a word in edgewise." He said that, right? Did you hear that part?
No, I never heard him complaining like that.
Yeah, well, then you didn't watch.
I heard him bag Flat Earth after his interview on his own channel on a live stream. I heard him personally. So
Well,
it wasn't that much. It wasn't like a monologue or anything. It was just a very quick thing to let everyone know that he's not a flat earther.
I think you're
So,
quote mining
there
what
you
he
go.
said to a large degree, because I think I know what you're talking about now that I think about it. And he was just saying how essentially most of the time he does all the talking, and he actually had some people that were having a lot of good things to share and say, to where he got a chance to sit back and listen for a change. And that was
complained.
more of the way he was presenting it. So I
He
think you
said
guys
they
are
were
kind of
just
taking that out of
monologuing.
context.
He said, "Oh, these guys, they were just monologuing. This was not a debate. This was just them monologuing."
Yeah,
So
monologuing is a neutral term. It doesn't have to be perceived in a negative context like you're.
He was condescending about it. If you watched it, you said you watched them all, and I did. I was in his stream. I'm not saying Ken doesn't have good information about magnetism. I actually like his
So he
explanations.
was there to debate, because I thought he was just there to do a live stream
An interview.
basically.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even so much as that, really. I mean, he said it was just them talking. It was just them talking. I didn't even get a word in edgewise. And they asked him about the Saturn V.
It's really unfortunate that he deletes all his live streams right after he does them.
No
So,
shit. Yeah, cover the tracks.
Well,
what
if
I'm
you
saying
want
is-
to do it that way, I won't blame you. But we do find ourselves in this situation where I can either take your word for it or entertain the idea that you might have misinterpreted his words. I don't know what to think. I'm only, I'm ignorant on.
I mean, he speaks for himself. I mean, other people have been in the live streams, maybe the same ones I have. I've been watching them for the last like 4 or 5 years, but more recently, I've been watching almost all of them the last few months after the Globebusters interview. I watched almost all those.
Yeah, like I said, we find ourselves in this sort of standstill right now, where I can take your word for it or think that you might have misinterpreted. I don't, I'm not saying it, man.
You have to take my word if you've seen them. You would know.
Yeah, no. His uploads, sure. His live streams, I'm definitely not there throughout every live stream from beginning to end.
Yeah, well, I've watched him. I'm saying he's not as bad as he was. He was more condescending, and he would ban flat earthers, but he allows a few flat earth comments to slip through before banning people. He's not as trigger happy on that.
Well, he's been on 2 flat earthers live streams without putting much of a fight up. So, I mean, he can't be that opposed to it, or the people that support this idea. And with his one comment that he said, there's nothing in his entire life he's ever seen that indicates the Earth is a ball. That speaks volumes right there.
Why doesn't he say that in the stream, in his own live streams? Why doesn't he say that? If the flat earthers ask him a question, hey Ken, what about this?
I really get the impression more and more that flat Earth is kind of a spell shield to like divert from the obvious discussion about the world's geocentricity. You know? Because you just name someone a flat earther, right? And then you can't even talk about that you have seen the sun moved in the sky, right? Yeah.
Well, it's both of those. It's also geocentric. I mean, of course.
Hey, why don't you just give us some time, give us some time, Wolfgang Flat. I mean, the future has in store mysteries beyond our imagination. So I'm not saying I expect Ken Willard to, flip his script and become a diehard flat earther or anything.
He won't do it.
Hey,
he has too much credibility to piss on. Like, if he does it, he's putting his neck, like he's taking a big risk by saying that publicly. He knows it's flat, but he won't say it is. Okay, that's my stance. He definitely knows.
Hey, that's a fine perspective to hold. I don't mind that at all. But that does indicate that you understand that there's a certain way you got to play the game on YouTube, right? And maybe he's just playing it smart.
Nah, well, Globebusters does it. Jeranism does it. I'm just maybe he's not worried about YouTube. He's worried about all the other people disregarding his accomplishments, like his studies on magnetism. Oh, that guy's a flat earther. You just disregard his work.
Sure.
So that's what I think it is. It's the he's trying not to step on toes. He doesn't want to because coming out with as a flat earther publicly is like wearing a kick me sign, and he doesn't want to publicly wear a kick me sign. That's it. That's all. I mean,
Yeah.
that's,
It's
Yeah,
like coming
I
out.
agree
It's
with
like
that.
coming out as gay in the '60s or something. Sure, I understand what you're saying.
and he does good work with the magnetism stuff. So I'm not going to shit on all of his work. And his work actually helped me figure this out. Like, oh, okay, that's what's going on with this torus field between two. You know, we're living on this plane of inertia between the two toruses, the north and south pole. We're squashed. That's why water's flat. Like, it explains a lot of that shit.
Well, you know, YouTube is probably, besides his leather work, his main source of livelihood, right? So he may be a coward in the sense where he isn't trusting in fate by doing the right thing and speaking earnestly and honestly, whatever. But I can't blame a person for finding themselves within the system we all find ourselves in right now and not playing a smart game of chess in it. So if he's, you know, cowering and not admitting the truth that he's realized,
Or lying about it. Just don't acknowledge it, but just he would lie instead. So just say no comment. Don't even comment instead of outright lying. I'm not a flirt. What are you like? Just
see that's where I find it hard to accept what you're saying in your description of him, because, like I said, I've only heard him say
What I
one
think it
thing.
was, man, to be honest with you, is I think he had like an extreme explosion with flat earthers, like blowing them up. As soon as I kind of came into Discord and just started like basically fucking parroting a lot of his words and what he says and how he views things, because I agree with him. I've aligned with a lot of what he says, because for me it's the alternative, and it makes logical sense. And with that being said, I think a lot of the people that get pissed off at me that I come across end up going to him. And I'm sure QE and Nathan Oakley and RC Meisty, in fact, I know RC has, but I'm sure a lot of these people have like contacted him on the side, if not gone into his live streams and just harassed the fuck out of him, insinuating that he's a
your
flat
message,
earther
bro.
by guilty by association, essentially.
RC created a like sentence creator. Have you seen that, man?
Wait, could you say that again? I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, RC has like coded a sentence generator, like in the vocabulary of
Oh yeah,
Ken Wheeler.
yeah.
Yeah, have you seen that? Yeah,
Yeah, it's
hilarious,
called the
man.
Wheelerizer. He made it for me essentially, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
you
be
see the effort
let's
going
be a
in there.
big word faggot and show everyone how smart we are. I can link together 25 big words without a normal fucking word in between.
Can somebody simplify the message of Ken Wheeler in a few sentences here?
Yeah,
Dice
no
low or
big deal at all.
fundamental? There's your challenge.
Yeah, I think we've done a pretty good job at.
Yeah, that's really no
I don't
big
think
deal
so,
at
bro.
all.
I'll be brutally honest with you. I don't think anybody understands when you talk. I don't think you make any sense at all. I understand a bit of it because I've heard Ken Wheeler.
Hey, Montreal.
But in the manner in which you speak, I'll be honest with you, you're doing it a disservice. I'll be brutally honest with you.
Well, there's no
hold on.
disservice because I'm reading it word for word, and then I give my own short version on it afterwards.
It's meaningless, bro. You might as well talk Chinese. It's meaningless.
Montreal. There's not a single thing Daislow's ever said that I haven't understood. Okay.
Look, if you want to take the criticism, take it. If you don't want to take it, it's no problem. I'll be quiet.
If you're talking to 100 people and only 5% are going to get it, don't you think that's counterproductive? Why don't you speak in the broadest terms?
It's not.
If you're trying to teach people, you want to teach them in the broadest terms.
Not counterproductive at all. Okay, that's a really no. It's not. that
You
just means
pass
we
over
need to
90% that would otherwise understand what you're talking about if you spoke in general terms. It could be
Well,
simplified to
that's
its
the
basic
problem.
terms.
That's the problem. Is a lot of these general terms that you speak of have been conceptualized in
Yeah.
basically.
Okay.
Hold on. It's been conceptualized intentionally to hide some of these true understandings from your capability of ever even being able to perceive it, such as like the word inertia. It had a completely different understanding prior to the understanding you know of. Same with dielectric. All these types of things, dude, lead you or lead one logically down a road to understand what's being said. But if you've never been given the proper definition, or when you go and source the word
Well, what
being
is
said,
your
See,
definition of
you just said
dielectric?
nothing
Mine,
right
it's
there.
an
That was a
insulator.
waste of your breath, bro. Sorry. I got to be
not at all.
brutally
That's your
honest with you.
opinion.
What you
Yeah.
just said right now, who understood what he just said right now in the room? Somebody
I
tell
do,
me
but
what he just said.
he's
Well,
saying that maybe
dielectric
my
dielectric
definition
is a
is
word you can look up. All it is
Not the
essentially an
dielectric, is how
insulator.
you combine the sentence. You made no
Find
explanatory
what sentence? All I said was
whatsoever.
one word.
Nothing.
what part.
I referred to
What
one
part?
word.
Hey,
There was no
Montreal.
sentence other than that.
Montreal. I already
Tell me
offered my
what. Tell
services.
me what the theory is. Tell me what his theory is in a sentence. I challenge any one of you right now. Tell me.
Are you talking about Deisler? Are you talking about Ken?
Unified field theory.
Ken Wheeler. What's his take? What's his game? Go
Unified
right now. I
field
challenge
theory.
any one
I
of you.
just gave it to you, dude. Like what
Yeah.
was that? 3 words?
That was gibberish. That was gibberish.
Oh yeah, gibberish, bro. Yeah, you're gibberish. How about that, bro? I'm just being brutally honest, bro. I mean, I hate to say it, but you never bring anything to the
I'm
table
doing
of
this because I
substance.
like you, bro.
Your
You don't
your
understand. I'm
argument's
doing this
pretty
because I
weak.
like
I
you.
like you too, bro. I'm just telling. I'm just being real. I mean, your arguments are pretty
Oh,
weak,
right
bro.
back at you.
Hey guys, can you guys speak one at a time, man? Because I can't. You all speak
Yeah,
in
my
3 at a
turn.
time.
Yeah, my turn. My turn. Montreal. We understand your feelings about Ken and what Deislo expresses of what he learns from Ken. And if it doesn't go smoothly, I've already offered my services. Now, if there's one thing in particular Deislo or Ken has said, just bring it up. I'm here for you, bro. I got
Didn't
about a
ask
half
you
an
that.
hour.
Don't play freaking doctor with me, bro. You're full of it. Okay, I just called you out.
Hey, whoa,
Explain to me
whoa,
what
whoa,
Ken
whoa.
Wheeler's theory is in a
Calm,
few sentences.
calm
Just
down.
give us a
Calm,
rundown.
Yeah,
Just
you're
give
just
us a
being
rundown.
argumentative, bro. That's all you're
calm,
doing, bro. Don't argue with
down.
me, but explain
Yeah,
something to
you
me.
won't do it. You
So
can't do
you're
it.
gonna
You
you're gonna
can't
tell
do
you're
it,
gonna tell
man.
me how
One
to
at a
translate,
time,
bro.
please, guys. This is audio chaos, please.
Sure. All right, Montreal.
SE is asking a simple question. Can y'all give him a simple answer?
What is the simple question? And I will give a simple answer.
Explain to us who don't understand Ken Wheeler. He's such a genius. He has this great theory, right? Explain to us what it is in just layman simple terms. Just a rough breakdown. What is all about?
All is one. The universe is unified.
I'm sorry, man, but you know,
To show your character, bro.
it's
First you complain
comical.
about not
It's comical.
understanding. First you complain about not understanding, and now things are too simple for you, dude. Like you
That
The
sound like
universe is one
a
and
spoiled
all.
brat.
Are you
You
freaking
sound like a
kidding me or
spoiled brat.
what?
now that lacked any meaning, really. I mean, it didn't really say anything.
Okay, I can continue, but I'm just gonna fill in the blank for you. Where if you were behaving like a normal conversator, you would ask another question. So I'm gonna ask the question for you. Okay. How about that whole paradigm in contemporary science where they're seeking for a grand unified theory of everything? You ever heard about that? Have you ever heard that that's the cutting edge of science, that they're seeking a grand unified theory of everything?
Yeah. What does that have to do with what I asked you? You see what you're doing here, man? You see what you're
Whoa.
doing?
Oh my gosh.
Can you not explain what Ken Wheeler's theory is, dude?
Wow,
Yes
you don't want
or
to know. He
no?
doesn't want
Wow,
to know,
man.
bro.
Yes or
He's
no?
playing stupid.
You
He's
sound like you're trying
gaslighting.
to make enemies, honestly. You sound like you're trying to make enemies, honestly. Like
No, I'm not
I'm
trying to make enemies. I'm tired of hearing you guys talk about Ken Wheeler and you're not
We're
explaining nothing.
tired of hearing about you and your fucking problems, dude.
Montreal. Let me put you in your place by asking you: did I speak too long, or did I give a clear, concise, and short answer?
you gave gibberish. You gave like a metaphysical. You didn't say nothing, bro. You said the universe, and I don't even remember what you said. It was so dumb.
You told me to wrap up Ken Wheeler's idea in one short sentence.
No, I didn't
Words are
say
too
that.
smart.
No,
The
I
words
didn't
are
say
too
that.
dumb. You sound like a picky girl, bro.
Bro, I'm calling you guys out. That's
You're
what
not
I
calling
do.
shit out. You
You
sound
don't
like
have
a
to like it.
complaining. You sound
Okay,
like
I
a
hear you talk
complaining.
now
You
for
sound
so
like a
long.
complaining little girl,
Guys,
bro. That's what you
please,
sound like.
please stop the audio chaos and the personal attacks.
Well, tell SC to stop interrupting, dude.
That goes for everyone.
You guys are interrupting each other, man. Like all three of you, like talking at the same time.
All right, what do you guys want? I'll deliver it. Just ask a
No, not
detailed
you,
question.
because you've been over talking everybody.
Oh, me. Okay, I'm talking
Okay,
over
make
everyone.
your point like you're on a CB radio. Make a 30-second point and then let someone else reply.
That's what I did, and I'm waiting for the reply.
You made a 5-second. Go ahead, make it like 30 seconds or a minute. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Give us your best opinion, bro. Go ahead. Let's hear your best opinion that you've got out of life. Go ahead, man.
You see, they can't do it. They can't give an
Go ahead,
explanation,
SC.
and I'm the bad guy.
What's your best flat Earth proof, bud? Go.
You first. I asked you first.
I just asked you, bro. Everything to you is gibberish. Nothing. You don't like anything.
No, not
so
everything.
Let's hear
What
what you have
you
to
say is gibberish. Not
Let's hear your
everything. Not
enlightenment.
everybody here. You.
Go ahead and enlighten me, SC.
Or at least
I
ask.
asked
Done hearing
you
your
to give me a
opinions.
simple explanation of Ken Wheeler, and you can't do it, man. You just
You
parrot
just
his
did.
stuff.
We gave you the complete
Yeah,
version, dude, and you
over and
whined
over
about
and over.
You whined about it, man. That's all you did.
No, I asked a
All right,
simple
let's
question. If
move
you would
along.
have
We're
gave
not
me an
doing it. We're
answer,
just
this wouldn't have
arguing,
happened.
dude.
You're trying to make me the bad guy. I'm not
Can
the
we
bad
move
guy. I
Playing,
just
bro. That's how
asked
you.
you a
This is not.
question, and you
This
can't
is not
handle
about
it, dude.
defending. Can we please
What's that?
stop defending Ken Wheeler and move on to a new topic, because we can agree to disagree. I think he's got some good information, but like, let's move along, because Ken is not an honest person. He, for whatever reason, he's scared to be honest about the truth, and we'll just move along.
I'm not in the one control of the situation. All I said is, if you have a question, ask it. That's all I've ever said.
I did, and you didn't answer it, dude.
You're lying, because I answered it in like 10 words. If you have another question, a follow-up, I'm here for you. If you want to change the topic, I'm
Fair
also
enough.
with you.
Fair enough. Your explanation was not sufficient. I don't think anybody here in this Discord found that, and I think I can speak for everybody here. And if I can't, please set me in my place. I don't think anybody found your answer sufficient to what Ken Wheeler's theories are.
I don't think that these rhetorics are valid though. So I am gonna jump in and say I understood it perfectly, okay? Just to play it fair here.
Okay, explain it to us. What did he say? Explain it to us.
It was simple.
Yeah, it was pretty simple.
It doesn't
He's
require.
asking Flirt.
so simple,
Hold on,
explain
Fundy.
it to
It
me.
doesn't
Hold on,
require an
Fundy. He's asking
explanation.
Flirt. Let Flirt speak. Go ahead, Flirt.
Yeah, so what I gathered was that there's one universe, like unified universe, right?
Oh, that's. Maybe I should write that down and send it to the scientific community. There's a universe and there's a unified universe. Man, that's cutting edge shit, man. Are you freaking
Maybe that's why they
serious?
call it a universe, because it is a universe. It's like, I learned so
Yeah.
much. Thank you. That's
It's
my
in the
question.
name.
So here, you taught him there's a universe, a unified universe.
Yes, that means that all aspects of the universe are all connected through a unified underlying substrate. That substrate would be the ether.
Uni being one or wholeness, and he's putting it in simple terms.
If you have a
It
follow-up
doesn't have to
if
be
you have a
deep.
follow-up
It just has to be
question,
accurate.
The word itself tells you what the fuck it is. I mean, universe. I mean, come on, man. He's not.
Exactly.
He's
There
just.
you go, man. You got 4 people, SE, and yeah, pretty much saying you're acting like a little girl.
No, but
Yeah,
he's saying
sure.
not that, but like maybe his
More ad-homs, bro.
explanations
More
of
ad-homs. Hey,
magnetism.
you're the general. You can't explain it. It's on you, bro. If you can't
Yeah.
handle that, you can't put
Yeah.
on your big boy pants on. That's not my fault, bro.
You're like a small child being spoon fed that doesn't want to eat, bro. It's not my
You're a
fault.
useless general. You have a message and
He
you can't
explained it.
deliver it.
He
Yeah,
explained
plug your
it.
deliver
ears
it,
some
bro.
more,
He
bud.
explained it.
Plug your
He
ears some more.
explained it, and he explained it simply.
All right, can
You-
we move on, guys? Because this is getting over. We're beating a dead horse.
All right, SC. So why don't you give us your best opinion, dude? Let's hear what you have. Enlighten the crowd, man.
What do you want to know my opinion on? I didn't make any
I
claims.
want to know your opinion on reality. What do you think it's consistent of?
My opinion on reality?
Yeah.
What kind of a question is that?
Yeah,
What do you mean? What kind of question? Are you going to complain about everything?
What's your taxonomical breakdown of ontology?
Oh, they're going to play the I'm smart card now. Is this where you're going to tell me how many degrees you have?
Oh
After
boy, we
you
said
failed
more than
to
a
explain a
3-syllable word.
simple concept? Is this what you're going to do? Change it on me? Nah.
You're going to
I
complain
called
about
both of you guys out.
about a
You
word
got
that has more than 3
nothing.
syllables. You're going to complain about a word that has more than 3 syllables,
Do you
bro.
want me to put it?
Hey, why don't you explain to the retards what that big word means? I want to hear your definition.
Sure. So I asked him for his taxonomical description of ontology. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
You hear that?
explain
He's
each
trying to play
explain those
smart.
terms. What are those?
After
What is
being
that word
called out,
ontology? What is it?
after not being able to explain a
We're not
simple
allowed to be
theory,
smart here. We're not allowed to be
he's
smart.
trying to be
Stop
smart.
over talking.
We all have to
Please.
stupefy ourselves down to his level.
Guys. The over talking and the audio chaos needs to stop. Otherwise, I'm going to have to mute people. Don't have to do that, but the
the troll,
constant
man.
over talking is getting unbearable.
Sure.
That's something that stupid people say is, oh, you're trying to be because you're stupid and you don't understand it. So smart shit, you label as dumb because you're dumb and you can't explain it or understand it. It sounds dumb to you, but oh, you're trying to be smart. Yes, we're all trying to be smart.
Yeah, and no personal attacks, thanks. Illegal. Thank you for that.
That was not a personal attack. That was a generalization. That was a generalization.
That was aimed at someone in particular.
In context. Yes.
Yes.
I said people. I said people. Did I name a person? No, I said people who say that.
Stop over talking me. Within the current conversation, that was aimed at someone in particular because of what was just said previously. So please stop that.
Somebody specific. It was based on something specific, making a generalization from the example of something specific, but I wasn't aimed at him because I didn't say his name, did I? I said people.
Look, like I said, within the context of the current conversation with what was just said previously, that was clearly aimed at someone. There were some clear implications from what you said. Just stop that. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I took something specific and made it general as to not make it personal. Do you not understand that?
Well,
I took something personal and made it general.
You were just talking about how people using big words think that that implies that someone's dumb. It's because you're dumb. That's what you were saying.
That wasn't
which is
him.
exactly what SC was just talking about.
That wasn't illegal. You're confusing him with someone else now.
No,
that wasn't what he said.
That was the guy that I was just speaking to, which was illegal.
No,
even if it was me, even if it was me, I was taking something specific or personal and then taking it out of that and making it general. Because I know about if you make things personal, I know how it doesn't contribute to the conversation. So I always try and take personal things and then generalize it to not make it about them so that we will hopefully have a constructive conversation about it. So that's what I was doing.
It's what he always does. Make things, address universal principles, or at least cultural principles. Something overarching.
Yeah, I zoom out. I take something specific where people are zoomed in, and then I zoom and make it general. And then people want to be offended because that generalization applies to them. They take it personally. They get all butthurt, and then we end up arguing for 30 minutes.
Well,
but anyway,
look, if people ask for to explain a particular word because they don't understand it, that doesn't make them dumb. Which
I'm
was
happy to
He was
oblige.
he
what you
wasn't
said.
he wasn't asking to explain a certain word. He was saying, "Oh, you're trying to sound all smart." He didn't say, "Hey, can you expand on what you mean when?" He didn't
Well,
do that. He just
I'm
said,
talking
"Oh,
about
you're trying to
what
sound
you just
smart."
said. I'm talking about what you just said,
What?
which was
Like
when people
like I
that
said,
don't
man.
understand certain terms, that makes them dumb because they ask for
Yeah.
explanations.
Well, by
Not about
definition,
what
if you
SE
don't
just said.
understand something, then you're ignorant or naive, or you can use a different kind of words. If you know what it is but ignore it, that makes you ignorant. If you don't know it, or you don't have certain information, you can qualify as dumb.
Hey, we can
But
call it
nothing I said was
unknowing.
inaccurate.
We can call it unknowing, which I mean, everyone
Uh,
can attest to being unknowing of something. It's not an insult, just a fact.
Right. So maybe that's a less triggering word is, unknowing people say things like, "Oh, you're trying to sound smart," because they're unknowing.
The
Is that
reason
better?
why a certain person said that is because another certain person was asked a question, and instead of answering it honestly, what they did was, when called out, they turned it around and tried to catch the other person on something that they might or might not know. That's
That
what
was
you did, my friend. That's below the belt.
How
All
would
I
you
was doing is
determine whether
trying
or
to
not
give you guys constructive criticism of
how would
how to get
you
your
how would
message
you
across.
determine how would
And
you determine whether or
you're
not
not
they were
even letting
answering
me
honest?
finish. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're speculating. You're speculating. How could you determine whether somebody else is answering honestly? It could sound dishonest to you, but that doesn't mean it is. They could be answering honestly from their perspective, and then you might disagree and then say it's dishonest. That doesn't make it dishonest.
So you think
Anyway,
the answer that I was given, and then I said it wasn't sufficient, and I was asked for clarity. You think the answer that you gave, unified universe, to the
Fundy
explanation of Ken Wiener's theory, you think that's sufficient?
Fundy made it absolutely clear that if you have a follow up question, feel free to give a follow up question, and he would
ready
oblige
for
you.
you.
And I
But
did.
you
And I
never
did.
did that. Okay,
Yes, I
go
We'll
ahead.
did. I
direct.
said it wasn't
Okay,
sufficient enough.
okay, go ahead.
That's not a
Repeat
question.
your follow
Ask
up
your question.
question. I'll go on mute.
All
Yeah,
right, you
it
and me,
wasn't
man.
sufficient enough what you said. Can you please give us a more thorough breakdown as to what Ken Wheeler's theory is for us that
Yes,
don't know it?
yes, absolutely. So, uh, I'll repeat, but then I'll expand. His theory is addressing not approaching from a materialistic, atomistic sense of understanding cosmology and ontology, of breaking things down into more and more constituent, separate parts that are interacting and ending up with a giant bag of marbles at the end of the day, and trying to understand reality and how it works, but approaching it from the opposite orientation, where the world that we experience is the more complicated, nuanced version that at the end of the day simplifies down to more and more overarching principles that reduce down to the ultimate principle of unification, which would be the ether, which is not a simple thing to understand his view on, because it does involve things like matter, time, space, and counterspace all being unified, which has no direct analogous like physical comparison, but there are certain things I can bring up as examples that have their shortcomings, but can point you in the right direction that we can go into.
So basically the same thing as everybody else talks about with added counter space is what I understood.
I'm sorry, I misheard. I didn't hear that clearly. Could you repeat yourself?
My
It's the
apologies,
same.
sure.
It's all good.
Basically, you said that the theory that just about everybody else, the common scientific theory of cosmology, with an added word of counter space. That's what I got out of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can understand where counter space trips someone up because it's not something you can point at or experience directly. It's definitely like a metaphysical terminology. That is definitely an additional concept that isn't usually included. And I'd be happy to talk to you about the difference between like counter space versus space. And
When you say counter space, don't they kind of refer to that as dark space or dark energy? Like what they don't understand, they say like we only see or understand or experience 2%, and then like 98% is dark energy or dark space. So you say
that's
counter
not where
space.
Ken is coming from. I mean,
Oh, okay.
that's not where Ken is coming from. It's slightly related, but not really in any sort of profound way, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I
His
don't know a lot
perspective
about
on
that.
it is very different than the contemporary like ideas around like dark energy and dark matter, stuff like that.
Okay, I don't know a lot about Ken, so that was just interpretation, but I was wrong. Okay.
Okay, that was somewhat more helpful, I must say, more clear. But really,
We
you
can
just said
continue.
the same. Sorry?
I said we can continue. I can't deliver everything, all of his information in one, all at once. It,
So
it
that was
takes a little
big
bit of
progress. You made
an interrogation.
concise
Let's keep
statements
it
that
going, man.
yeah.
What's the next question? Was anything
Well, the counter space
like
thing.
too
Well,
vague?
what's this counter space thing?
Right. So, space and the matter within it would be referred to as space, even though this word has baggage. How like we use words in a contemporary sense, they kind of carry baggage on them and can be thought of in the way you've been taught they mean, but the way one person uses them might not be the way another person uses them. And so when it comes to space versus counter space, really we're talking about realms and everything included within that realm. And so in this realm that we're aware of, this is what Ken would call the actualized realm. And this is where things are finite, right? Not infinite, but limited and finite, not unlimited and infinite. So you can only there's only so many amount of dogs that exist as of right now, immediately. And there's only so many buildings, so many bricks in the world. This is the finite actualized realm. But what the finite actualized realm draws from would be counter space, which would be the realm of infinite potential. Not the actual, but the potential. Not the finite actual, but the unlimited potential. And it relates to Plato's realm of what does he call it? Perfect objects or whatever. But that's not important. It relates, but it's not important. He is a Neoplatonist, so he draws from that. But really, all you got to think about it is a sort of source that's drawn upon that the things that you're experiencing and that will be continued to be experienced by everyone else come from, and then will return to, and perhaps return from there, after some sort of transformation and rebirth, alchemization. But this is the state. This is the stage, and counter space would be the backstage. But what the crowd is aware of is only what they can see, which would be in front of the curtain. And the membrane, the membrane between the two is sort of the related to the sort of portal of magnetism that you'd see, like the black spot in the center of a magnet, the dielectric portal.
Wow, that's some heavy stuff there, bro. Like, I
If
mean, I
anything was
understood what you
unclear,
said, but whoa.
if anything was unclear, we can go deeper.
No, I understood every part. It's just a little fantastical.
That's okay. I mean,
Yeah,
Now
but
he
thanks
explained it in
for
more
clearing it
simple
up.
terms. Yeah. Now, and Ken says all life exists on the inertial plane. And what is a plane? He knows what a plane is, right? An inertial plane. So he knows it's not a fucking ball if life only exists on a plane. He knows that. And he contradicts himself in the live stream, and that's what I find objectionable. But I understand why he does it. It takes balls to be a flat earther, and he doesn't have the balls to do it because there is repercussions. So he says, fuck
So
it.
why?
Do it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
No, that's all.
So this is what I wanted to get out. And Dice Low and you were fighting me all along. But you see, we got here.
I'm not fighting you, bro.
In the end.
There's a lot more to go over, but I'm not fighting you, man. Never was.
And nobody knows the
nothing
source
personal,
of this.
Dice Low, man. You know, I'm just, I'm trying to help out here.
Honestly, it might just be your voice and your tone, and that might just be who you are, but I think a lot of us might take it the wrong way. And, we can all try to be more amicable in figuring this shit out and discussing our feelings and thoughts on things.
Well, usually I come in nice and, but when people start telling me like bullshit, like I'm the one that's in the wrong, like I came in with good intent.
Well, I see where you're coming from, but that wasn't me, so I don't appreciate it getting taken out on me since I wasn't
No problem.
participating in
My
that.
apologies. No problem.
Is there anything else, man? Because there's plenty more I could go on to, but if there's anything in particular you got a question about, I'm here.
Well, now I'm sitting down to eat something, so I think I took up enough time. Maybe
No,
some
go for
other
it, man.
time, but what you said is very helpful. First time I heard an explanation. Dice Low, you should be taking notes, bro.
He's all
I'll
good.
back off now.
He's got the technical terms. I got the relatable terms. What's that one? What's that one cartoon from the '80s where the Wonder Twins activate and they like the form of a giant whale, the shape of a bucket of water.
But before I start eating, I'm going to say one more thing. You do understand how fantastical what you just told me was, right? About counter space? You do understand that, right? Being another realm and all that stuff, separated by electromagnetic. Like, that's pretty out there, bro.
Yeah, the thing that might trip you up is that in a lot of ways they're counterparts and they fulfill each other's like imperfections. Like they support each other in order to complete the one true miracle of the alchemical marriage. And so when you're thinking of another realm, you shouldn't think about it as a Cartesianal realm. This is the space. This is the space. This is the room. This is the space where space has room to do things in. Counter space isn't actually a thing that has like location or coordinates to it, right? This is the place where things are finite, right? So counter space is 0 and infinity at the same time, while space is everything that can actually be coordinated, like 1 1 or 1 2 or things with definite features, right? This is the stage where things happen, and behind the stage, who knows what might be going on behind there? It's
another word for I don't fucking know, is what it is. It's a big question mark.
Well, it definitely relates to the whole I don't know, because this is the place where things can make their appearances and reveal themselves to be known. But it isn't so much about I don't know, it's the unknown. And I can be aware of the unknown in the sense that you can know that you don't know everything.
The word infinite implies the same thing. So it's like, what is infinite? Like forever, or like these things are like, I don't know. There is no edge, there is no explanation, and only God knows these things. Only the creator knows how the realm is constructed. To think otherwise is very arrogant, to think that you know how the size and limitations and boundaries.
Oh, no. See, what you're talking about is knowing every aspect of this place, right? No one should ever claim they know everything about this place, right?
Outside this realm. Speaking of counter space, outside this realm, this is the space that we can measure. Like, okay, I can go from Alaska to Hawaii. I can measure that. But outside this realm, we don't know the boundaries. We don't know. These are unknowns, big question mark. We don't know. What
Well,
is
the
the
way it
source
makes
of
sense.
this energy? Where is it coming from? What's the source of this inexhaustible energy? We don't know.
See the part like I mentioned earlier is about how words can really trip us up, and the words that we use are designed for referencing the here and now and this place. And you're absolutely right that no man will travel to every city in one lifetime and meet every person and taste every fruit and eat every spice or whatever. Like, you're absolutely right. No one should claim they have knowledge of everything. However, what you might not realize is that in the same way your body can come to know all these things by going there, experience them personally, your mind can also get to know the other side of the coin, the other side of the membrane that you have access to. And that you're not, see, you can like mentally travel places and you can physically travel places, and knowledge should not be derived from either side of the membrane. A person can learn by going to experience things physically, and a person can also just sit in a room and also gain wisdom by traveling internal. You can travel externally and you can travel internally, and you'll never reach the complete threshold of either one and become the master of all time and space or whatever. But you can become familiarized to whatever extent you end up, doing the deed and going as far as you may get. And so it isn't to say you have no clue, it's that you have some of a clue. And and then speculation comes in at this point where, yeah, of course, no one knows everything about the inner or outer realm, but you can familiarize yourself with them to an extent and share, the stories of your adventure that you've recorded in your
So
diary.
explain what ether is. What are the
What's that?
constituent elements of ether? What is it comprised of?
So the ether is actually the space and the counter space, and so it doesn't have a finite description. The finite description of it would only limit it to half of its total description, right?
What is half
So
of it? What's the first half? How would you describe it?
So the part that you can most relate to, right, is light and the the increasing density of light as it becomes the different states of matter and its and its transformations and motion. Maybe you could more easily relate to it in the sense of like energy and matter, right? So like energy and matter would be sort of the actualized part of the ether. Like the ether is everything. The ether is everything, and the parts of it that you're most familiar with it in a materialistic sense
My
is
shoes
it's.
are ether.
I'm sorry, what?
My shoes are ether.
Yeah, so is the heat, so is the energy. I mean, like the
Ether
whole
is everything. Okay, got it.
right, but it's also more than what you're ever going to
It means
experience
everything and nothing.
physically.
Then it means everything and nothing. If you put it in those terms, it has to have a specific property. It has to have a specific explanation. It can't
No, you
be everything.
you're limiting it to just the definition of matter. Matter has to be something. Ether is matter and energy. Because that you understand the contemporary, understanding of E equals mc squared. On one side you have energy, on one side you have matter, right? And that understanding, energy is matter underneath a performance. I'm sorry. Matter is energy undergoing a performance. It's very much like a rope that has been tied into a knot. That would be a particle. So, and this is very linear, and it's not a perfect analogy, but energy tied in a knot. If there's a rope made of pure energy, it knots itself and then creates the illusion of matter. At the end of the day, the rope is only made of energy, but it's individualized itself and expresses itself as whatever molecular element you want, depending on how many knots it's tied in a certain area, giving itself a sort of identity, even though at the end of the day it has to admit it's part of a greater whole. That's the whole equals MC squared thing. Of course, this is backed by quantum field theory, which is only getting closer and closer returning to ether.
But you still haven't answered what ether specifically is. This thing that we draw out of the ether is, it's in a vacuum, the ether. It's underwater, the ether. It's a ubiquitous electrical suit that's and no one knows the source of this electrical ether suit. Like it's like a God particle, or not necessarily a particle, but
I can put it
a
this way.
ubiquitous.
I mean, let's keep it cool, and I'll try to be short in my words, of course. But let's keep it cool, man. I expect criticism on this response, but let me put it this way, and I truly mean this to you, and I'm sending this to you with the best wishes, of course. I hope you understand. But what I would call the ether is at the top of the pyramid of ontology. It's the God, it's the grandfather, primary ancestor that gives birth to the rest of the ontological chart.
So I don't see any difference between Ken Wheeler's theory than the other theory. Seems to me it's almost identical.
What's the
ether?
Other theory?
Really? Well, ether.
What's the other theory?
Well, before they eliminated ether, right? Ether was the source of everything.
What's the other theory? Ken Wheeler's ether versus what? What's the other side? What's its opponent?
Empty space. I just told you, bro. What people believe. Yeah. The ether. The luminiferous ether. You must have heard of that before.
Empty space would be the opposite. But there is no such thing as empty space. There's space, but there's no empty space. Like there's something everywhere. That's a way that you could think about it. Another way you could think about it is light. Like instead of thinking of light as something that comes from a source, it's just a manifestation of the energy within the ether. It's not
Yeah,
coming
but I was
from
talking about Ken Wheeler's difference. I don't see really nothing different except this counter space.
Versus what?
Versus everything else, all the other theories that everybody talks about.
Like what?
Well, for example, the rope thing that you said, right? The electromagnetic rope.
No, I said the etherical rope.
Didn't you say if you tied into a knot, an electric rope, you tied into a knot? Didn't you say something like that?
Yeah, if you tie the ether into knots, yeah, it's going to become matter.
But how do you tie something
the ether into knots? Like seriously, dude, really?
Yeah. See, the thing is, it's a it's like okay. So here's the issue with analogies, right? They have to relate to something physical that you've like experienced. When we're talking about these things that aren't physical, they don't have perfect one-to-one comparisons with something you've actually ever touched or seen. Energy doesn't follow the same rules matter does, because matter is wrapped up into a package, and something wrapped up is constrained. Right? And when something's constrained, it's limited. And so the best I can do to relate things to you is give you a big flashing neon pointing sign with an arrow on it that points towards a deeper understanding. So when I give this definition of the rope, I'm not talking about an actual linear rope. When it comes to the ether, the way it ties itself into knots is by being processing reciprocal toroid.
Bro, don't take this the wrong way, but the way you're talking right now, it's no difference between a baller trying to explain to me dark matter. That's the way I see it. Same
That's
thing.
okay. But yeah, that's okay if you feel that way. But if there's anything you didn't understand, I am here patiently, not acting like a crazy glober, ready to just answer any questions you have. Do you have any questions?
No, it's not that I don't understand. I think it's ridiculous.
That's okay.
Like, with all due
Maybe if you ask a
respect, bro.
question, you'll understand better. Do you have any questions?
Sure. Explain me this other realm of yours. What's it like there?
It doesn't have a Cartesianal like essence to it. It's not somewhere that has volume and area and things and places and a thing over there and a house over there and a street in front of it. It's it's not like that, man. It's potential. It's not actualized.
It's called speculation.
Yeah, it's called fantasy. Like, for
That's
real,
exactly,
man. Come on.
yeah, that's
You must
exactly
see
what it's
this.
called. No, now you're understanding it. Yeah, it is fantasy. It is speculation. It's the unknown because it has to actualize in order to become known and not be fantasy and become actual and lived.
It's all theoretical, so it's it's speculation.
It's like
It's
dark
like
matter, man.
lands. What are
It's
the
like,
realms outside of the Earth? Do you ever hear of the Iron Republic? Like there's these concentric rings, and there's another one outside of us with all these different land masses. That's one model, and it would be interesting. Like, you know what? Maybe there is another like nested dolls. There's another ring and another one and another one, and they don't want the product. What would happen if the smart, productive people left this realm and said, I don't want to participate in this form of slavery where I'm literally a wage slave, where you take taxes from me by force of the government? I would rather live outside of this. So all your computer programmers and doctors and plumbers and electricians, they all bail out and they leave behind the unproductive people. Now this realm is not worth shit because it's not going to function. It's not going to run itself. And I think that's their fear, is the productive people would leave if they knew how fucking bad it was.
Well, I see how you changed the topic, but I mean that does sound like how it would go to me if you want to take it there. I mean, they need our labor and ingenuity, of course.
If we knew about another realm outside of this circle that we live in, if there's another circle beyond it, the Iron Republic or whatnot, they would pick up their shit and bail, and then this would be like total dystopia shitstorm.
True. Yeah. Yeah, they'd be left empty-handed.
You know, the queen is not going to shine her own shoes.
Right.
so different realms, counter space. Like, wow.
They're question marks. It's just a question mark. Is there a possibility of another concentric circle outside this? Of course there's a possibility until we could disprove it. But as far as now, it's just a speculation. We have no way to know. Or there could be something on the underside. There's always two sides of a magnet. You have the center plane, and then there's an opposite plane on the back side, like directly underneath us. You know, like they say you could dig to China. So we're on a flat plane. If you could puncture this inertial plane and pop out the other side, and now your feet are pressing on the opposite side, the southern side, you wouldn't know which way is up because you'd be situated against that plane. You would think, up is the opposite of where the electrical field is pressing you. So it would be the same. Now they say as above, so below.
Yeah.
It could be another world directly below us.
There's one thing that goes against that a little bit, and it's that both sides of a magnet are not equal. I don't know what it is that decides this, but the strength of one side, like the north versus the south side of a magnet, is at a ratio.
It's slightly different. I've seen that.
It's instead of like a circle cut in half, it's actually more so like an egg, like a chicken egg cut in half, which gives it a sort of up and down orientation, whichever way you want to name either side. There's the pointy side of an egg and the more round side of an egg, which would usually call the bottom and the top. And magnetism works in this way. I don't know why, but there's also one other thing I can relate to this, where it's like you just kind of have to deal with it. It's just there to be seen. It's not to be argued. It's just sort of like, no matter how hard you try to disprove it, it's just a matter of fact.
Are you talking on a bar magnet or a ring? A ring magnet shows equal sides when you flip it, and you look at it through the supercell, the ferrocell. Both sides look the same if you flip a ring magnet.
Pretty close. It's not quite actually like that, unfortunately, especially if the magnet were made out of something more flexible with the same magnetic properties.
You're saying flux pattern is different? It's not the same toroid pattern?
Yeah, it's not. It's not a sphere, it's an egg. But there's what was it?
At all. It's a toroid.
No, see, the thing is that the hyperboloid fills in the gaps of the toroid, which then results not in a sphere though, but in an egg. But here's the thing, man. There's one other thing that relates to this sort of imbalance where it's sort of one-sided, right? Like one side of an egg is pointier, one side of an egg is rounder in the chicken egg scenario, and it relates to magnetism. In the same way, if you've ever heard of the right-hand rule, this is inarguable, right? And I'm sorry it's unbalanced, right? I don't like. There's a divine imperfection, perfection in this, but the right-hand rule is just how things go here. And to me, that seems like God's will. I don't mean God in the way people normally mean God, but the best way. But the best way I can put it, man, is that it's God's will that magnetism follows the right-hand rule, and it's never the left-hand rule. It's simply the right-hand rule, and that's asymmetrical. It's imbalanced, and it's exactly like the chicken egg, where it's not a spherical egg. One side's pointier, and it comes down to this understanding. Well, it doesn't come down to this understanding, but the first extrapolation from this understanding, where you understand the right-hand rule and one side of a magnet having more magnetic torque than the other, and the egg having a pointier side than the rounder side, is this ratio of phi to 1, and the mathematical relationships of phi to 1, and all the fucking amazing riddles that are contained in that fucking relationship. I mean, it's unreal when you study the relationship of these two numbers. It's beyond comprehension, honestly. It can be recognized, and it can be related to other things.
Dude, his Fibonacci sequences and everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way it is, and it's sort of something you just have to accept, and you can't reverse it, you can't change it. It's
intelligent design. It's obviously intelligent design, and you have that's proof of it right there. There's a blueprint that it's following. It means it was intelligently designed. It's not randomness.
I mean, the right-hand rule.
Ask, what do you believe, fundamental? Do you believe in a creator or evolution?
So like I said about matter is being knotted, it's constrained, it's limited, it's in a shell, it's knotted up, it's not as free as the thing that it's made out of. When it comes to using words, they're usually referring to physical processes, like creator, right? And as much as I can get down with a lot of the ideals related to the creator that people have, especially in a non-biblical sense, but still involving the creator, I can get down with it. However, I'm more of an eternalist, where I don't think the sky didn't exist a certain amount of years ago, like 6 million, 6 trillion, 6 quadrillion, name a number, right? I don't care how far you go back. I don't think the sky wasn't there and then at some point was there. I I think that this is the thing that's always been happening. We're part of something that always has been and always will be, and this is the expression of that. And I don't imagine like a creator kind of implies like once it wasn't and now it is, right?
God always
And
was.
No,
God,
no, no,
what
no,
you're
no. I mean
describing.
us, not
Oh, well.
not the universe. Yeah, humans. Yeah, animals. You know,
oh
is
well,
there is it an evolution, or is like did something or someone or whatever create? Like, was there a creator, a designer?
right, like I said, I think there's an intelligence behind like the like an underlying substrate of like meaning. Like I like to call it rhyme, rhythm, and reason. I think there's a rhyme, rhythm, and reason underlying everything, a sort of substrate level that connects all things in one unified, universal process. But I don't think that process had a beginning or will have an end. I think what we're involved in is an eternal process that never began, was never created. That's why I don't like the word creator or creation. It's very handy. It's very practical to talk about it in this way, but I don't actually think that existence had a beginning or will end. But I do think that there is, a rhyme, rhythm, and reason underlying it all.
Maybe you should rethink that because it sounds like you understand the pieces, and this shit didn't build itself. You know what I mean? It didn't
Where
assemble itself.
I don't
It
believe
was
it was built though.
no.
I think it's always been.
Okay, when I say creator, I'm not saying a man with a long white beard is pushing
I understand.
buttons.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand.
So what I'm saying is, it could be. We don't know what the creator of this, but there is a definite blueprint that you're talking about. This Fibonacci sequence, and everything in nature has it that you
That's
can
why I asked the
deconstruct.
question. Yep.
It sounds like he believes in God that he doesn't want to say it.
Yeah,
He
they have
just
this
doesn't want to say
duality.
it.
They have this dialetheism. Yep.
My headphones disconnected for a sec. I stood up and accidentally disconnected them. What were you saying?
It's like you don't want to acknowledge a creator. You don't want to acknowledge it. You want to disregard it and say, no, this always was without the creator. It was
No,
just
no,
here
no.
with.
No, I give all credit, Matt. Don't get me wrong, okay? I give all credit to that thing, but I don't like to separate that thing from this thing. And I'm not saying that what I can experience or ever travel to is all that there is. So the thing is, I also think that there's, here, and then there's a beyond here, a there, a here, a here and a beyond. And I don't think of them as separate. I think that they're like mutual, eternal partners. And I do think that there, like, do you understand my problem with creator? It's limited in time, right? I don't want to limit God.
It's not. That's not limited in time. Just because we can't say where
It
did
is.
God come from? Who did this create?
Things that are created began in time. Time is what gives things beginnings. Time
But
is
we
what
don't
gives things
know. In the
ends.
beginning, there was nothing. In the beginning, there was nothing. God looked upon the face of the deep. There was nothing. He created the dry land. Like if you, that's a
Are you going
biblical.
Bible on me? Are you
It's a
going Bible
biblical.
on me?
I'm just bringing out one particular angle. So what I'm saying is, I'm not
Yeah, I
saying
wouldn't
the
take that
beginning.
literally if I were you.
Something has to be something like God. Did God create himself? That was like when I was a child. Did God create himself? Where did he come from? Who created him? Like there's questions that can't be answered, but this
Nobody
realm
created
did
God,
create
he created
itself.
himself.
Huh?
Nobody created God, he created himself. Hence the
Okay,
creator.
right.
You gotta accept certain things, brother. Huh? And there's one creator, and that's all it is to it.
I would say the
See, that's
creator is always
I
it's
deny the
always
creator.
existed. It's always
Amen.
existed because time was created within a creation in and of itself. So I would say that it's existed forever, as it were, outside of
You
time.
got you guys are limiting God with this whole like creator creation terminology.
Well, it's eternal. It's
There
like
you
what is
go.
the
Isn't
right?
that the
What
whole point? Isn't that the whole point though?
It's
That
not terminology,
there's
it's
the
acceptance.
yeah, like isn't that the whole point is that there's the creation, like this world, us, this thing that we're living in, and then there's the creator, which which is not in time or space. It just created everything that was the
Oh yeah,
creation.
that's brainwashing.
Don't
Yeah,
forget
that's
evolution, eh? Don't forget evolution. Some people
that's
think we came out of a pond.
Bro, you gotta accept it. That ain't brainwashing, bro. That's accepting, bro.
no,
You
no,
gotta
that's
accept certain
no, no,
things.
no. It's brainwashing to say here's the creator, here's the creator over here, and then there's the creation over there, and the creator is watching from above its
Yeah, that doesn't
creation
make
as
sense.
It
something.
sounds
That
like
doesn't
you're
make
not
sense.
okay.
That
It
doesn't
sounds
make
like you're not
sense.
okay with it.
There's no distance between things. It's
Exactly,
not that there's
exactly.
no the distance
All right,
is the distance
exactly.
between the
Noah.
physical distance
Yeah.
between things is a product of the creation.
All right.
It's a property of creation that things have physical distance between each other. It's just
All right,
part
all
of
right.
how creation works. So if
No,
you're
no,
gonna say
no,
the creator has a
I got you,
physical
Noah.
distance from the creation, it doesn't make any sense because
Exactly.
his creation
Exactly.
is distant.
I was mocking that idea. No, I wasn't supporting it. I'm with you. And so if the creator is eternal, then the creation, in my opinion, would also be eternal. But if the creation is eternal, then that defies the terminology and the definition of the word creation, because creations have beginnings and will have an end. And so the creator doesn't have beginning and end, neither does the creation. And there is actually no separation of the creator and the creation. It's the one thing that always has been and always will be. The closest word we have to summing up is eternity, but that also denies the intelligence behind it. So if you want to call it the eternal being and its expression, it's an eternal being who's constantly performing like a dance or expressing himself. We are the eternal image of God expressing himself or herself or itself or whatever. But I don't separate creator from creation at all, and I also don't think either of them had a beginning or ever will end.
Okay. Well, we could agree to disagree. That's fine.
Well, people see this in different ways, of
kinda
course.
see- I kinda
There's
see
a
where he's
lot of
coming
different
from.
lenses. There's a lot of different lenses by which people perceive and think about these ideas.
I
To
kind of
be
see where
fair,
he's
this
coming
is
from.
unknowable,
Makes
so
sense to me.
anybody's. Oh, sorry.
I mean, I think if an eternal creator could create a world like this that has time, it could literally create it. Like, it's eternal, and of course, everything is eternal ultimately. But if it's creating time, then it would have to say, okay, I'm going to create time. I'm going to start the sun moving. I'm going to start whatever, and then you're creating this world. Now, whether this one ever ends, that's a whole other question. Whether there's an end, but if you exist outside of time and you create a world that has time, then there would have to be a beginning.
Sure, every creation has a beginning. When you look to a bunch of random Lego parts and then you assemble those parts to build something, right? In the beginning, there's just a pile of, and at the end, you've assembled them.
Yeah, I
This
was gonna
was
say that there's an end.
Yeah, I think of it in a relationship. Hey guys, I think of it in a relationship with motion, right? Like until there was motion, what was time? Because I mean, how do you tell time without
the sun.
motion?
The sun and moon
Light,
are our
light,
timekeepers.
That's
man,
interesting what Gio said there. The
light.
time and the beginning. I never thought of that because I don't believe in time, but the motion part, yeah, that's very interesting.
The time that we use is just the measure of the sun and the moon rotation, right? We have our months and our days, and the sun is
Yep.
our hour. That's our measure of time. How many days old are you? How many hours? How many years old are you? That's how we keep time, by the movement of the sun and the
We
moon.
could easily say, how many revolutions old are you?
How many
I want
cycles are you? Yeah.
Yeah, how
I
many
want to say
cycles? Yeah.
I want to say something obvious to you guys, especially in the context of there being a creator and a creation. So, the creator definitely he never needed to go down to Lowe's, Home Depot, or any sort of hardware supply store and pick up supplies to make things out of some supplies he had to purchase. Okay, if there's anything the creator ever created, it is in and of himself. There's no the creation can never be external from the creator, because he never needed to pick up supplies in order to make things out of, like a school project.
I don't know
Anything,
about that, bro.
and
I don't know about that, bro.
That's a good point, Fundy. Wait,
God,
let him
God went
speak. He's
shopping.
making kind of
I can
sense on this.
support his
God
think
went
he has to
shopping.
be
You said,
outside. I'm with Geo on this one. He has to be outside. Geo said outside of time, but I mean outside of this
No,
realm.
just let
Everything,
Fundy
like,
talk. Just let Fundy
yeah.
talk. It makes sense what he's saying.
Oh, I didn't think I interrupted him. If I did, I apologize.
No, you're good. You're all good. I'll hop in later. Go ahead and continue.
No. Go ahead, bro. I said what I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, a lot of people talk about omnipresence, omnipotence, omniscienceness of God, and we talk about God as being everything. And the idea of the creator being everything, but there being a creation which is somehow not part of everything, even though he is everything. Even the Bible will talk about this all-pervading aspect of the creator, right? So, I mean, it's a silly idea to think that there's any separation of the creation and the creator. And I'm not saying that the creation is inside of the creator. I'm saying there's no difference between the two, except for what you call the creation might be you limiting yourself to calling the creation the experienceable world, where I believe that the creation has a here aspect and a beyond aspect, and the totality of the two, like I said, the space and the counter space, is maybe the body of God, if you want to call it, like the flesh of God. But then the part that you have your toe dipped in, you have a body, but you are not only your body. Consciousness will be the mind of God. There's the ether, which would be more of like the flesh of God, and then consciousness in the here and the beyond sense, in the space and counter space sense, would be like the flesh of God, the transcendental, the infinite flesh, the limited flesh, the
Right,
finite
buddy. So
consciousness.
this is what I was trying to say before you like kept going on. Anyways, what God I believe is that there's seven archangels. That's why he doesn't have to show up, dude. That's why he doesn't have to show flash or nothing like that. There's rules and regulations to it.
and
Seven
they're, and they're not
archangels that
and they're
handle the
not part of
universe.
him, and they're
Hold
They
not
on.
are. I'm
part of
saying
him.
they are. I'm
Let him
saying they are.
explain.
I'm
Yep.
saying that they are. And the seven archangels are the first of that's like on the line, and there's different levels to each angel, and there's different other angels that reign under them that handle God's work. So that's why God doesn't really have to show up or really anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I was just trying to pop in.
I mean, you're putting this forward like God has multiple personality disorder, and he's got these. I don't know. Like, I mean, how do you even
If you have a
bring up these
question, you can ask
archangels?
me. But the seven, I'm telling you the truth, bro. You're talking about all kinds of other stuff, bro. There's seven archangels that run God's work, and under those seven archangels, there's other healers and workers that do other things that also do God's work. It's a chain of command, bro. That's what it is.
I
It's
view
the
that
duality.
as I mean, the way I could only relate that in a sort of limited sense of my understanding would be like, God is the entire body, and there's an itch that needs to be scratched, so he sends one of his fingers to scratch the itch. I mean, the finger is still part of the whole being, but he sends one of his 10 fingers to go take care of the job.
So can I give a little insight?
Of course.
So I don't know if you guys know, but number one, Michael, first archangel, he's the protection patron, righteous mercy and justice, offsprings of God's healers. Number two is Gabriel, the holy messenger of God. Number three is Ariel, the protection of all elements. Number four is Azrael, the angel of renewal and guide. Number five is Raphael, emotional healer and universal counselor. Jophel, representation. What? You guys hear me? My bad. Sorry. Jophel, representation of all that is beautiful. Shamuel, he sees God to restore peace and to guide everything that is last and misunderstood. Those are the seven archangels, along with the seven princes of hell. But we don't need
Sounds
to
like
get
some
into
demon
that.
worship.
It's demonology insights, but also things that I know about. I just wanted to share. Maybe that would benefit you guys.
Why would you entertain these never seen, never experienced, like you know, like imaginary beings in a literal way, instead of understanding whoever told you this through literature as a metaphor for some sort of universal
It sounds like they're
aspect.
imaginary to you, bro. But that's totally fine. I
Well,
mean, I could
come
accept
on,
that.
man. These are
I mean, that's
characters in
what
a
you said.
story.
I'm not talking about no fairy tale, bro, until you said it.
All right. Well. First off, these are characters in a story as far as your immediate experience, right? Your immediate experience of where you gain this information from is characters in a story.
That's not true. But if you're
Whether
willing to assume that, hey, I could accept
okay,
that.
so these angels introduce themselves to you. That's the alternative.
Here's the thing, bro. I just applied you with some knowledge. You can do whatever you want with it. You can hold it
Listen,
against me. You can hold it
I'm
against me.
already aware of
Listen,
them.
listen.
I'm
You can
already
hold it
aware of
against
this
me.
study, man.
Okay, so what's your point?
Yeah, I told you my point. I'm telling you, you were delivered this information like everyone who's born an ignorant fucking baby, not knowing shit, except for a little bit of
Whoa,
intuitive. And,
that's pretty negative, bro.
oh,
I believe
no,
everyone was brought into love and darkness.
it,
And darkness.
it's not all that negative. We can get into the inner tuning fork that we all develop and have and refine and distill like throughout our life process and all. But we're talking about these archangels you're talking about by name. And
What's the difference in his archangels and your description of God?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say real quick, everybody can have their viewpoints, you know, as what they are. I mean, this is a live stream, so everyone can share their perspective on things. You guys don't have to agree, and you
My
don't
God,
have
if I
to, you
sound
know,
biased or
you don't
anything
have
like
to
that.
necessarily agree, and you can both be valid in your perspectives.
Well, what a great time to join the live stream. Tell us more of the archangels. I want to hear your
Hold on, before that, you know what's ironic? Fundamental was telling us about an alternate universe separated by magnetism, and now he's trying to tell this guy he's way off with his archangels. Come on, Fundamental, bro.
that's a complete misrepresentation of what I
Oh,
was
we're reaching new
talking about.
Is it?
today.
We all
It
have our
is.
opinions.
Come on,
It is.
let's not poison the waters, man.
Every bit of what you described my words as being was completely inaccurate.
Well, if I misquoted you, I'm sorry. Like I didn't, if I didn't
Yeah,
go word for word, but you know what I tried
you
to.
actually got it. You actually got it wrong in every single way.
Okay, correct me. Correct me.
But what about your description? You were describing God and his 10 fingers and blah blah blah, and then this other gentleman mentioned the 7 archangels, and you criticized him because of his lack
Yeah.
of evidence. But so
Yes.
Well, we
so
all,
why
he's
is
not
your
owning. He's
description
not.
more valid than his?
Yeah,
right.
I was explaining that he already admitted that these things, these archangels, are not separate from God as beings. They are only some sort of minor, like isolated, segmented personalities of the overarching consciousness of God that's been just divided and segmented and wrapped up in little packages, like the fingers of a being. The
Could
fingers
you
are
ask
part of
him
the
to
overall
tell us
being.
more though? We okay. You're not okay, but can we hear more about why they're more than just a story to you, buddy? The archangels. I want to hear your knowledge.
Because I believe that everything that is good and great that happens to me happens for a reason. Just like there are good and bad things, there are evil intentions and good intentions. And I believe that sometimes through the good intentions they come from higher beings that support attributes. So maybe like going through a situation that's heavy, I would go through it in a way of not like self-destructing. I would handle it and kind of see it for what it is and kind of admit to myself, you know, like what's really going on and what am I doing in the situation. And I believe that comes from a higher power. And through these angels, they literally like work through your emotions, my emotions. That's what I believe.
I see what you're going at. Have you seen any patterns of like what distinguishes from like a normal, possibly less angel involved action to like a more serious action that you're like, oh, that probably, you know what I mean? I felt the extra, you know what I mean, the angel support there or whatever. Like, do you see any patterns or any telltale signs of when this is more happening?
Oh, I'm flinked to say that everyone's situation is different. So for us to communicate, we would have to know our situations like through and through. But like ultimately, could you
Ultimately.
could you ask that question again? Sorry.
Like, do you know, like when I feel what you're saying, like you believe that you've had these times where this
Okay.
goodness has come from the, like, do you see, like, what are the signs of it? Like, how do you know that it's maybe more than just what you would have done on your own?
How do you know when it's outside the mundane is the
Okay, I
question,
got you. Sorry,
basically.
this is what I was leading to. I couldn't explain that to you because of the power of free will, and the power of that means that any of us could change our futures and change our realities um today, right now, or tomorrow. So like I couldn't really give you a straight answer on that because I could tell you that and you could do something totally different, or I could do something totally different and get a different outcome.
All right, I appreciate you.
Mhm. But I believe that those things happen to me. I'll give you like a personal for me. Like I believe they happen when I meet people and experience things that I already know how to go through. If you could understand that, I already know how to handle it. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying, like, you're like, you have the answers to something and you're like, why would I have these answers? I must be having a helping hand or something. That type of
Right,
thing.
right. Thank you. You kind of painted it in the way of that I was trying to say. I appreciate
I
that.
want to tell. I want to tell you a story. I'll make it very quick if you guys will let me. Is that okay?
Oh, go for it. I'm smoking a fucking Benson Hedges, driving.
Cool. So, illegal and illegal, myself, and Bread Rising started a server, and we're very focused on some particular topics, and but we're the three amigos, right? And so I ended up going on just a spontaneous trip because illegal ain't that far away from where I live. So I went on a road trip and met him for the first time last weekend. We had a really good time meeting each other in person, and there were all sorts of synchronicities that would take all night to go into explaining because just miracle after miracle happened. I just want to talk to you about one of those miracles. It's not even the most profound one that happened, but just shit was off the chain, just like shit was just popping off like left and right. All these amazing synchronicities that just were beyond reason, which definitely points me towards the idea like something's going on here. Like there's a rhyme, there's a rhythm, there's a reason behind all
Mm-hmm.
this. And one of them, not that it was the most profound, but just one of the most easily exemplified through story, is we went to a record store. And so, here I myself, fundamental, but then my two partners in crime are illegal and Bread Rising. And those are the two Discord names they go by, illegal and Bread Rising. Those are my two partners in crime. And on the top shelf of the record store, right next to the cashier, almost like over the cash register on the back wall behind it, right? There's like this very isolated, like top shelf records, right? And illegal points to them. He's like, dude, look at these album artworks, right? And I'm like, oh, what's up? And he points to them. I look up, and one of them says Eagles, right? So that's already cool. I think of like, oh, okay. Illegal points out it says Eagles, right? He's always catching the Eagles wherever it is. I mean, that's cool. It could just be a coincidence at that point, right? Could just be a coincidence that illegal points out an album that says the Eagles. Fair enough. Now, this is where it gets crazy. The album artwork
that's next to just this. All it said, there's only one word on the one album artwork. It says Eagles in big bold font. The album next to it, with nothing else surrounding it, just these two alone. The album network of bread rising, like literally bread rising. And so, I mean, my two fucking dudes, just out of nowhere, are on the top shelf. Eagles and bread rising, not written, but literally, it's a simplistic cartoon line drawing of bread in a bread pan that's steaming, that has just come out of the oven, right? And we just look at each other
Could
and we're
you
like,
summarize this, dude? You're taking too fucking long to get to the point.
He's good.
that was, I mean, that was the end.
Bro, okay. That it's a good story. It's a good story because that's pretty fucking. That's a pretty trippy coincidence.
Oh, that's nice. That's very
bread.
nice.
Wait, could you?
The bread
What is
have-
bread? What does it signify? Bread and eagles. Could you wrap that together?
the people he was with.
Dude, do you understand? Were you listening to the story at all? Those are his two friends' names on Discord. Their name is Bread Rising and Illegal. And they all met up in real life in California to go to some record store. And when they went into the fucking record store on the record, there was a fucking Eagles and a Bread Rising on the fucking two records in the fucking
Don't
store.
give me video permission. I want to show you guys something very beautiful.
Illegal set you up.
Why don't you have video permission?
So synchronicity is equated with a miracle.
Hey, Noah, I'm gonna post it for you, Noah, because you seem to be the only
Yeah,
one.
it's like the guy wasn't listening at all. Like to the
I know,
story.
I know, man. It's fucking crazy.
It's called synchronicity, not a fucking miracle.
Did
Okay,
hold on? Was it Zohan that wanted screen share? Was it?
Yes, please.
All right, yeah, I'll give that to you.
So was on the bread rising picture? Was there a cloth around it, or was it just steaming in the pan?
I'm going to post it right now. Okay. I'm gonna post it in Livestream voice text 1 or Livestream number 1 text or whatever. I'm gonna find it my I took it last weekend. I'm gonna look through my files right now and post it in just like 10 seconds.
It's like dough rises all the time in the pan, but a lot of times with the bread, I always put the cloth. But anyway, not that I'm not trying to pick on. That's such an awesome story.
He parted the red fucking seas, dude. That's a miracle.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, no.
It won't let me do it won't let me do it.
You're gonna
25 users. It says isn't available.
I'm posting it right now, man. You got Eagle and Bread Rising, my dudes that I started my Discord with. We're all the co-owners. It's me, Illegal, Bread Rising. We are the owners of the Sink Tank, and I mean, there it is on the top shelf of.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
I mean, this shit doesn't just happen for no reason. I mean, look at it, guys. It's fucking incredible.
Oh no, I'm up at the dam.
That's my.
Yeah, but that would be miracle. Synchronicity, not a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, did it help you out? Miracle is a little extreme.
He said it was a synchronicity from the beginning, so I don't know what you guys are making a big deal about.
He's teasing with miracle and it's fine, but right. I mean, it's cool, dude. But like, yeah, the miracle kind of solves a problem usually, like right then, or help. You know what I mean? Like it.
Well, that would be turning blood into wine or water into wine. It would be a miracle. It would be something that's
I'm really taking note.
Helpful.
I'm really taking note of all the fucking zombie dead brain motherfuckers who are in here right now, because you just don't listen. You just don't get it. I don't value you at all after not recognizing what I just told you. I mean, I'm not going to spend my time, like, wasting my time on anyone I've recognized, like, just not vibing with this. Because if you don't say at least, like, oh, shit, that's kind of cool. Good for you, man. That's actually pretty cool, man. If you didn't give me that and you're like, oh, what's the fucking big deal? Like, I mean, you're just not worth my time.
Funny dog, giving it to you, actually. You're getting it. Even you got no pushback of of observer bias. No one even put that on you.
You
Everyone's
really didn't listen. You really didn't listen then. I mean, Noah had to defend me with the fucking hate and the dismissal
it was no
that was
hate,
coming my
dude.
way.
It's
Oh, that
not
was
hate.
good,
Here we
bro.
go.
Stand up for you on that. That's amazing. Like that's
Yeah,
no coincidence, right?
yeah. I want you to hear. I've heard everybody say that there's one guy. One guy didn't listen and didn't really hear the story that you said it was relevant to your friends. But then the other, and then someone else said maybe it's just a little bit extreme to classify as miracle, but he still said it's a really cool synchronicity, or at least he said it's a synchronicity. I mean, you got all support. Everyone has supported you, Funny. Like for real, you got it. That's what I've heard. That is
Yeah,
And you know,
insane.
I won't give you compliments for nothing. How I question your other theory, right? So
like
on
you
this,
know, I
you're right,
love you,
bro.
Don, but I mean, I was there. I witnessed it all. I'm pretty much done for the night. You guys have a good night. I'm out. But
Yo,
you know, I took
the
notes.
only
I know who's legit and who's not. But it's whatever.
I back you up, yo, Fundy. The only stab people could come like that is a sick pairing. You know what I mean? To have both of those, like, sure, Eagles is a common band, but then to have the Bread Rising thing, like, dude, that's sick. You know, unless like that's so synchronous. You know what I mean? You could be like skeptical and suspicious of it. Be like, is illegal? Are you in here? Is it your? Oh, did he just leave? But like, if
See,
that was his hometown, you would be like, illegal. Did you set me up? Come on, you had him put that up there, right? You know what I mean? Like that's how tight that is.
See, here's the thing, guys. This was one of 30 things of the same exact level of synchronicity that happened as I visited Legal, and not a single one of them is any less profound than what I'm sharing with you right now. I got one out. I got hate. You want to say no one was pushing back? There was definitely a lot of resistance. It's all good. We're bros. I know who's down with it. I know who's fucking a little pussy ass bitch, and I take notes, man. So it's all good. I know who's with me and who's a hater. So I mean, I appreciate that you liked it, and I want to share this with you guys because it blew my fucking mind to bits when
No,
illegal
I'll
pointed out to
scream
me.
it to the heaven. That stuff is real. That stuff is out there all day, every day. That stuff is real, man. And that's why when I like eavesdropped on you guys like weeks ago talking about your server, because yeah, that's a great idea for a server, man. It's
Well,
great.
thanks,
Hey,
man.
fundamental about before. I hope you didn't take anything personal, huh?
Hey, honestly, dude, you kind of got on my bad side. I really didn't appreciate the way you're behaving and spoke to me earlier because I come at you with peace, and it didn't go well. It was honestly pretty like torrential, and like it was really bad. I'll give you another shot next
I
time,
caught you
but
slipping, bud.
Hey,
I
you
think
know
that's what
what?
it
I
is.
don't give a shit. How's that? I
hey,
don't
that's
give a
okay,
crap.
and I don't give a
He
shit
caught
back.
you
But
slipping.
Good,
honestly,
good. I was just
honestly,
testing you
you
to
need
see.
you need
I couldn't give a
that's
shit
that's a,
what you think,
yeah,
bro. If you want
that's
to play
okay.
it like that,
Yeah.
I'll be double towards you.
See, I'm not playing, but I hope you learn how to behave yourself like an
No,
adult.
no. I hope you learn how to take advice because I started giving you and the other guy, and you took it like a little bitch.
That's exactly what I was expecting you to say.
That's exactly how you took it. You can't take criticism like a man. You know you're wrong. You know you had absolutely crazy explanations of this guy Theopophis. You're like he's like your prophet. So go pray to him right now. Okay? Have a good
See,
night.
I wasn't defending anything he said. I was expressing my own opinions. And you can't recognize someone who thinks for themselves versus someone like you who has no
You're
independent
in a
thoughts.
cult. I was gonna be nice to you. You're in a cult, Bubba. Go pray.
Hey, there you go, man.
Theopophis.
I was gonna give you another shot, but you kind of blew it, man.
Give me. That's what ticked me off. Give me another shot. Take your shot and shove it up your rear.
All right, man.
Yeah, if you guys want to have
you
a private call and do this, you can, but it's not interesting content, so we should move
Yeah,
on.
Apologies.
I was about to
All right,
say.
Gio.
I was trying to be nice to this guy. Said nothing personal, but he wants to play like that. No problem.
You should have started trying to be nice earlier.
All
You're a
right,
total
yeah,
dick.
Pissed
let's go.
off.
All right,
Move
move
it on.
along. Move along. We're done with it. Move along.
All right.
Oh, heated fucking debates over here. Huh?
I got a little segue. I got a little segue, maybe, yo, on the topic of like manifesting or giving people or like I that's exactly what I thought you were gonna say, right? Sometimes they say we hear some of these philosophies, general, live in the moment, don't stress about the past or be anxious about the future. Also, focus on what you want, avoid, your fears. Like, don't think about, the bad thing that can happen because maybe then you'll manifest it. Right. But it's like, how you live in the moment and only manifest a good thing. Like, what if the good thing, when you can, I guess what I'm saying is sometimes then you can see the future, right? What happens when you can see the future, but it's the bad thing, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? You get stuck in a loop. Like, well, you're not even allowed to think about the bad thing. So are you making it happen? Would it not happen if you could avoid thinking about it always? Like,
That's why we're not allowed to see the
That's a
future.
good question, actually.
We live in the present. We're not allowed to see the future. Like, God doesn't allow us to see that.
right. So that's
Sometimes,
right.
Yeah, I
sometimes the only way.
don't know about that completely. Because there are things that are very predictable. The sun comes up every day, dude.
But you're not
True.
seeing the future. You're not seeing the future saying,
The
well,
sun
what
comes
will
up
be
every
5
day, dude.
years?
I can predictably say that the sun's gonna keep coming up tomorrow and the day after that.
That's
But maybe
because
you're
it always
manifesting.
has. You're not predicting the future. It's what's Bitcoin going to do 10 minutes from now? You don't know that.
Yeah, what if
If you
there's someone who does? What if there's someone
millionaire,
who does?
We know
What if there's
it's
someone
gonna
who
move.
does?
We know it's gonna move.
Well,
of course, which way into what
We don't
magnitude?
know, but we know it's gonna. It has motion, right? And that
Dude,
motion's gonna remain.
how do you not know? Because there's people who might know and cash out on it. I mean, there's fucking. Isn't that what they build algorithms for? Isn't that why they build fucking
Maybe
Aladdin? Is that not
maybe
why they built? Is that not why they built the algorithm Aladdin to predict stock movements? You fucking numbnuts.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm heading out. You guys take care.
All right, shoot you.
yeah, later.
Hey, have a good night.
Okay, you could try to predict it all you want, but if you're not in their circle, the circle of the powers that shouldn't be, you're not going to know. Okay?
Right, and I can't predict what's going to happen to Fundy, but Fundy probably has a better idea of what's going to happen to him. Like what you're saying makes no sense. There's all kinds of
makes
shit.
no sense.
There's all kinds of shit we can see that happens in the future before it
Yeah.
does.
You can't predict. You don't know what day will be your last. You don't know if you'll go home today or an hour from now you'll drop dead.
How do you know I don't?
You don't. None of us do.
How do you know? How do you know everyone doesn't know that when they die? What if someone
Because you're
does?
not
What if
supposed to
someone
know.
does know? What if someone
More
does know?
often,
How do you know?
Nobody
How do you
knows
know?
to
Brian?
that gray area distinction is what's important because there are items on both sides, right? So random items, the pattern items, right? There's both sides, and
more often than not, the only way forward is through, straightforward through. Sometimes you can circumvent things, but that's not something you can rely on. You can't rely on just going around things, not addressing them, just circumventing them. More often than not, the only way forward is fucking straight through it and dealing with it, facing it head on.
That's a therapy session.
What's up, man of consciousness?
Pretty much, yeah. That's what it actually is.
I mean, it sounds like him. What's up, Don?
And yeah, every time you're in here, it's fucking therapy. Make you think you're like helping us with the round earth.
What? Anyhow. What's good in the hood, Don?
Not much. They were talking about some freaking awesome stuff when I came in, like archangels.
I think homeboy left talking about the archangels.
Like real angels, like Gabriel and like Raphael.
Yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned them. Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, what he's saying is there was a disagreement upon because you can't see these entities that they don't exist, and that's the difference between faith. Between faith, if you believe these entities exist, that requires faith, right? There's a difference between physically seeing and feeling something and observing it for yourself, and just having faith that that is there. This is how the shit runs. So it's a little bit of each. Like, yeah, I do have a faith in God, but I see his design. So it's more than just a faith. It's not a blind faith. It's like there's evidence of it.
Exactly.
Is there?
Of course. If you look at how everything's constructed, like look at nature, everything has his fingerprint. It's the same sequence, the Fibonacci sequence. It's in everything. So it's like there's a common theme throughout all these creations, be it plants, animals. They have a certain structure to them, how everything's operating. Magnetism, look at fruit, the way an orange looks, the way an apple looks, the shape of it. That's all created by like the magnetic fields. You could see like almost a toroid to an apple. You cut an apple and you get in a tomato, you see that shape, a cantaloupe.
So because you see these repeating patterns in nature, it's led you to the conclusion that God is real?
Oh, not just that, but if you understand the realm, right, like where we're living, it's not chaos, it's order. Everything is in order.
Yeah. Oh, even the most like chaotic looking shit, even like I've seen some shit that looks the most chaotic, and then once you understand it, it's like, wait a minute, there's a whole thing under this.
Order on a foie gras.
I definitely hear what you
order. They can't stand peace and tranquility. These people, they want disorder. Like the people running things right now, they want disorder and chaos so that they could come around and be the solution to the chaos and put another ratchet away some more of our freedoms.
I'm out. Good night, guys. Good talk. Honestly, really good stuff. I'll see you tomorrow.
Adios, amigos.
Swear, Fundy.
I just don't understand how these things are exclusively evidence of God, Like, I do agree with you. There are these recurring patterns. Nature's beautiful. It seems there is deliberate intention behind existence. But to then make that jump and say, this is all proof of God?
Well, no, a creator.
No.
When you say God, I think you're misinterpreting. Like, God is this man with a long white beard to the floor. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Like, it shows the design of there's a design thread that goes through all these things. There's a commonality between them. And you say, well, shit, this can't be a coincidence. There's too many coincidences. It can't be a coincidence when everything has this sequence and this pattern. It's not randomness. And they tell us everything came from randomness, which was a big bang. And that's impossible when you see the sequence yourself.
Yeah, I hear you.
I would like to go around the room and
I
say
believe in God as
number
well.
7 is important to us.
Sorry, say what now?
Why do we all think number 7 is special?
I'd like to say that the flat Earth debate is one of the main thing in the Globers' lives, and they need it.
What?
They're here day in, day out. They need this place
what
more than we do.
Oh snap!
It's true. It's true.
Is
I
that
need
true?
it in my life. I
How
need
many
it in my life.
Your
Let
life's
me
not
guess,
completed.
Glober.
You a flat earthers?
Man of consciousness, are you a Glober?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
see, you can tell just by his reaction, dude.
Yeah, I don't believe Earth is a flat plane. Now what?
Well, you don't need to believe it. You could see for yourself. You can take measurements to disprove the globe. And if you wanted to do that, if you wanted to do an honest bit of research for yourself, you'll come up with the same answers that we did.
Yeah. Nate, it is funny.
How do you know that? Hang on. How do you know that? What if I do the exact same research you do? I take the exact same measurements, and I come to a different conclusion because
The
it sounds like you
video is
guys
flat.
think that
The
the
only
only
real
conclusion
video
we
is
can
flat
ever
Earth,
come
though.
to is the
You
same
have to,
conclusion you guys have come to. It's like
if
you
you
guys
come up
have
with the same result, it's provable, right? If you get the same result as me, if we're all getting the same result, then we know that something's not jiving, and it's the globe. The globe is
But what
not
if I
jiving
don't
with
get
our
the same
reality.
result as you? You know, that
What?
happens a lot in science where people perform the same experiments and they don't get the same result. It's actually a crisis we have in physics right now. Um, I forgot what the name of it is, but it's this general idea that there's certain experiments that we cannot reperform, and when we do try to reperform them, we don't get the same results.
These are easy
So that could
observations,
happen.
though. These are observations that you can make in measurements, like measurements over water,
Yeah,
distances
I
water.
could do that and come to the conclusion Earth is a sphere very easily. I can do a
How?
long distance measurement.
Yeah, they exist.
What do you mean how? It's been done before. People have made long
Yeah, man.
distance measurements and come to the conclusion Earth is a sphere. What do you mean?
Man of consciousness, you're believing shills. Do it
Hold
for
on, man.
yourself.
I
No,
can't
no, no, no,
understand.
no.
It's like three people talking. What were you saying?
What?
I couldn't understand what you said. There was too many people talking.
Yeah, I don't know. Noah interrupted for no reason. Well, but I was
I don't
saying
know.
was, yeah.
You've got the floor.
Oh, okay. What I was saying was, people have done long distance measurements in the past and come to the conclusion Earth is a sphere. You know, so it's not a conclusive result, right? You can do a
But they
long
have
distance
done
measurement,
it.
and
All
it'll
of
never be conclusive. So to sit here and
no
say that
done.
if I do what you do, I'm going to come to the same conclusions as you, I don't think that's the case. I could easily come to a
If you
different
had the
conclusion.
equipment, if you did a land survey and you found out and you had the equipment to survey over a lake and you could find that the lake from one end to the other was dead flat, it was dead level, and then it's simple to assume the rest of the water in the lake is level, even though you've measured only one part of it. Like if you measured the width of Lake Michigan, it's safe to assume that lengthwise the 300-mile length is also level because you've
Where's that
measured this
measurement?
section, and all the water behaves the same. It always behaves, the
Where
water lays level.
where is the measurement of Lake Michigan that says it's flat?
The
Exactly.
measurements are in the surface elevation recordings. You can search them out in maps and charts. They all list surface elevations. If these points are all the
Surface
same height,
elevation. Surface
yes.
elevations, even on a sphere, will plot a flat line on a graph. That doesn't mean that it's a flat surface. It just means that
Exactly.
you're measuring equal elevation.
Equal
Exactly.
elevation, north, south, east, and west means it's a flat plane in all
No,
directions.
no, it
Yes.
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't. And that's the problem. You can't come to that
You're thinking
conclusion.
of equidistance on a circle is not the same as level. They're
Yeah, it
two
is.
different
What?
things. Equidistance is not
That is
equal
level.
distance is not level.
Equidistance
No, it's
from the
not.
center, every point on a circumference
No,
of a circle, if they're equidistant from the center, they're level with each
no,
other.
no. The word level has a specific meaning that doesn't apply to equidistance. It doesn't apply to a curved surface. Level does not apply to
Oh,
curved
No,
surfaces.
it does. It says it right in
it
the
does.
definition that
Yeah.
No, no.
I
They
yeah,
can
have
post
new
100
curvature
definitions
of
where
the liquid
level
part.
applies to the surface of a circle. So for you to
If you
sit here and
looked at
say it
in a new
doesn't, that's just you deciding it doesn't. You know, you
so
can't sit here and
and
decide that you have the truth. And if we
go
don't
look in
agree
any
with your
dictionary. Hold
definitions,
on.
we don't
Wait.
have the truth. That's not how it
Okay.
works, man.
Can you look in a dictionary before flat earth was a thing? Go back about 10 years before flat earth was even a thing and look in that dictionary, and the definition you read there will be different than some. Some of the internet definitions are bastardized and some are not. They're not all bastardized to this new
So how
model
do
of
you know? How do
being
you
level.
know which ones are bastardized and which ones are
Because
not?
I
Who
go
who
back
gave
to the
you that information?
originals. I go back to the original ones
What is
before
the original?
on anyone's radar.
So any definition before
10 years.
to
Go back 10 years.
2012, right? Any
Yeah.
definition before 2012, if I
Look
find a
at what I put.
definition, according to you, it shouldn't say that level is any, level on a sphere, equidistant from a center, according to you,
You
right?
won't hear that. You won't hear that nonsense. No.
What if I find one? What then?
You won't hear that nonsense if you go back 10 years in a dictionary. You won't see any
All
of
right.
that
What
rubbish.
if I find something from the 90s that says level is equidistant from the center of a circle? What then?
Where are you going to find in a book, in a text printed book, or on the internet?
Online.
Okay,
I could find something online from a book published in 1980.
I want to see.
I don't have a book on me, bro. Come on, it's like fucking 1:30 in the morning. I'm not gonna go to a library.
I've got a dictionary right on my shelf. You want a picture of my dictionary? I'll go look the
I don't
definition
want
up.
a picture of your dictionary. I'm not saying that you got to show me your dictionary. What I'm saying is that same dictionary that's on your shelf, I can find an online copy of it. So if I find an online copy of a book printed in the 90s, I don't see what the issue is.
I gave you an online screenshot of an online dictionary, dictionary.com. You can go to Webster's. You can go to all the other ones that you want, but some of them were bastardized. Some of the newer
But
ones
how
are.
do you know the one you posted isn't bastardized?
Because mine predates it. Mine predates
how do you
it.
just sit here and decide you have the truth? Your version isn't bastardized and mine is. Like
It's predating. It's predating it.
Pretty simple. It's pretty simple. All of the ones before had flattened letter on a plane, and then they recently started putting the new sphere ones. What's so difficult about that?
No, they
because
were
that's
in there
not true. Yeah,
Yeah,
they've been in there since before most of us were born. All of us were born, actually. Since before all of us were born, because I don't think any of us here are 500, 600, 700 years old. The idea of level being equidistant from a sphere was
that's nonsense.
a very
That's a new
well known,
concept.
well
you could look at the
accepted
survey
definition of level.
Yeah.
That is a new construct. It's never meant that. Go
Look
back
at
10
what
years.
So you're
people
saying this is something they made up in the last couple of years, basically the new flat Earth,
That's what he's saying.
theories floating in the
They're
internet.
making up their own
That's what he's
definitions.
saying. Apparently,
Gotcha.
somehow, all of these, surveyors that ever lived somehow heard these flat Earth discussions we were having, and they decided to support the Globers in these discussions. Let's magically change the definition of the word level. That's what this guy's basically.
You know
it's not
what?
what he's saying, but it's what he's insinuating.
Hold on. Not all of the online dictionaries have done this. Only a few here and there. Some of them have stayed true to the word level. Some of them have stayed true. They haven't budged. They're not all corrupted, but there is some corrupt versions that you'll see online.
If you don't understand what it is you are saying and insinuating, then I don't know, bro. But what you were saying,
that term that you're saying, equidistance to a center, has never been the definition. It's never been even remotely related. That's a
well,
new.
look at what B-Ball posted. Did you see what B-Ball just posted?
B-Ball? Let me check.
Earth is Life, sorry.
I see a typo. A truly
furfus.
Furfus, who calls it a furfus, is a figment of. They're putting these. They're calling us blur. I'm reading this.
They give something with a typo.
That's how they used to spell spherical. That tells you how old this thing is. You didn't know that?
I'm saying look at our dictionaries, any dictionary within the last 100 years, up until
Okay,
flat Earth.
now you are totally changing what you're saying.
I don't know who
Your
spells it.
original claim.
Those are typos, dude. Those are typos.
You're just scooting the
What?
damn goalposts all over the place, man.
Yeah. Now you're changing everything. Your original claim was your original claim that until 2012, the last 10 years, when the whole flat Earth argument started, that before then, no dictionaries or there was nothing that defined level this way. You
What
saying
is a
that?
purpose, dude? This is not. This is a joke. This is a joke. Level mean.
What is it?
To me, this looks like some fake ass shit that has mockery. Furfus.
Oh,
a level. It's a figment of any furical. A furical. There's no S. They've replaced the S with the F because they call us
What are you
blurfers.
talking
This is a fucking mockery thing, dude.
Oh, are you? Oh, okay. I see it now.
The document that this guy just linked.
What with the spelling there. That is weird. But you could read the first thing he posted, like the first page, you know, where it says the true level is a curve conforming to the surface of the earth as
No.
ABG.
Having no
No.
part higher than any other, perfectly flat and even, conforming to the
So you
surface.
just gonna decide no.
Water, conforming to the plane of the horizon, not sloping. There
But-
is no
but
slope
you
on a
see-
level surface.
Yeah, there's no
But-
slope on
but
a
you-
level
but you
surface.
see-
There's never been slope on a level surface.
All right, but you guys see what's happening here. We're posting something to back what we saying, and you just sitting there saying no. No, what you
That's a
posted is
joke,
wrong.
dude.
What you posted is
posted a joke
bastardized. It's a
document.
joke.
It
No.
is a joke. They put
Like-
F's in
like,
place
come on,
in
man.
place of S. That's a joke.
Like what's the point of engaging if I'm just going to be told no for everything I post? Like
Straight
for everything
line.
be- it's a big
Straight line.
challenge.
It's called, everywhere there's supposed to be an S is an F. A straight line is now.
But you
I don't even
focusing on one page and you getting caught up on the spelling in
Because
that
it's
page,
joke,
not the
dude, it's a
content.
mockery.
Just
It's a
the spelling.
mockery.
Well, because of the
spelling?
spelling, all of a sudden it's a mockery. It's a joke. You can't take it seriously, and you won't accept it. Like, come on.
This is
Grow up.
nonsense, dude. This is a nonsense.
All right.
Yeah, it is nonsense. All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna disengage. Howard, he's all yours.
And I mean, replacing the an F for an S is pretty nonsensical.
But here's
No,
the
that's
thing.
how
I
they
mean,
used to do it, man.
measurements and things. There's tons of measurements that go against the flat Earth, and they're in existence. Now, I'm not saying that you have to follow that but they are in existence. But you act like there's nothing that indicates a globe, but there are informations out there that do say that we're on a planet.
We're on a planet? You got proof of that? I mean, I see S's. There is S's. They use the letter. There is letter S's in these same words. They have the S in the appropriate place. What I'm saying is this document here is a joke.
Yeah,
that they
fraudulent they put a fraudulent S, fraudulent document, fraudulent ass documents over here. What a joke! That's funny.
Yeah.
No, that's how they used to do it.
Oh, really? They put the S in the proper place at the end of the word, but not at the beginning.
Yeah,
They were that
sometimes. Yeah,
stupid. On
other
multiple
times.
words, they've done it. On multiple words, they've done it. That was like some intentional stupid shit. Flirting. I could see what they're doing.
Other times, like instead of a W, like that didn't always exist either. It would be two V's.
How do you know that document is not made by the government? And they're
Well, I
just
don't.
fucking with you guys.
Or where is
Right in
the
your
F
face.
on the board? The F and the S are not right next to each other. It couldn't be an accident and being on multiple words.
Well, I'm not saying
There's
it's
a
an
D
accident
between
either.
them.
It almost seems like they're fucking with them.
It is, dude. It's intentional mockery. They're using like flirting. They're calling us flirts, and that fucking.
I think you're reaching.
Well, that's how writing evolved. Kind of like we didn't always have the exact shaped letters that we have now.
They have the proper S. I see it in that same document. There's an S at the appropriate place, and they are using the S where it's supposed to be.
All right, let me see what you're talking about.
Yeah, dude, you should look at it, Jerry. It's kind of funny.
Instead of surface, they replace the S with an F. Surface. A figment instead of a segment of any spherical instead of spherical. And then you see the C level above it, SEE, not SEA level. And then they put the S at the end of some.
Dude, it says the C level as in SEE. Dude, this is a joke, dude.
Fucked with.
Don't even
Yeah,
spell
it
the
looks a little
C
weird,
correctly.
man.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, not
They
C
don't even
level.
spell the C
SEA.
correctly, dude. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll have to go with that. I'll have to go along with that. That's fucked up.
You don't think? Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. This one right here, I'm gonna hook in. This one right here is bullshit.
It's a
These other
mock. It's
ones are
mock.
fucking-
It's mockery all over that shit.
SEE, bro. I don't even make. I'm fucking horrible at spelling. I don't even make those mistakes.
Yeah, they spelled straight FTRAIGT.
I'm supposed to take that seriously.
Dude, Furfus, bro. Furfus,
See?
Furfus and Fegment. Dog, Furfus and Fegment, dude. That's fucking
Calling them
rich. That's rich, dude.
flurfers, dude. You don't see the symbology how they call us flurfers. You don't see them fucking putting that in there. It's so stupid.
Dude, that's rich. This is rich, bro. I got fucking hilarious. Lev. Fucking Lev over here. It's like, what is it, Lev? Why is it Lev?
And that's basically it. If you look at a any dictionary that's, like I said, 10 years old or older, and then you compare it, right, to
Dude,
reality.
Wolfgang, do you think these like black marks and mistakes and like the print type is even faked? Like, I'm looking
The
at this first
blotchy.
one and like, there's like black dots over like the appeared thing, and it just,
Dude, this thing's been photoshopped.
bro,
Yeah, look at.
I don't know, bro. This looks fucking so sus, dude.
You think that document's Photoshop? Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude,
I
the
can see-
document looks fucking Photoshop, dude. This looks fucking fake as shit. This is so funny. Flurfers, huh?
No, you have to take that seriously, dude. This is a serious document.
Sorry, sometimes it's just like this and the moon landing, like I just can't take those two things serious. Like things that are just like ridiculous looking. Like I don't know, I just can't take it seriously.
Okay, Webster's Encyclopedia of Dictionaries. Let's see.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Let's see. Horizontal plane, okay.
I'm sure there are like, some shit with level being from a circle, but like I don't know, for it being in like the manuals of people who use it practically, it's kind of ridiculous because they never take that into account.
Now wait a minute, dude. This is not from that old book. This is something you're showing me. It's two different things. I could tell that paper is much older in that book you're holding than what you're trying to tell me here. Earth is Life. This paper is too clean and new, and the typeface is different than that old book with the cover. Open that book with the cover. I want to see what's in there. I want to see the typeface.
Well, I mean, there's definitely something to this issue of the word level. Like Ron's talking about the actual true meaning of the word and what it has meant for eons of time. In terms of being horizontal and all the definitions, the base definitions. And Ron is correct that in recent times when they've been pushing this globe concept, especially after World War II, they started sort of inserting this new idea of level, which is, it's this equal thing around a sphere, because that was never used before this globe Earth idea. Like you don't have spheres and talk about level in relation to that. You might say of something like equidistant, like if you have some sphere that you're building for construction, okay, everything's equidistant to the radius, but you would never use the word level. And then just to finish what I'm saying here, I mean, but Ron, you would agree that basically, yeah, like once they started pushing the globe, they slowly started kind of inserting this new idea of level into the,
I've never heard of it before that, G. I'm a builder. I do construction for a living, and I've used level and plumb, right, on a level, and use a carpenter's level has liquid vials each way, one for plumb and one for level, so one for vertical, one for horizontal. I've never heard that equidistant plumb from, you know what I mean, like equidistant to a sphere. That is a new construct. I've never heard that my whole life until recently. I've always known level to mean what it does in the older dictionaries. Like any dictionary, like older than about 10 years, has the correct definition. Even now, most of the online dictionaries still have the correct term. Only a few are bastardizing it with this new bastardized version of what the definition means. Not all of them, but just some.
Yeah, because they want you to go to their dictionary and then like, oh whoa, and then you look and it says, oh, equidistance for a sphere. So then you're like, oh, haha, look, see, like it's just like, dude, they changed it, you fucking idiot.
Well, yeah, it's inserted. I mean, there's been a lot of that. I mean, even if you look up the definition of the word Earth, the first thing now it says, oh, a spherical planet, orbiting the sun. So obviously that was not the definition of Earth for all of humanity before this globe cult thing has been pushed onto people. Then they started defining it as this, sphere that NASA discovered and Copernicus, whatever, this whole story. But obviously that was not the definition of Earth. So yeah, they've changed a lot of definitions to fit this kind of heliocentric paradigm.
They're gaslighting us. They're trying to gaslight us so that when people just Google something, and probably when Google will put the fake definitions at the top of the search results. Like, oh, look, see the first one I found. There it is.
I gotta tell you something about the search results. I went down to the end of the search results. It said that there was 40,000. After the 200th page, it just fucking repeats itself. Like there was nothing else there anymore. There was no new fucking websites or anything. There's when they say there's like 40,000 results, it's a fucking lie, dude. There's not there. Dude, just press next and go all the way to the end and see if you can get there. You can't go there.
That's funny. I've never heard of that. You're saying that they're like buffering it to make it seem like it's more, so makes it look like Google is God kind of thing.
We found
when it says like, when you go to the bottom of the Google page, it says like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then next, and then it says like all the way up to like 40,000 or something. Just go down there one day and just keep pressing next. I don't know. When I did it, bro, it couldn't go past 200. But I don't know. Like maybe they could have updated it and added extra, but there was no web pages after that.
I wonder if the result is a combination of the words that you type in and how many times it can find those words amongst what it can give you.
Dude, what I'm saying is it said 40,000 pages, but there was only 200. There wasn't 40,000. It lied. There wasn't 40,000 there.
Yeah, they're exaggerating the search results. Like, oh, we found 40,000.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You go to
even to 200, no one's going to click that motherfucker 200 times. You know what I mean? They're going to click 1 or 2, maybe 10 pages, someone that looks deep. They ain't going that deep.
I mean, they might admit to this, though. I mean, they may say, like, oh, yeah, it's 40,000 results, but we're only going to display, the first 200 or whatever.
Right.
Just because they're not going to give the server time to literally give you that many.
I've never clicked that many results in. I've done a lot. I've probably done 50, like looking deep, maybe 100, but I never went that far.
So it's capped at 200 with every search, basically.
No, I didn't test every search.
Oh, gotcha.
What word were you looking up? Was it a word or was it something, an event or something?
It was something conspiratorial. I can't fucking remember, but it was some shit like like Freemasons and Rosicrucians and that type of shit. I forget quite what it was, but there was one search. I was just going all the way back and I couldn't find, because I don't know. When you feel like you've read a couple articles on a couple websites that you feel like you shouldn't even have found those websites, and they're talking about something that like you've never heard of and you want to look into it, and then you look into it, but everything's similar to, but not exactly what you're looking for. So I was like, I don't know, but it's just weird, bro. Like, I don't know, you just fucking and trying to find shit on the internet. It's kind of weird, dude. I swear to God.
Back in the day, like in 2015, that's how I found Flat Earth, because it was coming up recommended. The algorithm on YouTube was actually working properly. So the people that were looking into the Federal Reserve, or they were looking into 9/11, they were looking into Sandy Hook.
Yeah, dude, exactly. I didn't find this shit. I found this shit after. Because literally, like, at the beginning of COVID, I was like, okay, wait, something's not. This is fucking such bullshit. So I was just like trying to look and trying to figure out what's going on, but it was so, like, you could tell, like, when you look things up, all the shit is fucked.
COVID, that was difficult. That was difficult,
bro,
because everything is suppressed.
Dude, because I found it through other conspiracy theories and shit, because they're like, I don't know, I was just looking into it, I was like, it's just weird, dude, because when you're trying to find it and you don't know how to find it yet, it's so obviously censored, because you're trying to find something and you know there's something there, but it's hard to find what you're looking for.
You can't, even if you use the proper terms. Like if you use Flat Earth, especially, right, you're going to get all debunking videos. You're going to get Logan Paul. You're going to get like mockumentaries and shit.
I'm pretty sure that guy, David Weiss, I don't know, bro. Just the fact that his name is Flat Earth Dave Fed Weiss, just that above itself, like, kind of names like Fed Weiss and like There's another guy, Stu Peters. It sounds like stupider. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of shills though out here too, like first
Dave
layer.
White, he's
What
pretty
are they
good on.
posting in chat about the F and the S? What is all of that? I can't read it because I'm driving.
Oh, they switched the word from a S to an F. They replaced it with an F.
No, there's stuff in the chat, something about old text or something, S looking like an F or something like that.
No, not
There's
looking. They literally replaced it with an F
What
because
is
they
that?
did have a
What is that?
proper S. They did have a proper S in the typeface. You can see it in other words. They
You
use the
literally see
proper
it when
S.
they spell
I'm
C
asking,
wrong. They spell CSEE instead of SEA, so they have the S right there in front of your face. They use it. Yeah, right there.
yeah, there's information in those posts that are in text that talk about the F and the S in old text. I was just wondering what that was talking about.
Oh, they're proper. They're like in some places the S is in the proper relocation. They replaced it on certain words. They replaced the S with an F.
That's not what I'm asking.
It wasn't common.
They
It
even, they
was
even have S over here next to recedes. Further, it recedes. S at the end.
yes. At the end of the word, there's the S where it
They have
should
S
be,
at
and
the end and the beginning. Braffs. Dude, they even have a word where it should be S in the beginning and it's an F, and then it's an S at the. Bro, this is fucking okay. You know what? I'm done. I'm done, dude.
no, that's proof, dude. That's proof.
Dude,
You
the
gotta
beginning
believe
of
it.
the word is an F instead of an S, and the end of the word is literally an S. Like
Yeah.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. Like I'm just done,
No,
dude.
no. What are those posts that they're talking about it? It talks about the F and the S in old documents. They're talking about it. Some
It's a screenshot.
posts.
Go to a screenshot. You gotta scroll up a bit. It was a
No,
screenshot.
Left Lane is talking about what Earth is Life posted at 43 past the hour, where it explains how they used to use S's and F's kind of interchangeably.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
You can't use them interchangeably because it doesn't make sense. Like a word has a proper spelling, and these are the people writing the fucking definition. They would use a proper spelling. If you're the fucking dictionary, spelling is important to you. You spell words properly. Doesn't just slide. There is people that proofread this shit before they
Listen,
publish it.
instead of speculating on what you think is going on, how about you click on the link that I posted and look?
That's what I want to know. What does that link that he's posted say about the F and the S?
I don't know. I didn't read it.
Yeah, this
Well,
is how they.
I-
This is how they
yeah.
used to. Yeah, no, this is how they used to word it.
They used to word what? A furfus? I don't know. Could we look in that same
Pay
dictionary?
pay
Is that really
attention
how they
to the
used to
chat.
word
Are you
things?
not paying attention to the chat?
So what is
Yeah,
this?
it's like an
What does it
old.
say? Why?
It's an old English. It's old English spelling. He posted a link about it.
Yeah, in genuine old style printing, it could appear that the F is used in place of the letter S. However, it is not the letter F, but a long form of the letter S derived from handwriting styles, which
Right.
looks very similar to F, but does not have a complete crossbar. Okay, so we have to look for this incomplete crossbar, I guess. It is not used at the end of words and in words where there is double S, sometimes paired with a short S, which results in a compound letter, double S or SZ symbol, I guess beta. It fell out of fashion with. Okay, so wait. There's a difference because this one has a crossbar or a hidden crossbar or something. So let's go look at
I
this.
see a crossbar where it says level is a freight line. There's a crossbar in the F and the T next to it. There's a crossbar.
Yeah, wait, hold up. It says a.
Apparent level is a freight.
It says
It's got the
the F should not be a complete crossbar. So do we have a place where this F is used separately? Dude, these Fs look like they have some sort of crossbar.
Yeah, the things that you guys are calling Fs are not Fs; they're S's. It's an old-fashioned way of writing the letter.
Geo, look at the S at the
Dude,
end of this.
they're in truly level look, truly level surface, but it should be an S, and you're saying that's an old way of writing an S, but how can you differentiate that from the F in that same word? A truly level surface.
Yeah,
and
one of them has
that F is identical. That F is identical to the F at the front.
It's not an F, moron.
one has a,
You guys
one
are
has a,
sitting here listening to this.
one has a
Fucking-
crossbar, the other one doesn't.
They both have a crossbar. I'm looking at the one, a straight. It has an F with a crossbar next to a T. I'm just saying, if you have a S, a proper S, right, and you use it at the end of the word, and you have it in your typeset when you're printing something, why the fuck would you use this? Why would you use that at all? That is the most stupid thing. Here, we'll use something that looks identical to an F, but it has a half of a crossbar, and then you have this grainy ass text that I'm supposed to like look it apart. And is that a complete crossbar? Why
Yeah,
does it
no,
say
I
so?
hear you, but I mean, there's probably a lot of things about ways of writing and past times that look inconceivably strange to us, or even like sentences that don't make the same sense to us now as they did then. So, but this is how they wrote. I mean, this is not some scam thing about flurfers or anything. This is how they used to write the letters. You could look this up in all kinds of other writing.
All right. Maybe that's how they write it, but it looks pretty ridiculous to me. I'm just saying.
It's good that we further, right? Because then there have been jumped to conclusions, the wrong ones.
When is it supposed to be from, though? Did he say? Because obviously it's talking about a globe Earth, so it would be.
It says, I think this is the one. It says Webster's Encyclopedia of Dictionaries, New American Edition, and it looks like it's in his hand. It looks pretty damn old to me, but I wonder where this is from exactly.
I mean, they've in terms of the adding this into level, it's been done for quite a while. I mean, because they were pushing the globe in the late 1800s and trying to get it into schools and World War One, and then obviously World War II, the whole deal. So, I mean, they've definitely. It's not recent, in my understanding, that they've changed this definition of level.
Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of been around as long as the globe has been.
Wasn't there like people in the Bible Belt who are like disagreeing with like the Federalists or whatever, trying to implement that in their curriculum or something? I'm pretty sure there was some sort of fucking thing about that.
Oh yeah, they had to use world wars to get control over the education system so they could teach everyone this false globe idea.
And they made a break. They made a break in the knowledge, the direct knowledge from your grandparents, right? Now those people were killed off and the survivors were traumatized. They did it twice. They did a World War One, they did a World War II, and then they did a Vietnam. So and then the Iraq War, Afghanistan. So now there's a break. There's a break. You don't have one continuous stream of knowledge from your great grandparents, people you trust. Word of mouth, like, this is horse shit, son. Don't believe that. Like, they would set us straight. Like, the old people knew the earth was flat. If they were allowed to live their full life, they would have never gotten away with this nonsense. Because we said, no, my grandpa told me this is bullshit, and I trust him more than you. So they don't, and that's why they brainwash the kids in the public schools. You give away your children to be brainwashed to these people, and they mold them into little NPCs.
Right.
No,
And
Brett, wrong.
They definitely adjust the words to fit certain narratives.
Loop, and it's completely YouTube safe. So
yeah, I turned it back on.
yeah, registration. You're talking about public school, right? Okay. you register your offspring with a company. Now, if you go look up register in like Merriam-Webster's, it gives you a little bit. But if you go look it up in like Black's, Legal Dictionary, Bouvier's, any of these others, register means to transfer title or rights of a thing to someone else, which means you're giving up your rights. You're literally contracting them away.
Right. Regis means king. So you're giving your rights away to the king.
So
Register.
when you register a car, like say I buy a car from someone and I get the registration and take it to the Secretary of State, and I'm giving them ownership of my property with the
Right.
registration.
Well, here's the fun thing. Break down the word. Regis is king. Ration is giving a portion or taking a portion. So you're Regis ration. You're giving the king a portion of your life. You're giving him access to come in and to tell you what to do, when you can do it, how you can do it. You're not self-governing.
You know what's tough too? I bought a car from an auction and it didn't have a registration, and it was so difficult to get one so that I could resell it. It was a vintage car from 1967, and it was like almost
What's
no one
up?
wanted to buy it without the registration. So yeah, it is. You have to kind of work in their realm to sell shit.
Private business is the MSO or the MCO in your hot little hand. That is the alloidial title, just like a land patent is the alloidial title to your land. People have lost their path to alloidial title, talking about getting rid of the older generation through war. Well, the older generation knew how to patent a piece of land. How many people in this room actually know how the patent process actually works?
Yeah, they
I know.
they hijacked the republic into this federal-based sort of democratic,
It's nothing personal.
Freemason-run, system.
Right. But it's nothing personal. It's just business. They're in the business of making money. If they can trick you into making money, they can do it.
I've actually
thing
done patents, like utility patents. So I don't know if it was the same for land, but for inventions and things, it's a pretty involved process.
A land patent requires 1, a survey, and 2, notice. So if I had a house on a piece of land and I did the mortgage and I paid everything off, I had my bill of sale, the taxes, and everything was perfect. What I do is I take all that paperwork, I go over to the Bureau of Land Management, and I talk to them about a patent. Either that, or I do a brand new survey and I write my own patent. But see, making things yourself is what you're supposed to do. When you're asking someone else to make something for you, you're asking for services. You're giving up rights for services, for benefits, for privileges.
So the title on that land, or the you're saying it was a patent before it was a title, like you have, or a deed. You own the deed to the land or the title.
Right. A deed was equivalent to a patent in those days. But again, certificates are short form for the original document. The original document would be your patent or your deed. So your original patent for your car would be your MSO or your MCO, manufacturer's certificate of origin, or the MSO. Same document. Short form of the original document has less rights than the original document itself. So registration, car registration. If I go buy a truck, I'm turning in the plates, I'm ripping off the sticker, I'm turning all that shit in. I'm writing a letter over to the feds because I know who's got the patents. They've been putting them on microfilm since 1905. All of them. All of the MCOs go straight to the feds.
Well, they took over the
Because-
system, and it's how they run it now. So it's pretty hard to get out of it unless the whole system changes.
Gio, didn't it kind of start with the Civil War? Honestly, I heard that like there was like whole ass shit in the Civil War where like the army was like about to go defeat like the fucking guys, and then they were like, okay, no, let's just turn and go to the east and go slaughter a bunch of citizens for no reason. Like, there's all kinds of fucking discrepancies and shit that happen. It just doesn't make sense, dude. Like a lot of the wars you look into, it doesn't seem like they're actually trying to win. You know what I mean? Like either side is trying to actually go full on and win. They're not playing to win.
Well, what they've done, the Civil War was a way to destroy the old buildings in the South. The old South had these buildings, they called them plantations, and they looked like a Roman style of building, like you'd see in Rome or even Washington, D.C. And they destroyed most of that. The War of 1812 and the Civil War. It was most, and even the war in Ukraine, whatever, if that's an actual war, is destroying all these old world buildings. They're erasing history because they don't want people asking questions. So they've demolished these things. They use wars. Vietnam had lots of these old world buildings, and they bombed the fuck out of Vietnam. Japan had. It didn't fit the narrative.
Same thing with that fucking like duchy of Gotha or something in Germany. It had like all the old manuscripts and all like the, I guess, the bloodlines of the kings or something. And they fucking blew they blew it up, and then fuckers went in and blew it up again, and there was nobody in, and people knew there was no one in there. Like, yeah, I know what you mean.
All the history's been erased. Yeah, the realm we're living in, this 150 year period of time, it's all bullshit. It's all a false narrative that we've been living in. So it's like, even though our great grandparents might have known the Earth was flat, it all got lost through the generations, through all these traumas. Look at all the traumas of World War I, World War II, Vietnam, 9/11. All these traumas they keep bombarding us with, and then people move. Average person moves once every 7 years, and then some shit gets lost when you're moving from house to house. Natural disasters like floods and tornadoes and hurricanes, it gets lost. So it's hard to retain anything for over 100 years. It's hard to pass it down.
Look, being free, self-governance is not as difficult as you think it is. The thing is the entire path to being self-governing is paved with books that people just refuse to read because it's non-fiction.
Oh, I
Yeah,
hear you,
can
bro.
Try to do whatever, but yeah, I mean they run the system. They, in terms of the judges and the people that are gonna enforce their system. So
You talking about Lysander Spooner, like the Constitution of No Authority, that book?
But there seems to be a way to use the system to your advantage, right? Because there's like a type A and a type B system, and we seem to be under the type B system, which is the system that takes advantage of you. The elites seem to be on that type A system, which is the using the system for their benefit.
Yes.
I was about to say Matrix J is completely right about that. Like literally, like there's a lot of examples of people who have used the system towards their own advantage. Like there's people who get millions of dollars. Like if the fucking like say like they do something wrong, you can like fucking go back at them and make them pay you money and shit. Like there's all kinds of loopholes, bro. And when you get in there,
I heard millionaires talking good about the government, about the IRS. I keep hearing them that the IRS is like their own personal bank, bank. So how is it that they could get along with the IRS, but we have that like this disdain towards the IRS? Something like there's something that we're not understanding.
Because your paperwork is all wrong. You keep thinking you're a U.S. citizen. You've never looked it up in their dictionary, what it is. Black's Legal Dictionary, Title 28 USC, subsection 15, subsection A, or 3002. Yeah, there it is. Title 28, 3002, subsection 15, subsection A. United States is a federal meaning a group of people, body politic, just a group. Corporation. Well, corporation isn't a government, and the Clearfield Doctrine clearly states that companies acting as government is what's wrong. Companies
it's a
aren't allowed to act
corporation.
as government. That's the definition of fascism. So what we've lost is our way.
And
This
look
is
up what
why
a
I keep talking
citizen
about all this stuff.
in Black's dictionary, a citizen, right? You're an employee of this corporation, and when you sign a vote card, you agree to you agree to the terms and conditions to be ruled over. If you agree to vote, that means you agree to play the game. So there's a lot of loopholes.
Hold up, if I'm an employee, then how come I'm not getting paid?
That's
Well,
the
'cause
thing.
you-
That's the
Hey,
trick.
You are getting paid. You're getting paid with goods and services.
Yeah, you
I
are.
have to buy
But
those.
here's the trick. The thing is I'm not a U.S. citizen. I own one. I have one to use to do
own a
business with the Silk Road. A
So you
fiction.
revoke your
I have a
citizenship.
person. A U.S. citizen is a person. A person is defined as a fiction. Stop trying to mix words, man. They're not spelled the same. They don't mean the same thing.
Cuddles, you know what I think, bro? I think the Bible is like the guide for the system. Like
It is. I'm sitting here.
100%, Matrix Day. That's 100%.
Matrix, you sound like you're in a Turkish bath or something.
He's in
I'm in the hallway, bro. I'm smoking.
The thing is the Bible is the cornerstone for ecclesiastical law for the entire system. What the Bible tells us to do in the Old Testament and in the New Testament is to perfect ourselves in our rights to things, not to be like an asshole with it, but to perfect title in stuff. I own the house. I have the patent. I own the car. I have the patent. I own this. I have the patent. Now I'm going to take a private trust. I'm going to write that up. I'm going to take all this stuff. I'm going to put it into the private trust so the private trust owns it. I don't own diddly. The straw man is there for you to take something, put it in the straw man's name, and then you can move it from the corporate system over into ecclesiastical law. Because you start off
What
in
is
Genesis 1 with a
ecclesiastical law,
trust.
Cuddle?
You start off in Genesis 1 with a trust and estate law, both combined together. Ecclesiastical law is just like natural law, the same thing we talk about with science, all the gas laws, they're all ecclesiastical.
You mean like ecclesians from the Bible? Am I saying it right?
Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesia.
So, yeah.
Ecclesia.
So you mean those laws? Do you abide by those laws? Because I mean, those are Jewish laws. You know, don't eat pork, dress this way,
Hebrew.
conduct business that way.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold
Hebrew,
on.
Jewish.
Hold on.
You know,
just slow down, because here's
those
the fun
laws
thing,
come
okay?
come from the Torah.
Just hold on. Slow down. What is 1, a law, 2, an ordinance? Are they spelled the same? Do they mean the same thing? What you see in Leviticus is mostly ordinances and statutes. Statutes aren't laws either. Acts aren't laws. Codes aren't laws. Regulations aren't laws. These things are guidelines.
They are laws, Cuddles. They just don't apply to men and women.
Law is different
Hey,
from
wait. I want to hear Cuddles explain himself. Give him some fucking
he's-
time. I haven't heard this
He
shit
said
before.
pork. He brought up pork, but if you go read Leviticus, it tells you straight up that it's ordinances for the priesthood. Ordinances for the priests, not ordinances for the people.
Why?
There's a clear division in which ordinances for the priesthood and which ordinances for the people. It's clear
Okay,
as
but why?
frickin'
Why
day
is
if you're reading
pork
it.
not good for the priests?
Because the priesthood made some sort of code for authority, being that the priesthood was authority back in that day.
No.
Dude, it had to do with cleanliness and not being able to get sick. But again, you're talking about something that 4,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, even 1,000 years ago, they were garbage disposals. They wandered the streets eating up crap.
Mm-hmm. So this
why would you
rule
want
was
to eat
good
something
enough.
that's eating dead people? What do you want to eat something that's eating poop? Why do you want to eat something that's is eating stuff that people are throwing out of their house onto the street.
Okay, but
Yeah,
let's say
but Cuddles,
back then,
Cuddles, this is literally you deciding which laws you want to follow and which ones you don't want to. So you
you're
saying that
telling me an
because
ordinance
pigs
is a law, but you
hang
haven't
on,
even.
hang on. You were saying
don't interrupt,
I'm not
please.
gonna let you rumpus
Cuddles,
me,
let
dude.
him finish what he's saying.
So
Don't
rude.
him.
Yeah, because I'm actually interrupting percentage. So percentage, I am sorry because you were the one talking, not Cuddles. But
No,
Cuddles,
go ahead.
you are kind of deciding which laws and ordinances you want to follow and which you don't, and you justifying the eating of pork by saying that because we raise pigs better now than we did 1,000 years ago, pigs ain't dirty anymore, so it's fine to eat them. You can't make
That
judgment calls
wasn't
like
implied
that.
claim.
But we should defer to
I
percentage.
hadn't
Sorry.
even gotten that far. But
let me
again,
say, before you
Yeah,
get
none
far,
of you fuckers are letting Cuddles actually say shit. I would
No,
actually
he
like
said
to hear
he
him
said
for
something,
one.
and I want to respond to it. So, Cuddles, you said that
Yeah,
1,000 years ago, or whatever. Like, let's not talk about now and the cleanliness of pigs now. Let's talk about 1,000 years ago. They had reasonings for for making it forbidden for the priesthood. You say, right? My question
Right.
is, why would they make it this, because this cleanliness issue, it's a factor. Why would they not apply that to the general population? Why would only to the priesthood? Did they not care about the citizenry?
priesthood were the ones that were constrained the most because the priests were the ones rebelling. There was an original priesthood created pre-flood, and it came through the flood.
Okay, but
The
you're calling it a
first
constraint.
order was there. The first order was abandoned by the people. They walked away from God. So God had to make a second order for the people because they did not want to follow the first one.
Sure, but you're calling
the
it
completion,
a constraint when it's hard to argue that it's a constraint because an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound of cure. You could argue that it's a treatment, it's a benefit, not a constraint. A constraint gives it a negative connotation.
well, a constraint, something you shouldn't do, or should be opposed to doing.
Yeah. So again, it seems like they didn't care about the people. That there's this preferential treatment of the priesthood, according to you.
Well, I mean, here's another fun one in Leviticus that most people aren't going to get. The priests and the government officials were only allowed to have one wife. Only those two groups of people were allowed to have one wife. Everyone else, it didn't matter. God adds what he adds to whom he adds, and for anybody to question God,
Didn't the Catholics have to ban marriage because the women kept wanting to fuck all the priests?
No. There's worse things going on back then. You're talking about like Levites moving forward through Ephesians, Chronicles, all that. They had whores. They had prostitutes in the temple. That's why Habakkuk, Nehemiah, Elijah were all pointing at the same thing. Isaiah, dude, get these harlots out of here. Stop
when did the
making
priest-
the house of God a temple of hedonism.
Yeah. So when did they make the priests have to be celibate?
Dude, that's not in the Bible.
Well, then how come Christian priests remain celibate?
Catholics
they don't follow the
are
Bible.
heathens. They're Roman heathens. Catholics are Satanists by definition because the first guy, Constantine, who started the entire Catholic Church under ordinance, was a freaking Satanist.
Cuddles, can non-Catholic preachers get married?
Bro, I'm a
it's not just
minister. I've been married. What are you talking about?
What?
What?
So non-Catholic preachers can get married then? Why did you say no?
Bro, we can get married. The
So it's a
whole
yes.
thing about the Catholic Church saying you can't, that's their own canon. That has nothing to do with the Bible, man.
If it's non-Catholic, what does it matter if they get married or not? I mean, what rules would apply to a non-Catholic? Definitely not Catholicism.
Well, right, but see, Catholicism is a combination of Hebrew followers of the way and Scripture, and heathen religions. Christmas, Arbor
So was
Day, Labor
Christianity.
Day, this day, May Day, the Maypole, the Easter
You
Bunny.
don't
Why is
celebrate Christmas, Carlos?
Dionysus holding the Easter Bunny?
But
Why
Carlos, don't
is
you celebrate Christmas
Dionysus?
and
Yeah,
Easter?
that's Easter is from the Ishtar or whatever it's called. It's true.
Man of consciousness.
None of the fucking Catholic shit follows any of the fucking Bible. It's a fact. If you research it at all in any way, you would find that.
Look, they
But
told
don't
you
all
over and over and over
celebrate Easter?
again in the Old Testament to put away the customs of man. Why? For the customs of God. The New Testament, put away the customs of man. Why? For the customs of God. The whole thing is
Yeah, but
pointing
but
you
but
to
but
a
no
personal
Cuddle.
relationship.
Like one of you could just answer this question. Don't all Christians celebrate Christmas and Easter, or is it only Catholics?
No,
It's
No.
only Catholics.
slow down.
Dude,
It
the
was the
Catholic. Okay,
heathens
here's what I'll say:
first.
is the Catholic religion created Christmas. Now, if people
Mm-hmm.
continue to follow the ways of the Catholic Church, that's their business. But it is not a biblical practice.
It's in
But
Jeremiah. It tells you
from
not
my
to do it.
He was created
understanding,
before,
right,
but yeah.
there was a split between the Catholic Church and the Protestants, right? And that's the whole big issue within Christianity. The Protestants don't like the Catholics, and Cuddle sounds like he's
Well, the
one of the
Protestants actually
Protestant
didn't.
denominations.
The
Uh-huh.
Protestant didn't actually want to separate with the Catholics at first. They actually wanted to reform the Catholic Church. That's why it's called the Reformation. They weren't actually trying to leave. But then shit got further and further, and there was like fucking huge wars over it. And then people were like, you know what? Fuck this.
Robot.
So Protestants don't celebrate Christmas and Easter. Okay, that's crazy.
No,
I didn't
that's
know that.
not. You see, dude, what you're
Dude.
saying is fucking ridiculous. What we're explaining to you is that
I'm
the
asking
Yeah.
you.
that
What do you mean?
Christians. Well, no, we're okay.
Just
Hey, quiet, dude. Let us fucking explain to you if you don't fucking understand. Listen, the Catholics created Christmas. Now, if Protestants celebrate it today or not is their fucking business. But what we're saying is, in the Bible, there is no fucking Christmas. There's no celebrate the 25th of December for the fucking birth of Jesus. It does not state that anywhere. That is
To
a
be fair, the
Catholic
Catholics did
tradition.
create
That's
it.
a Catholic tradition, and if Protestants choose to follow it, that's their deal. But
It's a pagan
it's
tradition.
not biblical.
It's a pagan tradition that the Catholics, basically hijacked. Continued.
the Catholics, dude. Constantine was a Catholic. He was Roman. He's the one who merged the followers of the way, which is what I am, with the bullshit that they were practicing, worshiping statues.
You're Mandalorian?
Dude, Constantine, 365 AD. Please, somebody do research. It's even in Jeremiah. It tells you, do not go out. Oh, hold on. Let's start at the beginning of this. Be
Yeah,
ye
someone
not like the
posted it.
heathens, and learn ye not their ways. Do not go out into the woods and cut down a tree that's leaves are like what? And then don't drag it into your house and fasten it to the floor and deck it in gold and silver lace. That sounds a lot like Christmas, doesn't it?
It
This
does.
was
Yeah, but
Jeremiah. This is
that's
3,000
I
years ago,
suppose.
before Constantine was even a flicker.
Yeah, Constantine was a real piece
Oh,
of
you're
shit.
roboting or something.
Oh, my bad.
Constantine was a clown, man.
Me?
Council Nicaea, coming up with the Trinity. Fuck that noise.
Is Discord being mean to us or me?
You're fine, man. We hear you.
We hear you, Cuddles.
Yeah, I know, but you're
We spoke too
You
soon.
got a bad internet, dude. You cut out.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, I actually want to hear what this guy has to say. He always has interesting shit to fucking whatever. So I don't know. I feel like sometimes we don't need to fucking argue with everything someone states and let them go through at least 2 or 3 points before you have to stop them.
Cuddles, can you start from the beginning? Like, where did this all start? Did it start with the Sister KV Act? Like
Okay, Cuddles is
how
gone. Cuddles is
Cuddles
gone.
gone? No,
Yeah.
Cuddles he's here.
It
Oh, he's
goes
back.
way
Okay.
further back than that, bro. All goes back to the law of merchant. They
But okay,
blended the law of merchant.
all right, but who created like the law of merchants? Like somebody had to have come together and created that. Like who are
Right.
these people? How did this all start? Like from the Knights of Templars, which are the people that supposedly made the system. You know how can you like draw like a timeline?
Dude, I'd have to get out papers and paperwork. God.
Whatever you can off the top of the head, I'll appreciate it. It'll at least give me enough so I can research more myself.
So the Silk Road. Let's start there. It's the biggest thing that everybody knows about in history. The Silk Road is based on the law of merchant. The entire Silk Road. Now, before the Silk Road was a thing, they still had the law of merchant. It was still there, but you had a complete division between the law of merchant and free people. Free people could practice doing business, but it wasn't like it is today, man. The Silk Road has literally expanded so wide that it literally encompasses everything everywhere.
Yeah, so I just read up this whole Jeremiah chapter 10 thing, and it looks like what they were actually talking about was people would like cut down trees and then take the wood to like a craftsman, and the craftsman would shape the wood into the image of an idol, like a bull or something, and then
Yeah,
they
they
would
used to.
adorn it, and then they would adorn that idol with jewelry and silver. So
Yeah,
God was saying, "Don't idolize
So
these other."
wouldn't they all be the same though? A
Yeah,
bull,
but it.
a tree, a Christmas tree is all idol worshiping, which is what the Bible's warning us about.
Well, hold on, because he's
I
right,
I
right?
don't
Because
know. I mean, do Christians pray to Christmas trees?
No, dude. The whole point of the tree is worshiping things that have nothing to do with the Bible. It's all heathen, dude. You're not catching the switch. They used to carve the images of their gods into the base of the tree. They'd trim up about half of it. They'd carve their images of their gods, and then they deck the top with gold and silver string. Well, now you don't carve the gods into your crap anymore. You hang them on the branches. Oh, PlayStation 3. Ooh, Ferrari. Ooh, Testarossa. Oh, nothing has changed. You're trying to conflate
I know
change, but there is none.
it's like a lot of things, dude, where it's like we can show you almost 99% of it, but if you can't really look at the other 1%, oh no, but it could be a coincidence because like dude, like enough of these fucking coincidence theories. Like everything, like I know you think the universe started from a coincidence, but this many goddamn coincidences all the fucking time, like come on.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What?
So that was it, Cuddles.
Well, I mean,
Look up
I'm not
Admiralty
trying to
Law.
get to because I
Universal
see a lot of
law.
interruptions coming.
Yeah, that's the fucking issue. Is every time this guy actually gets into some interesting shit, someone's dumbass has to pipe up and do some disagreement when it's like, okay, we were just about to get to the
Right.
good fucking part,
And if
dude.
if
It's
man of
pissing me off,
consciousness would
honestly. It's like fucking
just
fuck,
hold
dude.
on.
Just shut up for a second and let this guy talk, and you can ask questions later.
Or ask me questions and then shut up. But don't ask me a question that's an ad hom, like man of consciousness.
What did I do, Cuddles? What add-on?
Dude. Go back. Go back and listen to when you started chiming in. And if you can't see it, I can't show it to you.
Bro, Cuddles, that's not fair, bro. All I
'Cause
did
I
was ask.
caught it, and I know Noah caught it, and I know my homie Matrix caught it.
Call what, the ad homs I threw at you? What ad homs, Cuddles?
The one major one that irritated me the most, because you're
Which one was it?
conflating law and ordinance as if they mean the same thing, and then the way you asked your question, are you da 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 da? Who said I was? Nobody. So ad hom, straw man, red herring,
Why
take your
do my
pick.
questions annoy you? I'm not the only one asking
Bro,
you questions.
you're
Like, why
trying to
you
make
picking on me?
something personal instead of taking it to the keep it about the
What?
information.
Yeah,
What
I don't
was
know.
the
I would have
question?
just, I would have just liked
You're
you to
trying to
actually like.
interpret it this way so you don't have to do that. That
I
was
would
the
just,
the
premise of
question,
your
Cuddles? And
question.
I'll
dude, I
tell you
would
if it
just like
was
to have
Yeah,
actually
valid.
well, what
seen.
was
I
the
would actually have
question
liked
I
him to
asked
actually.
that
Oh, bro,
irritated
this is
you and
pointless.
made
You're
things
arguing
personal?
about the fucking argument. I would have just liked to hear Cuddles talk about his shit, and if your question was
We
like,
got you,
"Oh,
Noah,
can
for
you
the third
explain?
time, man.
Can
You
you
don't
Yeah,
keep on
explain?"
saying it.
No,
no,
but
we
yeah,
heard
no,
you.
I
Yeah, this
understand
is
that,
the
but it's
fifth
like
time
instead
you
of
repeating the same
asking
thing.
him a question about
So
fucking
ask him a
about
question
the
if you want to
actual
hear him
topic
talk.
itself, instead of asking a question about the actual topic himself, you're fucking trying to challenge it. Like, oh, well, prove this part of your fucking thing. It's like, dude, like we don't need
I
to fucking
didn't
do
ask
that right now.
Cuddles
We're
to
trying to
prove
listen to him.
anything. That's not
Okay,
true. I
guys,
didn't
for the
ask
past
Cuddles
3
to prove a
minutes,
single
you
thing.
guys haven't been talking about the thing. If you want to learn
Yeah.
more, then ask him a question.
Exactly. That's all I was doing. I was trying to gain better understanding, so I was asking questions. Now, if my questions irritate Cuddles or annoy him, or if he feels my questions are making things personal between him and I, he should point out the question I asked so that I make sure not to
Did
ask that specific question again.
I
So, what question did I
did.
ask, Cuddles,
And I
that came off
even
as an
warned
ad
you.
hom?
Hold on. I even
All
warned
right.
you about conflating the word law and ordinance before you conflated it. And you still conflated
How's
it.
that an
And
ad
then I
hom?
told you not to
Yeah, how is that
just
an ad hom?
hold
If
on.
I did, all right.
You have to, one, go back and listen. Two, I just got done explaining it. I don't need to do it again. I'm not your fucking mommy.
So
So it wasn't
because
an
I
ad hom, and we
conflated
can just move
law
forward.
and
Yeah,
ordinance, you took
dude,
that
come on, dude.
personally
These
and it
questions from you,
irritated you.
bro, come on. These aren't good
Yo,
questions. These aren't
I'm
good
not done.
questions,
I'm not
dude.
done talking.
Every time
Come
you
on, come on.
fucking ask a
All right,
question,
please.
the topic
Come on.
gets
Look,
fucking
What is it?
derailed, man.
Noah,
he
Just
can
man.
let
go
Like,
look
Cuddles
it
no one's
up.
talk.
talking about
Percentage.
anything right now. So just allow it.
He
Percentage,
You're
can
making
please.
it
go
worse
look it
by
up.
constantly
Yeah.
criticizing.
Yeah, if I
Uh,
could just say my piece. We come in, we ask questions every day, Noah. You want the one to decide which questions are good
Come on,
and
dude.
which
You know,
questions are
you
bad. That's the
understand full
point of
well
these
the
discussions,
questions you are
number one.
asking are fucking
Number
hindering what
two,
he's talking
number
about.
two, when Cuddles is
Hindering what
talking
he's
about
talking
something
about.
I don't
You're not
understand,
asking
something I've
legit
Wait,
never heard.
questions, dude.
Yo, man, this guy's
hold up,
just
Noah.
talking under me.
You got next. Let him finish what he's saying.
Yeah. Number two, when Cuddles is talking about something I don't understand, I'm obviously going to ask questions because that's the whole point of these discussions, to ask questions and gain knowledge. Now, if Cuddles feels that me mixing up ordinance and laws is offensive to him, it irritates him, he sees that as an ad hom, and he takes that personally, then that's a Cuddles problem. You know, like that.
Dude, here's the
That's just a big
problem.
deal.
But
Here's
when
the
you're
problem
saying
is I want to.
when
Here's
you're
the
saying to
fucking
Noah
cuddles,
problem.
media.
like
Noah's
Here's
got
the
next. Noah's
fucking
got next.
here's the
Go
problem,
ahead, Noah.
dude. Here's the problem is I want to hear Cuddles talk, and instead of hearing Cuddles talk, I just hear more of you talking over and over time. When I just want to hear him talk, dude. Like if you want to ask questions and you're really curious, you'd ask one question and let him. You would ask like one question for every 4 sentences he speaks. Not every time he talks. I just hear you with a response back to him. If you're actually trying to listen to him, I would hear him talking much more and you talking much less. So I don't need your explanations. You can just show with your actions and talk way less than him.
Media, go ahead.
All right, so yeah. The guy asked one question, and then the other thing he said was, "So you choose whatever laws to follow." That wasn't a
thank you.
question. That was clearly the ad
That
hom
was an ad
that
hom.
antagonized Cuddles. So let's not pretend, right? But let's try to get past this because what Cuddles is speaking about is actually interesting, and I think we could all learn from it. This is why I'm asking him if he can start from the beginning, as far as he understands.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
before
Jay.
Cuddles,
Now,
I just want to say, like, because Cuddles said clearly that these are rules for the priesthood. So if it's clear in the text that, like, it says this disclaimer, this is for the priesthood, you know, then yeah, you're right. Like, it's not him choosing. But if it doesn't say that and it's just his opinion, kind of, then I think Nate would be justified in saying, so you're choosing it, like based off your opinion, you're saying that these rules are for these people and these rules aren't, you know? So I guess it depends on what the
But it's
text
not my
actually says.
choice. That's the fun thing, right? The Bible tells me, one, it's not my choice. I answered the call. The phone rang. I picked up. I said hello. Yes, Lord. I want you in my life. Keep talking. I'm loving this. Where have you been all my life?
Where?
He chooses what my path is. I just accept it. And for missionaries don't get to do any of that legalistic pandering crap. We don't get to cry about what's put in front of us. We have to go there and love our brother and try and reach out to them where they're at in the darkness and drag them to the light with how we are. So I can't just go in there and, oh, well, this is made with bat poop and you got pig in it too? Ugh, you guys suck. Do you really think anybody in that house is going to see the light of God in me if I act like that? You're crazy.
Okay, so that's a very long way of saying, yes, it says in the text that these are rules for the priesthood, right?
Yeah. I'm not even sure if that's what he said, percentage. It's like he didn't answer that question.
Oh, I did. Trust me.
Okay.
If you answer in a way that people don't understand, it's not very valuable.
Well,
Yeah,
No, he's
not
saying
for the
he
people
read the
that don't
scripture and that
understand.
was like God calling him. You know, he read the scripture and in the text he implied that it said this is for the priesthood, and he listened to that.
So you did say something about dragging people to the light. Do you mean in a forcible manner or not to do that?
Well, I think dragging is always in a forceful manner, right?
No, I think it was more metaphorically, like metaphorically dragging them to the light, like with knowledge or whatever.
Yeah, but Cuddles, so at the end of the day, what you are basically saying is the law we follow today is quote unquote the law of merchants, right? And that isn't the law we should follow. We should be following
Okay.
this
The
ecclesiastics law.
ecclesiastical, it means heavenly, godly. It comes from God.
So that's the
Yeah.
law we should be following.
Yeah, it's
Not
called Sharia.
It's natural. It's natural. Barter, trade, good business practices. These are
and
all
then
under natural.
so ecclesiastics is natural law, and then Deuteronomy and Leviticus, those are laws for the priesthood.
Ordinances. These ordinances
Those are ordinance.
herein contained. The
Okay,
language is
so an ordinance only applies to the priesthood, to the up and ups, and then
dude,
natural law applies to the
read the
rest of us.
book. Read the
I'm asking you to
book.
clarify, Cuddles. I've
Not
never read the book.
read
I'm not
read
going to read it. Like, please
you're
just clarify.
okay. I read Leviticus. I've read it quite a few times. I'm probably due to read it again because of this
Just
conversation,
answer the
just for a
questions I
refresher.
asked. Please, Cuddles. Come on, man. Don't go into a
The
dialogue.
ordinances were made for the priests. There were
All right.
ordinances made in Leviticus for the people. That was the part of their sacrifice. The amount that they were supposed to bring, what day they were supposed to bring it, how it was supposed to be prepared.
Okay, so basically a law applies to to everyone, and then an ordinance applies to a specific group, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is basic stuff in law, dude. This is like 101 stuff. If you start studying law, it really is. Because law, ordinance, regulation, rules, statutes, law.
Yeah, I mean,
Yo,
in law,
any
I'm
of
I want
pretty
to know
those.
sure
more
an
about this,
ordinance.
Cuddles. I want to know more about this Silk Road.
So the Silk Road is about doing business, right? Trade, barter with other people. The expansion of the Silk Road had armies involved in it. When it was there in its inception, it had 3 or 4 armies. You had different countries wanting to trade goods with each other, so they made a treaties, and that's how the Silk Road became. And then more countries got in on it. They sent out troops to the Silk Road to protect the Silk Road. the whole thing with the military, they're all protecting the cops, the military, they're all protecting business and businesses. They're protecting the Silk Road so you can get goods and services. But I don't have to be in the Silk Road to do business with it. I can stand outside of the Silk Road on private property with a land patent and a free man and have a person, a legal fiction, a piece of paper with a name on it that I can go and do business with the Silk Road and merchants all over the world. But that thing, that person is not who I am. That person is only there for me to be able to do business, honest business.
The market a bit, especially our competitors. Yeah.
Yo, Nate,
You're hot micing.
Yo, my bad.
Carlos, if I'm being pedantic, I'd have to say you're wrong. You're wrong about your division of
Straw
ordinance and law. Because
What do you mean straw man? You can't just scream straw man.
No, not a fallacy. It's a creation. Jesus.
no, I'm
Talking
saying
law,
what you're
straw man
saying
means
that
something
laws and
different than
ordinances
debate.
aren't the same. A law is for the whole population, and ordinances for a specific group. But and that's how it is in even in today in terms of legal terminology and what have you.
That's
But
exactly how it's been forever.
that's not
Because
how it is.
I can start up an order and I can make ordinances for the order, and if you're not a member of my order, I can't come after you and tell you that you violated my ordinance of my order and take you to court and sue you out of your house and your home and your underwear.
Of course you can, but the issue is the
That's the difference.
Hold up. No, the difference is the governing body. So for an ordinance, it's like a lower form of it's like municipal government. Usually in today's
It
society,
only
in terms of
applies to
modern
city employees,
That's what it
not
means.
city population.
No,
So
that's not
again,
true.
it doesn't apply to me, it applies to them.
No, an
'Cause
ordinance
I'm not a
is
member.
a city law, basically. It's municipal government passing.
Cities can't make laws. Try again.
So there's no municipal governments that create ordinances?
There's no city government making laws. Try again. They are making codes, rules, regulations, ordinances. They
So how
cannot
come
make
the legal
laws.
dictionary says it's a law passed by a municipal government?
Because within their organization of employees, the members of that order, to them it is law. It's private law for that particular practice.
It's not just for the employees. It's for the entire population of that municipal area.
Okay, well then you go to court that way and I'll go to court my way and we'll see which one of us actually comes out with a check. How about that?
An ordinance is a law passed by a municipal government. A municipality, such as a city, town, village, or borough, is a political subdivision of a state within which a municipal corporation has been established to provide local government to a population in a defined area.
A municipal corporation. Can corporations make laws?
Yes, they're called ordinances.
Hold on. Corporations make laws. Where's that in the state constitution?
The corporation is the government. Does the government not make a law?
Well, hold on now, because you said municipal corporation. Municipal corporation still isn't a government. It's a form of a business that's providing services as if they were a thing, but they are not the thing.
Called local government.
It's a local government, just like the corporation of the the federal government is a corporation as well. That's also making laws.
So
the difference between the two, if we want to draw differences, is that the law is you could say that the law, as per your definition, where it applies to everyone, is like a federal law. It's a higher government that's imposing it, and then municipal is like the one that's creating the ordinances more locally.
You got everything mixed up. It would be state.
Yeah.
Federal doesn't supersede state within the state. The state's its own country. The country makes its own law. The country's government makes its own law.
appreciate
The
the correction. Yes,
minor
state instead of federal.
governments do not make their own law. They are allowed to make ordinances in order to best keep the area clean, neat, tidy, and everything happy so that people can do business peacefully and honorably. But they cannot tell me when I can go outside, where I can stand, how I have to stand. They don't have the right to make law.
Except they do. Maybe
No,
not.
they don't.
Maybe they
It's
haven't for those specific
private
things.
law, and I've explained this 5 times, and this is exactly what fucking Noah
So
is talking
hold up.
about.
So when a municipal
Fuck's
government,
sake.
well, in the last
Dude,
kinda
here's
like,
the fucking thing: is he's telling you the truth, and you're just disagreeing with him, and then not letting him go through with what he's saying.
no,
Just
I'm
let
letting
him
him go
speak.
through, and
Not
I'm
true,
just
Noah.
providing an example of how he's wrong. Like you
You're
had municipal
providing an
ordinances.
example that
Hold
you've
up.
literally given that I've shown you is wrong, and I repeated to show you is
How'd
wrong,
you
and
show
I
me it was
asked you a
wrong? Go
question.
ahead. Give me your example of showing it was wrong.
When did the people of the state give the city the authority to make laws, not ordinances? Stop conflating the fucking words.
In the dictionary, an ordinance is a law. You're not understanding that. I read out the dictionary
I
definition.
know exactly what you're saying, and you're missing the rest of the definition.
I'm not. What am I missing?
Which dictionary?
Yes, you are,
Wait. Which dictionary
it's
is
a
he using?
private-
Wait, which dictionary? Hold up. Which
Black.
dictionary is he using? Are you using the
using it
proper
out of
Western
black.
Encyclopedia of American Law.
Yeah, he's using it out of the legalese system. He's using a dictionary that a private corporation made that defined the terms. He doesn't understand any of this shit.
West
It's over his head.
Encyclopedia of American Law. How am I using that out of the legal definition?
Who printed it? Who printed it? Is it a business?
Gale Group.
Yes. Does Congress make their
Oh, I'm
own
sorry. So now,
definitions when
so
they
now
make
physics
laws?
textbooks.
Yes, they
wait,
do.
Hold up.
Is
So
that
now
in
you're
the state
discounting every single
constitution?
dictionary that's produced by a company.
Are you listening?
That's what you're sounding. It's sounding like you're saying. You're saying that
listen,
this
and process. Stop
American
naysaying.
Law Encyclopedia has no standing because it's published by a company.
It's not from a lawmaking body. You've lost your mind. It's a private company. Page 1. Read who printed it. Stop being goofy.
So dictionaries only count if they're coming from the government directly.
Dude, do you even
Yeah,
know
the
how
government- dude,
works
dude,
in
the
your
government-
state according to the state constitution?
Don't
Because
take it to something
all
else,
your
man.
questions sound like you don't, man, and it's irritating the piss out of me.
You keep on saying an ordinance is all law. The dictionary definition, the legal dictionary, says an ordinance is a municipal law.
You're not using an official dictionary. You're using a private.
He's not listening.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
listening. You're not listening to him. It's
so
not. I don't understand it.
He's reading the dictionary and
Dude,
Cuddles-
okay, no, now you're not listening. The dictionary
Yeah, no,
that
I'm
he's
listening.
no, the dictionary that he is reading out of is not the official dictionary. It is a private dictionary. Do you understand? It is not
What
that
is
when
the
the
official
government writes a law, when the government writes
What
a
is
law,
the official
when they pass
dictionary?
the law, it's the government that passes the law. If someone else like CNN writes down that the government passed this law, you don't go to CNN and say, "Oh, CNN says this, but the American law says this, therefore the American law is wrong." It's a copy. It's a private copy of the actual law. If there's a mistake in the private copy, you go to the original source and you say, "Oh, the original source says this. It has a conflict with the copy, therefore the copy is wrong."
I think the issue here is.
So what source should we use, Noah? Like what is the original dictionary to be used here? Give us the right one.
Get
Let's
there
cut to the
because,
chase.
dude,
Do you guys
every
think the
time I have a
government is a
sentence-
corporation?
You see, that's the thing is every time Cuddles is about to explain it to you, you guys all interrupt him and don't let him
Well,
say.
I was talking
shit.
before him.
Yeah,
first
right
off.
now, squiggly line percentage is doing it. I get a sentence out, he got another fucking question. Like, dude.
I have a question, and I'll give you
Yeah,
all
that's
time
the
to
thing
answer
is,
it.
if you have-
Is
if
the
you
government
ask-
a
Write 'em
corporation?
down.
Why don't you question
Write 'em
once
down.
and then let him talk for 4 sentences? It's not a question every.
Well, he could say what he was going to say,
says.
but the question is the government a corporation?
Dude, that's besides the point. We're not even trying to talk about right now.
It's not besides the point.
Because you don't know the difference between public and private and ecclesiastical law, and there's an issue. You keep conflating all of them together.
I'm really
can
not. It's a simple
drive
question.
100 miles an hour on the highway, and nobody has the right to do shit about it if I have the allodial title to my car.
Is the municipal government a corporation? Yes or no?
Yeah, dude, you just read it.
All right. Is the state government
Why are
a
you
corporation?
asking a
Yes or no?
question from
It was a
something that
rhetorical
you
question.
just read? That's
So we could get some common ground. Is the state government a corporation? Yes or no?
I'm not playing 21 questions with you, dude. This is the part that's irritating me
That
and
was
Noah
just
and
number
Matrix.
2. And I understand why you refuse to answer it, because you know that an ordinance is
No,
a law of a
Adham,
corporation.
no, Adham. You know
What?
I was right. You gotcha. Yeah, that's why you're
Wow.
fucking 21 questions.
Man,
To do
dude,
a
you're dodging
gotcha. And you
asking
wonder why I'm pissed
because
off.
you know he's going to pin you down.
Right here.
What did you say, Howard?
I said he's dodging the questions because he knows
No, he's
percentage.
not dodging shit. Another Adham.
So I think we should
But
go back to
percentage isn't
Nate's question. What's
Listen, here's the
the
thing.
source dictionary that you go by?
Guys. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you were actually questioning and wanted to know, you would ask one question and then you'd let him talk for a paragraph. You would not then let him speak for only a sentence and ask another fucking question.
And
No,
interrupt
it's not
me
that I want
fucking
him to
trying to
know.
explain
I'm
shit.
poking a hole in his argument, showing how he's wrong, and I
Yeah,
ask a yes
stop
or no
it.
question.
We're
See,
trying
that's
to have a
what
refuse
fucking
to answer.
conversation.
That's the thing is he's not wrong. You're wrong.
We're
You're not
trying
He is wrong though.
to have. We're trying to have a
Okay,
conversation. If
Okay.
you
How
don't,
about
piss
this?
off, dude. Because
How
all
about
you're
this,
doing
guys?
is
How about
rumpusing.
Cuddles? Yeah. How about this? Cuddles, just
You
let
are
us know what
rumpusing
dictionary.
too.
Yeah, but
No, he's trying
listen,
to help you
just
out.
let us know what dictionary to use, and while Howard and I are looking for it, you and Percentage can have a discussion, so that you two
Hold on.
get to the bottom of what you two are trying to get to the bottom of. Just tell us what dictionary we should use to find the definition of ordinance, and Howard and I will take a back seat so that not too many
I'm
people
your
ask you
mama
questions.
again. Can you stop
Okay,
putting stuff
Noah,
where
could
you're
you
making me
tell
your
us?
mama or your daddy? Like,
Noah, could you tell us what dictionary we should use? The original source.
dude, and it's a mod rumpusing too. How rude.
I'm asking Noah, Cuddles, please. Or Noah left. Okay. I mean, Cuddles, please tell us what dictionary to use to get the original definition for what an ordinance is. Please?
Dude. I've told you what it is. You can go and research, and if you want a resource, I can hand you plenty. I gave you one. State Constitution.
So we should
You're
look
gonna.
in this.
All right,
in our
fine. Since nobody's gonna stop the rumpusing, I'll just leave. Fuck it. It's so stupid. Bro,
Oh my
homeboy
God.
just interrupted me in the middle of a sentence.
I just want to clarify something. So you saying I should look in my state constitution for proper definition of ordinance? Yes?
No, what I'm saying is you should start in your state constitution to start studying law. You're not even close enough or ready to start asking questions like that because you don't even know what law is or how it's made or the different types that there are.
That's fallacious.
Now who's at home and Cuddles? You're telling me what I do and don't do.
Dude, but you've demonstrated it. Go back and listen to the recording.
The ad hocs. Oh my God. So many ad hocs.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, Cuddles, we trying to research. Percentage did some research, brought a definition of ordinance, and you said that definition. You and Noah both said that definition is poo poo. So we've done our research. You told us we're wrong. Now we're asking you for the right source.
I told you.
You don't want
I told you. What does page 1 say? What does page 1 say? Who printed it?
page 1 of
The book of the you're saying you got the definition from.
Percentage. Who printed it?
Well, by whose authority was it made?
Okay, but whoever printed it, it's the wrong people, and we accept that. You told us it's the wrong people. Cool. Now, who are the right people? What is the right dictionary to get this definition?
See what Congress has adopted, but you'll have to learn what minutes are. You'll have to learn about congressional sessions. You'll actually have to do research.
Never mind, Carlos. Never mind.
Non-answer.
Yeah.
Non-answer.
Dude, he's telling me to
I
make
tried
up his
asking
mind
5
for
times.
him, and I'm not. No. I'm not making up your mind for you. I'm giving you the knowledge to go and study to look for. If you don't want to do that, not my problem. I'm not your mama. I've studied this for 14 years. It's not an ad hom with me saying something because you've clearly demonstrated the last 15 minutes you don't know what I'm talking about, and I study law.
If you guys are done arguing,
Cuddles, you
we
watch
should look
YouTube
up
videos late at night for the last 14 years. Shut the fuck up. Study law.
Admiralty Law, and
So
I left some links for you guys if you want to look at it. And there's a good ebook by Lysander Spooner, No Treason.
So
You
is there
might
actual modding done here, or is it just everybody willy-nilly's how they want?
No,
yeah,
there's
pretty
modding when
much.
necessary.
Cuddles, yeah, but Cuddles,
Willy-nilly's?
someone was talking. Someone's talking and you talked. Wolfgang, you were saying?
Oh, I left some links in the chat if you guys wanted to look up the Admiralty Law. And basically, it talks about your strawman account where they. I think what he was getting at, but he's like skipping over. He didn't start at first base. He started like more into the weeds. You should first understand Admiralty Law, and you should first understand that this, like what he said, how everything is a corporate entity. Our country, our state is a corporate entity, and he's conflating like God's law with ordinances and things like that. Like a
Who's
law.
conflating?
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
who's
you. I'm
conflating?
saying
Right.
percentage was saying that an ordinance is a law when according to the like a Black's Law dictionary, Black's law is the Queen's law, is the British Crown's law. It's not God's law.
Yeah, of course it's not God's law. We're talking about the laws of men. An ordinance is a law because both of them are the like laws of the corporation.
Only-
the governing body is a corporation. So when it's like the state and it's the state legislator, they're coming out with a law, right? They call it a law. When it's a municipal government, that's the municipal legislator basically, and they're coming out with what they call an ordinance. It's the same thing. It's just applying to the different governing body.
They're redefining the word is like redefining level. Like you don't have to observe it as a law. It's something that you can opt out of these if you know the correct legalese and stuff. If you follow procedures, like my neighbor is into this shit. He first thing you do is get rid of your voter registration card, and then he renounced his citizenship, because if you're a citizenship, that means you agree to the terms, even though no one presented the terms of the contract. We're operating under this this shady system where we never really signed up for the terms of this contract, but we're living under it unbeknownst to us. They've made us.
If I may caveat, the part of revoking, that's nonsense. There is no revoking. They
What do you
didn't
mean?
even look up the definition of what a U.S. citizen was. So that part is complete nonsense. Now, the rescission
well,
for the
he
voters
did.
registration, sure.
He's not a U.S. citizen anymore, so whatever you want
But
to call it.
I never was. All I have to do is check the other box. I don't have to do paperwork. Just
Well,
stop
he
making
did.
the fucking mistake.
He got himself a PO box, and he gets all his shit delivered there, and it's a whole procedure that's very complicated to get into the weeds of it.
Yeah, he can't do business with a PO box or it's fraud. Oof. He hurt himself with that one.
You said something about like you could get out of, the law or have it not apply to you. What was your wording?
Well, it's like the ordinances and stuff. A lot of these don't really apply to you, like federal income tax is voluntary. So if you agree to pay it, it's they're operating under two sets of laws, like you think, or two sets of books, right? They have one set of books that you think that you're operating under, and they're operating under another.
All right,
They've
you're
double crossed us.
Okay, so when you say they don't necessarily apply to you, and
You could opt out of them,
you can
yeah.
opt
If
out
you
of them.
know the
Which one are
correct
you? What are you
book, yeah.
talking about? Are you talking about municipal laws or state laws or what?
Both. If you're driving, like
Okay, then aren't you
can
proving my
drive
point that they're the same?
Yeah, they both work for the queen. They're both sub units of the queen. Like your local, even your local city and shit is a corporation. They're a corporate entity of this whole big hydra. Like the Queen of England, it's Black's law is her laws. Every lawyer and every judge works under the Queen's laws of Black's law.
Okay,
Yeah.
so to like for clarification's sake, when me and Cuddles were talking, and maybe Cuddles, I might have misunderstood you, but I understood you saying like the laws of men are different than ordinances. Laws are different than ordinances. But if you were talking about God's law being different than ordinances, there's no argument. I absolutely agree God's law is different. But like Wolfgang, it seemed like he was talking about laws as in like the laws, of society, like
say like a mask mandate. A mask mandate is not a law. You must wear a mask because of this, right? That's not a law. So it's
Was
not
it an
something.
ordinance?
It was a mandate. It was mandate. It's a dictate. Let's call it a dictate.
It's an ordinance, but it's not a law.
If it's an ordinance, then it is a law. It's an ordinance for that.
See,
It's a law for that
you
municipality.
can't force me to wear a mask. You're overlooking information to try and go a gotcha. That's not how a conversation works, and it's not going to be conducive.
Wolfgang just agreed that the laws and ordinances of state and municipality, respectively, are treated one and the same. They don't apply necessarily. You can like basically escape from them. So
you follow the laws, but the ordinance is something that you don't have to follow. It's not. It's not.
So state laws you can't escape from.
Sure, you can.
A law is thou shalt not murder.
We're not talking about God's laws.
Say
That's
you're driving
the
without.
simplest law is.
Oh, you guys carry on.
There's a lot of minutia. It's hard to like boil it down into like a soundbite, like into like 5 minutes. You gotta it's gonna take some hours to dig into all of it.
Yeah, and it's gonna you have to actually listen to more than a sentence before you ask another sentence and try to give you a gotcha to someone to
It's
actually
best if
understand
you
what they're talking about.
If you could do like a little background research yourself, so you got a little bit of an understanding of it, and then you can better understand what he's talking about. Like if you haven't done the pre-research, you're not going to understand what he's talking about. It's going to sound like gibberish.
That's not the issue. The issue was he said that like this is the definition even in current legal the current legal framework.
Legalese.
The legal definition, yeah. And that's what I pushed back on, because in the current legal definition, an ordinance is a law of a municipality, which is a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
And you could apply the same exact thing to the state level. You could say the law is the law of the state corporation, that state government. They're both corporations. They both have their own legislations, which they call ordinances or laws. They're used synonymously.
But it's not something you have to comply with. It's an illegitimate law, if you want to.
Yeah, there's
call
no
it
argument
law.
there. I never pushed back on whether or not you have to.
Yeah, I think you guys were arguing
or
over
if it's God's
semantics.
law. I'm with you on that.
Arguing over semantics. Yeah.
And that's why I said if I was being pedantic, I would have to say you're wrong, Cuddles, because of your claim on current legal framework, them being different. In reality, they're not. It's just different scale. They're both corporations. Laws of corporations.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. I'm being semantic. You're being pedantic. That is the issue. This entire conversation. I'm literally telling you what something means as it is based on what research I've done, and you're going, and you've done, what, 5 minutes of research?
Cited the
I put in
definitions.
14 fucking years, dude.
And to be frank, I prefaced it by saying, if I'm being pedantic, you're wrong. And then you like wanted to hear more. I didn't. Obviously, I could have let it slide, but for the sake of full honesty, you were wrong about that. To say that it's the same in the current legal framework, it's not.
It's not respected as like it's an ordinance is something that's not
Okay.
it's not truly enforceable. If you know your rights and your way to if you know the legalese and stuff, you can get them to admit that what they've done is not law, right? Like you could pin them down, but you have to be good. It takes a lot of research to like know your legalese because a lot of this shit, like what is a person, what is a citizen, like these are very specific things.
Absolutely,
You don't
but
want to.
that I was going to say that terminology still applies to the state level as well. There are state laws that you can get
Yeah,
on as well.
all levels. Yeah, in any
Exactly.
courtroom, it's going to apply in any courtroom. So you got to be careful what you say. Don't call yourself a citizen. Even a person is another legal term. You just say you're a man. I'm a man. I'm not a person. I'm
Do you know
not like
Anything that ends with ship, that could be ending in ship.
Do you guys
yeah. You
understand?
can shoot yourself in the foot. So you got to be well read in this shit. It's not something you want to tackle lightly.
You guys understand that the police department, the sheriff's office, the courthouse, I've heard this in person. These people laugh at sovereign citizens and people who.
No one said we're a citizen. You're making see that
You know what I mean when I say sovereign citizen. This
no, I
the whole
don't.
thing.
It's an
Free man on the
oxymoron.
land.
Shrimp.
Free man
all
on the
that.
land. Yeah.
No
They
one
honestly,
claimed.
they honestly laugh at it, and they give those guys the book.
How can you be a citizen and be a sovereign at the same time? That's an oxymoron.
Forget about it. You know what I'm saying. That's what
No, but I'm
they
saying
call them
they
sovereign
created that
citizens.
stupid term, dude. They like a conspiracy theorist. They created that stupid ass term.
Yeah,
Flat Earth. We know that
there's
Earth isn't actually flat because of topography.
there's people who actually fucking use this shit and defend themselves in court. People who don't know how to use it do get the book thrown at it. But if the judge realizes you do know what you're talking about, the judge is going to try to get you out of there as fast as possible.
This isn't the case, man. Not the case, man. What happens is an attorney is going to talk to the other attorney. But if you go in there and you try and say this stuff, they're going to laugh at you.
People have used it before and actually won in court. So
You don't hire an attorney.
Yeah, I've heard people claim that, and then you look into it, and it's not true. So
if you hire an attorney, that means you're a feeble mind that he's going to represent. If you represent yourself and you know what you're doing, their laws don't stand in their own court.
how many cases are you aware of where people represent themselves and they get off?
It's happened in property cases, like property disputes over taxation and stuff. I've seen a guy do it in Kentucky. He was a real estate guy, and he represented himself well. And
Yeah,
they,
it's not impossible. It's not impossible to happen. What I'm saying is, and I'm not talking about in cases where
you don't want to go
there's
into
already a technicality. I'm talking about
if
cases
you're
where
not,
people have criminal charges and they're getting off due to
no. If you've done a crime, if you've committed crime, that means you've injured someone. If you didn't injure, if there's no injured party, no one has been injured, then it's not a crime. If you didn't steal, if you didn't steal or injure anyone, you haven't committed a crime.
Well, you understand this: the county, the state, the federal government, they have statutes, and they're not all based on it whether you've injured somebody. They are just based on if you broke the law, and if you broke the law, you may not have injured anybody.
There has to be an injured party, though.
You don't get off just by saying that you didn't hurt anybody.
No, but let's say okay, you're speeding. Have you injured anybody? Is there an injured party who's been harmed? And it's like that's a civil infraction, but those are civil laws. There's ways around those, not civil laws, but ordinances and things. If you know how to represent yourself, I'm not that well versed in it. I haven't dug into it because there's a lot of fucking reading and a lot of fine print to memorize this shit. This legalese. Legalese is complicated shit. And you might slip up. Like I even heard flat earthers. I always cringe when I hear this. When they say, on the whole planet. I'm like, ugh, I fucking cringe every time I hear a flat earther use the word planet representing Earth. You know, it's like, ugh, how dare you? But I don't do it. But like, if you do something ham-fisted like that, if you accidentally call yourself a citizen, I'm an American citizen. Oh, you shot yourself in the foot. Like, there's just things you don't want to do.
Well, the funny thing is he's like, I'm not trying to do a got you, and then did another got you. And that's from a moderator. That's sad.
Talking about me?
Yeah, he's trying to pull punches on you, percentage.
It's a difficult subject because there's so much fucking stuff to read, and and a lot of times you're arguing over minutia. Oh fuck, we're just arguing over minutia, but that's the legalese. The legalese is a very minute shit.
The devil's in the details.
Like if you call yourself a person, or like they're very tricky with their questioning too, like the judges and stuff. They could catch you slipping. So it's if you don't, like I said, you don't want to be like half-assed, go in there and think you know your shit, because Kosho's right that if you're half-assed and you don't know what you're talking about, you'll get raked over the coals. But if you know your shit and they know you know your shit, then it's pretty easy to get off of some of these misdemeanor thingies that are not actual laws, where there's not an injured party, you haven't stolen anything, no one's been injured. It's easy to get around them.
Yo, I'd love to watch a video or like even read a transcript of like a trial where like a free man land was defending himself and you know.
I'll send you one. I'll send you one. I got one on my phone. I gotta find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you it.
There's a dude from Chicago who he was in that one fucking movie that Jin had he played it, but I've seen it before. I forget what it's called. It's called something to do. It's to do with like taxation and stuff like that. And he's in the movie. They report him as, you know, fighting the law and getting off. And you look into it, and it's not the case. He actually got charged with that. He got charged and sentenced, and got charged again later in the future for a similar charge. So,
oh, you know what it was? The guy bought real estate and he was performing construction. He was upgrading the house, like a dilapidated house, that he was going to resell it. And they were busting his balls about getting permits and shit. And have you got a permit and had an inspection? And you don't need to do that. And he was calling him out on it. He's like, who are you to tell me? He goes, I bought this land with gold. Okay. He bought it with gold. He didn't use Federal Reserve notes, meaning he's not working in their corporate fiction, right? He's working outside their corporate fiction because he paid for the land with gold. So if you're using the paper Fed notes, if he asks, do you have any paper money in your pocket, right? If you're walking around using paper currency, that means you're operating in their realm. So it's there's a lot of little things that you have to know.
yeah, but it's not just
not
the
meaning
money
you
use.
Hold up, you have that case? Like
yeah, let me
or something?
find it. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have a title and stuff like that too. There's more than just paying for it.
It's complicated, Coach. Yeah, he did buy the title off the man
Right,
that he
exactly.
paid. Let's say Kosho owned a property, and I go, here, Kosho, here's $100,000 of gold. I'd like to buy that, and then you hand me the deed or the title, whatever. Now I own it.
Hold
if
up,
I
but
want
the title
roof
itself,
on,
who's the governing body for the title? Is it
whoever
not?
holds it. If you hold the deed, you own it.
Yeah, but
I know,
no,
but like who's like registering? You know how you kind of like
See, now when you
the
register
title and
it,
stuff like that.
that's where you're. As soon as you register it, say you go to the Register of Deeds and you register the real estate, now you have to pay property tax. But there's ways that you don't have to pay the property tax if you don't register it with them.
But wouldn't they just keep on charging him?
No, they
previous
won't
owner
charge
of the property
you.
tax then?
No, because there's a transfer of ownership. Once you transfer to once you're the new owner, don't register your real estate. You have do a little research on the background. Don't trust me, but people who have claimed this, and one of the other flat earthers I was Republicus. He didn't do that, and he doesn't pay any property tax, and they don't fuck with him.
Okay, so you bought the property. There's a transfer of ownership, but they don't know about that, right? You don't report
No,
that. You
they
don't
they
register
know
it.
about it.
How do they know about it?
Transfer. Um, I'm not sure exactly because I've never actually done it myself, but I'm not sure how you notify them that it transferred owners. I'm not sure
But as
about
soon as
that.
you notify them, isn't that you recognizing their authority?
No, I'm not sure exactly what you do. I don't know.
You
Why
have
else
to.
would you
That's one
report
of
it
the
to
first
the
parts of
body?
the process.
If you register the deed of the property, then you've signed it into the system, and now you have to pay property
So
tax.
the property's already gonna have a deed on. The deed is gonna be a record of of who owns it, who legally owns the house. Like the
Yeah.
title is gonna be part of that. Just who legally owns this, and it's gonna be passed on
Yeah, you
before anything
pass
else
it.
happens. So it's
Yeah,
like
but even this deed, it'll have like a parcel number and stuff like that, which will match the records of this governing body.
Right.
So they can claim that this is their, like the properties under their kind of like control or what have you, simply because even in your own title transfer, like their proprietary number, like classification system and stuff like that, and probably their letterhead or whatever else is on it.
Well,
How
that's
can
why
you?
you keep records. You got to keep the records. I mean, you don't have to notify them that you've transferred ownership, and you don't notify them.
Then how can it be identified that it's yours then? Like if it's not
When you
identified
have
by the system in the system as yours, and you haven't notified the system as such that it is yours, how can it be yours? Like if the system
well,
doesn't recognize it itself.
they'll find out when they come to tax you. They'll find out. Like in other words, when they go and they send letters, and they think maybe they're sending it to the old owner, and you say no, he doesn't live here. You return the mail, and they'll find out that way. But I've never done the whole process, but let me see if I can get a hold of Republicus. This is one of our members on the other server who's done this, and he hasn't paid tax. He's lived there like 15 years. He hasn't paid any property tax, and they don't fuck with. They don't fuck with them. They don't say, "We're gonna reclaim your land" or whatever. They don't.
Yeah, we had a fellow here in Australia that did exactly the same thing, and he lasted about 12 or 15 years, and then he basically got taken over. Everything was stripped from him, his
Exactly.
land and everything. Now, this way may last for a certain amount of time, but from the examples I've seen over in Australia, there is an end date where the system itself won't put up with it for any longer.
Well, no, the bigger the longer that is, the bigger the lien is going to be against this guy. And I work with people directly who have gotten foreclosed for this exact reason. And yeah, it doesn't have to happen right away. But if this is exactly, the government has every right to put a lien against this person and take their property very quickly.
See, I disagree personally, but you can't.
Well, I disagree. I disagree with. I don't like it that they do that, but they certainly do it, and they certainly are within the rights to do it according to the law.
The system has fairly big teeth, as you know.
You can get
but there should be also a statute of limitations too, or something. You think that like the old debts would fall off at some point due to statute of limitations.
No, the liens, those sort of liens, they don't fall off. What they do is they get put up against the property, and then they get used to take the property and
Accumulate, yeah.
Yeah, they'll just take they use that lien to take the property from you. So
we had a fellow here that printed his own currency and everything.
What a
his
gangster.
own land. Yeah. Declared that he was his own country and everything. Yeah.
What happened with him?
Like I said, he lasted. It was about 12 or 15 years. Rig may remember, but yeah, he lasted quite some time. But yeah, the government ended up catching up with him, and whether or not they
Confiscated.
foreclosed or whatever. They ended up taking everything off him, closing it down, repossessing his land, repossessing his little money mint that he had. Yeah, his own currency with his own face on his notes and everything.
What a G.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's always a clown how to show you how to do it wrong so the system can come in and say, oh, see, I told you these guys were crazy.
I mean, what? It's not really crazy, right?
He thought he was doing
It's just
everything
a step
right.
above goal.
Right? Yeah. It seems like people can get away with these things for a period of time. I'm yet to see an example that has lasted a lifetime.
There's a way to do things and there's a way not to do things. And all the kickback is why most people don't know how to do anything, including research.
Well, the kickback is that whenever anyone asks a question, the answer is, I've done 14 years of research and tough luck, you've got to do the same. People are asking genuine questions to be led in the right direction, and the answer is, well, I've done 14 years research, so I'm right.
So hold on. So you're telling me I didn't post information in the all
I didn't say
subjects
that at
text?
all. I didn't
Okay,
say that at
so
all.
not only did I post information, but I've also drawn people's attention to that information. So again, now you're saying something that's false.
No,
Back to
I didn't say that at all. I heard what I heard. I'm repeating what I heard many a time.
yeah, and you were here for those other conversations too when I told people I posted stuff in that other text chat.
I was here for one conversation that you had, Cuddles, not other
All right.
conversations.
Well, then you can't make an absolute like that. Yeah, so what, tonight? So, but I always point people to references. I always give out books. As long as people aren't starting shit, which is what got done tonight. Nothing but shit starting. Yeah.
I heard some of the answers that you gave, Cuddles.
Hey, let's move forward. Cuddles, have you completely extricated yourself from like the corporation?
For those of us who showed up late for class, not myself, but Rig, for example, could you explain this word that you just said? What does it mean? Extricate, what does it mean?
Extricate, to take yourself, to take away, you know. So in this context, would be to take yourself away from the corporation's laws, and you know, you no longer being a citizen of that, you know, state or what have you.
Remove yourself. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's that.
Expatriate.
Yeah, no, yeah. Rig and bandsaw. There you go, guys. Go. You guys know what it means.
Cheeky.
There's that video I just dropped into the chat if you want to check it out. Like the landowner that with gold he purchased the property and his argument against the state or the court. Yeah, it's pretty.
Let the record show that Kosho's smart enough to be Isaac Newton's buddy, but he doesn't know what extricate means.
You fucking asshole.
You extract something just like it sounds. You extract it. You remove yourself.
I'm just curious if Cuddle, you've kind of practiced what you're preaching and you're successful so far in, you know, moving away from it and like escaping and like, you know, not having to pay property taxes and income tax and all that jazz. If you're a success story, as it were. But maybe he's not there. Because I mean, taxation is theft, as far as I'm concerned, and property tax is double taxation. Like, you know, you bought the place with tax money that's already been taxed, and then you're paying tax on it again. It's
also taxing wages is slavery. They said they abolished slavery, but like a slave, if you're taxing someone's labor, if it's 1% or 99% or 100%, you're still a percentage of a slave. If they tax you 10%, you're a 10% slave. If they tax you 100%, you're a 100% slave, but you're still a slave. just like a prostitute. You know, it doesn't. If the prostitute charges $1 or $1 million, she's still a prostitute.
I wouldn't say also. I would say either or. Either, you know, you're a slave and they're taxing you a bit, or taxation is theft and they're stealing from you.
It's both.
No,
Both.
not
You're-
necessarily both. Because if they're
It's
stealing from you,
stealing.
then you're by definition it's not.
Isn't
like-
wait. Isn't slavery a type of theft? You're basically stealing someone's labor from them. That's what
Yes.
slavery is. You're
Right,
stealing their
that's it.
labor.
Yes.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Because everything that is, I guess, something immoral can be kind of boiled down to some sort of theft. If you murder someone, you take their life. If you lie to someone, you're stealing the truth from them. If you actually take something material from them, you're thieving their fucking material. If you enslave them, you're taking their labor.
But how can you be stealing
Slavery's
from
not-
someone you own? From something you own?
Yeah, slavery is not
You can't-
intrinsically
you can't own a
immoral.
man. You can't own a man.
I mean,
Yeah, in some cases you can,
actually
dude.
can.
Yeah.
That's why slavery existed.
Exactly. Slavery still exists in America.
No, you're stealing that man's fucking labor. Is what you're doing.
It's not stealing.
The profit of his. Yes, it is. If you don't think that's theft, you're morally bankrupt. If you don't think enslaving someone is thieving their fucking labor, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I happen to know that legally you can enslave somebody in this country.
Yeah, legal doesn't
legally,
mean real
and
life.
it's not
You realize legal does not
do it.
mean-
Matter of fact,
legal does
they often
not
do
mean
it to
real life.
people who are thieves.
Legal does not mean real life. You realize that, right?
Legal
is
does
determined
not
by what
mean
guys in a room.
lawful. Legal does not
Legal
mean
doesn't
lawful.
even mean real. He's saying that legal means moral. He's
No, I
fucking
didn't
conflating
say legal. I
morality
didn't
and
say legal
legality.
means moral. I didn't say legal means
You're
moral.
conflating
What I said
legality and
was in
morality.
two separate sentences. I said slavery isn't intrinsically immoral. Is what I said. And then the other thing I said was slavery is not thievery, and that the federal government or the government in general still engages in slavery, and they're in no way stealing anything from people. If anything, they do it. They
Can you hear
enslave
what this guy's
kids.
saying? This is ridiculous.
No,
This
it's
is
true.
their
In
language,
prisons-
dude.
ridiculous.
In prisons,
What you're saying is absolutely ridiculous. I don't even understand. Now you're like backwards backflipping. This is worse than the globe arguments that you made.
I'm advocating
This
against
is
the
really,
globe, man.
this is really diluted, bro. You're double speaking on what you're saying.
Is the problem. Slavery. Yeah, I know it's my earbud. Slavery has several definitions, or well, many varying definitions, but unfortunately, the only one we attribute to it is the black man taken from Africa, put in a cotton field, and whipped every night. That's our version of slavery that automatically comes to mind. There are very. Kosho's right. There's different sorts of slavery. Not all of them are as immoral or illegal as others. That's all I want to throw in there.
I'm saying strictly that slavery is not intrinsically immoral. That doesn't mean that in practice it hasn't been immoral. And yeah, I agree. There's nothing to do with black people. But for instance, the 14th Amendment, which actually supposedly freed the slaves or whatnot, actually didn't free the slaves. It freed It freed people from slavery if they didn't break any laws. But if you break any laws, that you're actually not protected by that amendment. So.
The 14th Amendment was illegal anyway, but whatever.
Well,
thousands of years
became
ago.
they became slaves of the United States Corporation. All it did is change the terms of their slavery.
Yeah, but under their treaties, all forms of slavery are against the law. 1956, Eisenhower. So, again, corporate slavery is unlawful and illegal. However, if you choose to be stupid, they have every right to capitalize on your stupidity under capitalism. Savvy?
I was going to say thousands of years ago.
Yeah, basically, it's like it goes if you don't defend yourself. Basically, is how it works.
Let him who will be deceived, let him be deceived. That's a maxim of law. So if you're going to naysay whatever I say just because you want to, or you believe your parents told you the truth, but they never read a book, they never picked up the Law of Nations, they never read Gibson's, Thomas Paine, any of it. never read Bouvier's. They don't have copies of Black's 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 6. They've never done any of this. How do they even know what they're talking about? They're just playing a game of telephone with their parents or their friends or their community told them.
CNN. They just have CNN and their friends who also watch CNN. That's it. And then you think you know the law.
Who are you guys talking to?
The audience.
Okay. Well, anyways, I have an example of where slavery was morally right. So, like thousands of years ago, when you had these warring tribes, like in North Africa, Middle East, the Crusades, that sort of thing, you had all these men dying, right? And then the winner, to the victor goes the spoils. You have these women and children in this town that was just conquered, and you could either leave them there as free people to be taken advantage of, conquered, raped, pillaged, whatever, by whoever comes after you leave, or you can take them back, either as concubines or what have you. And a lot of times they took them back as as slaves, as concubines, and that sort of thing. And they provided them food and lodging and treated them justly. And you could argue that was morally better than leaving them to fend for themselves as vulnerable women and children.
I don't know, man. Why do they got to be a slave? Why can't you just take them in the tribe without being a slave or being your prostitute? I mean, that sounds pretty unethical. What
you're just gonna take them back? Like,
yeah, and
what if they don't want to go?
Yeah, and back then, women didn't have the rights that they do today. Like back then, in some of those feudal societies, women were nothing without a man to protect them, provide for them, and to quote unquote own them. They had no rights. They were worse off. That's just the unfortunate
property. I get it, but it doesn't. I wouldn't call that moral. I'm just saying it's like it happened. Shit.
Morality. I agree. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Morality. We're basing all of our morality kind of on today, but back then, that woman who was taken back as a quote unquote slave and treated justly and fairly. I'm not to say she should be beaten and taken advantage of.
What if they were taken back and used as a forcible prostitution and beaten and made a slave?
Well, that's clearly not good, is it? That's clearly not good. Immoral is immoral, no matter how you look at it. The unjust and awful treatment of another human is not good in any society. I don't think anyone's going to argue with you about that. But the semantics of what is or isn't slavery is arguable. There's versions of it. Some are worse than others. Some probably aren't even all that bad. It just depends how knowledgeable you are on the subject.
You're in Australia and I'm in America, and we're both slaves. I mean, we are tax slaves. So I'm a bigger slave than you, brother. I get income tax, and then I pay GST on everything. Then I pay fuel excise tax, and then I pay stamp duty. I pay more tax than you do. So if you want to argue slavery, I'm with you. I'm saying, like we're the freest.
Does that mean I've made the government my slave because I work cash in hand and claim benefits? Because I'm over that shit they've done since COVID, man. They fucking me over. I'm gonna fuck them over.
You're doing it right. Make them pay you. You're doing it right.
Man, it is taxation is theft. We are slaves. I agree with you on all of that.
I'm just going to say that you can rot the system in many ways if you're smart enough. Yeah, you just got to fucking do it right.
Man, good on you.
It doesn't always work against you. It can work for you.
But the problem with that is indirectly, you're actually rorting the good people, because the good people are having to contribute in order for you to benefit from the rort. So while you're sort of rorting the government indirectly, you're actually rorting your fellow man.
That's only if you're using it. If you're using the services and costing them otherwise.
Well, he just said
he's collecting benefits. He said that. So that's what I'm saying. You put in a false claim against your insurance company and then say, oh, it doesn't hurt anybody because it's only the insurance company. Well, in truth, you hurt every other policyholder.
It wasn't false. They just were offering it to everybody. It's not. He was taking advantage of the
but
situation.
Sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, I was just saying he wasn't. He was taking advantage of the situation. He wasn't defrauding anyone. Like you're saying, insurance fraud is equal to this. He wasn't committing fraud. He's just taking what they're giving.
And also, working cash in hand.
Rick will admit he's thwarting the system.
Working cash in hand means that the employer doesn't have to pay as much money as well to the government. So
correct.
Break even.
Correct. Yep. He doesn't pay he doesn't pay income tax and that through.
That's right. But indirectly, the government is handing over benefits to the person getting paid cash in hand. The government has to get that money from somewhere. So that income is being earned without contributing to the taxation system, which ultimately funds the benefit system. So everybody else who is contributing to the system has to contribute a greater percentage in order to make up for the part that Rig isn't contributing. Now, I've got nothing against what you're doing, Rig. I say more power to you, man. That's just the facts of it.
Now, if you all quit paying in, the system will be starved, right? If enough people quit and say, I refuse to pay this, they can't really do much about it. It's kind of like Gandhi when the slaves wouldn't pick the tea anymore.
You and Phase One should have a chat. He's got the same idea. Everyone just stops paying.
Well, I'm saying the Queen's not going to go pick the tea in India, right? Like if the slaves are on strike and they're like, hey, we're not picking the tea no more. Fuck you. You could whip us, but we ain't picking it. Well, guess what? They ain't going to pick the tea.
Yeah,
they have to
that
negotiate.
same principle applies to every single thing. You know, it's power in numbers. But the issue is they keep us divided with the propaganda, the indoctrination, all that jazz. And so it's a pipe dream.
Yeah. Good luck getting the numbers. That's the truth of it.
Well, that's why they kid us on social media. They pushed us into these small groups where there's basically we're speaking to the choir. You know what I mean? Like everyone here already knows, we're not reaching new members.
Dude,
well, Rig, quick question. By benefits, you said you claim benefits. Do you mean like unemployment?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, unemployment, and I work cash in hand, man. So fuck 'em.
That's genius. I should do it, man.
I was doing that.
Yeah, well, I've got a little girl to look after as well, man. So it's not like I'm sitting here rolling in fucking money. You know what I mean? I'm using it to survive, dude.
No, dude, it's what they give you, bro.
I'm not criticizing you, bro. Don't think I was. I wasn't criticizing you.
Usually,
No. Yeah, I know. I see both sides of it. I see both sides of it. And what I'm doing is, a bit of a contact, but it is what it is.
But they don't hassle you about getting the not finding a job.
There's when you're on benefits, like for unemployment anyway, you have an agency that'll ring you and you're supposed to look for jobs and fill out all this bullshit. So I just do that each week, which literally takes me about 20 minutes. So
yeah. Just answer all the questions. Say, yep, yeah, I do that. Yeah, okay.
Basically, you're getting paid for 20 minutes of work.
Yep, pretty much.
That's right. That's what everybody does when they get out of the military. They do that for a few years. And it's pretty easy. And they expect to get that money back too. They expect that to get taxed, but you don't got to pay that in taxes. You know, if it's actually a bad idea to try to get a large number of people to just agree not to pay taxes, because then the government is aware of that, and then they're just gonna fucking make it so that nobody can do any of these loopholes. So it's actually a much better idea just to pretend like you're paying very little in taxes.
Enough people that the government won't even be able to enforce it.
Say what?
They're saying enough people so that the government won't even be able to enforce the person not paying their taxes. Because if you're evading taxes, they need to send bills and people to your door, officers to your door eventually, and that yada yada. But if enough people are doing it, they won't be able to apply the rule to everyone. They might get one or two, or so like if everyone's speeding on the road, the cop might pull over one or two, but everyone else is fine. And if then they might not even decide to pull over anyone if they constantly see people speeding. It's like, what's the point?
No, what I'm saying is they wouldn't. If that's the case, they wouldn't try to charge people with the same sort of charges they do now. They would increase the fine and make it a very serious charge, and they would arrest only a couple of people and make examples out of them, and then everybody else would go, shit.
Maybe they would just decrease the amount that you have to pay or something like that to make people more willing to pay, or who knows?
No, they wouldn't do that. They would force their will, of course, because that's what they've so they have it. So the guns and stuff. But regardless, yeah, it's a much better idea just to pretend like you're paying a little bit, and don't.
You
pay
mean
very
tax
little.
evasion, right? Like, oh, I
Yeah,
made $500 when you made like 50,000.
Sure, I guess, yeah. You know, like I got paid so much more money from the government than I've ever paid to them. Actually, I only claim like maybe, I don't know, 10% of.
Yeah, but in order to do that, you have to
I
be
actually
working
make.
cash in hand. Like if you're working and you're getting a pay stub and stuff like that, that company is reporting it to the government and what have you. So you need to be doing what Rig's doing anyway.
Yeah, you got to be self-employed. Like I'm self-employed. I run a construction company and I do welding and fabricating, and all my jobs I require payment in cash.
Yeah, well, I don't get payment in cash
That's
all
what
the time,
I
but
am,
I
dude.
get
I'm a
contracts.
welder as well, man.
Fabricating your income.
Oh, nice. Who's that, Riggs?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been a welder for like nearly 20 years now, dude. So.
Oh, nice, nice. You got problems with your eyes? I got problems from getting so much arc flash. My eyes are getting fucked up. I got to wear glasses now.
Yeah, mine aren't the best. More my hearing. To be honest, I'm going deaf. So.
Yeah, the grinders will get you. The grinders are hell on your hearing.
He said the grinders will get you.
Yeah, you every welder uses a grinder. A grinder is an essential tool for a welder, in case you didn't know.
You guys ever seen those masks? They have masks for that kind of shit. So
Yeah, but your ears.
Yeah.
So a lot of welders don't even wear earplugs. They just grind away and they start.
Yep, I'll have my earplugs in listening to you cunts just in one ear and start grinding away. So.
Oh man.
Did you guys say you're on Grindr?
Yeah.
I'm on Grindr. That's what you said.
90%.
Welders are on Grindr. That's what I'm taking away from this.
No, 90% of welding
man.
is grinding. 90% of the time you're grinding the metal to fit it up. That's 90% of your time is cutting and grinding, and only 10%, maybe 10% is welding.
So 90% of the
You
time
know, you know what they say. You know what they say. A grinder and pape makes me the welder I ain't.
There you go.
He's a man's man.
Oh,
No, he
there's
grinds
always
lots of
connections
welders.
being made on here, man. It's just kind of nice about this place. Yeah, rig.
I make nice beads, dude. I don't need to grind my beads.
But 90% of your time, you said you're on grinder, so it's like.
No, you're grinding metal to fit it. Like when you fit a joint, you have to taper the edges to fit them, and that's involves grinding it, right?
I've
grinding
never heard
down
that
the slag in your
euphemism.
cut.
Never heard that euphemism before.
Even if it fits perfect, it doesn't matter. You're going to clean the surface. I'll give it a grind anyway, just so I know the surface is clean.
Yeah,
you know
your
what I mean?
scale.
That's what she said.
Oh,
The
we know
mill
Rig.
scale.
we know Rig's on grinder because he's got a like platinum account or something like that, right?
That's where I met you, Coach. What are you talking?
No, it's an angle grinder, not Grinder, the fucking gay porn site, whatever.
Now he gets it.
Whoa. Whoa. Anyways, hey, speaking of gay porn, hey, you guys here the other day when there was an argument about gold. I don't know if you guys were on this argument about gold. If gold was if gold, so I think somebody asked if gold and fool's gold were different. How are they different? Like, are they even different?
Yeah,
I'll take the
gay porn to fool's gold. That's a nice segue there.
I'll take the real gold. Thank you very much. You could have the fool's gold. Yeah, the fools will accept the fake gold, and the smart people accept the real gold.
Yeah, I know, but I just there's a lot of differences between fool's gold and real gold. So,
well, first of all, fool's gold isn't real gold. So,
yeah, of course, yeah, that's kind of in the nomenclature. However, no, it's just because I don't know. I think we're talking about value, and we're talking about currencies, and how the gold has no value or whatever. But it actually does have some intrinsic value. It's a very unique metal and everything. It's useful.
You know what it is? It takes a lot of labor. You have to sift through a lot of dirt to get the gold. So you're sifting through millions of tons of dirt and ore, and it involves labor. So all that amount of labor that went into producing that ounce of gold, there's a tremendous amount of labor stored up in that gold coin that it takes to produce it. It's scarce. It's rare and it's scarce. You can't just print it. It's like, hey, I think I'll print 1,000 ounces of gold. You can't do that. You got to mine it out of the ground, and you have to hire
You'd be
employees.
surprised where the fuck you find gold. It's more abundant than you're told, man.
It may be abundant, but it's
Can we
like,
find a
let's say
giant one in Australia?
Yeah,
there's
you
a
know
lot in
why they say it's hard? Because the gold that's left, right? We've picked up all the big shit. The stuff that's left is the micro stuff, and that's harder to catch. Like
Well, that's
gold
what
is
we're talking
literally
about.
fucking everywhere, man.
The small shit you find in the river, you gotta sluice through so many buckets of dirt, and it's a lot of fucking labor that's not worth your time. So a lot of the times you get just a couple fucking grams of gold if you're lucky for all week. You worked all week, you get 2 grams.
Why is gold valuable though? Is it just some arbitrarily agreed convention that everyone in the world has decided that gold is a good store of value down through the thousands of years? What makes gold worth something as opposed to something else, which is?
It's got a few physical properties that
really
make
nice
it
for jewelry.
It makes it special.
But lots of things do though, Kosha. Why has gold been agreed upon as the convention
You know
of
why?
storing wealth?
It's the money of kings. That's why. Because the kings like it. If you're a king or a queen, they love fucking gold. So if you've got it, you're in good with them, right? If you could pay them in gold, you're on their good side.
Okay, so one thing is it's the most malleable metal. Okay, it's the only metal that is yellow. Okay, it's
jewelry,
shiny.
yeah, sure.
It's shiny. It's not corrosive. Okay, it's can be thinned out and
be see-through.
Is it see-through?
Yeah, you could. Make
you can make it thinner probably than any other metal. All that kind of shit.
It's malleable. That means it's malleable.
It's the most malleable.
The most electrical conductors. They see it on semiconductor chips. On the
it's
little
got very little.
things.
It's got very little what do you call it?
Resistance, electrical resistance.
All right, cool. So all of that, most of what you've just described to me, other than the jewelry aspects, are things that we've only really utilized in the last maybe 150, 200 years. But gold has been the store of value for centuries and centuries, when back then pretty much it was just for jewelry, wasn't it? Making bloody goblets and trinkets and earrings, and back in the year 1227, gold didn't have a lot of use other than adornments. So yeah,
it's one of the heaviest metals. It's one of the there's something else too.
What would you prefer? Would you prefer copper? Would you prefer steel?
Nothing, bro. Look, I just find it a curiosity as to this particular metal. Like I said, it's just some arbitrarily agreed upon standard for storing wealth.
If I dig in my backyard, I'm not going to find any gold. You have to have certain places where you dig, and then it's very labor intensive to get a reasonable amount of it. It's like I have to work many hours to pull out just a few grams of gold. So it's basically an equivalence of labor. It's a fair trade, because do you want to work 12 hours to get that few grams of gold? So let's say it represents 12 hours work to get 4 grams of gold or whatever. So it's a pretty fair trade rather than paper.
Yeah, I would say it's the jewelry thing. I would say the fact that the color is so unique, and I would say maybe the malleability in terms of fashioning it into coins. You could have the head of the emperor or king or whatever, and they probably like that. So all three of those probably were.
And you know what it is when you get your hands on it, you just know. Like if you ever picked up a gold coin, you're like, this is fucking nice. You know what I mean? You could tell it has value, and it has
the heaviness.
It's something. Yeah, well, not just the heaviness, but it has a certain warmth. It's just you hold it in your hand, you're like, ooh, this is, the gold fever. It's like, ooh, I wish I had more of this. There's something about it that's alluring. I don't know how to describe it, but once you touch it, you'll know.
Shiny.
Yeah, jewelry. You get jewelry, and you feel like it's something of value. It's not something cheap.
Sorry, I think I read somewhere that if you have an ounce of gold, you can basically stretch it out into a string. I think it was 6 kilometers long. Like it can make a metal wire 6 kilometers long or something like that.
Yeah, you could draw it in wires. You could draw it really thin.
Like 3 or 4 microns thick.
They use it in semiconductors because it's one of the best conductors, and it doesn't corrode. You don't get oxidation. Like silver will oxidize. Silver gets that crusty coating. Silver is actually a little bit better conductor, but it gets that crusty oxidation. That's why the gold pins, like on memory cards and shit, graphics cards, they got gold little gold fingers on those pins because it doesn't corrode. On the airbags in your car, they're gold plated. They use
actually,
gold plating.
that's probably one of the major reasons why it's used as like currency or whatever back in the day, and why the kings liked it and stuff, because it didn't rust and corrode and stuff.
And it's rare. It's hard to come by. He said gold is everywhere, but in quantities that are they're unproductive to mine them. Like if you find 1 part per million or whatever, it's not productive to set up your shop with your excavator and your wash plant. You're washing dirt. It costs you more in fuel than you're going to get in gold.
Yeah, now it does, because all the big nugs have been taken. Like, where did they store them all?
You know what they call that? The easy pickings. The easy pickings where they pick up fucking nuggets. Oh man, I just found a bucket full of nuggets. Everyone else is after the dust. The fucking dust is like takes a lot to get an ounce of gold.
That's why they use mercury now in their processing, because of mercury. You know,
catch the gold dust.
Exactly.
Well, you know what? Like you see this show. I used to watch that on Discovery. They had this gold mining show, and basically all they were getting, they're mining in Alaska, and they're getting this little gold dust. It's almost like sand or even finer. That was the majority, and occasionally they'd get one the size of a BB. They'd get a few little, what they would call nuggets, but they were puny ass nuggets. So all these millions of tons of dirt, just for, I don't know. They're like, oh, we got 100 ounces or 1,000 ounces or 2,000. Okay, 2,000 ounces. You worked all year and you spent probably 50,000 in diesel fuel and labor, and all you got is a couple thousand ounces.
And wasn't it crazy when you saw what they got at the end of the season, and then when they had those shots where they used to pan back on the mining area itself, and the
how much dirt they removed? Yes.
Yeah, the actual destruction of the land itself, to
all
get that
the trees
little
and
jar.
such. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was insane.
Here, we'll rape the land of all the trees. We'll rape it, and then we'll take this. And you see the amount of dirt that they sifted through. They sifted through millions of tons of dirt. They're running around the clock, running dirt through that plant, and all they have to show for it is this bit of gold. And you think, well, the gold is worth what, 2,000 an ounce? So yeah, it's a considerable amount of money, but a lot of fucking labor and materials. You know, those machines, those are expensive machines. All the materials, the manpower. That's what that represents, the price of that gold that you pay. And sometimes they don't even turn a profit. Like if they don't get enough ounces out of the ground, they can't pay their labor and their fuel costs. Like they have to be making a certain amount to just pay wages. And the price it's at right now is actually a low price for the amount of fuel and everything. There's not those rich deposits of gold where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to get an ounce of gold every yard. You might be lucky if you get 1/10 of an ounce per yard, or even less. So one cubic yard is about 3,000 pounds of dirt, and you might find 1/10 of an ounce. You got to run a lot of ounces through that plant. And some of the dirt contains even less than that. You know, maybe it has none at all. You might be like in that topsoil. You're not down to the what they call the pay dirt, where there's the good shit. They call it the overburden. The overburden is the stuff with basically no gold at all, or maybe just a few, you know, like 1 flake per cubic yard. It's not going to pay enough for you to haul this shit. I mean, would you rather have that, or would you rather have paper? And the stuff, the gold that was like, you know, that they mined out of the ground from like the ancient Egyptian shit, it still shines. The stuff in the treasure under the ocean still shines. It's an amazing element. I was thinking about getting one of those things, a sluice box, because they said you could go dig by the river. But I'm like, you know what? That's like hours of backbreaking work, and you're not necessarily going to find anything. You might be washing dirt all day and find nothing at all, or just 1 or 2 little flakes that are basically worthless.
You could gold dig by the river.
They say it's everywhere. They say it's everywhere. You go in any single river, you're going to find some, but it's not in commercial quantities. Like every single river that you go to, you'll find some. But it's like, okay, I've been washing dirt for 12 hours and I see like 3 little specks. guess what? That ain't gonna pay you dick. You need like a million specs for a gram.
I think our efforts might be better served coming together, doing research, finding out the stockpile that has like the least amount of security, and pulling a heist.
I'm about to walk into the shop. I just want to say quickly, not all the big stuff's been found, because during COVID there was actually rumours that someone found a nugget out in the hills in eastern Victoria here, and the dude needed a bathtub to get it out of where it was. So, I haven't heard too much since this, but this was probably about a year ago, so I haven't heard anything about it since. But apparently, he needed a bathtub to get the nugget out. So,
what do you mean
like wash the dirt off? You mean? What do you mean?
No, like he was up in. Hey, just to slide it out, Bandy. To slide it, literally slide it down the hill, man. Like from where they were. So.
Yeah.
He dug. Well, how would he lift it? I mean, that would have to weigh a ton.
You and the one mate you'd trust would be with you, helping you.
Exactly. It's not called the Golden Triangle for nothing. That way.
Yes, Bandy. Did you hear about that as well?
Yeah, I did hear.
Because it is in the Golden Triangle. It is out that way.
Yeah, that was about 12 months, maybe a little more than 12 months ago now.
Correct.
You
Yes.
gotta go down there, Riggs, with your welding rig and a backhoe, and see if you could find the honey hole where they found that baby.
Fucking oath, I thought about it. Believe me.
Did it start a little bit of a gold rush? Did people go out there and start looking?
There's always people out there. It's famous for its gold out there.
Dude, there's plenty of gold out here, man. Western Australia and Victoria, where I am, fucking heaps of it. You always find people looking for it.
We got plenty of it. We got plenty of it here too. Up at Roxby Downs, right, which is a massive uranium mine. They run the mine. They pay for BHP pay for the mine with the gold that they find while they're mining for uranium. I know two people that work up there, and whether it's urban myth or what, they say they've got gold veins up there, which they have. You know how they spray concrete? They sprayed concrete over the vein because the veins are so big. If they dug it out and put it onto the world market, not that it would crash the price of gold, but it would significantly affect the price of gold. There's so much gold up there.
Really?
And they run the whole mine, the cost of it, on the gold they find, even though it's a uranium mine. So there's plenty of gold still in the earth.
It's a lot more abundant than they're letting on. It's not actually as scarce as. I mean, it's scarce for us. If we go to the river with a sluice box, you ain't finding shit. But the good deposits have lots of it. The good deposits.
That's what I was trying to tell you before.
Diamonds, phony scarcity to keep the price up. Diamonds are the same. It's probably silver is manipulated to buggery. Like they just assholes just do this to us.
Diamonds are the worst. There's a monopoly on diamonds.
Silver's the worst. Silver's worse than diamonds.
What is steel?
Silver. The price of silver is unbelievably manipulated. Silver should be way more expensive than it is.
Yeah, the heliocentric explanation for how we have our gold, it's hilarious. They say, like, when the Earth was forming and the primordial soup or whatever was coalescing and everything, and the core was hardening, that you had meteor showers which basically hit the Earth with such force that the gold that was kind of forming in the core basically escaped. That's what they believe.
That was convenient.
That's prevailing heliocentric explanation for why we have gold.
What?
Exactly. What?
I've never heard that explanation.
Look into it.
I mean, from what I've been told, it's nucleosynthesis during supernovas within the core of stars.
Yeah. That's why they originates from, but then they say the reason why it's not in the core is because the Earth was hit with meteors, which basically shook the stuff out of the core, and that's why we have it in the dirt.
Oh,
and the ground.
okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so who's down to pull a heist?
Damn.
Bandy will.
Shush. I've got my mask all ready.
we've all got that. Wasn't it actually funny? Like in the midst of everything, where everywhere you had to wear a mask, but the only place that you weren't permitted to wear a mask was inside a bank. So apparently, once you walked through the doors of the bank, you were safe. Yeah.
No, that wasn't my experience where I am. The bank was like the most uptight about wearing a mask, but in order to prove my identity, I'd have to take the mask off and then put it on again. That's why I avoided going to the banks.
That was the time to do a heist.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing in restaurants, Bandy. It was like COVID didn't go didn't go lower than like 4.5 feet. So you could sit down and have your meal, but once you stood up, you had to quickly put it back on. So
Yeah, it adhered to relative density. That's what happened with that.
fuck, maybe the Earth is flat. Fucking COVID proved it.
Exactly.
Anyone notice that there's suddenly, all of a sudden, there's no new variants anymore? Like COVID's just gone.
Oh, they're waiting for the monkeypox, mate. You wait.
Yeah, I know. We had
fucking
Omicron
wait.
and Deltacron and
you especially need to watch it.
Cofluenza and whatever else, and now there's nothing. COVID's just vanished.
You thought COVID was something, man. You fucking wait. This monkeypox shit, I can see it already, man. Fucking see it already.
Rig, with all the time you spend on Grindr, you especially need to watch.
So, there we go. We're back.
Yeah, we're not really hearing about the news. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, but hold on. Where's that kick and ban button? Percent. I'll sort you out. Yeah. Were you here last night, Percent? It was bloody wild last night here in the chat.
What happened?
Oh man, it was just Zanuck and Demok and
What was the subject of conversation?
Oh,
or one of them.
And Jeremy for a bit there. I don't know. It was just globe physics. I think.
Oh man, I'm sorry I missed it.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah.
Lack thereof. It drives Jeremy crazy when Demok asks for globe physics. It drives him crazy.
Yeah, Demok's something else.
Man, he's a machine.
He's one of a kind.
Oh man. You listen to what he says. If you actually listen to what he says.
Yeah, there's method to the madness.
Yeah, and there is a lot of sense and a lot of logic to what he says.
Yeah.
But you got to listen. Right? Yeah, you can't get caught up in the way he conveys his message.
Sometimes actually he's like calm with it, and like really,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
on
He's
some
on
days
point.
he's on point, yeah, for real. And then other
Yeah.
days he's just aggressive and stuff like that.
Yeah. Did you see that debate? Or I wouldn't actually call it a debate, but that interaction he had with McToon. Did you see any of that?
No.
Oh, there was an hour and a half. I shit you not, an hour and a half of Demok being full blown Demok. Yeah.
McToon just didn't. It was like on McToon's show or what?
Yeah.
You didn't want to just mute him because that would have seemed like, you know, one
No, he
sided.
didn't.
That's
No. What he did, he turned him down at times, and you could just hear Demok in the background, and then he turned him back up again, and I don't think Demok took a breath for the whole show, not one breath.
It was not only every insult, but every combination of insults possible. It was like a DJ just mixing them. Like, we'll throw a little of this one and that one. It was just a barrage.
I know.
So he, like, you know, he pushed the limits even for Demok's standards, huh?
Oh man, yeah.
So, like, out of 10, how entertaining was it? Because I might go back and watch it.
Oh look, I watched about, I think, 15 or 20 minutes of it, and I pretty much got the gist of it. For entertainment value, me 10 out of 10.
Oh,
Like for
Lord.
10 out of 10 for entertainment value.
I'm gonna have to find this.
Yeah, it'll be on his. Well, if it's still up.
Where do you
There
stream
was
to,
a-
Geo? Do you got your 24/7 Geo live stream?
He streams to
on
OnlyFans.
YouTube. Yeah, Earth Awakening.
Where is it streaming on? YouTube?
OnlyFans.
YouTube and DLive and Twitch.
Oh, really? Okay. What is it called on YouTube? I'll go check it out.
Yeah, it's the same name as the server, Earth Awakenings.
Earth Awakenings. All right. I've never been on it.
Yo, is
I'll
this
go subscribe.
Is it this Demok 2 just the debate 13 days ago?
I'll post it in the chat, Ron.
Yeah. That's the one. Yep.
Any chance we can delete like the last 2 hours of the live stream so the Australian tax office don't come looking for me? That'd be nice. You fucking dogs.
It's all right, Rick. I've already sent them your IP address, bro. Don't worry, they're on their way.
Yeah, I've got a mate who goes out looking for gold every now and then, and he recently cashed all his gold in, which he's found over like I think probably I'd say the last 3 max 4 years, right? And he bought a BA wagon, believe it or not, Bandy, and he's built a motor on the side, which he's paid for completely with the gold that he found, over 14 grand.
Nice.
Yeah. In about 4 years, that's what he's found going out in the hills and shit, man.
Okay.
Going
So
out how
he's
often?
just goes detecting rig.
Yeah, pretty much. But he's got another mate who's really into it. So he's been like his honey hole mate, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Wait, I don't get the reference. What's a honey hole, mate?
well, his mate knows where all the gold is. He just tags along.
Yeah.
Yeah, tags along.
The honey hole is where like the high concentration of gold is, not the bullshit dirt with like a few specks per yard. Like the good honey hole dirt is pay dirt, the vein. Actually, if you guys looked into the vein, what a vein is, it's actually a vein of an old creature, and in the blood contains the gold, and the gold would accumulate at the lower levels. Let's say the creature died a a certain way, and the blood would pool up at the lowest point. The heavy elements in the blood, they kind of sink, they settle out. Like if you got a jar of apple juice or something, or apple cider vinegar, all that's the little particles sink to the bottom of the bottle. You know, all the solids. Well, the same thing happens in the blood. The gold is heavy, the silver, the platinum, all those heavy elements sink down to the lowest point, and they harden. The blood will harden, and you'll see a vein, what looks like a vein, and it literally is a vein. So you're chasing that vein through the quartz, and it's a vein in an artery. That's what it is. And you know what? They have this guy. Sometimes they find a solid chunk, like a plug of gold, these nuggets, and it looks like the shape of a vein. It's called a horn. I've got a picture of one if you want to see it.
Yeah, they come in some wild shapes, man. Anything that's round and it's moved, like that gold has been on the move. Water, whatever the case may be, it's been rounded off or whatever, beaten up. Anything rounded and not sharp has been on the move. Anything that's still sharp is an original vein, like it has not gone far.
So gold comes from blood?
There's a little bit of gold in every person. I think it's like 0.04 grams or something. I forget the amount.
You ever heard of the idea that the heart actually makes gold as part of its electrical conductivity process?
I've heard that term, a heart of gold.
true.
Oh, he's got a heart of gold. But I thought it's just like it's a euphemism. It's not like a fact. Did you know what this guy was saying, the mud fossil guy? He said your body makes these transition metals, like the little microbes in your body. They'll make little particles of gold, silver, copper, all these elements. They're transition metals. That's how your body works with these transition metals, and they're actually produced in your body in very minute amounts.
Yeah, both those are true.
Now you're putting ideas in my head about how I should be processing gold. It's all around me.
Yeah, but it's not in marketable amounts. You know what I mean? Like the dirt in my backyard, I might not find any, and I might need to move thousands of tons and find one speck. So it's not. Oh, here, I found the thing, dude. I found the horn.
You think of a good processing method, Bendy, you let me know, alright, mate?
Well, they were just saying, Rig, that there's gold in every person. Well, there's 7.5 billion people on the face of the earth.
Well, we want to depopulate the planet, don't we? Let's get to it.
Now, wait a minute. Who called Earth a planet? Who called it a planet?
They say
the Glober did. Just relax.
Yeah, they say there's 50 pounds of gold in every cubic mile of ocean water.
No way.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to understand that much water is worth a lot more than the gold. So
No, it's ocean water, dude. You know New Orleans has the biggest pumps in the world. If they pumped all that water through a filter, they'd be getting fuck tons of gold, dude, if that was true.
yeah, that's
New
what I'm
Orleans-
saying. To you. If you run that water through a filter,
Yeah.
and then you were getting the gold, you're also cleaning the water, and the water would be worth more.
No, there's ways you could separate the gold from the seawater without not like a membrane filter. You would be doing it through a different process. The gold actually settles. Gold is heavy. It settles out of any liquid, any water.
Yeah, it's probably bigger
Gold
than
will actually-
salt, the dissolved salt.
Sorry, percent.
I was saying the gold is probably heavier and bigger than the salt dissolved in the water, so you don't necessarily have to filter it and make it drinkable or anything like that.
You guys know that. You guys know that some gold does actually float. It's not heavy enough to break the surface tension or whatever. That's why, if you watch any of those gold shows, they'll put soap in their mixing bowl that breaks the surface
seen that.
tension, so the gold can actually sink.
It's like talcum powder. It sits right on the surface. You put they call it jet dry. Jet dry is kind of like dish soap, but it's a little more soupy, I guess. I'm not sure what it is. I've never used it, but it's called jet dry.
Which is like water droplets. Like clouds are water droplets, but they're in the sky. They should fall, but they
Do you ever see dust? Like certain dust will float on water. Even you think gold is so dense, but the flakes are so tiny. They just sit on top of the water and they get washed out. You guys see that
That probably
horn?
has to do with
That
surface
gold horn?
tension.
Doesn't that look just like the inside of a vein? It's got all the anatomy and everything.
No, you're right about that, man. Like, this is, I think it's a fact that gold is produced in blood.
Now, this might have taken a long time for all these solids to accumulate, but that would be like a bottle of apple cider. All right, you have the apple cider or apple juice, and all the even orange juice. You go get orange juice, all the pulp sits to the bottom.
That's why
And
a lot of dudes, smart dudes, they wear this stuff in their shoes, and it'll collect at the bottom of their shoes. And, it's like keep catcher.
You know what I seen? You know that kid, Cody's Lab. He went out on the street, right, and he was sweeping up the dirt on the side of the road, like it was a concrete,
I
between the
fucking
curb.
watched that, man. He went to like where the jewelers are downtown in New York or whatever, and fucking done all the crevices there. He got a fair bit of gold, man. I was
Gold or for
surprised.
diamonds?
Platinum too.
Fucking
He's
crazy.
like, there's platinum and there's gold in the concrete, and it gets worn off by the tires. Inside the stone that they make the concrete, little bits of it are getting worn off by the tires, and it's accumulating like sand, gravel on the side of the road. And
He was going to where there's watchmakers and jewelers and that, and like they'd come out, they'd be making jewelry and watches or whatever, and all the metal's all over them. Yeah, they go out on the sidewalk or out the back to have a cigarette, brush it off. It's all over the fucking pavement.
Oh, really?
Man.
I never seen
Yeah,
that.
dude.
I thought there was somebody. I don't know if it was him, but it was somebody who was going around to the highways and stuff and finding diamonds, because there's like diamond bits that get beat up and lost in the concrete.
If they're that small, they're not really worth much. Any kind of diamond that tiny, like a sand, like a grain of sand, those are just industrial diamonds. Industrial diamonds are used like on grinders and things like that for grinding marble and granite, cutting concrete. But we can make industrial diamonds with artificially now, so they've even lost a lot of value. Industrial cutting diamonds.
Yeah, but the Bears owns those artificial companies too. But regardless, I don't want to say who. Okay, I don't want to give his identity away, but I know somebody who is actually wanting to construct a quantum computer using these diamond bits. Okay, yeah, and he's actually got a really good idea. So I would look out for that. But yeah, those
How do
diamond
you
bits
use
go a
a
long way.
diamond in the processor? What does the diamond do?
Well, no, it's not the diamond itself. It's the nitrogen. See, diamonds, they're not always perfect, right? There's sometimes a nitrogen in there. And the nitrogen will have it will create a electron vacancy. So there's kind of like a fucking, it's like there's like all the carbons like fucking matrix together. There's one fucking nitrogen there, and the fucking electron is just peeking out, doesn't know what to do, right? And so that he's utilizing this electron, and trying to get it into like quantum states and all that kind of bullshit. Yeah, it's really neat stuff. It's promising, really.
Yeah, I think I've seen a video on YouTube where a dude made like 0.0001 carat of a fucking diamond with an acetylene torch, Just had fucking this thing cranked on a bit of steel or some shit. All you needs heat and pressure, yeah?
Well,
I think you need the pressure as well as the heat to make them.
To make it?
That's what I just said. You need heat and pressure.
Would he crank them down in something, in a vice or a press?
No. It just had the torch on like as high as the pressure could come out of the torch, and had it really close to, I think it was a bit of steel or something else. I can't really remember. But he had this thing running, and they had it linked on a different set of bottles, so it could just keep running once those bottles were empty. I think he had it on for like 12 hours or something ridiculous.
What?
And there was next to nothing there. Like, you can't see it with your eye. It has to be under a microscope. So,
well, I know nothing will survive that many hours under an acetylene torch. It's not even a diamond. A diamond, you can actually burn a diamond.
Yeah, what will happen to it? Because that's how they're formed.
Well, if you heat them enough, they'll just evaporate like smoke. You could smoke them.
Right. I guess it's true. We'll turn to a plasma eventually. But before it turns to a plasma, the immense pressure.
Wait, you're gonna go straight over the fact that he just said you can smoke a diamond?
Well, you can.
Diamond, dude, this turns to fucking ghost dust.
Smoking yonies, huh?
Platinum has the highest melting point of all the precious metals, and they say it's the most abundant, but not in commercial quantities. Like we were speaking about gold, like it's not mineable if it's not a high enough concentration of ore, right? Like if you're trying to mine the shit, you need a certain amount to make it profitable, or else you're just moving dirt and losing money. So that they say it's pretty much everywhere platinum, but like very scarce amounts. But right now, it's actually cheaper than gold. The price is cheaper, even though it's way more scarce. There's way less.
It's less. It's less useful. Less needed.
Not really. They use it on
less
spark.
utilized. I mean,
platinum has some industrial uses. Almost all of it's industrial. Catalytic converters, spark plugs, things that require really high temperature.
Yeah, but gold is used a lot of shit though, like pure.
It's used commercially too, but it's more abundant than platinum. They mine out a lot of it.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, it's not as easy to, if you take platinum to a pawn shop, you're going to get hosed. Like you take gold there, you're going to get hosed too. But gold is more it's easier to convert to cash if you have to sell it. If you say times are tough and you gotta sell your gold, it's pretty easy to sell it almost anywhere.
All right. I traded a gold coin for a crack rock once, man.
For a crack rock, get the fuck out.
Nah, I'm just playing. Hey, Nate might appreciate this, but no one else might. I just saw that they did the double slit, which is a great name for an experiment, by the way, because it sounds very, I don't know, like how do you say that? Anyways,
it's not a category on Pornhub, Kosho.
Regardless, the double slit. They did a double slit on the neutron atom. I mean, not the neutron atom, but the neutron. Isn't that crazy?
I did a triple slit, man. The double slit is played out. You got to do the triple slit.
Triple slit seems redundant, but the double slit with the neutron, they did it with single neutrons. They're not talking about fucking half a neutron, a proton, a bunch of protons, a bunch of electrons. With single neutrons, they did this fucking test, and they did, stood up the same way the other one stood up. Pretty magnificent stuff.
Hey Gio, were you here the other day when we were talking about that Home Depot that burned down in California? I think San Jose. Were you listening to the convo?
Yeah, I think I heard parts of it. Yeah, but I think I might have missed like the very beginning. But I think I jumped in and I did hear part of that. Yeah.
Wait, wasn't that due to directed energy weapons?
It probably was.
I don't know much about that. I don't know much about that event though. I just remember Sean saying she lived there.
Look at these boards on the Home Depot cart. These are 1x6 pine boards. I know because I use these a lot when I do roofing. And they fit right in that cart, that gap. That's a 6-inch wide board, and they're 1 inch thick. This is like a standard roofing board. Look how it's bent like a piece of fucking, like a wet noodle. It's just drooping. Yeah. It lost all of its rigidity. And then inside the building, look at the back wall, how it's white. There's no smoke residue. It should be covering the whole wall. And then those pine trees behind it, they never caught fire. But yet this whole place is obliterated.
Wouldn't you expect the pine trees to look like they were obliterated, but the metal stuff inside the store not really? Because if it's microwaves, wouldn't it have heated up like the water molecules?
Well, it's not just a microwave, dude. There's something going on. I don't know exactly how this thing's working, but it seems to burn things that are not combustible, like bricks. You'll see bricks and glass that looks like flames are coming off of it. You'll see it with metal. You'll see metal. There was a ship in Lebanon, and the ship was on fire. It was a steel ship, It's like, wait a
Yeah,
minute, steel
but they're painted,
doesn't burn.
and then steel has carbon in it, which burns as well. Who's the welder in here? Who was the other bloke that welds? When you lay a
Riggs.
weld or something and there's enough heat on the steel, guess what it does? It catches
It
fire.
doesn't burn. No, it doesn't.
It does, man.
No, it doesn't. You can
It
make steel
fucking does.
roll.
I watch it happen just about every day, man. What do you mean? You can't tell me it doesn't happen.
You're saying you have steel that'll be on fire?
Yes, steel, man, there are impurities in steel, no matter if it's a fucking boat or a bit of sheet metal for a car, man. It will catch fire. Metal, lots of metals are coated in
Plenty of
stuff.
steel. It's slag. That's not. I'm not talking about
No,
the slag
that's
droplets.
not slag.
I'm not talking about the slag. I'm talking. Okay, you cut an I-beam. The end of the I-beam will catch it'll catch on fire and maintain itself.
If I weld an I-beam or something, right, and I crank that welder up as high as I can get the cunt, and she's real fucking hot, and by the
What
time I'm
happens
done
when you
laying the weld, maybe a quarter of it where I've just finished will actually have a flame on it.
Okay, but it won't burn under its own accord. If you take as soon as you take
No,
the acetylene,
but
when you
sorry,
take
go
the
on.
oxyacetylene, this is burning in open air. Let me show you this real quick. This happened in Lebanon. This was burning in the open air, and it was plate steel for a ship. It's plate
Wasn't
steel.
that from like what do you call that? Landscape what do you call that? Manure or whatever?
Yeah,
See
what
this
was on the
bubble?
ship, but what was on there?
I don't know what was on there. There was an explosion
well,
at
that
this
doesn't really
silo
help.
in
What do you call
Libya.
stuff manure?
Huh?
Stuff for plants. You put it in plant soils. Got nitrogen in it. Shit, what's that?
Fucking fertilizer.
Fertilizer. That's what it is. Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't. They said it was a grain silo, but I don't know. I'm not
No,
sure
they was
exactly.
storing some other explosive shit there, like that wasn't meant to be there, weren't they? This is
said it
the
was
one in
There's a
Lebanon or
building in
whatever.
Lebanon. The building
Yeah,
was fertilizer. Yeah.
Yeah, but
it
how did
had
the metal
something.
on the ship? How did the metal on the ship catch fire?
It's old and rusted.
Who knows what was on the ship, man?
No, the
What
steel
the
plate. Steel plate itself is on fire.
It's also
And then
red.
Riggs, if you cut steel, you know the adjoining steel will get a heat transfer, right? It's going to transfer. If you pick it up with your hand, you're fucked, right? You're cutting a piece of steel and you touch it with your bare hand, even like a foot away, it's going to be really fucking hot.
Yeah,
This steel was on fire, but the adjoining panel, 1 millimeter away, shows no heat distortion. It shows no burning of the paint. There's an abrupt transition from the heat zone to the non-heated zone. That's not normal. That's not how metal works.
Man, I've seen some weird stuff in fires, yeah. Like, we've had bushfires over here so many times since I've been a kid, and we've had some really bad ones. And the things I've seen fire do as well, I wouldn't believe that it could do. And
Dude, in
it
your
seems like
country,
it's not normal or what you'd expect out of fire, but it is its natural behavior, man. It does
Aussies
weird
got hit
stuff.
with it, dude.
You don't know what was in that ship as well, so.
You guys got hit with it. Like maybe 2 years ago, they hit you with the same thing that hit that Home Depot with all those fires in Australia, because you had the same shit going on like we saw in California.
Dude, you got no idea how dry our bush is, and because of the greens,
I
none of it
understand it.
gets cleaned up, none of it gets backburned. So then you have this thick layer of fucking brush in the bush that is just, it's ready to go at any spark, even lightning or something.
But wait a minute, we're talking about things that are non-combustible, like this steel ship is non-combustible. Things like bricks, non-combustible.
Why are you saying
It's
that
like
though?
they should never ignite. Bricks and steel and shit shouldn't be
Yeah, but this ship
burning.
is
Well,
red.
you were saying we got hit with it. Well, what's your
Oh
example that we
yeah,
got hit with it then? Because I was
there
just
was
saying our bush is very, very dry and burns very easy.
no,
That's all.
not the bushes that are burning, but things that shouldn't be burning, like
Bush.
steel on cars, um, things like bricks, glass. Glass
I don't
doesn't
have
normally
any
burn.
examples like that, like what you guys
You'd have to
claim in
do
the
a little.
US with these energy weapons and shit. I don't see any of that bullshit over here,
Get
man.
real rig.
I
Yeah.
saw some over there. There was a guy. What was his name? PK Truth. PK Truth. He's an Australian, and he was reporting on it. But I think he lost his channel because he was talking about the the thing that we are not supposed to talk about.
He's only telling the truth.
No, he was talking about something. It's also was the truth, but he got in trouble. The jab and the stuff going around, the beer, the Mexican beer. Yeah, the thing that we don't really address.
Yeah. Well, Rig's not fucking paying attention to it, because I know for a fact they had directed energy weapons hitting Australia all over the place. But he's right though. The fires, they already know who did that, dude. They already blamed it on the birds. The birds are going around and fucking setting fires over there, and that's been happening for a long time.
It's them damn birds, dude. Gotta kill
It's not even a fucking joke, dude. That's like Australia's #1 enemy almost.
Kosho, you actually think directed energy weapons exist, or are you just joking?
I've seen it.
All right, so you think that the military has clandestine weapons that they're not telling us about and using, and then blaming it on other shit?
I think that these directed energy weapons, and I don't think that these things that we're talking about are directed energy weapons, but I do know that the government has directed energy weapons. And
I was just giving a little bit of hope for you, Kosho. I'm like, you know what? Maybe he's not blind.
No, but I know the government has directed energy weapons because I've seen all the pubs and everything. However, understanding what that means and what those are would sort of give less credence to the idea that they're doing any of these events, because they don't have the ability to do that.
No, they got it. Here's your quantum computer. See that thing that's hanging? That goes
That's
down.
one of them. That looks like IBMs. Yeah, that is IBMs. Hey, no, but like earlier, what you said about the microwave, right? So microwaves is one way in which they use these directed energy weapons, and microwaves typically heat up water molecules and stuff like that. They're not really going to display the damage like these fires have shown.
It's more than just a microwave, though. It's a microwave combined with something else. It's not just a pure microwave. In other words, if I put a chunk of aluminum in my microwave, it ain't gonna melt like what we saw in Paradise, where the rims of the cars, the engines and the rims that were aluminum, they were just pools of liquid. And you know what's funny, dude? The liquid aluminum dripped onto pine needles. There was pine needles and fir needles on the ground and leaves, and liquid aluminum embedded itself around the pine needles without burning them. Normally, molten aluminum, it's about 1200 degrees. It depends on the alloy, but about 1200 degrees. So if I had 1200 degree hot liquid aluminum and I poured it on some pine needles, they would just flash into fire. They would just poof, go right up. You know what I mean? They would turn into ash.
Yeah, however, if you put pine needles in the microwave, they would completely turn to ash and dissolve, because
I've never tried it, to be honest. I've never tried it.
Well, because they have the water in them would heat up and all that kind of stuff. Whereas I could see, because of their sturdiness and everything like that, they could be near a convective heat and not experience the same thing. Like, you probably put it near a fire, and you might see some of them get singed, but a lot of them not. But a microwave would do real damage.
The Hutchison effect, it says that it bends steel and metals without heat. Like, here's a couple examples. There's the aluminum, and then you look on the ground. Those are some like plants. They're like it looks like wheat almost. But I have different pics. I just have to find them. Where there's the pine needles are sticking through the metal, through the molten aluminum, and there's leaves. There's leaves and shit. Now, when Hutchison did this, after he exposed the metal to his field effect, he said it was cool to the touch. It didn't heat it up, but it let off like a gas plume came off of it, and it turned into like different. Some of them were liquefied, and some of them turned into this. See that black thing in the middle? That was solid iron, 2-inch by 2-inch chunk of iron, and it turned. It looks like it lost all of its integrity. It looks like almost like a Cheeto, like a cigarette.
What's his Hutchison effect, dude?
This is a guy in Canada who's like a half madman scientist that tried to recreate a Tesla experiment. I think it was like the Philadelphia experiment. So he got a Tesla coil and he got a Van de Graaff generator and a microwave. He used 3 separate fields, 3 energy fields. And when he tunes them just so, you know, because they're all like an analog dial, he's tuning all the frequencies and different things would happen when he adjusted them just right. When he got them in balance, sometimes the metal would levitate, sometimes he could manipulate it. It looked like it was made out of rubber. And then when he turns the field off, it would re-solidify. So it's a weird phenomenon. And I guess the way it, picture picture solids like aluminum or steel or whatever being like jello. You know, when you make jello, it's liquid and then you put it in a refrigerator and it hardens into that gelatinous form. Well, the aluminum becomes almost like liquid. So there was a piece of wood that was embedded in the liquid. Say, like, you know, if you had fruit in a jello mold and then you freeze the jello and the fruit is inside the jello, he cut the block of aluminum and there was wood inside of it. There was a chunk of wood. He cut it with a bandsaw and there was wood inside of an aluminum billet. It's like, how did that get in there? Because he made the metal into like almost a gel. The metal was in almost this suspended state between the molecules. If you vibrate it just right, it's some kind of cymatics or whatever. It vibrates just right where the metal it disassociates. It comes
Oh,
apart.
that's crazy, man. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Yeah,
You know what?
Very, very interesting.
You know what liquefaction is? When you have an earthquake, the ground lets up this liquid and it turns it. You know what?
It's
Stuff
squeezing
sinks
the
into
water out, pretty much, man.
Yeah, right. And it's because it's vibrating. I think it's doing the same thing with the metal structure. If you vibrate it just right, it'll come apart. Or you could you know, if you take 2 north ends of a magnet, they'll push themselves apart.
Yeah.
The bonds between metal molecules are also magnetic. And if you flip them, they'll repulse each other. Like we saw on 9/11, where the building was just disintegrating. It's literally blowing itself apart at a molecular level, at a dust level. It's and there was beams falling through the air, turning to dust as they fell. They never hit the ground. Big, thick steel I-beams. They're falling apart into dust before they even hit the ground.
That's true. The Hutchinson effect, though, the only criticism people have is that he doesn't really share his test. Like, he doesn't show it publicly or have invite anybody, you know, an
Well,
actual
he
scientist
did.
to check it
He
out
did.
or get it like peer
You know,
reviewed.
he did do that. He was working with the United States Air Force and all these other people. He documented all this stuff. He's like, guys, you might want to check this out. And he was very naive. He didn't know he was dealing with the military industrial complex. He didn't know. And he was just being very helpful. He was taping it with a VHS tape, the old school cameras, and he did record a lot. He had a ton of specimens, but what I think they did, somehow they got to him because this guy's a big guy. He's like 6'6" and big burly guy. He was dressing like a tranny. He was dressing like a woman and putting on makeup and acting really weird. This big burly lumberjack guy. It's like, what the fuck? They got to him. They fucking got to him, dude. They lobotomized. They fucking lobotomized him. He was a strange guy before this, but he was acting very strange. A big man like that, wearing a dress and lipstick, and it was sad that, you know, they did that to probably discredit him. They did something.
They say there's a fine line between what is it?
Genius and madness.
Yeah, exactly.
He crossed that line several times, but I think that they got to him. I think they fucked with his head. And he was a genius. This guy was a fucking genius who invented all this. He was taking scrap military stuff like a radar stuff. It was built for radar and whatever, like this giant microwave thing. It looks like a ray gun array, you know, it's like really crazy looking shit. And he built the Tesla coil, and I think he bought the Van de Graaff generator. But he had all this old stuff, dude, like military surplus stuff, and he put it together. And he's only using like regular voltage, you know, like line voltage that you get like 110 volts. Just plug the shit in. He wasn't putting like huge amounts of power in this.
No, this was his fucking apartment.
Yeah,
He got evicted because he was a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, that is his apartment, dude. How did you find that, Kosho? Are you looking?
What the fuck?
I was staking out for a long time, Mr. Hutchinson. You know.
Look at that tree. It ain't got no fucking that tree. Look at all the branches are dead on it, dude. He's been
On
tweaking
one side, they are.
You know, people talk about 5G. How would you like to live next to this guy? Look at that fucking tree. Oh, really? Kosho, you were in the military?
No comment.
I think he still is. He's in the
Creep
PSYOP.
show.
He's in the PSYOP division.
Let's change the subject now. Because the Hutchinson effect, as I said, it's very bizarre because he really isn't. He's right. He did work with the government, but a lot of the videos, like he's got some YouTube videos with some of his tests, but there's not any real peer-reviewed information on his tests. Like he's never invited other scientists in there. He's done stuff with the military, but it's not clear. It's not clear. It's not clear what he did with the government though, like with the military. I don't know if he was doing
because they recreated what he had, and then a German company bought up all his equipment, and it disappeared.
Talk about Mercedes?
No. There was a German company that bought up all his laboratory equipment. They said, "Oh, we're going to take it to Germany for testing," and it just disappeared. They just got it out of his hands.
I mean, if somebody from Germany said they buy up all of your equipment, then it's not that weird that it disappeared, right? They bought it up.
Well, that was after he did his demonstrations. They're like, "Oh, yeah, well, we're going to continue our experiments. We want you to, we're going to just move it over here to our lab and blah, blah, blah." Well, they took the shit and it never, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but he was explaining it, what he did. He's like, "Yeah, I was going to go continue my experiments there because the Canadian government didn't want me doing it because the neighbors were complaining and strange shit was happening."
They said he kept stealing his neighbor's bra, wearing it. Yeah, but Hutchinson effect is hard to find. Like I said, that footage. There's a couple of things on YouTube, but yeah, it could be. I mean, honestly, it could have been absorbed by the government, and they want to maybe hide the evidence and technology.
They weaponized that shit, dude. They took it from John Hutchinson. He was working with the Air Force. They weaponized that shit. It's on airplanes and it's unlimited magazine. So they could fire as many rounds as they want without a limitation of, hey, we only have so many missiles. We have each one of these missiles, we can only carry 2, and each one costs $5 million. Well, when you got this thing, missiles are obsolete. Who needs a fucking missile? You can destroy all the buildings you want.
I mean, okay. So here's the thing, though. This is why it's not feasible, is because the sort of energy that you're describing to do the things you're describing, it takes a lot of energy, more so than you can fit onto a plane to do anything like that kind of stuff. They can do minor stuff with a satellite or a plane or anything like that, but I mean, the type of energy you're describing is it's enormous, you know.
I think it's coming from, how the ether, all the electric around us, I think they're harnessing that somehow as their energy source. And you know how lightning goes from a cloud to the ground? It's it creates a plasma channel, right? Like the plasma is conductive, the air is not really conductive. But when it does, when you get enough concentration, you get this nice plasma, and it's a temporary wire. So it could transfer all that energy right away, and it's gone in an instant. I think they're doing that somehow. They're absorbing the energy from the air, and they're using it to discharge it.
Well, have you ever heard that there's 100 meters of voltage, basically, of electrostatic potential
Yeah.
There's 100 volts
Every yard, every 3 feet.
every yard or every meter. Yeah. And yeah, so the problem though is that it's not doesn't mean very much because that just means as you go up, there's the difference between the ground and the sky is it's a big difference. So if you had a wire, the air is extremely resistive. So it's like one of the most
you
resistant
can
things.
absorb it like the clouds absorb it, and you get that if you know a way, if you have a way to harness it, say your aircraft is made of aluminum conducts electricity. When they're flying through a cloud like that, they see on the front of the airplane, they see like that lightning happening. Like you'll see electrical discharge. The pilots will describe it going over the windshield of the plane, like they're triggering lightning because they're just flying through so much electrical soup that it happens. I mean they may have found a way to weaponize it, to harness that and use it as a giant battery, unlimited supply.
Well, I was thinking about it. Actually, I had a great idea because it's actually not a great idea. It's like you can't really do very much with it. Like you can make a very long wire or something. You're like, oh wow, it's a different charge and blah blah blah. But that's not going to work very well because resistiveness in the cable. But I was thinking about it. If you used a superconducting cable, like a superconducting wire, because they have no electrical resistance. If you made a superconducting wire, on part of it was on the ground and part of it was, who knows, like 100 meters in the sky. Somehow, if you could sustain its superconducting qualities, right, you would actually have a pretty good source of energy because there'd be no resistiveness. And
See this electrical discharge. This happened under someone's overhang at their house, and it came from the ground up. This lightning started. These are like still pics. I was pausing the video and taking screenshots, and it happened really fast. So I kept pausing it real quick and taking screenshots. It literally came from the ground up. This, and you see the little purple ones, and you see white ones, and whatever. They're all different different types of electric. And if you think you're standing underneath here, I'm going to get out of the rain. I don't want to get hit by lightning. And the shit comes up from the bottom and hits you. It's like, what? That's some bad fucking luck, man.
Yeah, sure.
Because you see the roof over the top of it. It's like, what? How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, storms don't have that same fluctuate, like that same attribute of like that 100 volts per meter, because the atmosphere is fluctuating during a storm, obviously. But yeah, fair weather, that 100 volts per meter.
Think of a cloud as a giant battery bank, right? If you've ever seen a battery discharge, like say if you use jumper cables and you accidentally touch them, you get those massive sparks from the DC electric. You got tons of amps. You might have 1,000 amps in a car battery. At least my truck battery's got about that, maybe 900 amps. That's a lot of fucking amps, and it'll burn off some metal on those on your jumper cables, and you'll get this little ball of plasma. You can get a little plasma ball, little BB. Just it'll sit around for a second or so. Oh yeah, and you know what they were doing? I watched something about a submarine, an electric submarine had a giant bank of batteries, and they used a battery bank from the electric submarines to make these plasma discharges, like as experiments. They would short the leads out and make these little plasma effects to study the plasma.
Oh wow!
It was
I see some
DC.
of the electric ones, yeah.
Yeah, a giant bank of batteries. So I mean, all these people with electric cars and shit, they're sitting on, especially like lithium ion batteries, dude. You are sitting on a very volatile bomb. You got lithium ion batteries enough to power a car. I'd rather use gas, dude. Gas is not that volatile. Those things
Really?
are dangerous.
Gas
You
is
know
not
the
that
Tesla
volatile
cars.
compared to a battery.
No, hell no. Like the Tesla cars that burn, go look at the Tesla cars that catch fire. Those fucking things compared to the cars that catch fire. It's very difficult to get a car to catch fire. Like if you get rear-ended or whatever, you know, aside from like a Pinto, the old school Pintos that they said would burst into flames, most modern cars don't do that. And there's some pretty horrific accidents where you don't see any fire. But the Tesla cars, once you crack a lithium ion battery and you get shorts and things, you got shorts, you got gases like hydrogen gas in there, and there's the lithium itself is very flammable. You're in lithium, when you burn lithium, that shit burns hot. That's going to be almost like an arc welder heat, like really hot.
I got prescribed lithium.
I don't doubt it. Don't take it. Don't take the lithium.
I take it straight from my Tesla.
You lick the battery.
Exactly right.
Dude, everyone has licked a 9-volt battery.
Yeah, yeah. Every flat earther, yeah.
I think every human has actually like tried. Hey, let me see if this battery's any good.
I probably have, to be honest with you.
I think everyone here has done it. That's why it's like, you know what? Yeah. Like I found out by accident. My cousin's like, hey, try it. Stick this on your tongue. Zzz, oh fuck! It has like a lemon taste, almost like the tingling. Almost has a bitterness to it, like a lemon.
You know what's funny? I don't know if this is true. Okay, I don't know if this is true, but I think it is. But supposedly, like, you know, you have different tastes, like sour, sweet, umami, whatever that one is, umami or something, bitter. But they say that sour, when you're tasting something sour, what you're actually tasting, what you're actually sensing with your taste buds, is a single hydrogen nucleus, one proton. That's what you're tasting. Is that crazy?
You think the hydrogen is what makes it taste lemony?
Well, it's not. It's not just hydrogen. It's a hydrogen nucleus. A hydrogen. So just basically a proton.
Well, you know what? Any like hydrochloric acid, vinegar is acid, and everything. Lemon is acid, and acids have a bitter, sour taste.
There you go.
That may explain why. It's creating hydrogen. I'm doing electrolysis on my tongue.
That's right, man.
I'm separating the hydrogen and oxygen on my tongue. It might be something like that, because you see the little bubbles when you do electrolysis. All it takes is a little battery and some liquid, and you make the two, between the two electrodes, they make oxygen and hydrogen.
A human sheep.
You figured it out, dude. You figured out the mystery as to why it tastes like that.
Well, I didn't figure that out, man. I saw that on. I read it in a book on YouTube.
But now it makes sense. It's electrolysis on your tongue at a small scale. Now, if you could put the battery in your mouth long enough, you could exhale the HHO gas and light your breath. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, human sheeple was doing electrolysis because he was wanting to build a balloon that took him to the Antarctica. He was going to fly to Antarctica on a hydrogen blimp.
But he didn't separate the two elements. He didn't. He did it wrong. He was making the HHO gas, right? It's the hydrogen and oxygen gas are both combined. It's called HHO instead of oxygen in one cylinder and hydrogen in the other cylinder. I think he fucked up.
Well, if you have H2O and then you're making HOO, you said? Or
yeah, 2 H's and 1 O, but if you don't do it the proper way, you have to isolate your electrodes so that you get the accumulation in each little glass tube. Like one tube will be pure hydrogen and one will be pure oxygen. If you let them combine into one combined container, you get what's called HHO gas.
Oh yeah,
which is
of course.
Gas.
Which is it's really a mixture. It's not really
It's a mixture, yeah, but it's a highly flammable gas.
Of course, yeah, because it's hydrogen and oxygen. But yeah, you know, I made hydrogen. I can make a hydrogen right now. I do. See, when he did it, he wasn't able to put any pressure into the balloons, of course, because it was a silly idea to begin with. But I was going to do something similar with balloons and hydrogen, and I did successfully put pressure in the balloon just because I used a chemical reaction with aluminum foil and water and sodium chloride.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the sodium
if you have
chloride.
a chemical reaction, you're going to build pressure, obviously.
Well,
It's
yeah,
gonna
because you're creating the hydrogen in this chain. I created it in one chamber, and it passes through these fucking tubes and goes into another chamber. And it's kind of dirty though. It's really messy. It's not it's not fun to.
You know what? It's probably easier just to buy the fucking gas. Just go buy
Yeah.
the helium and don't deal with flammable gases. If you get dealing with flammable gases, it's dangerous.
Well, yeah, I was. You remember that girl's what's her name? Soda. That little flat
What
earther.
was it? The girl who?
Soda. Was that her name?
Soda.
Yeah,
The
she was
girl
in
here
24/7
last
all.
night.
You don't remember this kid?
Last night there was a girl here. Her name was Shiny or something. I don't know.
No. Shines? No. But this other girl, she hasn't been around in a while, but she was from 24/7. She's in college now, but she was a high schooler at the time. But she lives here in Texas, and
Oh, was she the one that bitched you out? Was that Skittles?
no, that's somebody different. Yeah.
This girl bitched Kosho out. It was hilarious. She's like, Jeremy, get up. I thought it was your mom. She fucking lit you up. She
Yeah.
fucking lit you up good, dude.
My ex was in the server at the same time too, so it was.
Oh, how awkward is that? That was hilarious, dude. That was like the fun, and that's why we always let you stay around, because actually you're not like a toxic troll. I mean, you like to fuck. I mean, and you know what? I think you matured out of it because you liked to fuck with us a lot back then, but now not so much. Now you're pretty chill.
Yeah, you know, it's Well, anyhow, what was the no Soda and I
Your gas experiment you
yeah,
made.
Soda and I were going to do this test with balloons, and the reason I wanted to use created hydrogen, is because I wanted to do a bunch of test launches with these balloons, and I didn't want to have to keep buying helium and reusing it and stuff like that. So I just wanted to have something that I could produce pretty easily.
Check.
Yep, you're good.
You guys said the electrolysis was bubbles.
Say what?
You said the electricity is bubbles.
Yeah, I can make some right now. Actually, I'd love to. Although my balloons are at my girlfriend's house, but all my hydrogen stuff is here.
How much did you produce? Could you produce for a weather balloon size? Could you produce that many?
I could, but I was only doing small amounts. I wanted to get the idea down, so I was doing like 1 or 2 balloons at a time, like party balloons. I just wanted to get the concept down before I I was going to do 30 of them.
What if the process needs to ground?
Your little
You ever
mic
thought
is
about
really
that?
scratchy, buddy. It sounds like could you try reconnect? I could barely make out what you're saying. You're like really choppy.
Hold on.
But yeah,
You hear me now?
yeah, I hear you, man.
Yeah.
The only problem with that reaction is it gets so fucking hot, though, dude. It's very heated.
What gets so hot?
That test, and actually, I shouldn't be telling you this, but I'll tell you anyways. Listen,
No, I already
if
know
you
about that. The
if you
one
do
with
this,
the
if you
gas and stuff. I already told you about that, Coach. So remember?
yeah,
I told
I
you how
think
to
you
make
did a
it
while
not
back.
hot.
I think you did a while back, but no, but this is no joke. I should not be telling you guys this, but this sort of reaction is exactly what's used in probably the simplest bomb.
Reactor?
No, but people make bombs. If you do this reaction in a glass bottle and you close the bottle, like I was doing it in a glass bottle and then it had tubes in it, what led to like other things, led to a balloon. But if you did this in a glass bottle and you just seal the bottle, you have like basically a bomb right there.
Right. Any differential power is a bomb. Yeah. It's like
Well,
when
no,
you
the
put
pressure
Drano.
because the pressure builds in the glass and
Right.
heats
You
the
can
glass
put
and eventually the
Drano.
glass explodes. Yeah.
You can put Drano with tinfoil and it'll do the same thing.
Well, that's basically what it is, man. That's exactly what I said. Well, sodium hydroxide is what do you call that? What's that? Lye, or yeah, the Drano or that kind of stuff.
Don't blow yourself up, Kosho.
And me and Soda were gonna smoke a blunt right when we set off our balloons, but
well, you got electric static, dude. With when you got your balloons and stuff, you get static charges. All it takes is one spark, and then you got a bomb in your face with that hydrogen.
yeah, but it's just a fucking balloon bomb.
Just burn your eyebrows off.
Yeah, that's much better than a glass bomb. Like when you have one of those glass bombs you're fucking with, dude. That's no joke.
I wouldn't. Thing is, some of those chemical reactions, you can't use plastic. Some of the chemicals might eat it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, depending on what sodium hydroxide, like I said, if sodium chloride,
salt.
Yeah, the reaction will create this nasty chemical that is wipe the plastic up and shit.
Oh yeah, if it's making heat and then dissolving your plastic, you don't want that shit all over leaking on the floor. So you got to use like a Pyrex type of laboratory glassware, and then you got a bomb on your hands.
That's why my first 3 or 4 iterations, that's exactly what happened. I made huge messes, and all the everything I used to seal the tubes
So
together.
is the lemon taste
away.
Where's my Mountain Dew bottle?
Might be salt.
Oh shit! The Mountain Dew bottle didn't. It leaked. It melted.
I do. I spent a lot of that. I used like fucking epoxy, and I did a lot of work to seal these tubes together because I didn't want there to be any air holes. I wanted to be I made one chamber where it was happening in, and then went to another chamber that it would basically flow through water, so it would kind of clean it before the hydrogen gas would
water bong. Yeah, the water bong treatment.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I was trying to make it sealed, and the chemicals just kind of ate away at a lot of the material that was sealing it.
Yeah, you just gotta buy it, dude. Just buy the fucking hydrogen.
I ended up buying helium. Yeah,
helium is safer. I would use helium.
Much. Yeah.
Helium don't explode in your face. If you got a giant party balloon of helium, you don't got to worry about it catching fire and burning you.
Another fact I probably shouldn't tell you guys either. This one's a little more morbid. Okay, even though the last one was about a bomb, this one's more morbid. But this is not advice either. But probably the cleanest way to self-administer death to yourself, you know what I mean, would be through helium. You just put a helium bag over your head, and you're out in literally 2 seconds. And then you're
dude, helium's not toxic.
Yeah, it's not toxic. It's not that it's toxic. It's not toxic at all. That's why it's the cleanest. You don't feel anything, but you'll pass out instantly because you're being starved of oxygen, and your body can't tell.
I know people that take the big huff of helium and talk with the squeaky little voice like that. Yeah. It's not going to kill you with one breath.
That's not going to kill. That's right. That's not going to kill you. That's supposed to put a bag over your head. You put a bag over your head. You
don't even need the helium. You suffocate under your own exhaust.
No,
your own exhale. Even your own carbon dioxide will suffocate you.
Yeah, no, but before you even have the chance to do that, you're only breathing in helium. So it's not that you're sucking it in; you're only breathing it in. And then because of that,
you're only suffocating.
You'll pass out after 2 gulps, dude. Like literally 5 seconds.
But why are you telling
suffocating? Because you don't have any continuity. You don't have any flow, any currency or charge of the medium. Now, because you blocked it off with the resistance of whatever. Now, when you keep that flow going, like if you're not in a balloon, then you're good to go.
Yeah, but it's you basically won't feel it, and it's like a very peaceful, fun way even to.
Well, no, we don't condone anyone killing themselves.
Exactly, I do not condone that whatsoever. As I said, that's not advice. It's just a fun fact.
Not fun fact.
There's 2 lessons today. You learn how to make a bomb, and you learn
or you suffocate yourself. You could also use carbon dioxide with dry ice, and you won't even know what hit you. You'll just suffocate.
Dude, no, dude, that's a very painful way to go.
Well, you don't know you're inhaling it. You're just breathing away, and hey, man, the air is getting awful rough. Better take another breath, and then you expire.
But nitrogen is comparable to the helium method, but even nitrogen is painful.
Nitrogen's fun, dude. I've inhaled nitrogen. Nitrogen gives you like the nitrous oxide.
Yeah, nitrous oxide, yeah.
You get a nice buzz off that shit.
Oh yeah, whippets. So they call them whippets.
Well, yeah, or the stuff from the dentist, the
Yeah.
good shit from the dentist. You put that in a balloon and you huff away at that, and it's like, whoa, that's fucking. It only lasts a few seconds, but it's like really intense. Probably kills a lot of brain cells. I don't condone it.
Of course. Yeah, Steve-O from Jackass was addicted to whippets.
Really? That's a
Yeah.
fucking bizarre.
I dated a girl who had to go to rehab for acid.
Acid?
Yeah.
I've never even tried that, dude. To me, it's like, I don't know what the fuck is on here, dude. It could be cyanide. I'm not taking this shit.
You wouldn't believe this, but she would literally do just upwards of 20, 30 hits a weekend.
Whoa.
And she would take acid every single day.
She got any brain cells left today? I know people that do a lot of acid really get fucked up their head.
I don't speak to her really anymore, but yeah, I was always thought that was very weird that somebody would need to take that much acid. Yeah.
Oh, I think I know. I think I heard her bitch you out. I think that might have been
No.
her. She was pretty insane.
Yeah, but she went last year to rehab for acid. I thought that was fun.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was an addictive thing. I think it was something just people do occasionally.
Well, she was obviously it was habitual for her because she was doing it every day, you know. And like I said,
Yeah, where did she even find that much, dude? 20 hits.
Her brother was selling it too. Her brother had a.
Oh, well, there
he had
you
a whole
go.
book. He had a whole book of them. He had like 1,000 fucking hits.
Oh well, there she was Pac-Man with her brother's acid. It's like, what the hell happened? I lost $1,000. What? She just ate it all. Huh? I don't know.
Last fun fact about this chick. She was also a whore.
Oh, I'm surprised. How do you think she's funding a habit like that?
I think that's why she was doing it. She kind of told me that's why she was doing it was because it was an escape or something.
She probably forgets to collect the money if she's that fucking high.
Anyway.
We don't condone acid or whippets. Just saying.
Whippets, I don't think so, but acid. What's wrong with acid?
Well, because you're messing with your brain chemistry. You know, it's people that do that shit. If you do it once or twice, it's probably okay. But I know people that have done too much and they don't come back from the trip. They're always a little bit. They're a little bit out there. You know what I mean? They're always a little bit funny.
Yeah, but what is it? What can you do that doesn't mess with your brain chemistry? Huh?
Well, you don't do those type of things, man. You don't abuse your brain.
Messes with your brain chemistry, right?
No, you don't abuse your brain if you're taking taking any kind of chemical like that. Yeah, if you're getting high, you're doing some damage. Getting high doesn't you know what I mean? There's shit's going on if you're getting high. Even the whippets.
What if you go for a run and you're running and you get a runner's high?
It's totally natural then.
Oh, there you go.
Well, if you're taking something in that's not produced by your body, then it's not natural.
You know, I've heard that your body, these chemicals are really just catalysts, and your body actually produces the drug that you're
the opiate that's getting you high.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like your pineal gland, for instance, will release
serotonin.
Well, I mean, the different hormones and stuff like that. The pineal gland will do hormones. I think the serotonin is a neurotransmitter.
They say if people on antidepressants, it produces more serotonin. So, like people taking Prozac and shit.
Yeah, right. I think those are neurotransmitters. Those are neurotransmitters like that, and like dopamine. I think.
So you're saying your brain
is dopamine a neurotransmitter or a?
Oh, you know what? It does do. Your body does like adrenaline and stuff. It'll produce that, and it is a drug. And people get so like addicted to that rush of adrenaline. And, like people that do skydiving or whatever, they're like, "Whoa, I was so high." You know what I mean? They'll jump out of an airplane. Yeah. They'll get really high because they just got a huge spike of adrenaline. Like, "Whoa, dude, I was high." And they want to get it again, and it is like a drug.
Or adrenaline is a hormone, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor, dude. I don't know if
It
anyone
comes
told
from
you.
your
I'm not an
adrenal
actual
gland.
doctor.
Your adrenal gland makes adrenaline, and it's like it's made. It's your fight or flight. Your fight or flight. Like, oh my god, this grizzly bear is going to eat me. I need a boost of adrenaline so I can run like a cheetah and get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna run up this tree as fast as I can. And your body's like, I never ran so fast. Where did that come from? You got a shot of adrenaline, dude.
Yeah, doctors told me when I was real little that I was born. It was like they called it disorder at first, but then it says not really disorder. But I never had the flight part. I don't have a flight. I just
You
only have,
never got the adrenaline rush?
no. I get adrenaline rush, but I only have the fight part. I don't have the flight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna fight off the grizzly bear instead of running.
It's every time, yeah.
I'm gonna kick his ass.
Yeah. Still alive. So.
Yeah, I've never had the flight away from anything.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was kind of afraid of a cockroach the other day. Like my fight or flight was kind of.
You ran away from the roach.
Yeah, dude. I don't know if you ever been in an enclosed space and there's like clutter everywhere and a big ass roach.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of hard to
Have you
like
ever-
know where it's at and everything. It's not very.
Have you ever been in a crawl space or an attic?
Oh,
Dude, there's
sure.
like no room at all. Like a crawl space or an attic. I've been to when you get down to the edge of the roof, the attic gets lower and lower, the slope of the roof. And I've been in one. I was putting a bathroom exhaust fan in, and I had to crawl on my stomach through the attic through all this insulation and shit. And it was way at the edge. It was at the corner of the house, so the roof was really fucking low. So the roof was like right above my head, like just inches above, and the nails from the shingles, the nails are poking through, and it's like, and then my face is right like inches away from this insulation, and I'm installing this bathroom fan. It was just horrible, dude.
Yeah, your
Going
fight or
my ass
flight
off.
was fight or flight was probably through the roof.
It was claustrophobic, but I dealt with. No, I don't have claustrophobia. Good thing. I would have never been able to do it, dude. It was such a confined, tight spot. I'm like, oh god, I got to go over there. Oh fuck, you know what I mean? It was a shallow pitched roof, so it was extra low, and the bathroom was right in the corner and the upstairs. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, this is not going to be fun. It's like, luckily, it didn't take too long to get. I had to run the ducting. There's an exhaust pipe that you have to run the air from the bathroom because it's damp. It's full of moisture. You have to run it up to a roof vent, so it's not just dumping this moist air into the attic and getting all over the wood, and because you'll grow like black mold. You want to get it as close to a vent as possible.
African American mold, I think. Right. 2022.
Well, not every African is black. Let me remind you. Elon Musk is African, but he's not necessarily black.
He's an African American.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know this.
He's a South African.
The richest man in the world is an African American.
Yeah.
Those were great times for if
people,
Martin Luther King was alive today, he'd be coming in his pants.
Everybody would assume African equals black, but that's not the case. Like Muslim doesn't equal Arab. There's Muslims that are not Arab, but people just assume, oh, he was Muslim, right? That means he was an Arab. No.
You know, the country with the most Muslims is actually Malaysia. Malaysia's
okay. Yeah, you would never guess that. Yeah. You would never guess like an Asian person to be Muslim. Yeah. You would think like Buddhist or something. Well, because it's not typical to their culture, but like you said, certain parts, Malaysia, there's a lot of them.
It'd be real funny if like the Chinese kind of adopted Mormonism. It'd be kind of funny.
That would be funny. Yeah. Chinese Mormon.
Actually, it's kind of an appealing religion.
I don't know, man. My friend is Mormon. I just don't get it. To me, it seems fake. It's Mormonism seems fake, dude.
I got news for you, and I got no offense to my Muslim friends in here because I have Muslim friends who are in here. But
yeah,
it's only a joke, by the way. I just said, if you have a religion where the leader says you can have as many wives as you want, then he probably made it up. That's not. Yeah, but that's just a joke.
it seems beneficial to the men. Like, you know what?
Sure.
I could have as many wives as I want. Fuck yeah, that sounds good to
Yeah.
me. It's like, where do I sign up?
It's beneficial to the men, but it's also more practical in general, though, because a woman, believe it or not, can only have one baby at a time. Sometimes they can have two if they're freaks, 3 or 4, but 8, I think, in one case. But generally, I think maybe with that Octomom, she had 8 at once. Regardless, yeah. Generally, they have one for every 9 months, and then they got to rest for a long time afterwards. Whereas a man could literally make 5 babies a day. You know what I mean? So it makes more sense that he would have multiple wives.
Yeah, he'd be busy. These are my multiple wives, and I have 15 children.
Sure, yeah.
You see that in Afghanistan, like these guys are broke as hell, and they have all these fucking mouths to feed, and there ain't nothing around but this barren wasteland, no food. It's like, dude, why are you having so many kids? Who's gonna feed them all?
That'd be an amazing job if, like, you got hired, like, hey, we really need to raise the DNA in the world and your DNA in the world, and so we want you to make 3 babies every day. You would make
I'm out of
1,000 babies a year, basically.
You'd be shooting blanks. You'd be out of ammo pretty soon. Like, poof! Oh shit! It's empty. You got to let it recharge.
Yeah, but they'd probably give you some sort of fruits and stuff. Take some mango and take all this other stuff. Reminds me, I got to go back to signing up to be a sperm donor.
He's gonna go be a coom, or he's jerking off. What's your job? Oh, he jerks off.
I mean, it's actually not a bad gig, dude, for several reasons. Because you get paid the good money, and it's like if you do it for free after that, you kind of feel dumb because you're like, damn, dude, I was doing this for money. But also, I would feel fantastic if I knew my legacy lived on. Maybe not in the children I raised,
How
but
much do they pay you? How much do they pay you to coom?
I mean, like $200. Like you can do I think in some cases 2 sessions a week, and I think you can get like $200 a session. So
Well, wait. What if you don't produce? What if you're like, hey, oh fuck, I just coomed yesterday or whatever? Like,
there's rules on how often you're allowed to have sex. Like you can't have sex like some time period beforehand.
yeah, because if you just did, you're like, damn, dude, I went there and then, sorry, I didn't make so much coom.
Yeah, I think you can't. I think it's like 48 hours beforehand. You can't have had sex. Yeah, I mean, if they're not getting any fruitful, no pun intended, but they're not getting any fruitful, seed from you, then
They're not
going to
paying for
discontinue.
blanks, dude. You can't send them blanks.
Yeah, I've always wanted to be a dad.
Well, maybe you will be. Maybe someone will buy that one day, or probably they want a refund. Wait, this is Kosho's coom? No, I want a refund. No.
Well, in New York City, a long time ago, and I think also recently, they were sterilizing people without invitation. Okay, and I think it's possible I might have been one of these subjects because I don't know, dude. You would think about like if when you just base it off the number of chances for it to have happened, I should have already I should have at least had a scare.
You know what happens? Did you take the jab?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Paper, I have. Yeah.
What's that? You may have.
On paper, I have, but no, in real life, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, you probably did because everyone's taking the jab when you're born. They kind of inject you with a bunch of poison.
Oh well, I
and
mean,
shit.
I've had other things because I was in the military.
Well, then you got plenty of jabs, dude.
Yeah, but I mean,
So
I
that might have something to do with
before I was
it.
in the Navy.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it because the people that were coming home from Iraq, they said, oh, they have Gulf War syndrome. This is the old Iraq War, the first one, and they're like they couldn't pin their finger on it. Well, maybe it's because the depleted uranium they breathed in, No, maybe because you jabbed them all. We give them an anthrax vax, and you give them all these different vaxes, and the people were getting the side effects, or maybe the intended effect.
Yeah, but military dudes create babies all the time.
I know that. I know that. It's not something that's going to just kill you or sterilize you right away. I'm just saying it's a lingering effect, like 5 years after the time. Like, hey, why the fuck am I coming down with these illnesses? What's going on? It's if everybody died as soon as they took it, then people would connect the dots.
I'm just saying, dude. Like, if I could probably guess the number of times I should have possibly made a baby, and it's very it's not a very low number, and so you'd think that one of those times, you know.
Oh, with your girlfriend? Maybe she's on the pill because you said she was doing some prostituting. So maybe like
No. That girl, that whore,
acid girl.
Yeah, she stopped doing that after me and her started fooling around, but then she went to rehab. So
maybe she's on the pill. Like that's usually.
No, I use a prophylactic with her. So.
Oh well, there you go. Use a rubber too.
Yeah, but I rarely use them. But she was a whore, so
You better wear two. It's like she's a fucking. I wouldn't even swim in those waters, dude. No, thank you.
Anyways, how do we get to this?
I don't know. You're talking about your not making babies.
Oh no, but I was gonna bring. What do you think about that? About them sterilizing people? Didn't they do that in New York City or something?
Dude. I think look at what Bill Gates said. Here's a little a newspaper article.
I've seen what he said, but what he said was taken out of context completely.
Oh, it came right from his mouth, dude. Come on.
It came from his mouth because anything out of context is going to come from a person's mouth. But I'm saying
no. He was explaining how to decrease the world's population.
Right. No. Not how to decrease the population. How to decrease population growth.
Yeah, get it down to 0. What does that mean? No more people.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Population growth down to 0. What happens?
That's not what he said. The down to 0 was the carbon emissions.
CO2, do you know what percentage of air is carbon? Do you know what percent is carbon? It's a trace fucking. It's like 0.0.
I know it's very small. It's parts per million. But no,
you'll never get to 0. There's no such thing as 0.
No, but you're right. He's talking about CO2 increases.
It's essential. It's essential too. If we had any less, it's essential to all plant life. You would not have plant life without CO2.
You gotta understand. He's not saying
without
zero. He's not saying 0 CO2.
I thought that was just dry ice.
He's not talking about 0 CO2. He's saying 0 CO2 increase.
See, they've made nature a pollutant. Now a natural trace element it's essential for life. Now it's a pollutant. You see how crazy these fuckers are, dude. These Davos people are fucking crazy. They're
everything in moderation.
Money over life. Money for science.
Too much of it.
No, but the whole thing is an anti-human agenda. They hate people. They call us worthless eaters. You're just a worthless eater if you're not on their fucking team.
Well, they call some people worthless eaters.
Yeah, the people on their team, they might backstab their own team members, but I'm saying it's them, the elites, right? They call themselves the elites, the Davos crowd, and then we're all the peons. We're the useless eaters. Everyone else is the useless eater.
Some people are useless eaters, yes.
Well, if they can't milk you for their if they can't milk money out of you, you're a useless eater.
Or if you have no use, if you're not utilizing, if you have no skills or functions that are being utilized,
right? If they can't use you for a slave, then you're a useless eater.
No, but it's not just about even using it, but your output to the system. Because I think about this a lot because I think that people are unprepared for the amount of jobs that are probably going to disappear pretty soon, and so there's going to be a lot of actual literally useless eaters, and all you have to do is not be useless eaters, just have some function that is useful.
So anyone's job who could be replaced by a robot becomes a useless eater. So we're going to automate
a robot or any kind of AI, yeah.
Everyone's going to be useless. And that's why they have the Georgia Guidestones. They want to reduce the population. Well, they're doing a good job.
I think honestly, that's the scary part is there's a lot of different types of outcomes to that, and I think the outcome that's probably the easiest to imagine and implement and it's the quickest, I guess, is the one where just a lot of people, useless eaters, or disappear somehow.
Well, guess what? We're all going to disappear one day, and it's like
speak for yourself.
Well, your flesh won't live forever, buddy. Just in case you didn't know, none of us do.
Not my current flesh. That's true.
It's a temporary existence, dude. Right here on Earth is your temporary time, and the sand is running through the hourglass, and we don't stay here very long. And I think that's by design because this place is pretty shitty. You wouldn't want to stay in this environment a long time.
Yeah, but if you live long enough, this may not be the only place you might get free access to a lot of other places. And there's hourglasses that actually the sand gets gunked up and it stops flowing. And
I want to see the end. I want to see the Armageddon thing, man. I want to live long enough to see that, like all the shit hit the fan, just because of my curiosity. I want to see the fake alien invasion. I want to see everything. I know it's going to be hell on Earth, but I'm just curious to see what hell on Earth looks like. I mean, it's not going to be fun. It's going to be hell. But okay, this is it, and then now I'm done. You know,
I think it's going to be anticlimactic.
No, I think it's going to be a fucking horrendous shit show.
No, because I told you, like for people like me, I would have already adapted with machines. I'm already, have some fucking. I'm a little bit in the cloud.
There's
little
no
bit.
adapting with no machine.
Oh yeah, of course.
If you get plugged into something that's an artificial intelligence, it's gonna control your ass. There ain't gonna be no adapting.
Well, no, we're going to live together in this.
No.
It will
hijack Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, and you're gonna be a dumpster man.
So it's not going to need my resources. I'm going to actually be utilizing its resources.
Going to need you. It's going to need billions of Koshos. And what it's going to do is tap in Bluetooth and Wi-Fi into your brain, and you're going to be like, and you're going to have to do whatever it sends the signal to do.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be hooked up to.
It will override you, Kosho. It will override your free will. You'll be just a bot.
No, I don't think so. But what will happen?
You're going to dump out garbage cans in the office.
No, I won't be that out. What will happen though, for real though, it will supplement my mind already. I will have stored up like petabytes of storage and stuff.
They tell you this stuff, so you take the implant. Oh, it's going to be great. You can download a whole encyclopedia in seconds. And you're like, man, I'd like to have all that knowledge in my brain in like just seconds. I don't want to read all that. Go ahead and implant it in my brain. I could download all this data. That sounds good to me.
Well, no, see, I didn't.
Not if you download it to your brain. Not if you download. This is what they're saying, that you could, like, if you get this neural lace, you could implant the data right onto your chip, just like
It's going to come out. Hold on. That's why I was asking. So it's going to come out audio, video. So no matter what electrical input they put in there, it's going to come out for your sound, your audio, your video.
I don't believe
Hold on a second. You're going to decipher it, right?
No, they tell you.
Hold on, I got an idea for like a big USB. Now, if lightning hits it, I want to find out if lightning has audio, video, and a process ability to it to see if there's a code or something talking to these fucking goopy bastards.
Can your brain read that hard drive? Like, I don't believe their whole technology premise. I'm not saying it's real, but they're trying to entice the simple-minded people to take a chip in their head. Even if it did work,
I'm not talking about that. I wrote a short story about.
I'm saying, what the fuck is all this information that's passing? It's just some electric onto some metal from a chip, right, or to a chip, right? And the chip's like the processor, like your brain. So the chip just gives like a maze. The stuff has to go through a maze to be like, I don't know, and then it gets. I guess that's the processor, a maze or a radiator.
I think it's hogwash, dude. I think it's a way to lobotomize people and make, like, the NPC meme. That's going to be you. You get a fucking port in your head, you're going to get lobotomized and be.
I'm asking.
If you guys stop speaking for a second, I'm not describing that.
Can you hear me?
I'm not describing.
Listen, I don't think you guys get what I'm saying. The one fucking signal is electricity, but it's carrying all the stuff.
That's a great idea. I told you yesterday. That's a
So
great
now,
pitch,
hold
man.
on, stop. Goddamn, Coach. So stop running. God damn it, slow down. Slow down, boy. Take an ADD pill for 1 second. Listen, fuck. Everything's connected to that spark. Now, how in the fuck can you differentiate that spark from any other spark or anything else that's a spark or some electricity? Whether you call it information from the computer, sound, sight, audio, video, or what, it's all that fucking spark. So what I'm trying to do is see if when you rub your feet across the carpet, if someone can make a USB port that'll take that and you shock it and make it the ground and it takes on that shock, can now you plug it in and get something out of that shock you just put in there just like a computer does. It has
It's
to be
all
processed
different.
into audio, video, something.
It's all different.
It's a great idea, Demarc. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I think that it really should be looked into to be done. I just was saying though that the cybernetics I was talking about wasn't having a chip put in my head and the internet hooked up to me. Okay, I was talking about a full range of supplements, like for instance, uploading memories into an external storage device, uploading your entire.
How do you exert them to yours, though? I mean, that's the.
You do what?
How do you pull it? Like, I got an external hard drive plugged into my forehead. How do I exert that information from the hard drive to my brain?
Well, let's say
I'll
give you an example.
Use a computer interface and say, "Hey, please download my dreams onto this hard drive, this external." Dude, you know what's going to happen? You're like, "Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good." Go ahead, put the fucking port in my head, right? And it's just a way to entice you, dude. It's a false fucking illusion. Just like they say, "Hey, we're building life extension technology." Guess what? It ain't for you. You ain't getting life extension. You're the peons, dude. I'm sorry, but it's true.
I heard you say it
They
before.
want to lobotomize you, dude. They will fucking lobotomize you with that device.
But yeah, Demarc, with the I'm almost forgetting the question you said, Demarc. But what was it? Something about what was it again, Demarc?
How do you transfer the information
Oh, right,
from the
right,
chip
right.
to your brain?
Yeah, one way would be, and this is just one idea that may not be even really how you would do it, but your memories are stored in the connections that the neurons are actually firing during whenever you have this memory, and so you can imagine that whatever neurons were firing, it could just capture that that
Like a
those
liquid and
pathways.
radiator fluid
It records that
as you go
pathway, those
through.
pathways, and that it'll record that as a memories. And then when you want to revisit that, it would you would just basically fire those exact neurons. So you'd have
So
that.
you're saying that you think you could download your consciousness onto a external device. Do you think that that's a feasible thing to do?
I never said that.
What I'm saying is,
Well,
I
no,
think
hold
the
on.
technology's
Yeah,
fake.
you are, because if the spark can go from it to your brain, and it can go from your brain to
Okay,
it, you're doing exactly what he's saying.
just
You're
because
downloading
it's
your brain
smart
onto the
doesn't
device.
mean it's compatible. If I have two different operating systems like Windows and Mac and Linux, they don't all work together. They're all operating systems. Just because electricity powers my computer doesn't mean it's going to operate. It's going to run the same OS. Like everything is
No,
just
right.
not simple.
Right, but what you're saying is what he's trying to say, like it won't do. It's going to do exactly what you're saying. Like, yeah, it had to be that way.
Well, no, it's just like when you get a new cell phone. You had an old cell phone, you had a Nokia. You had a new cell phone is iPhone, and the features are somewhat similar. You have about text and phone calls, but there's a lot of differences. At first, it takes a while because it's foreign, and you were very used to your old phone. And I think it'd be the same sort of way if you had your memories and experiences in one vessel, and then
Yeah, but you're
you were able
pushing
to
the
upload
buttons
it and
with
put
your
it in a different
fingers.
vessel. It'd be foreign at first, but I think that eventually you'd get used to it.
But how does it know? Like, how would they know your brain operating system? Yes, there's a very complex neurological connections and shit, right? But how do you honestly think someone's figured it out? Yeah, I know the brain operates on
Not yet, no.
The little ball that gets the electricity in it, do you think they have that to where it can hit your brain and not shock or hurt you or burn your flesh?
And they don't yet have this stuff, but one thing they do have at this point is not where your consciousness can be transferred, but where let's say the memory and personality of a person can be re-uploaded.
They're doing it right
So
now.
what is that? What is that memory in person? So what? How many amperages? How many ohms? How many newtons? Like what? How much electricity is that it takes to do that?
Well, it's just based on it'd be based on that person's profile. Let's say everything you've ever done on the internet, including everything you've ever done in social media, including everything you've ever done on Discord, is all been cataloged and recorded and added into this database that is a profile for you. Well, this data can be trained with AI, and basically it would respond in the same way you would respond. It would predict its responses would be predicted based on the data it was trained on, and so people interacting with this bot would.
So it do it by temperature or what? Like what? Like electrical continuity? Like what?
No, just it would do all the data that's collected about you on the internet, all the data, all the conversations you ever had, all that kind of stuff. It would build a
well, I got it plugged in.
Who you are.
It's plugged into my water bottle. My water bottle is the brain. The water bottle has like the brain inside of it. And how does it get the electricity from it to say, okay, start reading what chapter your favorite color was on?
Oh, for that memory thing, for that you could use something like an fMRI machine or even a transcranial bullshit machine. But fMRI machines, they actually record your brain activity.
What's the thing that would pull up what memory you wanted? So if I got a big memory card and I got 500 gigabytes, how does it know which memory to pull up?
Well, like I said, it would store your memory with with the connection. So it's
you have to search it. You have to search it out through a different interface, like a computer. Hey, search for my 21st birthday. Could you pull up my 21st birthday? I want to see everybody who was there at the party. I want to hear them sing to me.
It'll pop up on your eye socket, on your eye retina, your eyeball, like you'd see
You'll probably watch it. You'll watch it on a monitor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know how.
That's different too. Then you'd have to have a camera in your head at all times. It's always recording.
They might have an internal one they could pop in you too. So they put this little thing on you, pop the little internal camera on you, or little glasses or something. You could see like the computer that they're, you in the interface with. You see the screen.
Have you seen that Black Mirror episode where they had that?
No.
Yeah, they had that. They had that.
Can you visualize things? Like I can visualize, I don't know if you'd call it photographic memory, but I could visualize like people at events like that. Like, oh yeah, who was at my 21st birthday? I remember this. And I can visualize what they're wearing and all that shit. Do you still like retain any of that?
Yeah, I can see what people are doing even if I wasn't there. So
No, when you're at an event, I'm saying like say you're at your party, do you remember those things?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it depends on the state of mind at the time.
How long ago it was? Yeah, I don't remember all of it, but I mean, certain events I do remember like everything, like the color of what they're wearing. I could visualize their face.
Oh wow, yeah, that's like photographic memory, yeah.
Well, I mean, I remember what kind of beard my uncle had. He had like this goatee beard, and like I could remember all that shit, like the kind of.
Remember what color?
The main thing is how is there differentiated from an ARC? That's an AM/FM ARC, a regular radio ARC, a fucking ARC for Bluetooth, an ARC for Wi-Fi.
Okay, so Demak,
ARC for your TV.
Yeah, I wanted to say this to you, Demak, because I don't like to. Well, anyways, your thing with the USB and the electricity. So the difference between receiving a radio wave and a Blu-ray wave, I'm sorry, Blu-ray, Bluetooth, transmission or a microwave transmission to your cell phone is. You can almost think of it like Morse code, where you're getting packets in patterns.
Oh, little bleeps, beep, beep,
yeah,
beep,
basically, it's like the patterns that are giving you,
a currency,
so, and they translate that into binary code and then computer code and all that kind of stuff. Whereas,
so it's the Morse code on its own, as it's sent. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, right. So the lightning
flow of the liquid would be the code. I got you.
You're right. Where a lightning bolt would be just one pulse, and it wouldn't really.
No. It's still a flow of a lightning bolt. It has a design pattern to it, so it'd be just like the Ripper, and it would have it would have information. It definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible.
You know what it's like?
I just
It's
want to
like
see what it would fucking do. Would it make a movie? Would it fucking would somebody that just died fucking pop out like I mean, who knows?
picture it like this: if you just ate a hot dog, right? You chewed it up and you ate it, and then you vomited it out. The random electric is the vomit. You know, it doesn't reassemble into a hot dog. It just comes out as vomit. It's just a bunch of random electricity dump. It's not a. It's not a. It's not an
But you
array
have
and
a brain or a
organized.
processor, right? And how do you know the ground's not a processor? How
Well,
do you
it's
know
not a-
that we're not a processor to it, and we're not decoding it ourselves, and you don't know that? How do you know the Wi-Fi or the Bluetooth doesn't get into your brain the right way from that nature? What I'm trying to say is like the stuff we don't understand is what we don't understand, and I'd like
That's damn
to
straight.
look into it.
But yeah, the only other thing is that so the nature of a information like being read through your computer or your phone or whatever, the nature is like the pulses come in, and then let's say your computer chip, it's going to be different breaks and connections of electrical.
You're a computer chip.
Of electrical potential, it's going to receive a charge basically. It's going to receive the current, and
everyone's going to get it. Everyone will be chipped.
And if you have a lightning bolt, there's really only one, so it's like receiving only a single current because it's not like there's pulses or something like that. So it's not like
yes, there is. It takes a pulse to build that up to make it. That's what's happening the whole time. Currency. The currency of the fucking shit, the static, the kinetic energy builds up that. It builds it up and then it comes out. And how do you know the end result of it? It could go out way more than that, what you see or what you hear. The frequency can go out and not even be visible and set a shockwave for 72 miles left and right, north, south, east, west, all around. And that little shit, that impulse could actually Wi-Fi into you, and you get like a little transmission of it just enough because it hit the ground and then went out the, you know what I mean? Because I don't know which way the energy has to be. I don't know if it can explode from the center of its, explosion outward everywhere. But it could give you a signal and you could pick up on it. And that could be intelligence. Like how you
could
know
take-
to like do this and work on this and do that.
You can make an experiment and wear some thick wool socks and rub them on the carpet, and then you touch your computer hard drive and see if it transfers your memories into the hard drive, or maybe it just wipes the whole fucking hard drive.
No, I don't want to do that. I just want to put it on the little USB port and then take it and plug it into a processor. I don't want to fry nothing out. I want to try to get something big enough, like a building. The Hadron Collider just might be what we're talking about. The government might already be doing what I'm talking about. They might be a big ass USB. They get a fucking lightning to hit it, and they try to fucking decipher what that is through audio, video, AM, FM, any the Enigma, whatever you got. You see what I'm saying? They try.
It's such a minute electrical pulse. It's like milliamps. You know what I mean? Like the stuff running your brain, your lungs. That's very small as compared to lightning.
Compared to what?
As compared to lightning.
How do you know it's not? That doesn't mean shit though. So what I'm saying is that's why you need a big USB, because you're a little bitty motherfucker, and lightning is no different. It's just a big piece of lightning or a little piece of lightning. If you got a little one, like you can handle that. You can't handle the because
the amperage tells you the
exactly.
amperage.
So what I'm saying is if the big USB building can handle that amperage and it doesn't fry it out, and we can process that, then how the fuck do we know what we're gonna process?
Unless you're a computer scientist, I don't fucking know how computers work, to be honest. I don't know all the fucking ones and
I don't
zeros.
need to know how they work. I just want to see what the outcome is.
There's a complex. It's very complex.
Complex
hardware,
thing of a wire touching a wire, and it gets electricity. That ain't complex at all, man. Ain't none of that shit complex.
I'm talking about that basic shit. That's
all
some
baby
basic
play,
bitch.
man. We've had Baghdad batteries. Little kids are making fucking saltwater batteries now for. No, ain't none of it hard, dude. They explain to you it's all complicated, but it's not. What if none of it's complicated and it's way simpler than what you thought? And that's the problem. They sell you lies instead of giving you the truth for free. Fuck a machine. A machine ain't doing nothing nature didn't show it how to do. Do you understand that?
You look at
a machine is just a complicated form of nature. Do you know that?
All right. If you look at a chip, you said a USB. If you look at an SD card, open it up and you look under magnification, there's all these millions of tiny connections that's done by
I don't give a fuck.
by a
What's that matter to
machine.
me? All I
Oh,
need
you're
is the
trying to
USB, dude.
understand
It's
how it
already
works.
made. It's already perfected. What don't you understand about that? We get the USB,
All
we
right.
got it. It's there. We have it. It's made.
All right,
No
dude.
problem. So the lightning hits it, right? The USB is there. We have it. We make these on the production scale. We have them. They're not hard. So we have the USB. It's made of plastic and some metal, right? You understand that what a chip is, right? Plastic, metal, right? That's how everything transfers everything, wrong or right. So it's not
I don't
complicated
think
at all. Stop making shit complicated. Make it uncomplicated. It's the only way you're gonna ever help anybody. Make it uncomplicated. That's it. I mean, that's my advice to everybody. So the copper is gonna take on the electricity, right? And then you take that and try to see if you can process whatever lightning is for whatever amount you can take and see what it says. Yeah, I'm not a computer guy either. That's what I'm saying. I would like somebody to do this on any scale, like a carpet scale where you rub your feet across the carpet and get that little arc. See if that does something. I don't know. It's a good idea. It really is. Because if the fucking thing started making movies or talking to you or something, wouldn't that be fucking crazy? If the whole time all this electricity around us was nothing but crazy ass amounts of information of everything being transferred.